After transmigrating into the life of an obscure actress, Xie Qiao yearns solely to recline and withdraw from the entertainment industry. To her astonishment, the whispers of her heart resonate throughout the entertainment circle. Some individuals maintain a single persona while, in reality, they have a child who is already a year old. Alas, do not be deceived by the apparent rivalry between these two top stars. Who could fathom that it is, in fact, a mutual secret affection? Oh, how I long to exit the industry. Where is the female lead? Hurry and compel me to withdraw. Stars of the entertainment industry. The stars exclaimed, "Wait, if you leave the industry, who shall we rely upon for juicy gossip?" In a flurry, the stars inundated Xie Qiao with a plethora of resources. Xie Qiao pondered. How curious, why do I grow increasingly popular the more I recline? Forgotten in the shadows, Xie Qiao's parents inquired, "Has our daughter given up on the entertainment industry today?" The butler replied, "No, she has become the pinnacle of the entertainment world." Xie Qiao's father, gritting his teeth, declared, "Increase our daughter's allowance to 50 million. I refuse to believe that the earnings of a top star in the entertainment industry surpass the allowance I provide." Chapter 1. Compel me to withdraw, now. Xie Qiao languidly sprawled upon the sofa, like a sloth. Who could have foreseen that she, a beleaguered worker, diligently toiling for 7 or 8 years, would finally achieve financial freedom, only to be struck by a bolt of lightning that transported her into a novel set in the entertainment industry. Furthermore, she had become the infamous supporting antagonist bearing her own name. This antagonist hails from a well-off family, her parents own companies and generously transfer 10 million each month as her allowance. She could easily luxuriate at home as a sloth, yet she harbored aspirations of becoming a star. In pursuit of this dream, she quarreled with her family and ventured into the entertainment world alone, spending 2 arduous years to become a notorious figure on the fringes. Recently, the scandal surrounding her involved allegations of being supported by a benefactor and seizing a role from a rising starlet who happened to be the original female lead, Xin Qianqian. In the original narrative, the character failed to secure this role and was subsequently pressured by the female lead's fans to withdraw, succumbing to depression and returning home. Xie Qiao reflected on the entire plot. With her hands folded serenely over her abdomen, she closed her eyes in tranquility. With such wealth at home, why toil as a mere cog in the entertainment machine? The original character aspired to be a star. She, however, was content to be a sloth. Come now, compel her to withdraw, at this very moment. Nestled in a recliner, Xie Qiao lay motionless for a brief while, still grappling with the sorrow of her transmigration, when the sound of the door opening broke her reverie. A woman with a noodle-like hairstyle, clad in a gray-blue suit, entered the room. She advanced until she stood before Xie Qiao, forcefully slapping a proposal onto Xie Qiao's face, declaring, "You have been cast as a flying guest in a new variety show titled, Let's Fall in Love. This program is immensely popular, and I have painstakingly secured the position of flying guest for you. It is your final opportunity for resurgence." Lin Yan settled beside Xie Qiao, exasperated and filled with indignation, stating, "If you fail to gain popularity this time, you might as well return home and cultivate sweet potatoes." Xie Qiao struggled to lift her eyelids. She dredged up the identity of the instant noodle-haired girl from her memory and sincerely responded with a couple of mms, saying, "Understood, Sister Lin. A resurgence is simply unattainable. After all, the most renowned celebrities invited to this show are on the verge of scandal. Whether this dismal program can even air is highly questionable." Xie Qiao muttered a few words in her heart, and upon lifting her gaze, she encountered her manager's peculiar stare. Bewildered, she instinctively inquired, "What's wrong, Sister Lin?" Lin Yan's emotions were somewhat tumultuous. Initially, when she heard that inexplicable voice, she wondered if she was imagining things. After all, there were only the two of them in the room, and Xie Qiao lay languidly on the couch, not even moving her lips. However, those few phrases clearly followed the content she had just spoken. Thus, the voice's owner could only be Xie Qiao. Since Xie Qiao had not uttered a word, did that mean she was hearing Xie Qiao's innermost thoughts? Lin Yan couldn't help but glance at Xie Qiao again. Xie Qiao felt uneasy under her gaze and couldn't help but murmur to herself, "Why does she keep staring at me? Her expression seems rather restrained. Could it be hemorrhoids acting up?" Alas, the agony of hemorrhoids is indeed ineffable. Neglecting self-care in youth leads to sorrow in old age. When hemorrhoids need to be excised, a woman must be resolute to secure her position. Lin Yan's expression nearly split apart. She did not have hemorrhoids. She did not need to visit a hospital. No, she had come to find Xie Qiao, not to discuss hemorrhoids. Lin Yan steadied her emotions, retrieved the proposal once more, and thrust it into Xie Qiao's hands, emphasizing, "As the flying guest on a romance variety show, your role is designated as a love observer, understood?" She instructed, "Be sure to capture the attention of the permanent guests." Lin Yan intended to offer further advice, but her phone suddenly rang, interrupting her words. She pulled out her phone and glanced at the screen. It was a trending news alert. Breaking. The youngest triple gold artist in history has been revealed to have juggled multiple relationships, with a record of dating 6 individuals simultaneously. Lin Yan's heart sank. Although the news did not name names, the information provided was sufficient to pinpoint the specific artist. A triple gold artist, no less, and the youngest one at that. Wasn't this the celebrity from Let's Fall in Love? Lin Yan felt a surge of anxiety as she clicked on the news. Just as she was about to examine the details of the news, she noticed Xie Qiao inching closer to her elbow, politely asking, "Sister Lin, what's the matter? Is it gossip? Is it gossip? I may not excel at work, but I am first in line for gossip. Let me see, let me see, let me see." Lin Yan was overwhelmed by the inner voices and instinctively turned her phone sideways to allow Xie Qiao a better view of the news. She summarized, "Ji Xiuyong has been exposed for infidelity." Together with Xie Qiao, she finished reading the entire news piece. Then, with a furrowed brow, she uncertainly remarked, "Juggling multiple relationships can only be deemed morally questionable. It shouldn't lead to a ban, right?" Xie Qiao blinked, affirming, "If it's merely infidelity, of course, it shouldn't result in a ban." After feigning a response to her manager, she couldn't help but internally scoff. But this is merely the beginning. Soon, the victims of his betrayal will come forward, accusing him of assault. What does a ban even mean? He'll be serving time in prison. Lin Yan was left utterly astounded. Could this possibly be true? Ji Xiuyong, who appeared to be cultured and well-mannered, was actually embroiled in such an egregious act of lawlessness? With a mixture of skepticism and intrigue, Lin Yan cast a glance at Xie Qiao, only to see 2 more news alerts popping up on Weibo. Plot twist. Ji Xiuyong refutes the claims, asserting that he has never been in a relationship. Another twist. The 5 individuals allegedly betrayed by Ji Xiuyong have united to formally accuse him of the sexual assault of a minor. These 2 pieces of news were undeniably explosive, prompting a multitude of onlookers to flood Weibo, causing the app to crash under the sheer volume of traffic. Lin Yan slowly lifted her head, her expression a complex tapestry of emotions as she gazed at Xie Qiao. The revelations that Xie Qiao had voiced in her heart turned out to be astonishingly true. But how could it be that Xie Qiao, a mere 18-line nobody, had access to such insider information? Chapter 2. Taking over the beautiful widow, what a sensational revelation. Xie Qiao was instantly invigorated, sitting upright as she cast a glance at her agent's astonished expression. With a playful nudge of her elbow, she eagerly gossiped, "Aren't you utterly surprised by this news?" The agent regarded her with a subtle look, replying, "No. I'm merely astonished by your promptness in acquiring such information." Lin Yan gathered her thoughts, intending to share some heartfelt sentiments with Xie Qiao. However, before she could articulate her words, the shrill ring of her phone interrupted. Believing it to be a trending news alert, she instinctively thought, "Oh, is there a twist to the story?" Grabbing the phone from the sofa, Lin Yan, harboring a hint of anticipation, quickly glanced at the screen. It was not a news update, but rather a call from the production team of Let Us Fall in Love. For some inexplicable reason, she felt a twinge of disappointment. Clearing her throat, she suppressed this rather absurd emotion and answered the call with a serious tone, "Hello." Without the phone on speaker, Xie Qiao could not discern the discussion on the other end. With no one to share in her excitement, her enthusiasm waned, and she sank into the lazy sofa like a boneless fish. When Lin Yan finished the call and turned around, she found Xie Qiao completely enveloped by the sofa, leaving only her head visible. Her blood pressure spiked. "Xie Qiao." Lin Yan ran her fingers through her hair, taking a deep breath to steady her emotions. "Xie Qiao, what about your image management? Do you even want to continue as an artist?" She reached out, attempting to pull Xie Qiao from the sofa, but as her fingers brushed against Xie Qiao's wrist, she heard a resolute response. "No, I don't." Lin Yan was momentarily speechless, her breath caught in her throat. She turned away in frustration, no longer attempting to drag Xie Qiao up, but instead plopped down beside her. Ji Xiuyong has encountered a scandal, and with filming for the variety show approaching, the production team is in a bind, preparing to elevate you as a temporary guest for this episode. She patted Xie Qiao on the head, adding, "Congratulations, you've just leveled up." Lin Yan felt a flicker of joy. Ji Xiuyong was a top-tier artist, his endorsements, variety shows, and upcoming dramas numbering in the multitude. With him suddenly embroiled in controversy, his collaborations would inevitably dissolve, freeing up a plethora of opportunities for other artists. This windfall even included a portion for her own talent. Yet, Xie Qiao did not desire this elevation. She stared blankly at Lin Yan for a moment before abruptly sitting up. No, 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 Sister Lin. She grasped Lin Yan's hand tightly. Sister. Our new contract hasn't been signed yet, has it? Xie Qiao rummaged through the drawer, retrieving the meticulously compiled contract from the previous owner and quickly scanned it. The penalty for breach is 2 million. I can transfer that to you right now. She extracted her phone, adeptly accessing her mobile banking app. How painful. I only needed to record for 1 day and now I have to go for 3. Oh heavens. What a hardship this is. I swear I'll go on strike. Lin Yan furrowed her brow, firmly pressing down on Xie Qiao. Have you lost your mind? You told me yesterday that you wanted to become famous. And I went through great lengths to secure you this guest appearance. Now you're telling me you want to breach the contract? Xie Qiao pursed her lips. It's difficult to explain. With a sigh, she felt at a loss for how to convey her change of heart to Lin Yan and simply lowered her gaze. Sister Lin, just consider that I have come to terms with things. I not only wish to breach this program but also to terminate my contract with the company. Lin Yan fixed her gaze on Xie Qiao, a cold smile escaping her lips. Fine. The penalty for breaching the program is 2 million, but the company's is 40 million. She extended her hand. Now let us have it. The amount was staggering, and Lin Yan couldn't believe that Xie Qiao, an obscure artist, could possibly afford such a sum. Yet, to her surprise, Xie Qiao truly had the means. The previous owner hailed from a wealthy family, and prior to her entrance into the entertainment industry, her monthly allowance had been a staggering 20 million. Although she had fallen out with her parents over her career choice and was cut off financially, her savings remained intact. 40 million was merely a trifling amount to her. Xie Qiao confidently opened her bank app, glancing at her balance, and was poised to transfer the funds when an intense pain shot through her heart. Some unseen force seemed to impede her from proceeding with the transfer. She could not breach the contract, nor could she withdraw from the industry and become an idle bystander. Xie Qiao felt darkness envelop her vision. Why can't I just exit this cursed entertainment world on my own accord? Must I remain in this miserable industry until Xin Qianqian finishes her little charade? What about the female lead? Where is Xin Qianqian? Hurry up and pressure me to leave. I'm in such a rush, I truly am. Lin Yan frowned, finding it somewhat difficult to grasp Xie Qiao's sentiments. Was her desire to exit the industry due to the backlash from Xin Qianqian's fans? With a tender pat on Xie Qiao's head, she reassured her. Stop thinking about leaving. Here, take a look at this script. She handed Xie Qiao a planning document. We start filming tomorrow. Make sure to review it thoroughly. Xie Qiao bravely accepted the script for Let Us Fall in Love. This program featured 8 permanent guests, specifically inviting 4 men and 4 women to facilitate romantic sparks. Having aired 4 episodes and currently filming the 6th, the 8 permanent guests had already ignited romantic connections. According to the original script, she was only required to attend for 1 day, acting as a silent observer to witness the beautiful romances unfolding around her. However, the situation was now different. She would have to participate in the variety show for a full 3 days, stepping in for Ji Xiaoyong, becoming a participant in the romantic reality show, and fostering a bit of ambiguity with one of the guests. Essentially, all the guests have already established their respective romantic pairings, leaving only Ji Xiaoyong's designated partner available for flirtation. Ji Xiaoyong, being male, naturally has a female counterpart. Xie Qiao finally perked up, scrutinizing the script with newfound vigor, and let out a few chuckles. Taking over the role of the beautiful young widow. Freeing myself from repugnant men, I shall directly bond with my sisters. As Lin Yan awaited Xie Qiao's reflections on the script, she pondered, is this the mental state of contemporary youth? Abandoning the idea of sharing her thoughts, she wearily grabbed her bag and headed for the door, stating, I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Xie Qiao responded with a non-committal closing the script in her hands. Who was Ji Xiaoyong's romantic reality show partner again? Xie Qiao meticulously recalled the original text and quickly remembered. The film emperor, of course, should be paired with a top-tier celebrity. Ji Xiaoyong's reality show partner was none other than the original female lead, Xin Qianqian. Xie Qiao, she painfully shut her eyes. At the moment Lin Yan closed the door, she heard Xie Qiao's final unvoiced lament. Just kill me right now. Chapter 3. I'll turn everything upside down. Xie Qiao dragged her small suitcase, reluctantly departing from the van. The filming location for the 6th episode of Let Us Date was a quaint mountain village, and the last stretch of road was inaccessible by vehicle, requiring a trek on foot. With considerable effort, Xia Qiao pulled her suitcase up the hill. What a dreadful path. Why must I walk it myself? Where is the production team? Is no one here to assist? Struggling, Xia Qiao finally arrived at the village entrance, where she located the production team and the cameras. Most of the guests had already arrived, and the red light flashing on the nearby camera indicated that recording was in progress. Standing there, she wiped the sweat from her brow with the back of her hand, forced a smile, albeit insincere, and exclaimed, "Wow, everyone is here so early. I'm not late, am I? I hope I haven't kept anyone waiting." The entire production crew turned to look at her. Shun Qianqian was the first to click her tongue, a hint of subtle expression crossing her face. She then leaned slightly towards Song Jinyan, whispering, "What a delightful performance. What a delightful performance." The two voices nearly echoed simultaneously. Shun Qianqian was startled, instinctively glancing at Song Jinyan, thinking it was her speaking. However, upon turning her head, she realized Song Jinyan appeared just as astonished. Song Jinyan hesitantly asked, "Qianqian, did you just repeat that? Why is everyone silent? Do they not appreciate my tea ceremony performance?" Shun Qianqian and Song Jinyan fell into silence. They exchanged glances, suddenly understanding the source of the voice. It was the unspoken thoughts of Xia Qiao. Shun Qianqian felt a chuckle bubbling within her as she glanced over at Xia Qiao, only to observe that both the director and the other guests wore rather unnatural expressions. Shun Qianqian. Surely, not everyone can hear Xia Qiao's innermost thoughts, can they? Xia Qiao waited patiently, but no guest spoke up. Finding it odd, she called out, "Director?" The director, jolted from his reverie by her call, responded, "What is up?" Xia Qiao flashed a smile. "What is the plan? Aren't we heading to our accommodations? This wretched suitcase is heavier than a mountain. I'm not joking. Anyone who has carried it knows." The director regained his composure. He cleared his throat, attempting to mask his fascination with Xia Qiao's thoughts, which had caused him to forget the agenda. Due to unforeseen circumstances, a previous participant could no longer continue with our program. So we have invited a new artist to join us. The director urged Xia Qiao, "Please introduce yourself so everyone can get to know you." Xia Qiao waved her hand. "Hello everyone, I'm Xia Qiao, an 18-line nobody." The other guests followed suit with their introductions. "I'm Shun Qianqian. I'm Song Jinyan." Aside from Xia Qiao, there were 7 other guests, most of whom were first and second-tier artists, with only one male artist being third-tier. His introduction was noticeably longer than the others. "Hello, I'm Wu Qishan, 19 years old, an idol, a member of the Starry Youth Group, and I." Before Wu Qishan could finish, he heard that irritable inner voice again. Got it next. "No need for introductions, darling. We'll have plenty of time to get to know each other through interaction, rather than your introduction." Damn. This dreadful weather. If I stay out here another minute, I might just perish from the sun. Wu Qishan's introduction abruptly faltered. He felt he should be angry, but somehow, the thought of getting to know each other through interaction quelled his irritation. His ears flushed crimson as he stammered, then, "I suppose I'll share the rest later." Shun Qianqian rolled her eyes beside him. She whispered to Song Jinyan, "What a naive little fool. Utterly lost by a single sentence." Song Jinyan chuckled in response. Their voices were hushed, and they deliberately covered the microphone, ensuring their words went unrecorded. The director amplified the sound of the microphone, announcing, "Since everyone is acquainted, we shall officially commence the filming of this episode." He led the guests into the village, stating, "We have rented a 3-story building for your stay over the next 3 days. Each of you will receive 200 yuan for living expenses. And we will intermittently issue small tasks, which, upon completion, will also yield living funds." The director halted in front of a charming 3-story villa, complete with a spacious courtyard, a gazebo and landscaping, with a sizable terrace on the 2nd floor. Staff members opened the grand door, and the director ushered the guests inside. "The villa has 8 rooms. How you choose to occupy them is entirely up to you. By the way, we need to inspect your luggage." He grinned, "just to ensure you haven't brought any prohibited items." This was standard procedure for the show. Xia Qiao gave it little thought, opening her suitcase for the staff to inspect. The only permitted items for the program were clothing, up to 5 bottles of cosmetics and skincare products, and 5 daily necessities. Xia Qiao had only brought 1 suitcase, and the staff quickly finished checking her belongings, signaling the director with a thumbs up. The director, smiling, allowed her to pass, saying, Very compliant. He gestured for Xie Qiao to enter the house. Those who entered first can choose their rooms. Xie Qiao, elated, wheeled her suitcase into the villa. She placed her belongings in the living room and began exploring the various bedrooms. The first floor contained 2 bedrooms. One appeared to be a maid's room, small and rather basic, while the other seemed to be an elder's room, basking in sunlight and equipped with some elder-friendly amenities. The second floor featured 3 rooms, one being the master bedroom with a balcony, bathroom, and walk-in closet. The other 2 appeared to be a guest room and a converted study, both relatively small. The third floor also had 3 rooms, 2 designated as children's rooms and 1 transformed from a living room into a bedroom, with limited decor and space. What was there to choose from? Clearly, it had to be the master bedroom on the second floor. Xie Qiao removed the nameplate from her chest and returned to the second floor, unhesitatingly hanging the plate on the door. First come, first served. This was hers. After securing the nameplate, Xie Qiao returned to the living room, preparing to haul her suitcase upstairs when she noticed a new guest entering the living room. Short hair, blonde, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses. It was Wu Qishan, the idol who had previously given an extensive introduction. He carried no suitcase, just a backpack. I plan to stay in the elder's room. Wu Qishan curiously inquired, which room did you choose? Xie Qiao pointed upstairs and replied nonchalantly, the master bedroom on the second floor. Wu Qishan was momentarily taken aback, then hesitated, casting a glance at Xie Qiao. Xie Qiao blinked innocently and flashed him a smile. Hee, I know what you wish to express. It's about the complexities of human relationships, isn't it? A good house should be relinquished to seniors, while those of lower status ought to voluntarily occupy the inferior accommodations. Human relationships? I'll be damned. I'll turn everything upside down. Chapter 4. Yes. We have a child. Wu Qishan opted for silence. He watched as Xie Qiao hoisted her suitcase and ascended to the second floor via the elevator. Instinctively, he touched his backpack and glanced at the elderly residence room, wrestling internally for a considerable time before slowly making his way over. Damn. He certainly couldn't afford to turn everyone against him. If he were to snatch a room, the fans of those seniors could berate him into silence. With tears brimming in his eyes, Wu Qishan pushed open the door to the elderly room. The elevator led directly to the master bedroom door. Xie Qiao opened the master bedroom door, rolled her suitcase into the wardrobe, and began unpacking. For a mere 3-day stay, she had brought a staggering 7 outfits. Xie Qiao retrieved hangers and meticulously hung each piece of clothing, then grasped one of the shirts, feeling its hem. She swiftly located the concealed seam and yanked it forcefully. The hem of the shirt tore open, revealing what was stitched inside, a few banknotes. Following suit, she dismantled 3 more garments, extracting a total of 1,000 yuan. Carefully folding the bills, she tucked them into her pocket and then descended the stairs slowly to glance around the courtyard. Most guests had already passed their inspections. Only Xin Qianqian remained outside, engaged in a discussion with the director. Clutching something in her hand, she looked up with a smile and said, Director, it's just a cream. Can't you just turn a blind eye and let it pass? The director, exasperated, replied, If we keep giving in here and there will be no rules left. I insist. There are only 5 slots for cosmetics and skincare products. Xie Qiao squatted at the entrance of the villa, resting her chin on her hand as she listened to the exchange between Xin Qianqian and the director. The more she listened, the more absurd it seemed, unable to suppress her internal monologue. Why on earth are they limiting the number of cosmetics in a dating show? It feels like we're in a survival show. Why hasn't it been resolved yet? Honestly, if it comes down to it, they could just give me those 2 cosmetics. I have space. I only brought a bottle of face wash. Xin Qianqian and the director turned their heads simultaneously. Xin Qianqian's eyes lit up, ready to speak, only to hear the director hastily interject, You cannot give anything to others to bring in. Midway through her eavesdropping, Xie Qiao suddenly realized she had become part of the gossip. Bewildered, she lifted her head. Damn, that statement caught me off guard. Is the director a mind reader? Xin Qianqian and the director both appeared suddenly guilty. Xin Qianqian glanced at the director, abruptly losing her desire to continue the conversation with him. She decisively shoved the item in her hand to the director and entered the villa with her small suitcase. Xin Qianqian was the last guest to enter. Upon her arrival, everyone else was already gathered in the living room. She surveyed the others and inquired with a smile, which room is still available. She likely had an inkling of the answer. With Ji Xiaoyong currently detained, she was the most prominent guest, so the master bedroom would most likely be reserved for her. Song Jinyan softly remarked, Teacher Xin, Only the maid's room on the first floor is left. When they enter to choose rooms, everyone had tacitly skipped the master bedroom, and after everyone made their haphazard selections, they suddenly realized, oh, the master bedroom had been chosen right away. Shun Qianqian felt a twinge of annoyance, but mindful of the cameras still rolling, she had to swallow her dissatisfaction and smiled. It's all right. I'm late to the party. She tightened her grip on the suitcase handle and asked, where's the maid's room? Song Jinyan pointed in a direction and asked, Teacher Shun, would you like me to show you? Shun Qianqian declined. She made her way to the maid's room alone, leaving the remaining guests in the living room. Xie Qiao was unfamiliar with these guests. She found a spot to sit and rested her chin in her hand, lethargically listening to a few guests chat. Song Jinyan's partner was a singer named Nan Hua, who debuted through a music competition and had released 2 hit songs. However, his recent album releases had all flopped, with his reputation solely relying on his fans to salvage it. Nan Hua turned to Song Jinyan, his gaze earnest. Did you listen to my latest album? That song, Lover, is written for you. Song Jinyan offered an awkward yet polite smile. Just as she was about to respond, she suddenly heard Xie Qiao's internal thoughts. What a greasy flirtation. If he wants to market his album through this show, he should just say so, without this nauseating display. The child is already 2 years old. Yet he is still playing the innocent card. The guests exchanged puzzled glances. What child is 2 years old? Where did that come from? They glanced at each other, unable to suppress their curiosity, and turned their attention to Nan Hua. His expression darkened immediately. Indeed, he had a child, an unexpected product of his relationship with a fan. He had certainly instructed her to take contraceptives. Yet, she had defied him, secretly discarded the pills, and even concealed her pregnancy until the child was a month old before revealing the truth. He couldn't just eliminate the child, could he? Thus, he begrudgingly accepted the child. Fearing it would adversely affect his career, he had kept the child hidden away in his hometown, employing 2 illiterate nannies to care for it. Even his manager was unaware of this matter. How on earth did this 18-line nobody find out? Nan Hua shot Xie Qiao a venomous glare. He instinctively wanted to argue, but as soon as he opened his mouth, he realized it was Xie Qiao's inner voice he had overheard. There was simply no way to explain. An explanation would only confirm the truth. Nan Hua felt as though he might faint from rage. He had never suffered such a humiliating blow. Taking a couple of deep breaths, he noticed Shun Qianqian emerging from the maid's room. His eyes lit up, and he quickly beckoned her to sit down. Hastily changing the subject, now that everyone is here, let us discuss our roles. This episode should follow the same format as before. The production team will not provide any assistance, and we will need to prepare our own meals. Nan Hua surveyed the others and suddenly had a thought. He said deliberately, shall we proceed as before? Xiao Song and Qianqian can go grocery shopping. I'll wash and chop the vegetables. Xiao Wu can cook. Xiao Qiu will wash the dishes. And Teacher Lin and Teacher Qi can handle the cleaning. He turned slightly, casting a somewhat malicious glance at Xie Qiao. Qiao Qiao, what can you do? He had not assigned Xie Qiao any task whatsoever. This way, Xie Qiao would not only lack screen time, but after the show aired, she would also be criticized by fans for acting aloof. Xie Qiao blinked, huh? She rummaged through her pocket, quickly retrieving 2 100 yuan bills and placing them on the coffee table, gently pushing them forward. I can contribute money. Chapter 5, The Golden Retriever Puppy. The guests were all taken aback. Nan Hua chuckled condescendingly. The grocery money is supposed to be contributed by everyone. Lowering his gaze, he caught sight of the bills Xie Qiao had offered, and his expression soured immediately. You're offering 200 in total? Xie Qiao nodded affirmatively. Nan Hua straightened his face. Each episode began with a budget of 200 yuan, and it was customary for them to contribute 50 each to pool 400 for food expenses. Now that Xie Qiao was contributing 200 alone, it indeed could not be said that she had done nothing. After all, in this show, money was often valued more than labor. Not only that, but her decision to contribute money without working made it seem as though she were their employer. Nan Hua moved her lips, but had yet to utter a word when Wu Qishan turned his head away. The total personal funds amount to merely 200 yuan. You've handed it all over now. What will you do next? Xie Qiao blinked her eyes in response. It's fine. I can always earn more later. Can't I? Wu Qishan wore an expression of admiration. Earning money afterwards is quite a challenge. Suddenly recalling something, he speculated. Have you not watched the program and are unaware of the difficulty in making money? Xie Qiao cupped her face with a smile. Of course, I've seen it. I read about it in books. This segment of the dating variety show had elevated the fame of the original female lead, Shen Qianqian, significantly. Hence the original text devoted considerable attention to its depiction. The show primarily emphasized the concept of a return to the essence of love, thus being rather stingy with its financial rewards. There had even been an absurd instance where completing a pair climbing task only yielded 10 yuan. However, what do I care about the challenging tasks? I still have a secret stash of 1,000 yuan. Hee. Wu Qishan caught wind of Xie Qiao's inner thoughts. His expression turned subtly complicated, his lips moving slightly as he ultimately suppressed his curiosity. How did Xie Qiao manage to bring the money in, considering the luggage checks? The director shared Wu Qishan's confusion. He stared at the camera for a moment before turning to ask the staff, "Did you let anything slip during the luggage checks?" The staff quickly shook their heads. "Of course not. We wouldn't dare let anything slide, not even with teacher Shen's suitcase." The director shot him a glance. This foolish fellow seemed oblivious to any issues with Xie Qiao. Could he not hear her thoughts? The director waved his hand dismissively. "Go check the footage of Xie Qiao. She smuggled in 1,000 cash." Throughout the villa, except for the bathroom, cameras were situated in nearly every corner. The staff frantically began reviewing the footage and quickly located the video. "Director, look." In the clip, Xie Qiao ripped her clothing and retrieved the cash, deliberately presenting it towards the camera, as if mocking it. The director. Heart attack imminent. He scrutinized the footage twice, then adjusted his microphone. Using the earpiece to communicate, "Teacher Xie, could you please step outside for a moment?" Just as Xie Qiao was engaged in a discussion with Wu Qishan about the absurdity of the production team's tasks, she responded, "Huh?" a bit bewildered. She touched her earpiece. Why was the director suddenly calling for her? Xie Qiao gestured for a pause to Wu Qishan and whispered, "I'll step out for a bit." As she touched her earpiece and exited the villa, she encountered an approaching staff member. The staff member, looking apologetic, said, "Teacher Xie, we just discovered from the footage that you've concealed 1,000 cash. Please hand it over." Xie Qiao blinked. Without hesitation, she promptly retrieved the 1,000 from her pocket and inquired, "Is this sufficient?" The staff member nodded. Xie Qiao beamed. She slightly bowed her head and then turned to open the large villa door. "I knew you would come to collect. I've hidden another 1,000, you know." The director was somewhat exasperated. Hadn't she already shredded those garments? Where could she have concealed the remaining 1,000? Unaware of the director's distress, Xie Qiao had already stepped back into the villa, selecting a new empty seat. Wu Qishan, like a puppy, hurried over and squatted beside her. "Sister Qiao." He furtively glanced around before quietly asking, "Sister Qiao, what did the director want with you?" Xie Qiao glanced at Wu Qishan. He squatted next to her, his golden hair shining, with wide, curious eyes resembling a golden retriever. Xie Qiao chuckled, deliberately teasing him, "You'll find out when the show airs." Wu Qishan, what a treasure you are, keeping it all to yourself. Surely the director had heard Xie Qiao's thoughts and confiscated her hidden funds. With 200 turned into public funds and the 1,000 taken away, Xie Qiao's next few days would undoubtedly be challenging. Wu Qishan frowned. He cast a sympathetic glance at Xie Qiao, then hesitated before tentatively asking, "Can you cook?" Xie Qiao shook her head. "Not at all. My culinary skills are so exquisite that I could set the kitchen ablaze." Wu Qishan fell silent for a moment. He glanced at Xie Qiao in conflict before stating, "If you're out of money, these next few days will be tough." Clenching his teeth, Wu Qishan proposed, "How about this? Tell everyone you can cook and offer to help me, and get 100 back from Nanhua. You don't have to cook. You can just stand by and watch." Xie Qiao looked at Wu Qishan in surprise. Wow, this golden retriever pup has such a good heart. Wouldn't he be thinking of giving up on Lin Shanshan to pair with me, would he? No, please don't fall for me. It leads nowhere. Wu Qishan. Who's a golden retriever pup? His eyes widened in disbelief as he glared at Xie Qiao. "Do as you wish." Xie Qiao was a bit perplexed. She hadn't said she wouldn't, so why was this golden retriever pup getting all riled up? Sighing, Xie Qiao decided to stroke the puppy's fur gently. "I know you want to help me, but going back on your word isn't good, and I truly can't cook. It's all right. I will find a way to make money." She fished out a milk candy from her pocket and offered it to Wu Qishan. "Want some?" Wu Qishan glanced at the candy. He huffed softly, took the candy, unwrapped it, and popped it into his mouth. He complained, "This thing is high in calories. Eating one means I have to do 50 sets of exercises." Suddenly recalling something, he tilted his head and asked, "How did you bring this candy in?" Before entering, the production team checks not only the luggage but also our pockets to prevent smuggling. Xie Qiao blinked. I found it on the table in my room. As if remembering something, she added, could this be something the previous occupant left behind? I hope it's not expired. Wu Qishan's eyes widened, and instinctively, he wanted to spit the candy out, but as his tongue moved, he heard Xie Qiao laughing. Just kidding. This house must have been cleaned extra well by the production team. Xie Qiao shook the hood of her sweatshirt, spilling out a pile of candies and chocolates. She cheerfully asked, anyone want some? Chapter 6. I'm here to help you get revenge. In the room with 8 guests, apart from Xie Qiao, were actors. One was an idol, and only 2 singers could indulge without concern for calories. One of those singers was Nan Hua. The guests exchanged glances. Anne Shin Qianqian was the first to smile and speak. No, thank you. I need to watch my diet. She declined, saying, I can't eat such high-calorie things. The other guests quickly echoed her sentiments. Me neither. I have mouth ulcers. Next time for sure. Xie Qiao blinked, feigning disappointment. Really? That's such a pity. This candy is quite delicious. Cheerfully, she gathered all the candies together and stashed them in her pocket. Perfect, they're all mine. After securing the candies, Xie Qiao looked up and found everyone still staring at her, feeling a bit confused. Isn't at almost 10? Aren't we supposed to go buy groceries? Why is everyone surrounding me? Her words jolted the other guests back to reality. They hadn't come to listen to Xie Qiao's thoughts. They were there to participate in a dating show. Song Jinyan quickly reacted, reaching out to Shin Qianqian with a smile. Shall we go? Shin Qianqian nodded. Linking arms with Song Jinyan, the 2 of them intimately exiting the villa. A camera operator followed closely behind. Shin Qianqian peeked back at the 2 and sighed inwardly. Alas, I am deeply in love with her, yet I can only pretend to be a good friend. Song Jinyan has no idea how bittersweet it feels. The golden retriever pup suddenly lifted his head, fixating his gaze on Xie Qiao. Not only Wu Qishan, but the remaining individuals in the room, including the director before the camera, found themselves unconsciously fixated on Xie Qiao. What is this morsel of secret affection? Do elaborate. Xie Qiao withdrew her gaze, settled back onto the sofa, and upon lifting her head, she immediately sensed the peculiar atmosphere. Why were all the guests silent, their breaths held as they stared at her? This situation was exceedingly strange. Xie Qiao furrowed her brows in confusion, unable to restrain herself. She fished her phone out of her pocket and slowly broke the silence. Are you all playing games? Still lost in the excitement of gossip, Wu Qishan instinctively replied, sure. The golden retriever-like fellow pulled out his phone, shook his head, and followed Xie Qiao in opening the game Honor of Kings, only to then realize. Wait, sister. You dropped 2 major scandals in 5 minutes, yet you leave us hanging without any details? Wu Qishan tugged at his blonde hair, opening the game while discreetly stealing glances at Xie Qiao. Say something more, sister. The other guests, much like him, fidgeted in anticipation. Nan Hua sought to find a topic to extract more information but feared that a poorly phrased question might inadvertently drag his own secrets into the light. He could only hold his breath, waiting for the others to speak up. Fortunately, the other guests were indeed curious. Lin Shanshan settled next to Xie Qiao, pondered for a moment and casually remarked, Teacher Shin and Xiao Song have such a good relationship. This statement was quite suggestive, and if Xie Qiao followed this thread, it could easily lead to further revelations. Xie Qiao, without a second thought, nodded in agreement. Indeed. The guests, all ears, awaited more gossip. Why are you silent again? Say something, Qiao Mei. Xie Qiao, oblivious to the other's eager anticipation, merely displayed her phone screen and asked Wu Qishan, shall we team up face-to-face? Wu Qishan joined her team room. Xie Qiao then turned her attention to the other guests, politely inquiring, do you all want to play? Given the game's widespread popularity, most guests had it downloaded. Lin Shanshan leaned in. I'll join. Lin Shanshan was also a third-tier artist. Her recognition was decent, but her strikingly fierce appearance had kept her from landing leading roles, relegating her to play the vicious supporting characters repeatedly. She had come to this dating reality show in hopes of showcasing her softer side and vying for more positive roles. Lin Shanshan opened her phone and joined the room. The game, akin to the Honor of King Xie Qiao was familiar with, was nearly identical apart from its name. She glanced at the screen and noted that their gaming ranks were similar enough to compete in ranked matches. Xie Qiao clicked to start the game, entering the character selection screen. While she was still pre-selecting her character, she heard Lin Shanshan mumble, I wonder when Teacher Shen and Xiao Song will return. I wonder what they will buy. Last time, Xiao Song got scolded by Teacher Shen for her grocery choices. Even as the game began loading, Lin Shanshan continued to chatter. Oh, by the way, they even left hand in hand. Xie Qiao felt a headache coming on from Lin Shanshan's incessant prattle. She raised her head, gazing at Lin Shanshan in puzzlement. Why is she so fixated on Xin Qianqian and Song Jinyan? Could it be that she has an interest in either Xin Qianqian or Song Jinyan? That shouldn't be the case. Isn't she a staunch individualist? Lin Shanshan. She merely wanted to gossip a bit, but somehow got herself involved. Unable to hold back, Lin Shanshan inadvertently made a mistake, sending her character charging into the enemy's turret. First blood. Her character was cruelly slain by the turret. This was an unforgivable blunder, and Lin Shanshan suddenly lost interest in gossip, pursing her lips and frowning. Sorry. Wu Qishan comforted her from the side. It's alright, Lin Jia. It's just one kill. We'll smash them later. Lin Shanshan gave a soft She blew on her phone screen and focused intently on controlling her character, playing as a mid-lane mage. She lacked any survival skills, making her a prime target. In just 5 minutes, Lin Shanshan's character had already been killed 6 times. The opposing team even opened the public chat to mock her. Genius little star. Haha, what a fool. Dying 6 times in 5 minutes. Genius little star. Your grandpa is coming to catch you. Almost simultaneously with the emerging taunts, Lin Shanshan's character met her demise once again, even within her own turret's range. Enraged, Lin Shanshan, who already had a short temper, retaliated by opening the chat box, typing furiously. Are you out of your mind? Just as she was midway through her message, someone gently pressed down on the back of her hand. Xie Qiao whispered, Don't send that. You're a public figure. And it wouldn't look good if it airs on the show. She chuckled lightly, maneuvering her character to hide in the bushes mid-lane. Xie Qiao narrowed her eyes. I'll help you get revenge. Chapter 7. Sister Qiao, you are my goddess. The hero Xie Qiao played had a charming nickname among players, the Mirror Girl. This character, when utilizing skills, would unleash a mirror image that would attack the target alongside the original. Thanks to the presence of this illusion, the hero's skillfulness and explosive potential were remarkable. If played well, she could take on 2 or even 3 opponents. Xie Qiao quietly noted, they will undoubtedly attempt to catch you again. Thus, the 2 adversaries would likely return to this bush, hoping to ambush Lin Shanshan. Xie Qiao patiently waited for several seconds until 2 silhouettes appeared in her line of sight. She restrained her excitement until they drew near, then unleashed a rapid succession of skills. Stun, attack, kill, double kill. The 2 opposing characters collapsed almost simultaneously. Xie Qiao's character leisurely approached the corpses, then opened the chat box, selecting a preset message to send out. Haha, not bad. This taunt was undeniably provocative, causing an uproar among the opposing team. Genius little star. Can't take a hit, huh? Genius little star. Just wait. Lin Shanshan felt a twinge of anxiety, and Xie Qiao turned to her, smiling. Don't be afraid. Xie Qiao maneuvered her character to feign a retreat, then quickly cleared a wave of minions before once again hiding in the bushes near the mid lane. Xie Qiao softly remarked, They were just provoked by me. They won't be able to swallow their pride, and will come back. As if to affirm her words, almost as soon as she finished, the 2 adversaries reappeared in the mid lane. The opposing duo likely believed the last kill was merely a stroke of luck, and without much caution, Xie Qiao positioned herself strategically and executed another flawless combo. The 2 fell once more. This time, rather than sending the previous taunt, Xie Qiao opened the chat box, found the emote section, and commanded her character to perform a celebratory dance over the 2 fallen foes. Genius little star, fool. Genius little star. Wait until I send someone to take you down. Xie Qiao leisurely chuckled, not even glancing at the threat, and resumed farming in the jungle. It was only when the 2 revived and returned to the lane that Xie Qiao finally allowed her character to saunter leisurely before them. They recoiled as if they were mice facing a cat, retreating under the safety of their turret. Having been killed twice in succession, the opponents were clearly intimidated. As soon as her character appeared, they dared not poke their heads out from behind the turret. Xie Qiao was not surprised by their reaction. She called out, Wu Qishan. Come help tank the turret damage. The golden retriever-like companion replied, Huh? He felt a bit bewildered, yet continued to chew on his candy, maneuvering his character to rush forward and crash into the opposing defense tower. The 2 opponents were startled, mistakenly believing that Wu Qishan intended to eliminate them forcefully, and hurriedly unleashed all their skills. Xie Qiao seized the opportunity with keen insight. She deployed her ultimate ability, decisively eliminating the 2 opponents who were left defenseless. Then swiftly swapped places with her mirror image, gracefully escaping from beneath the enemy tower. Only then did Wu Qishan, controlling his character with but a sliver of health remaining, depart from the enemy tower. He murmured, "Your grand entrance makes me look rather foolish." Xie Qiao chuckled at his remark, reaching into her pocket to pinch off a piece of chocolate for him, playfully cooing, "It's all right, your performance exudes a sense of security." The golden retriever, flattered, felt a surge of joy, eagerly trailing behind Xie Qiao's character and asking, "Can I follow you?" Xie Qiao playfully shooed him away, "Just go protect Sister Shanshan." The consecutive triple kills had already provided Xie Qiao with a significant advantage in the game. In the ensuing minutes, the slaughter was overwhelmingly one-sided. The opposing players, aside from having bullied Lin Shanshan at the beginning and securing a few kills, failed to eliminate anyone else. The game concluded swiftly. And just before the minions completely destroyed the enemy's crystal, Xie Qiao activated the public screen. "Wow, that was impressive," came a comment from Xiao Qiao. Almost as soon as the words were spoken, the minions demolished the opposing crystal, and the screen lit up with 2 large red letters. Victory. Lin Shanshan, in a fit of excitement, tossed her phone onto the sofa and immediately embraced Xie Qiao, exclaiming, "Qiao Mei. No, Qiao Jie. You are my one and only sister." Having been bullied for most of the match, Lin Shanshan now felt a release of pent-up frustration, her excitement palpable. "You were amazing." Xie Qiao struggled to pry herself free from Lin Shanshan's embrace, poking her head out. "Sister Shanshan, I can't breathe," she asserted. Realizing her grip was too tight due to her enthusiasm, Lin Shanshan quickly released her hold, asking with concern, "Are you alright?" Xie Qiao flashed a smile, "I'm fine." Sigh. Sister Shanshan is truly delightful and soft. Sisterhood is a bond. After a moment of internal reflection, she turned her head only to collide with Wu Qishan's gaze, which seemed to plead, "Is there no one to bond with me?" Xie Qiao coldly averted her eyes. "No disturbances, little pup." Wu Qishan, taken aback, exclaimed, "Is there really a bias against me?" His eyes widened, ready to engage Xie Qiao in a debate, when the sound of the door opening interrupted him. Song Jinyan and Shun Qianqian entered one after the other, though both bore grim expressions and empty hands. Lin Shanshan approached them, puzzled. "Did you forget something?" Shun Qianqian shook her head, pulling out money from her pocket, explaining, "There are no vegetable vendors in town, and the butcher shop is closed today." Furrowing her brow, Shun Qianqian continued, "Only one general store is open, selling only daily necessities, seasonings, and snacks." She sat down on the sofa, brushing her bangs aside and wiping the sweat from her forehead, expressing her dismay. "There's no place to buy vegetables, so what will we have for lunch?" Shun Qianqian cast a glance at the camera. This glance was not directed at the camera itself, but rather at the director behind it. During the recording of the show, the director would always keep a close eye on the guests. Naturally, he would hear her words. Should the inability to procure meat and vegetables stem from a mistake by the production team, the director would promptly communicate through the earpiece to make new arrangements. Shun Qianqian waited a few seconds, but the earpiece remained silent. The director had not spoken. She stood up from the sofa, asserting, "The production team wouldn't leave such a significant oversight. There must be another place to buy vegetables, Zhenyan, and I will go look again." Shun Qianqian took hold of Song Zhenyan and exited once more. Xie Qiao blinked, choosing not to say much, and simply initiated another game, waiting alongside the other guests. Chapter 8. Don't let anyone quit the game. Just as her game was nearing its conclusion, she heard the director's voice through the earpiece. They had yet to locate a place. Who could assist them? He specifically named her and Nanhua. Xie Qiao sighed. She decisively led the final wave of the game, effortlessly toppling the opposing team and concluding the match. Rising from the sofa, Xie Qiao announced, "Teacher Shun and the others haven't returned. I'll go check on them." She opened the villa's door, stepped outside, and glanced around. The village was bisected by a concrete road, and after a brief look, she spotted the figures of Shun Qianqian and Song Jinyan. "Teacher Shun, Teacher Song," she called out. Shun Qianqian and Song Jinyan turned their heads, but their hands remained empty. Xie Qiao hurried over to inquire about their situation. They had also heard the director's call-out. Though somewhat reluctant, Shun Qianqian explained, "Both sides of the road are lined with residences. There's only one general store at the village entrance, and beside it a butcher shop. The butcher is closed. We wandered around here twice, but didn't see any other shops." Xie Qiao took this information to heart. She surveyed her surroundings and then walked straight to a ridge in the fields, calling out to an elderly woman spraying pesticides. "Hey, Grandma." The old lady, puzzled, turned off the sprayer, and looked back. What is it, little one? She scrutinized Xie Qiao for a moment, somewhat uncertain. You seem unfamiliar to me. With a smile, Xie Qiao responded, We've just arrived in this village. We're hoping to buy some meat and vegetables, she added, displaying a hint of distress. But the butcher shop at the village entrance is closed. The grandmother pointed in the distance. That's because today is market day. Everyone has gone down to the town. Rural areas typically hold markets periodically to facilitate trade among residents. Recalling the path they had taken, Xie Qiao confirmed she hadn't seen any other towns and inquired, Where is the town down the mountain? Just follow the main road down and turn left at the foot of the mountain, the grandmother directed. She glanced at them again. Kindly warning, are you planning to go there now? Don't go. If you do, you'll just catch them as they're dispersing. Xin Qianqian pressed her lips together. Feeling a twinge of regret, had she and Song Jinyan not wasted nearly half an hour wandering outside, they would have made it to the market in time. Still regretting their delay, Xin Qianqian was startled when Xie Qiao declared, All right, then we want to go. Grandma, are all these fields yours? I see there are quite a few vegetables inside. Could you sell us some? Xie Qiao turned to Xin Qianqian, showing her an open palm. Money. Xin Qianqian quickly opened her bag and retrieved all the cash inside. Xie Qiao glanced at the bills in her palm, then pulled out a 100 yuan note, tucking it into the grandmother's pocket. 100 yuan. Please be generous and give us some vegetables, she implored, hands clasped in a gesture of supplication. Without food, we might starve today. The grandmother chuckled at her earnestness. After finishing her last bit of spraying, she beckoned to Xie Qiao, Come here. Xie Qiao followed her. And before long, the grandmother emerged from the small courtyard dragging a snakeskin bag. Xie Qiao smiled at Xin Qianqian and the others, tossing the bag over her shoulder. We got the vegetables, let us head back. The bag was bulging, evidently filled with at least half a bag of goods. Song Jinyan, a bit concerned, approached to support the bag, asking, Can you carry it? Xie Qiao appeared unfazed, no problem at all. If this were a sack of cash, I could carry 2 more bags. Song Jinyan was amused by her candidness. Despite suppressing a laugh, she still supported the bottom of the bag. Let me help you with that. Xin Qianqian turned her head to glance in this direction. She appeared somewhat inclined to offer assistance, yet after a moment's hesitation, she withdrew her gaze. Xin Qianqian's brows were drawn low, her expression clearly one of dejection. Xie Qiao stole a sidelong glance at her. Perhaps I should comfort her? Yet, she was conflicted. But what if, after comforting her, Xin Qianqian thinks I'm quite likable and doesn't he want to push me out of the circle? Exiting the circle and lying low was of paramount importance. As Xie Qiao pondered, she suddenly heard Xin Qianqian softly huff, Don't be too self-absorbed. Xie Qiao. Huh. What did she say that made her self-absorbed? She looked at Xin Qianqian in confusion, just about to speak. When she heard Xin Qianqian suddenly lower her voice and mutter a faint, Thank you, Xie Qiao tilted her head. You're welcome. She smiled, adding, It's only right to help each other. Is a simple thank you meant to dismiss me? If you love me, then force me to exit the circle. Xin Qianqian. Taking advantage of the camera's inattention, she discreetly rolled her eyes. What was with Xie Qiao, always bringing up exiting the circle? Moreover, why was she the one pushing Xie Qiao to leave? Xin Qianqian racked her brain, trying to recall if there had been any conflict between her and Xie Qiao. But nothing came to mind. She decided to take out her phone and message her manager. Xin Qianqian, is there any recent conflict between Xie Qiao and me? Wang Mama. Wang Mama. My little ancestor, have you forgotten this? Wang Mama. Weren't you vying for the lead role from director Liu? Xie Qiao was also competing for that role. Xin Qianqian suddenly remembered. A few days ago, her manager had indeed mentioned it in passing. However, she only knew that the individual competing for the role against her was a rather insignificant star. She hadn't even paid attention to what that person was called. It turned out that the insignificant artist was Xie Qiao. Xin Qianqian raised her head and discreetly scrutinized Xie Qiao. Then said, Please contact the fan club and ask them to restrain the fans' behavior. They shouldn't attack her. We must ensure fair competition. Let South not drive her out of the circle. Xin Qianqian calmly rationalized her decision. It wasn't merely for the sake of gossip or to hear heartfelt sentiments. Primarily, Xie Qiao is quite a decent person. Chapter 9. How did she know? Xie Qiao was oblivious to the fact that her dream of being forced out of the circle had already shattered significantly. With a cheerful spirit, she pushed open the villa's grand door and stepped into the living room. The other guests were still seated on the sofa, seemingly engaged in light banter. Xie Qiao turned to them and waved. Who's responsible for washing the vegetables? You can come to the kitchen now. As her gaze fell upon the guests, she suddenly recalled. Oh, it's Teacher Nan. Tisk, constructing the persona of a good family man for the show. In reality, he has a 2-year-old illegitimate child he has never even seen. And he doesn't even allow the child's mother to visit. Yikes, what a scoundrel. Just as Nanhua stood up with a smile from the sofa, he overheard Xie Qiao's inner thoughts, causing his smile to freeze in place. Not daring to meet the eyes of the other guests, Nanhua hurriedly scurried into the kitchen. He gritted his teeth, thinking, where on earth did this insignificant star gather so much information? Stepping out of the camera's view, Nanhua shot Xie Qiao a fierce glare, then quickly plastered on a smile as she turned back. What groceries did you buy? Xie Qiao opened her bag and displayed its contents, some rice, flour, and vegetables. She bent down, taking out the vegetables while counting. 1 cabbage, 5 potatoes, 5 tomatoes, and 2 cucumbers. Xie Qiao neatly arranged the fruits and vegetables on the countertop, then turned with a smile, saying, Thanks for your hard work, Teacher Nan. Nan Hua maintained a stern expression. He casually inspected the vegetables and then found fault. You only bought this for $100? Frowning, he scrutinized the produce, disdainfully adding, How is there not even a piece of meat? His voice was not quiet, and nearly all the guests in the room heard him. Everyone turned their heads to look towards the kitchen. Shun Qianqian reacted the quickest, almost immediately walking over, her brows knitting. You're complaining about not getting meat? She rummaged through her pocket, pulled out $50 and slapped it on the countertop. Here's 50, you go buy some. Shun Qianqian snickered. I bet you wouldn't even know where the market is. Song Jinyan also approached, chiming in. Exactly, if you're so dissatisfied, go buy it yourself. Nan Hua was momentarily stunned by their retorts, his expression darkening. With both Shin Qianqian and Song Jinyan being of considerable status, he couldn't leverage his position to suppress them, so he could only force a laugh. Is it really that hard to buy groceries here? Xie Qiao chose to ignore him, merely lifting the corners of her mouth to reveal a smile. Goodness. There may come a day when I can also rely on my connections. Upon uttering this thought, both Shin Qianqian and Song Jinyan couldn't help but turn their heads, glancing at Xie Qiao. Xie Qiao herself sensed something was amiss. Correction. It's leveraging a tiger's might. Shun Qianqian shot Xie Qiao a disdainful look before beckoning her to step out. Why are you lingering in the kitchen? Don't disturb Teacher Nan while he's washing the vegetables. Xie Qiao cheerfully complied. Okay. She set down the cucumber in her hand and walked over to Shun Qianqian, exiting the kitchen together. Following Shun Qianqian, Xie Qiao settled down on the sofa in the living room. Lin Shanshan was still engrossed in a game with Wu Qishan. The golden retriever's gaming skills seemed rather lacking, and when Xie Qiao sat down, it was being scolded by Lin Shanshan. Can you even play? Wu Qishan, with his droopy golden fur, looked quite aggrieved. A man can't say he can't. Lin Shanshan scoffed coldly. Humph. As they squabbled, Xie Qiao glanced towards the kitchen and asked Shun Qianqian, Why isn't sing your song with us? Shun Qianqian blinked and leaned closer to Xie Qiao's ear, whispering, They're in a flirtation phase. Of course, Jinyan would go help Nanhua. Xie Qiao was taken aback. Wasn't Song Jinyan secretly in love with Shen Qianqian? How could she possibly be in a flirtation phase with a scoundrel like Nanhua, especially in the show? Xie Qiao quickly realized. Oh. It's for the sake of show effect. It is a romantic variety show, after all. They must showcase some sparks of flirtation, or it would be a waste. Xie Qiao lightly clicked her tongue. The poor beauty. For the sake of the show, she has to deal with a scoundrel while having someone she cares about. Shun Qianqian was momentarily stunned. Due to the distance, she hadn't heard Xie Qiao's previous inner thoughts. This was her first time learning of this matter. Song Jinyan has someone in her heart? Goodness, is she no longer her close friend? How could she keep something like having a crush under wraps? Shun Qianqian felt a surge of anger. She desperately wanted to march into the kitchen and confront Song Jinyan. However, considering the cameras were still rolling, she restrained herself for the time being. In the living room, with 6 people present, Lin Shanshan and Wu Qishan were engrossed in their game, while the remaining 4 had nothing to do and began to chat. They had not conversed for long when Nanhua and Song Jinyan finished washing the vegetables and exited the kitchen together. The golden retriever rolled up its sleeves and went in to start cooking. Shun Qianqian seized the opportunity, pulling Song Jinyan aside and leading her to the garden. Then, she abruptly removed her earpiece and whispered, Jinyan, isn't this a bit unfair? Song Jinyan was taken aback by the question. She instinctively recalled if she had done anything overly outrageous recently. Confirming she hadn't, she raised her head and asked with a smile, "What's wrong?" Shun Qianqian sat on the sofa and leaned in to whisper, "It's about the person you have a crush on." Song Jinyen froze instantly. Blood rushed to her head, and a cold sweat broke out on her back, as she almost feared that Shun Qianqian had discovered her secret infatuation. She contemplated all the worst possible outcomes, instinctively feeling an urge to apologize. However, before she could utter a word, a semblance of rationality returned.
No.
If Shun Qianqian were to discover that the person she secretly admired was herself, she certainly wouldn't adopt such an accusatory demeanor. Song Jinyen steadied her mind and suppressed her emotions, saying, "Qianqian, what are you talking about? Are you hiding something from me?" Shun Qianqian pouted. "Don't you have someone you secretly admire?" She pressed further. "Who could it be? Does our illustrious Song have a secret crush?" Song Jinyen first released a heavy sigh of relief, only to find herself feeling a twinge of bitterness. She remained silent for a moment, smiled gently, and after gazing at Shun Qianqian for a brief while, whispered, "You know him too." Shun Qianqian gasped. She strained to sift through her acquaintances, and just as she began to identify a few potential candidates, she heard Song Jinyen's inquiry, "Qianqian, how did you find out about this?" Shun Qianqian instinctively replied, "From Xie Qiao's heart's voice." She blinked and asked, "Can't you hear it too?" Song Jinyen. After enduring several months of superficial interactions during filming, Song Jinyen finally synchronized her thoughts with Nan Hua's. But how on earth did Xie Qiao come to know of this? Chapter 10. Don't even think about it, okay? Xie Qiao tilted her head, straining to gaze outside the window. Shun Qianqian sat on a swing in the yard, while Song Jinyen stood beside her. Her gaze lowered as if gazing at her own deity. Shun Qianqian, oblivious to Song Jinyen's expression, tugged at her sleeve and leaned in to whisper in her ear. "Xie Qiao, if this isn't clarified, I might just spill the beans." Xie Qiao edged closer to the window, attempting to eavesdrop on their conversation. But the villa's soundproofing was remarkably effective. She could not hear a single sound. Sighing in disappointment, Xie Qiao straightened up and turned her attention to the living room. The others were still engaged in conversation, while the golden retriever had finished cooking and was bustling about, serving dishes. Xie Qiao helped herself to a serving of rice before joining the other guests at the dining table. Shun Qianqian and Song Jinyen had yet to return, and as Xie Qiao grasped her chopsticks, hesitatingly biting the tip, she pondered, "Should I go call them? They're alone with their crush, after all. Wouldn't interrupting them invoke divine wrath?" Still wavering, she heard a gentle cough from the doorway. Song Jinyen had just pushed the door open. To her surprise, upon entering, she overheard a heart's voice. Song Jinyen felt a pang in her chest, instinctively turning to glance at Shun Qianqian. Shun Qianqian appeared relaxed, her head slightly lowered as she fiddled with her pink manicure. She had not heard Xie Qiao's heart's voice. Song Jinyen unconsciously exhaled in relief, raising her eyebrows to shoot Xie Qiao a warning glance. That heart's voice nearly exposed a long-held secret. Luckily, Shun Qianqian was oblivious. Yet being so close to Shun Qianqian, Song Jinyen could hear Xie Qiao's heart's voice while Shun Qianqian remained unaware. Was it a matter of being just within the range of Xie Qiao's heart's voice? Song Jinyen uncertainly estimated the distance between herself and Xie Qiao to be about 5 meters. Or could it be that walls obstructed the sound? As she pondered the rules of eavesdropping on Xie Qiao's heart's voice, she held the door, turning to let Shun Qianqian in. With a smile, she glanced at the dining table and changed the subject. "Let me see what we're having for lunch." With limited ingredients, even the finest chef couldn't create culinary masterpieces. The golden retriever had labored in the kitchen for quite some time, ultimately producing a dish of stir-fried shredded potatoes, 2 servings of vinegar-dressed cabbage, a plate of smashed cucumbers, and a bowl of sugar-dressed tomatoes. Song Jinyen's smile vanished. She closed the door, visibly pained. A low-fat meal. Xie Qiao sighed in response. At least a low-fat meal should include chicken breast, maybe even shrimp. She thought, heartbroken. What a blunder. If only I had said a few more kind words to Grandma, I might have exchanged them for her eggs. Perhaps I could have even negotiated for an egg mother. Growing hungrier by the moment, Xie Qiao swallowed hard and bravely lifted her chopsticks. It's all right. Vegetarian meals are quite healthy. Xie Qiao grabbed a handful of shredded potatoes and bit down fiercely. Darn it, I should have brought fried chicken to flan tonight. Xie Qiao sampled every dish on the table and was pleasantly surprised to discover that the golden retriever was quite the chef. At least the shredded potatoes were tangy and appetizing. She polished off an entire bowl of rice and was just about to head for a nap when she felt someone lightly tugging at her sleeve. It was Song Jinyan. Xia Qiao jumped in surprise, instinctively retracting her wrist, then turned to ask quietly, "What's up?" Song Jinyan stood from her chair, gently tugging at Xia Qiao's sleeve and leading her away. She turned her head slightly, signaling Xia Qiao to follow her. Xia Qiao, though somewhat puzzled, complied with the gentle pull and followed Song Jinyan to the balcony. The balcony was semi-enclosed, the ceiling entirely made of glass, making it feel like a sauna in the midday heat. Xia Qiao squatted at the door, firmly refusing to step further inside. "Teacher Song, what do you need to discuss with me?" The balcony door was a trifold sliding door. Song Jinyan struggled to close it before turning around and squatting down beside Xia Qiao. "Is it obvious that I like Xin Qianqian?" Xia Qiao's eyes widened in shock. She stiffened in fear. "Why is she asking me this? Isn't this akin to self-detonating a truck?" Xia Qiao desperately tried to deduce the reason. "Has her affection for Xin Qianqian been noticed, and is she seeking my opinion?" "That shouldn't be the case. We're not that close. Even if she sought someone for advice, it shouldn't be me, and besides. Moreover, according to the storyline, no one discovered Song Jinyan's feelings until Xin Qianqian was with the male lead, Gu Qinyan. Would the narrative unravel if she interfered? This was a matter that could directly affect her withdrawal from the industry. It absolutely couldn't fall apart. Xia Qiao felt anxious. What went wrong here? She painfully licked her lips, carefully choosing her words. "Not obvious at all?" Xia Qiao offered a sincere smile. "At least I didn't notice." She further reinforced her persona. "Honestly, if you hadn't suddenly called me over to discuss this, I wouldn't have known you like Teacher Shin." Xia Qiao raised her head, her cat-like eyes widening, trying to convey her sincerity through her expression. However, Song Jinyan did not believe Xia Qiao's words. She had not revealed her feelings for Xin Qianqian to anyone, not even her manager. Xia Qiao could only glean the truth from the nuances of her interactions with Xin Qianqian. Song Jinyan softened her tone. "Tell me, where have I been insufficiently discreet?" Xia Qiao maintained her facade. "Nothing at all. You both seem perfectly normal to me." She even scratched her head, showcasing an innocent college student's clarity. "You two look like great friends. It's in the eyes. It's in the eyes." Heh. Her gaze can't possibly conceal it. Love is evident in every glance. You can't hide it. Not at all. I just caught a glimpse, and my shipper's soul awakened. Song Jinyan fell silent for a moment, conflicted by Xia Qiao's words and her heart's voice. She furrowed her brow for a moment before finally sighing, "I understand." She did not press Xia Qiao further, merely whispering, "By the way, there's one more thing I'd like to ask of you." Xia Qiao tilted her head. Song Jinyan spoke softly. "I don't want my feelings to burden her. It's enough for us to be friends. So, I'd like to ask you not to mention this in front of Qianqian." She cast a fleeting glance at Xia Qiao and deliberately added, "It's best not to harbor any thoughts about it." Chapter 11:79. Where is the expense? Xia Qiao blinked. "Isn't it enough for you to meddle with my words? Why should you also dictate my thoughts, controlling the heavens and the earth? And now you wish to manage my farts?" Listening to Xia Qiao's inner musings, Song Jinyan began to feel a headache coming on. She stared at Xia Qiao for a moment, ultimately deciding to resort to temptation. "If you agree to my proposal." Song Jinyan reminisced about the promotional items she had on hand and promised, "I can make you the promotional officer for the new Meishio Ji products." Meishio Ji is a domestic beauty brand positioned at a mid-tier price point, relatively new to the market. However, since its inception, the brand has had a clear objective: to compete on quality with lower-end products and on price with higher-end ones, using celebrities and influencers to establish its reputation and aggressively penetrate the market. The upcoming product is an eyebrow pencil. Although it has not yet officially launched, it has been in the spotlight for quite a while, and several celebrities have already been associated with its mysterious promotion. Song Jinyan assured her, "I am the spokesperson for the entire line, and I have the authority to appoint a promotional officer." Xia Qiao reacted. "Meishio Ji? Isn't that brand quite affordable? Shouldn't you reflect on your own reasons? Isn't it difficult for domestic brands? It's about to face a backlash for ridiculing consumers. Whoever takes on this promotional role will surely regret it." Song Jinyan was taken aback. A backlash? How did Xia Qiao know about something that even she, the spokesperson, was unaware of? Song Jinyan felt a twinge of suspicion but dismissed it. If Xia Qiao already knew about her admiration for Xin Qianqian, what secrets could she possibly hide? She instinctively believed Xia Qiao's words. Song Jinyan proposed a new condition. In addition to the promotional officer role, I can offer you a guest spot on a variety show. She emphasized a popular variety show. For an artist at the bottom tier, a guest appearance on a hit show is far more valuable than a single promotional role. While the promotional role brings a one-time endorsement fee, a guest appearance could lead to a steady stream of subsequent income, given the right exposure. Song Jinyen believed her offer was sincere. However, as soon as she lowered her head, she noticed the look of sheer terror on Xie Qiao's face. She resembled a popular meme of a cat shaking its head fervently, repeatedly exclaiming no. 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 Xie Qiao had no desire for any resources at all. Without hesitation, she rejected Song Jinyen. I don't want any. Song Jinyen's expression shifted slightly. Was Xie Qiao dissatisfied with her offer? Or did she simply not wish to assist her? Frowning, Song Jinyen contemplated whether to increase her offer when she heard Xie Qiao add, however. I can agree to the matter you mentioned. Xie Qiao stood up from the ground, stretching lazily. Is there anything else? If not, I'm going back for my afternoon nap. She opened the balcony door and fanned herself with her hand, exclaiming, It's scorching out here. Ascending to the second floor. She opened her suitcase and retrieved her small sheep plushie, laying down on the bed. She rolled around on the 2-meter-wide bed a couple of times. Then nestled the sheep against her chest, remarking, This is the life. After a morning filled with hiking and lugging heavy bags, she almost felt like she might have collapsed. Xie Qiao rubbed the sheep's head and made a solemn decision in her heart. No matter who came calling in the afternoon, she would not budge. She turned on the air conditioning, used the remote to close the electric curtains, and kicked apart the blanket that was piled at the foot of the bed. She tugged at the blanket, just as she was curling up in it, when her phone suddenly vibrated twice, signaling a new message. Xie Qiao thought, What the hell? Who is it? Her expression contorted in pain. After a moment of inner turmoil, she begrudgingly reached for the phone on the bedside table. It was a WeChat message from the production team. Production team, good afternoon, esteemed guests. We wonder how much money you have left? Production team, in consideration of your wallets, we have prepared a small money-making activity this afternoon. Weeding. Production team, head to the designated farmland, remove the weeds, and you will receive a reward of 20 yuan. Production team, guests interested should reply with 1 to sign up. The number of farmlands is limited, so it's first come, first served. Xie Qiao quickly skimmed through the lines. The production team hadn't specified the size of the farmland, but knowing their usual practices, it surely wouldn't be small. Goodness, in this sweltering summer heat, toiling under the blazing sun in a sizable field just to earn 20 yuan? What a paltry wage. This task was something even a college student would shun. Confidently, Xie Qiao prepared to put down her phone when she noticed a flurry of replies erupting in the production team's WeChat group, like fish bubbling up to the surface. Wu Qishan, 1, Lin Shanshan, 1, Shen Qianqian, 1. All 8 guests in the production team, except for her, had replied with a 1. Xie Qiao was taken aback. Huh? You all are so eager? She stared at the screen in confusion for a moment before hesitantly extending her hand to tap the virtual keyboard. Struggling, Xie Qiao typed out her stance. Xie Qiao, 0. Those weeds? Let whoever likes weeding go ahead. As for me, I'm not going. Xie Qiao solemnly patted her sheep plushie. This little sheep had been disassembled and reassembled by her, so its belly contained 10% cotton and 90% cash. There was at least 3,000 yuan in there. A mere 20 yuan doesn't deserve my time under the sun. A sneer crept across her lips as she tugged the blanket over her head, signaling the start of her rest. She fell into a deep sleep until she naturally woke up. Stretching and reaching for her phone, Xie Qiao glanced at the time. It was now 2:30 in the afternoon. The production team's WeChat group had 2 new messages calling the guests to the farmland. Additionally, there was a friend request and a private message from a stranger. The friend request was from Shen Qianqian, and the private message was also from her. Production team Shen Qianqian, you really should consider participating in the weeding activity. Production team Shen Qianqian, 20 yuan isn't the point. The important thing is the camera time. For an artist at the bottom tier, a chance to be on camera is invaluable. Only by appearing in front of the lens can one potentially gain followers and have a shot at stardom. Shen Qianqian's reminder was indeed sincere and considerate of Xie Qiao. Xie Qiao stroked her chin, preparing to respond. Chapter 12. The Confused Little Dog. Out of politeness, Xie Qiao instinctively began to type a couple of words of gratitude. However, after typing thank you, she suddenly realized this was inappropriate and quickly deleted the message. No, that was not right. The fact that Shun Qianqian took the time to privately remind her indicated some degree of fondness. However, was her purpose in the production team to improve her relationship with Shun Qianqian? Absolutely not. She aimed to create animosity with Shun Qianqian, making it her mission to challenge her and provoke her as much as possible. She wanted all viewers, especially Shun Qianqian's fans, to be indignant and lash out, ultimately driving Shun Qianqian to despair, to retreat from the industry, and to return home in tears, laying idle as a parasite. Hee. Xie Qiao touched her nose, rephrasing her response. Production team Xie Qiao. Camera time? I'm not concerned. Production team Xie Qiao, suddenly showing concern for me. Could it be that you've fallen for me? Production team Xie Qiao, I know I'm great, but don't fall for me. It won't end well. Xie Qiao admired her 3 sentences, feeling an overwhelming urge to applaud her own brilliance. They were sufficiently slick and brimming with confidence. If presented to an oil extraction factory, they could easily yield 8 barrels of oil. Xie Qiao rose from her bed, cradling a small lamb, resting her chin atop its head as she awaited Shun Qianqian's response. Clearly taken aback by Xie Qiao's remarks, Shun Qianqian took several minutes before slowly replying with 2 words. Program team Shun Qianqian. Haha. Satisfied, Xie Qiao tossed her phone aside. She threw off the covers, retrieved her tablet from her suitcase, and, holding the tablet in one arm while clutching a bag of chips, settled onto the nearby beanbag chair. Xie Qiao launched into the anime she had been following, positioned the tablet on a stand beside her, and ripped open the bag of chips. In the sweltering heat of 35 degrees, luxuriating on a beanbag chair, with the air conditioning blowing gently, munching on chips while engrossed in anime felt utterly splendid. She took another bite of the chips, lamenting internally, what a pity. There's no milk tea. After indulging in 3 episodes of anime and finishing the chips entirely, she glanced at the time, almost 4 o'clock. She rose from the beanbag, stretched languorously, drew back the curtains, and walked out onto the balcony of the master bedroom. The balcony was semi-open and spacious, furnished with a table and 2 outdoor sofas, one large and one small. Xie Qiao strolled to the edge of the balcony, gazing into the distance, where she spotted the silhouettes of other guests several hundred meters away. The distance made it impossible to discern their activities clearly. After a moment's contemplation, she decisively pulled out her phone, opened the camera, and aimed it at the guests. The camera quickly focused on the figures. With one hand freed, she pressed her thumb and forefinger on the screen and pushed slightly. She zoomed in on the scene. Zoom in, and zoom in again. The figures of the guests grew larger in the camera's viewfinder, finally allowing her to discern the specifics. There were approximately 4 fields that needed weeding, and 7 guests, aside from Nan Hua, who was tackling a field alone. The others were paired up. Closing the camera, Xie Qiao slipped her phone into her pocket. Wow. Such an impressive camera. Truly, it leads the pack. She praised the phone internally as she turned around and leisurely made her way downstairs. Feeling a bit parched, she decided to fetch herself a drink. Upon descending, she observed the staff bustling in the living room before meandering into the kitchen. The kitchen was well equipped with appliances. Xie Qiao boiled a kettle of water, poured herself a cup, and, holding the kettle, inquired of the staff, "Anyone want some water?" The staff turned to her, and a team leader waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Thank you, we're fine." He set down his equipment, hesitated for a moment, then mustered his courage to softly ask, "Aren't you going to the fields?" The director had repeatedly instructed that whenever they saw Xie Qiao, they should find a way to coax her into the fields. The team leader, being socially anxious, felt quite flustered. How on earth was he supposed to persuade her? Xie Qiao, unaware of the team leader's turmoil, cooled her water, took a sip, then raised her teacup with a smile, saying, "I'm off." Happiness is best appreciated in contrast. While lounging indoors, she could only experience a fraction of joy. She needed to visit the fields, witnessing the other guests toil so that her own happiness could multiply. Grasping her enamel cup, donning a fisherman's hat, and wearing her pajamas, she ambled toward the filming site in the fields, exuding an air of leisure. The guests were still hard at work in the fields. Xie Qiao stood on the path, observing them for a moment before smilingly sipping her tea. What a delightful sensation it is to watch others work. Is this the perspective of a capitalist? Holding her teacup, she was about to wander to the next field when she noticed a golden retriever in the field abruptly raise its head. Wu Qishan laid down his sickle, wiped his brow, and, much like a husky spotting its owner, wagged his tail as he bounded over. Qiao Qiao. He climbed onto the ridge, wiped his face again, smudging his palms dirt onto his cheek. The golden retriever greeted her with its dirty face. "You're awake?" He glanced around at the other guests, seeing no reaction from them, and his spirits lifted. "Ha! It seems the others didn't hear your thoughts." The golden retriever perked up, leaning closer with a conspiratorial air. "Sister Qiao, you're so relaxed. Do you still have money?" Wu Qishan covered his microphone and whispered, "Can I borrow a little, sister? I'll pay you back after the show." He emphasized, "I'll return tenfold." The golden retriever even put on a pitiful expression, spreading his hands to show Sigh Qiao. "Look, my hands are about to blister." His palms were reddened, with several spots where the skin had worn away, and beneath his index finger, there was indeed a small blister forming. Sigh Qiao couldn't help but click her tongue in sympathy. He truly looks pitiable. Then she tilted her head to glance at Wu Qishan and playfully pressed down on his head. "That won't do." The golden retriever's eyes widened in disbelief. "Why not?" Sigh Qiao replied with righteous conviction, "It's not about the scarcity, but the inequality. If I lend you money, what will the other guests think?" Convinced? The golden retriever nodded glumly, reluctantly conceding, "All right." Wu Qishan squeezed his palm, sulking as he trudged back into the field. Gripping the hoe tightly, he prepared to continue weeding when he heard Sigh Qiao's internal monologue again. "What an honest little dog. Who would know if I secretly borrowed a little money?" Wu Qishan, what the heck, is someone really trying to con a little dog? Chapter 13. Just stand firm. Wu Qishan felt a wave of dismay wash over him. He clutched the hoe and abruptly lifted his head. He needed to confront Sigh Qiao for an explanation. With the hoe in hand, he was about to stride over when he suddenly felt a heavy pull on his shoulder, someone forcibly restraining him. He turned in confusion to see Lin Shanshan, her hand resting on his shoulder, smiling as she asked, "What is this about secretly?" Lin Shanshan's fox-like eyes narrowed playfully. "What were you discussing with Sigh Qiao?" Wu Qishan quickly realized. Lin Shanshan, having approached to weed, was now closer to Sigh Qiao and had overheard her thoughts. The golden retriever's face fell again, nothing. Borrowing money from Sigh Qiao without success was too embarrassing for him to share with Lin Shanshan. Unaware of their whispered exchange, Sigh Qiao took another sip of water, cradling her teacup as she strolled toward the other two fields. She intended to saunter around in front of Shin Qianqian, hoping to stir some envy. However, after circling the ridge twice, she found not Shin Qianqian nor Song Jinyan. Alas, what a wasted trip. Sigh Qiao felt a twinge of melancholy. She had come here primarily for Shin Qianqian's benefit. "Look, you toil away in the fields for money, while I simply enjoy my tea. Do you envy me? Are you jealous? Are you angry? If so, come and force me to quit." But with Shin Qianqian absent, her trip had been entirely in vain. Regretfully shaking her head, she prepared to return with her teacup when she heard a distant shout, "Teacher Sigh." Nan Hua approached, hoe in hand. His forehead was devoid of sweat. Only his face was slightly sunburned, giving him a rather composed appearance. With a hint of mischief, Nan Hua cast a glance at Sigh Qiao before quickly masking his expression, raising his hand to offer her the hoe. "Teacher Sigh, would you like to join us for some weeding?" He wore a facade of amiability, ostensibly considering Sigh Qiao's interests. "I've already tilled most of the field. Teacher Sigh merely needs to do a little." Nan Hua chuckled heartily. "Of course. We'll split the earnings equally." He fixed a beaming gaze upon Sigh Qiao, yet his eyes harbored a frigid contempt. He was well aware that Sigh Qiao would undoubtedly acquiesce. After all, a kind invitation from a senior figure was not something one could turn down if they wished to thrive in the entertainment industry. However, in truth, he had hardly touched the weeds in that field. The production team had prepared a total of 4 fields, intending for them to divide into 4 CP groups to weed and create opportunities for interaction. Unexpectedly, no one anticipated that Sigh Qiao would not show up. Song Jinyan could not bear to leave Shin Qianqian alone, and without hesitation, she abandoned Nan Hua to accompany Shin Qianqian. Consequently, the sole individual left to weed was Nan Hua. Without a partner, there was no interaction, and naturally, the cameras would not capture much. Under such circumstances, how could he possibly take weeding seriously? Throughout the afternoon, Nan Hua wielded the hoe, carelessly scraping the earth a couple of times. After all, the production team would not withhold his 20 yuan. Nan Hua had intended to coast through the task, but he never expected Sigh Qiao to confront him directly. Naturally, he had to pull Sigh Qiao into the weeding. After all, the production team would turn a blind eye to him, but would not extend the same leniency to Sigh Qiao. He thrust the hoe forward again. "Care to join?" Sigh Qiao laughed lightly, raising her hand to push the hoe back. "Thank you for your kind offer, Teacher Nan, but I shan't compete with you for that 10 yuan. A mere 10 yuan, and you expect me to weed? This is a different price altogether. Xie Qiao waved her hand dismissively, flashing a smile that revealed her 8 front teeth. Keep at it, Teacher Nan. Nan Hua's smile froze on his face. He had completely underestimated Xie Qiao's indifference to such social niceties. He paused, conjuring another excuse. If we do a bit more, it'll relieve the farmers. If social niceties failed, then moral coercion it was. Nan Hua beckoned to Xie Qiao. Come, let us help ease the farmer's burden. Xie Qiao hesitated for a moment. Then she turned her head, regarding Nan Hua as if he were a fool. Farmers don't use hose to remove weeds, they spray herbicides. At this time of year, the herbicide is probably already used up. The weeds in these fields were likely planted overnight by the production team. Nan Hua nearly lost his composure. He heard laughter from the staff in the distance and shot them a glare. The staff quickly covered their mouths, silencing themselves. Nan Hua grimly withdrew his gaze, dropping the pretense, and retorted sarcastically, "Isn't it just that people are too lazy to work? What else with all this pretense?" Xie Qiao remained unfazed. She nodded in agreement. You're absolutely right. Nan Hua, gripping the hoe, stormed back to the field. Xie Qiao, cradling a teacup, took another sip of warm water. Feeling invigorated. Well, I've offended another one. The plan to exit the industry is advancing further. Xie Qiao circled the field 3 more times, but still did not see Xin Qianqian and Song Jinyan. Regretfully, she held her teacup and departed from the field. She could not afford to waste more time here. She needed to rummage around the village to see if she could trade with the villagers for eggs, preferably even procure a chicken. After finishing her last sip of water, Xie Qiao returned to the villa with her teacup. She placed the cup in the kitchen, then went to her room to grab a small sheep plushie, violently tearing off its horn. Inside the horn was a small amount of cotton and a roll of cash, all in 100 yuan bills, totaling 7. Xie Qiao shook the bills, deliberately flaunting them in front of the camera before pocketing them and leisurely stepping outside. The director, watching through the lens, how does she manage to hide things everywhere? Xie Qiao had already exited the villa, purposefully heading towards a nearby bungalow. On her way to the field, she had already observed her surroundings. This household raised dozens of chickens, the largest poultry operation in the village. As she approached the entrance, she spotted an elderly couple sitting on small stools, chatting amiably. She bent down, offering them a sweet smile, and called out, "Grandpa, Grandma." The elderly couple looked up in unison. The grandmother, somewhat surprised, asked, "What's the matter, dear?" Xie Qiao refrained from mentioning her desire to buy chickens and eggs. Instead, she casually picked up a new stool, sat down slowly, and quietly said, "You resemble my grandmother quite a bit. I haven't seen her in ages." The grandmother exclaimed, pulling Xie Qiao's hand and patting her knuckles. "Come, let Grandma chat with you." Xie Qiao conversed with the grandmother for an hour, leaving behind 100 yuan for the couple. Then, she strolled back to the villa with a plastic bag filled with eggs and a cleaned, plucked hen. Chapter 14. A surge of irritation. The guests had mostly returned to the villa. Nan Hua immediately noticed the items in Xie Qiao's hands and sarcastically remarked, "Oh, had a leisurely afternoon and went shopping, did you?" He stood up from the sofa and unceremoniously snatched the bag from Xie Qiao. "Let me see what you've bought." Nan Hua, lacking any sense of propriety, ripped open the bag and peered inside. "Chicken and eggs? And you said you couldn't find any meat at noon?" He frowned. "Are you deceiving us?" Xie Qiao was unusually silent. "I have no means to explain to a fool. How does the production team tolerate such a low intellect?" Xie Qiao found it incomprehensible. She turned her head, sizing up Nan Hua, but offered no response, merely reclaiming the bag and handing it over to Wu Qishan. She conferred with the golden retriever puppy. "Let us make fried chicken." Wu Qishan dared not utter a word. He glanced at Nan Hua's terrifying expression and hastily retreated to the kitchen. He needed to distance himself from this source of trouble. Nan Hua was seething with rage. He was indeed not the sharpest tool in the shed. During his previous aimless days, he had endured his fair share of scorn. However, after achieving fame, no one dared speak such words to him again. Yet, Xie Qiao was the first. Nan Hua instinctively wanted to retort, but his mouth opened and closed like a fish out of water, ultimately snapping shut in frustration. Because that was Xie Qiao's true sentiment. From the reactions of others, it was evident that the staff could not hear Xie Qiao's inner thoughts. Only the few guests could. If he argued back, he would only appear deranged. Nan Hua angrily plopped onto the sofa. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, prompting him to grab his phone and text the director. Nan Hua, find an excuse to kick Xie Qiao off the show. Nan Hua, I'll cover her breach of contract fees. Nan Hua was confident. He was a big star, Xie Qiao was a nobody. If he clashed with Xie Qiao, the director would surely side with him. Upon receiving the text, the director was taken aback. He read the message twice, exhaling slowly. Is he out of his mind? The original guest, Ji Xiuyong, had been banned for the assault of a minor, resulting in all related programs being pulled. This left the production team scrambling, as they could not air the previously recorded episodes. They had to quickly assemble new content to meet the evening's scheduled update. How could they possibly remove Xie Qiao at this juncture? Where would they find a replacement guest on such short notice? Was this really a matter of covering breach of contract fees? The director took a deep breath, managing to quell his rising temper, and calmly replied to Nan Hua. Director, haha, please don't put me in a difficult position. Director, Xie Qiao will only be recording this episode for 3 days, just bear with it. After sending a polite response, he tossed his phone aside, inwardly cursing. What a stroke of bad luck. In light of this, Xie Qiao's sentiment was indeed accurate. One cannot reason with a fool. The director turned his head and inquired of the assistant director, how much footage have we managed to edit today? The assistant director glanced at the progress of the staff and reported, the footage from the field is nearly complete. The program was scheduled to be recorded over 3 days. And once edited, it would neatly correspond to 3 episodes, with 1 airing each day, a time frame that was quite tight. The director responded with a non-committal He fixated on the camera for a moment before murmuring, incorporate all the conflicts between Xie Qiao and Nan Huan. Do not edit arbitrarily. Reflect the reality as it is. The assistant director hesitated slightly. If we edit it this way, Nan Huan will likely be furious. It seemed that Xie Qiao's heartfelt words had provoked Nan Huan, who had been acting irrationally throughout the day. Editing those actions into the final cut would likely tarnish Nan Huan's image and attract a swarm of detractors. The assistant director cautioned, if we proceed like this, future collaborations may prove difficult. Future collaborations? The director scoffed and waved his hand dismissively. Future collaborations? Bah! Who would want to continue working with a fool? Unbeknownst to Xie Qiao, tensions had flared between Nan Huan and the director. She settled beside Lin Shanshan, awaiting Wu Qishan's culinary creations. As she waited, she sensed something was amiss and leaned forward to ask, Teacher Nan, shouldn't you be handling the chicken? Wasn't it assigned to you to wash the vegetables and marinate the meat this morning? Why has the little pup ventured into the kitchen alone? Nan Huan shot a frosty glare at Xie Qiao. He was utterly exasperated with her, even feeling as if she were targeting him. Could she possibly be related to that fan of his who insisted on having children? Otherwise, how could she know about such matters and persistently fixate on him? Nan Huan scrutinized Xie Qiao for a moment. Not seeing any familiar resemblance on her face barely allowed him to relax. As he pondered where to hide the child after the recording, he forced a smile and said, You are right. I must have gotten too busy and forgotten. Reluctantly, he rose from the sofa and deliberately called out to the kitchen, Qishan, I'll help you with the chicken. Wu Qishan, who was busy in the kitchen, abruptly lifted his head. He glanced helplessly at the living room, feeling somewhat bewildered. How had he gotten embroiled in the conflict between Xie Qiao and Nan Huan again? Grasping the partially marinated chicken, he cautiously poked his head out. No need for that. I've nearly finished. Nan Huan turned his head, a hint of smugness flashing in his eyes as he glanced at Xie Qiao, ready to plop back down onto the sofa. Since Qishan has said so. Xie Qiao interjected. Yes, just being polite. With a playful smile, she added, I remember. These tasks were assigned by you, Teacher Nan. Nan Huan's nostrils flared in irritation. Xie Qiao's words compelled him to the kitchen, and he could no longer resist the pull. Gripping his nose, he begrudgingly headed to the kitchen. He was determined to prove that Xie Qiao could not force him into the kitchen, and that Wu Qishan would not truly allow him to assist. He strode into the kitchen and slammed the door shut. Instantly, the atmosphere in the living room lightened. Lin Shanshan gently nudged Xie Qiao, leaning closer to whisper, Don't pursue Nan Huan too relentlessly. He has a tendency to hold grudges and may secretly set obstacles for you. Let him, Xie Qiao retorted nonchalantly. If it comes to that, I can always withdraw from the industry. Lin Shanshan gasped, You're so nonchalant about it. Xie Qiao nodded without hesitation, indeed. She reclined back against the sofa, her tone tinged with a hint of melancholy. If I withdraw, I can return home to inherit a vast fortune. Chapter 15. I'll directly send to earn. The guests fell into a collective silence. Lin Shanshan was the first to speak, astonished. A vast fortune? She grabbed her phone. searching for wealthy individuals with the surname Sigh. However, her search yielded limited results. She could only uncover the titans listed on the wealth rankings. Indeed, there was an Sigh on the list. Sigh Chunshan, who had topped the list 2 years ago, primarily thrived in real estate and retail. Despite the downturn in the real estate sector, he remained among the top 10, an unattainable figure. Lin Shanshan joked, "Your father wouldn't be Sigh Chunshan, would he? Oh my, not only is he your father, but he is our national father." Laughter erupted among the guests. A couple of years prior, Sigh Chunshan had garnered widespread admiration when he spent a fortune on a nearly billion-dollar piece of jewelry for his daughter at an auction, earning him the title of national father. No one suspected any relation between Sigh Qiao and Sigh Chunshan. Given Sigh Chunshan's stature, pampering his daughter would be trivial. That single billion spent on jewelry could easily elevate her to a second or third-tier celebrity. If Sigh Qiao were indeed Sigh Chunshan's daughter, would she be participating here as an 18-line artist? Sigh Qiao chuckled. "I was just joking." She cradled her face, sighing. Who hasn't dreamed of being a rich second generation? Alas, I truly am a rich second generation. It's just that my parents disapprove of me entering the entertainment industry, forbidding me from using their names. The guests hardly paid heed to Sigh Qiao's candid admission. They presumed she hailed from a modestly wealthy background, with assets amounting to several billion. A few billion isn't much. Top-tier celebrities typically earn that much after several years of hard work. Shun Qianqian chimed in, "I remember when I was little, I believed I was a hidden rich second generation, pestering my parents with questions for ages." She mimicked her younger self. "Dad, Mom, you must be wealthy. You're just hiding it to allow us to experience a normal life, right?" Shun Qianqian shrugged. "Unfortunately, my parents neither confirmed nor denied it, and instead treated me to a round of bamboo-board stir-fried meat." Laughter ensued once more. After a few more exchanges, Nan Huan emerged from the kitchen, and the living room fell silent until Wu Qishan completed the meal, at which point the guests returned to lively conversation. Once the guests finished dining, they did not linger in the living room but retreated to their rooms, awaiting instructions from the production team. Sigh Qiao returned to her room, reclining on a lazy sofa while opening the anime she had been following that afternoon. However, she had not watched for long before receiving a WeChat message from the production team. The message read, "Dear guests, please select a captivating guest and send them a text message." Sigh Qiao paused the anime. Resting her chin on her hand, she felt a bit troubled. According to the CP groupings assigned by the production team, she was supposed to text Shin Qianqian. However, she was reluctant to do so. She was unwilling to engage in any activity that might endear her to Shin Qianqian. What if it succeeded and pressured Shin Qianqian to push her out of the industry? Embracing her little lamb plushie, Sigh Qiao pondered carefully about whom to text. Golden retriever puppy? Lin Shanshan, Song Jinyan. Just as she was still deliberating, her phone vibrated several times in quick succession. She had received 4 text messages. Stranger 1. Remember to keep our secret. Kisses. Stranger 2. I'd love to play games with you again next time. Stranger 3. You and I are not on the same page. Today's vegetables were delicious. Good night. Stranger 4. Are you targeting me on purpose? Just you wait. Sigh Qiao. Who are these people? She scrutinized the 4 messages, quickly deducing a few identities. The first was Song Jinyan, the second was Lin Shanshan, the third was harder to identify, possibly Shin Qianqian or Wu Qishan. But the other 2 guests were also contenders. As for the 4th stranger, such mindless remarks could only belong to Nan Huan. Sigh Qiao let out a cold laugh. Suddenly, she had her texting target in mind. Without hesitation, she swiftly composed a message and sent it to that 4th stranger. Sigh Qiao, I'm waiting for you. Sigh Qiao, concerned that mere words might fail to convey her sarcasm, deliberately added 4 extra tildes. She flipped her phone face down on the coffee table and resumed watching her anime. Each episode lasted half an hour, which conveniently matched the duration of the free messaging time. Just as she finished an episode, she received a WeChat message from the production team punctually. The production team stated, "Tomorrow, we will collectively head to town. Please bring your money and prepare a gift for your crush." Sigh Qiao was taken aback. "You could have mentioned this sooner," she exclaimed. Now, having already sent a message to Nan Hua, she was obliged to prepare a gift for him as well. What was she supposed to get for Nan Hua? A coffin? After a moment of silence, Sigh Qiao inquired in the production team's group chat, "Can I still change my crush?" The director did not respond with words, but merely sent a smiling emoji. Sigh Qiao understood the director's implication. Weary, she set her phone aside, gently patted the little lamb nestled in her arms, and swiftly made a decision. Gifting a coffin would be rather impolite, and besides, it was quite costly. Nan Hua hardly deserved such an extravagant present. Instead, she resolved to give him 30 million. 1 million for happiness, 1 million for health, and 1 million for joy. With renewed vigor, Xie Qiao rose from her lazy sofa, turned off the camera in her room, and began her nightly routine. It didn't take long before she was back in bed. As she prepared to check the news one last time before sleep, she noticed several trending topics related to the show on Weibo. For a moment, she was stunned, then realized that the episode recorded earlier that day had been hastily edited and aired. Feeling a surge of excitement, she quickly clicked on the player to observe audience reactions. After all my antics on the show, are viewers going to roast me? With a cheerful spirit, she subscribed to the premium service, skipping the opening advertisements and diving straight into the main content. The episode, which was scheduled to update at 8 o'clock, had already accumulated numerous comments by nearly 9. Oh, Ji Xiaoyong has been taken in. And this show is still airing? This show isn't solely about Ji Xiaoyong. Why shouldn't it continue? Let us see our girl Qian Qian. What on earth is the production team stirring up trouble? The substitute guest is Xie Qiao. Isn't she competing with Shen Qian for the same role? Fast forward to the end and come back. Xie Qiao, for goodness sake, is a gem lost in the entertainment industry. Xie Qiao was bewildered. What on earth? A gem lost in the sea. Are these viewers out of their minds? Chapter 16. The first episode of the variety show aired. Xie Qiao felt a twinge of unease. Frowning, she cautiously began watching the main content. Perhaps due to the tight timeline, the editing and post-production lacked any embellishments, the episode adhered closely to the order of recording. It began with self-introductions, followed by luggage checks and room selection. Xie Qiao was the first to enter the villa, but the editing created suspense by skipping her and showcasing other guests choosing their rooms first. The second to last guest featured was Shen Qian. She walked straight into the villa and inquired, which room is left? The other guests exchanged glances, and only Song Yen was compelled to speak. Teacher Shen, there's only the maid's room left. In the midst of a hushed silence, the post-production team added a comical sound effect, followed by a brief blackout. A line of white text appeared on the screen. So, who selected the master bedroom? The camera shifted to Xie Qiao, who, with her bag slung over her shoulder, perused all the rooms before confidently walking to the master bedroom and placing her identification card on it. The comments section erupted at that moment. How rude of her. Doesn't she know to defer to her seniors? Poor Qian, she only has the maid's room to stay in. Xie Qiao must be doing this on purpose. How disgusting. First, she snatches Qian's roll, then her room. Can she not have any shame? Amidst a sea of insults, a handful of passers-by attempted to voice their opinions. Isn't this house first come, first served? The young lady hasn't done anything wrong. However, these comments were scarce, quickly drowned out by the barrage of vitriol. Xie Qiao stroked her chin. Isn't this progression quite normal? The more they criticize, the more I relish it. What, then, had gone awry that led the audience to form such peculiar perceptions? Furrowing her brow, she continued to watch with suspicion. Next came the segment where tasks were assigned, and Xie Qiao, without hesitation, tossed 200 yuan in front of Nan Hua. How boastful. So foolish. Giving away all her money just to avoid work right after recording began. Damn. Why did the production team even invite her? To annoy me? Yet, honestly, Nan Hua's demeanor was quite aggressive. The comments continued to flow until Wu Qishan asked Xie Qiao what she would do after handing over all her money. The production team cut to a scene of Xie Qiao in the dressing room, ripping the seams of her shirt to pull out 1,000 yuan, smiling at the camera. Alongside the footage was her response. It's fine. I can always earn more later. Damn, what a twist. This is hilarious. But don't celebrate too soon. The fact that this scene made the cut indicated that the production team had indeed uncovered Xie Qiao's hidden stash, and her money would surely be confiscated. Spoiler alert, it was confiscated, but the previous comments trailed off, leaving a sense of incompleteness. The production team did include the scene of confiscating Xie Qiao's private funds, even pairing it with a melancholic background score. The comments erupted with gleeful mockery. Following that, the trajectory of the comments took a sharp turn. When she helped Shen Qian and the others buy groceries, viewers praised her warmth. When she lounged in the bedroom that afternoon, instead of criticizing her for being lazy, they expressed envy. Some viewers even openly declared, damn. How come I never noticed this sister was so amusing? I'm following her. The narrative had shifted, and the production team should capture more moments of this sister. She was delightful to watch. Xie Qiao wearily rubbed her temples. What on earth is happening? This isn't what I expected. She stopped watching, despairing as she shut off the player and lay back on her bed. What's wrong with this batch of netizens? Where's their sense of justice? Why are they all so entertained? Xie Qiao lamented her plight. She lay flat on her bed for a moment before suddenly recalling something, mustering her spirits. It's all right. How the audience perceives me doesn't matter, as long as Xin Qianqian's fans dislike me. Today, she had taken Xin Qianqian's room and outshone her when she couldn't even find the market. Xin Qianqian's fans must loathe her. They would undoubtedly flock to her comment section to berate her. Xie Qiao opened Weibo and clicked into her comment section, hoping to find a glimmer of hope for retreating from the industry. Only love Qianqian. To land a role, you have to stoop to a bald gold sponsor. So disgusting. Qianqian's darling. Xie Qiao, get out of the entertainment industry. The comments were almost unbearable to look at, yet Xie Qiao felt a sense of relief. All right, they're still cursing at me. That's good. The more they criticized, the more her gloomy mood would lift, allowing her to exit the industry in disgrace. Xie Qiao scrolled down to read 2 more comments, finally stabilizing her emotions, when she suddenly sensed something amiss. Frowning, she cautiously scrolled up a couple of times and found the latest malicious comment. The timestamp was 4:30 that afternoon. Given Xin Qianqian's fans' ferocity, the latest comment shouldn't have been posted just a minute ago. Had they ceased their attacks on her in the afternoon? A rush of anxiety washed over Xie Qiao. She refreshed the comment section twice, ensuring she hadn't overlooked any remarks, and suddenly felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. This large-scale online harassment might have been spontaneous, but the abrupt cessation of the vitriol surely indicated that someone had intervened to counsel restraint. Xie Qiao stared at her phone screen for a moment before switching to her secondary Weibo account. She searched for Xin Qianqian's Weibo super topic and clicked in. Immediately, she spotted the pinned post from the Xin Qianqian's super topic management team. We, Qiancis, are all polite. We, Qianqian, believe in fair competition, and we, Qiancis, do not engage in online bullying. Xie Qiao felt as if her exit from the fandom had sprouted legs and was sprinting away from her. She clutched her chest, realizing that passers-by were no longer hurling insults at her, and Xin Qianqian's fans had ceased their harassment. Damn it, is this what they mean by misfortunes never come singly? Chapter 17. This is what pigs are like. With a heavy heart, Xie Qiao slept until dawn. Slowly, she kicked off the covers, sat up on the bed, tousled her messy hair, and glanced at her phone. It was 8:30. The production team had not sent any new messages in the group chat, but her private chat box contained 2 missed WeChat calls. Following the missed calls was a disheartened inquiry from the staff. Teacher Xie, are you still not awake? This message was sent 10 minutes ago. Xie Qiao thought to herself, I only slightly dozed off. I didn't hear. She got out of bed, replied to the staff, and quickly freshened up before pushing open the door to the master bedroom. The second floor was deserted. Xie Qiao bit her hair tie and, with one hand, tied her hair into a ponytail before rushing down to the living room on the first floor. The other guests were already lounging on the sofa. Nan Hua remarked sarcastically, Oh, our young lady has decided to grace us with her presence? Xie Qiao shot him a glance. Hey, I have quite the temper. I was actually planning to apologize. But after that remark, you've invigorated me. Xie Qiao turned her head and smiled at Nan Hua. Yes, just got up. She tossed her hair and flashed a bright smile at him before decisively sitting on the sofa, looking up and saying, Thank you for waiting, my servant. Nan Hua's expression soured instantly. Ever since he gained fame, he had not faced such disrespect. Now, being insulted by a minor celebrity made him want to retaliate. Yet, he felt a twinge of caution. He had texted the director yesterday, but Xie Qiao was still here today, indicating that the production team had chosen not to abandon her. The production team valued Xie Qiao more than he had anticipated. Was there someone backing her? Nan Hua pondered for a moment, suppressing his urge to argue with Xie Qiao. And instead, he only scoffed. Everyone is waiting for you to eat. You should feel ashamed. Xie Qiao shrugged it off. After enduring so much last night, she had grown indifferent today. All notions of etiquette, respect, and morality had fled her mind. She coldly laughed. No one informed me that we were gathering at 8 today. As soon as these words left her lips, the guests fell silent. Wu Qishan attempted to mediate. I usually wake up early and have breakfast ready by 8. So, everyone is accustomed to this time for meals. My bad. He scratched his head. I forgot to mention it to you. Xie Qiao was quite forgiving towards the puppy. She turned her head and inquired, Did you save me any breakfast? There was some left. The golden retriever lowered its head, feeling a bit guilty. But it cast a furtive glance at Nan Hua and whispered, but it wasn't tea saved until now. Xia Qiao clicked her tongue. Why be so euphemistic? Isn't it that Nan Hua ate my portion? Nan Hua heard Xia Qiao's inner thoughts. It wasn't his intention to eat her share. He merely assumed the production team had dismissed her, making the extra portion fair game. However, how could he admit to such a thing? He retorted. Aren't you female artists supposed to control your physique? Skipping a breakfast is just right for weight loss. Xia Qiao chuckled at his remark. She didn't counter his words. Instead, she smiled at him and nodded. Indeed, female artists need to manage their carbohydrate intake for progress. Nan Hua instinctively displayed a victorious smile. Just as he was about to speak again, he heard Xia Qiao shake her head and sigh. Unlike some pigs who need to eat more to make it to the slaughterhouse. Nan Hua's smile vanished in an instant. He sprang up from the sofa like a roaring wild boar. What did you say? Xia Qiao leisurely raised an eyebrow. She feigned surprise. Why is teacher Nan so agitated? I was merely talking about little pigs. Oh, some pigs seem to be identifying with themselves. Lin Shanshan, unable to contain herself, covered her mouth and laughed. This laughter further enraged Nan Hua, who was ready to charge at her, but Wu Qishan and Qiu Tian quickly restrained him. Xia Qiao stood up from the sofa and turned to ask the staff, what time are we heading to town? The staff held up 2 fingers, stacked together, and whispered, 10 o'clock in the morning. Xia Qiao nodded and confidently walked toward the villa door. Shen Xianqian called out, asking, where are you going? Xia Qiao waved her hand. To find breakfast. She exited the villa and walked to the village's edge, finding the general store that had been closed yesterday. Today, with no market, the store's door was open. Xia Qiao strolled inside, picked up a box of instant noodles, a bag of marinated eggs, and 2 sausages. She returned to the villa, prepared the noodles, and added the marinated eggs and sausages. Instant noodles may not always be delicious, but they sure are aromatic. Xia Qiao opened her plastic fork, twirled a forkful of noodles, and before she could take a bite, she noticed several pairs of eyes fixed upon her. 4 or 5 guests encircled her. Standing in a complete circle, Xia Qiao paused with her fork, hesitating. Would you like to try a bite? Shun Qianqian shook her head. Instant noodles are high in oil and salt. Even a single bite would require at least half an hour of exercise. Xia Qiao blinked and lifted the noodle cup. Then I'll eat it all by myself. Instead of sitting at the dining table, she perched on the sofa with her noodle cup. Her position was perfectly situated to catch the breeze, wafting the noodle scent toward Nan Hua. Isn't it fragrant? Too bad, you can only smell it. Xia Qiao dug into the instant noodles, commenting as she ate. These noodles actually taste quite good. She took a bite of the marinated egg, spicy and savory. Upon hearing the word spicy, Nan Hua's mouth involuntarily produced a bit of saliva. He swallowed hard. Just as Xia Qiao finished the egg and swallowed the last bite of noodles, she turned her head and caught Nan Hua in the act of swallowing. Xia Qiao placed the noodle cup on the coffee table and feigned surprise. Oh dear, teacher Nan had 2 servings for breakfast and is still not full? She lamented. I should have saved a bit for teacher Nan. Pigs indeed have hearty appetites. Especially boars. Nan Hua's face turned green, and he practically launched himself off the sofa. Xia Qiao. At that moment, the director's voice rang out. It seems like everyone has nothing to do this morning. The director swiftly interrupted Nan Hua. He suspected that if Nan Hua and Xia Qiao remained together any longer, they would lose all rationality and immediately engage in a brawl. The director pressed his pounding temple and, forced to intervene, stated, shall we move on to the next segment and head to town? Chapter 18. The Gift. The town mentioned by the production team was located down the hill, some distance from here. The director led the guests to a van. This vehicle could accommodate 8 individuals, and they were to arrange their own seating. He glanced at Nan Hua, hesitating momentarily, still feeling a twinge of concern. With only 8 seats available, he could not accompany the guests. If Nan Hua were to engage in a quarrel or altercation along the way, he would be unable to intervene in time. After some contemplation, the director decided to assign a specific seat to Nan Hua. Mr. Nan, you may sit here, he said with a smile, the front passenger seat. Exclusively yours. Nan Hua, evidently oblivious to the deeper implications of the director's gesture, mistakenly believed that the director was attempting to curry favor with him for not dismissing Xia Qiao as he had requested. Well, Nan Hua thought to himself, since you are being so accommodating, I shall accept this position. He nodded and proudly took his place in the passenger seat. Xia Qiao found his expression amusing. A monkey performing on the street, yet still considering itself the king of the monkeys. As soon as Nanhua's posterior met the seat, he questioned, "Why does Xie Qiao's inner voice sound like an insult?" He abruptly turned his head to glare at her. However, the director was quick on his feet. As soon as he caught wind of Xie Qiao's thoughts, he swiftly closed the van door. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, the director turned and urged, "Everyone, please get in the vehicle." He pointed, "Feel free to choose your seats." The guests boarded the van one by one, and the driver soon accelerated, transporting them to the town. This was an ancient town, characterized by its traditional architecture, yet it boasted a plethora of shops and an abundance of tourists on the streets. The director extended his hand. "To avoid everyone using mobile payments, please hand over your phones." The guests, in small clusters, began to retrieve their devices. Xie Qiao complied and handed over her phone, preparing to leave when the director called out, "Ms. Xie." He indicated her pocket. "The 600 yuan you've hidden must also be surrendered." Xie Qiao sighed, knowing full well that any money captured on camera would be swiftly confiscated. She reached into her pocket and obediently handed over the cash. "It's fine, really. I secretly took another 700 from the other side of the little lamb." The director, halfway through counting the money, suddenly caught wind of those two thoughts and nearly lost his composure. He slowly cast a glance at Xie Qiao, then turned to call over a female staff member. "Come, check her pockets again." The director flashed Xie Qiao a smile. "I don't quite trust you. We need to check again." Xie Qiao tilted her head. She glanced at the approaching staff member and, complying, raised her hands in acquiescence. "Go ahead. After all, my money isn't hidden in my pocket." The staff member indeed found nothing in Xie Qiao's pocket. The director sighed. Why must we engage in a battle of wits with the guests while filming a dating show? He wearily glanced at Xie Qiao, then waved his hand. "You may go." He pointed towards the entrance of the town, reminding her, "Remember to gather here at 4:30 this afternoon." Xie Qiao nodded. She moved slowly, while most of the guests had already set off to explore, leaving only Wu Qishan and Lin Shanshan waiting in place. Lin Shanshan approached and quietly inquired, "Are you currently out of money?" She rummaged through her pocket and discreetly handed Xie Qiao 50 yuan. "I can lend you 50. After all, my gift is for you." Xie Qiao was deeply touched. However, she politely declined Lin Shanshan's kindness. "No need. I actually have money," she whispered, "and I sent a text to Nanhua." Lin Shanshan. Huh? She was somewhat perplexed. What? Xie Qiao instinctively reached for her pocket, intending to show Lin Shanshan her phone, only to realize that it had already been surrendered. She could only articulate, "Nanhua texted me an insult." She succinctly summarized. "So, I replied with a text, insulting him back." Lin Shanshan was in awe. She admired Xie Qiao and then curiously asked, "What gift do you plan to prepare for him?" "I initially wanted to give him 30 million, Xie Qiao shrugged, "but then I realized that such a blessing would be too generous for him." She changed her mind. "Coffins are too expensive, wreaths are too extravagant. He only deserves the large brick I find on the roadside." Lin Shanshan chuckled. "Then you can just wander around today, right?" She glanced at Xie Qiao and invited her. "Do you want to join us?" Xie Qiao assessed the two of them. Lin Shanshan and Wu Qishan were considered a couple in the show. Lin Shanshan portrayed the role of a mischievous older sister, while Wu Qishan presented as an innocent and naive character. They represented a sister-dog romance, maintaining a notable level of popularity on the show. "So, you're suggesting I follow you two around like a sidekick?" Xie Qiao waved her hand. "I'll manage just fine on my own." She glanced at the map etched in stone and made her way directly to the snack street. This town, reminiscent of Jiangnan, had a snack street where the offerings were generally similar regardless of origin. Xie Qiao first purchased a cup of osmanthus roasted milk, followed by a serving of sizzling tofu, then strolled through a pastry shop, all the while holding skewers and tofu. This shop primarily sold Su-style pastries, beautifully presented, ranging from lotus designs to cat-shaped treats, and everything in between. After surveying the pastries, Xie Qiao selected 4 varieties, purchasing one of each. The total for the 4 pastries amounted to 88 yuan. The shopkeeper retrieved a takeout box from the counter, took a ribbon, cut off a segment, wrapped it around the box, and tied it into a bow. Xie Qiao accepted the box but did not leave. She fixated on the ribbon and suddenly conceived an idea. Leaning over the counter, she tiptoed and gently tugged at the shopkeeper's sleeve. "Sister." She winked at the shopkeeper, flashing a sweet smile, and inquired, "Could you spare me a piece of ribbon?" The shopkeeper glanced at the camera behind Xie Qiao. Unsure if this was a store visit or something else, she thought a piece of ribbon isn't expensive, so she could give it away. The shopkeeper generously tore off another piece of ribbon and handed it to Xie Qiao with a smile. Of course. Xie Qiao expressed her gratitude to the shopkeeper. She rolled up the ribbon, then turned around to showcase it in front of the camera. With a beaming smile, Xie Qiao proclaimed, "Look, a part of the gift." The ribbon was a soft pink, adorned with lace edges and subtle patterns, appearing exquisite and beautiful. Retracting her hand, she cradled her cup, took a sip of the roasted milk, and leisurely remarked, "Next, we shall seek out the main element of the gift." Chapter 19. Mr. Nan, you are live streaming. The director watched the camera with satisfaction. The guests had divided into 5 groups, and he could observe them all. With limited funds, the guests had to be discerning in their choices to procure their desired gifts. Shun Qianqian and Song Jinyan even resorted to crafting their own items. The director inspected each group before pausing in front of Xie Qiao's camera. He appeared somewhat perplexed. What is she doing? A staff member who had been monitoring the camera hesitated. Perhaps she has stuffed herself and is taking a leisurely stroll to digest. Since entering the town, Xie Qiao had been continuously purchasing food, osmanthus roasted milk, sizzling tofu, Su-style pastries, and even a whirlwind potato and a sugar painting. Aside from the pastries and sugar paintings she had not consumed, she had showcased everything else. Who could distinguish between a glutton and Xie Qiao at this point? The director furrowed his brow. He scrutinized the screen for a moment longer, utterly baffled, and pointed at Xie Qiao. What is she doing now? The staff member quickly glanced at the screen. At some point, Xie Qiao had acquired a broken half-brick. She held this half-brick, walked a few steps, discarded it, and then bent down to pick up a new stone from the greenery. The staff hesitated for a moment, perhaps deliberating on which stone appeared more aesthetically pleasing. Xie Qiao was indeed selecting stones. This ancient town's roads were predominantly composed of bluestone slabs and bricks, with some areas showing signs of wear and tear. The damaged stones had been discarded by the maintenance crew, who replaced them with new ones. Some of these broken stones were taken away, while others lay abandoned by the roadside. Xie Qiao picked up a cherished bluestone brick, which exhibited minimal damage, its edges sharp and remarkably intact. She brushed off the dust and retrieved the ribbon she had acquired through a 0 yuan purchase, meticulously tying it around the brick. Cradling the brick, she turned to the cameraman and inquired, "What time is it?" The cameraman glanced at his watch and replied softly, "It's 2 in the afternoon." Xie Qiao expressed her surprise. "Is it that late?" She tightened her grip on the brick and contemplated, "Then we should head back." The cameraman appeared taken aback. Instinctively glancing at the items Xie Qiao was carrying, "Aren't we supposed to buy gifts?" Xie Qiao affirmed, holding the brick while carrying pastries and sugar paintings with ease. "I've already bought them." The cameraman scratched his head. Though he felt that the sugar paintings and pastries were somewhat inadequate as gifts, he chose to respect Xie Qiao's perspective. He tilted his head slightly and reminded her, "The town entrance is that way." With her spoils in hand, Xie Qiao made her way back to the car ahead of the other guests. As they had yet to return, she borrowed the director's phone and leaned back to scroll through the news. Recently, there hadn't been any notable scandals and the trending topics still revolved around Ji Xiuyong. Ji Xiuyong had been arrested. Xie Qiao clicked on the news link to learn more. Previously, Ji Xiuyong had been caught in a scandal involving multiple relationships, leading to his former partners collectively reporting him to the police on charges of attempting to rape a minor. Once the report surfaced, he realized he was in deep trouble. Having been in the entertainment industry for many years, Ji Xiuyong had some connections. He devised a plan to escape, attempting to flee abroad before the arrest warrant was issued. Unfortunately, he miscalculated and was intercepted at the airport. The police took him back to jail, and the court was set to hold a hearing a week later. Xie Qiao glanced at the comment section. The first few comments were from disgruntled fans who had unfollowed him and were venting their frustrations. Nonetheless, Ji Xiuyong was a major celebrity, and even with the impending verdict, some loyal fans were still attempting to defend him, with one even asking in the comments, "Can we break him out?" And another, "Is anyone organizing this?" Xie Qiao couldn't help but chuckle. Just as she was enjoying the moment, she suddenly heard the sound of the car door being pulled open and instinctively looked up, only to find herself face to face with Nan Hua. His expression was one of displeasure as he slammed the door shut. Xie Qiao straightened up and turned off her phone screen. In the brief moment it took, Nan Hua had already reopened the front passenger door. He looked displeased, yet, due to the sweltering heat, reluctantly took a seat next to Xie Qiao. They sat in silence until Nan Hua broke the stillness, bluntly commanding, "Turn off the camera." Xie Qiao raised an eyebrow at him. She had always been rebellious and detested being bossed around. Ignoring Nan Hua, she crossed her arms and leaned back, Why should I help you? She questioned. Don't you have hands? Nan Hua was somewhat irritated. It was the first time he encountered an artist as fearless as Xie Qiao. Artists seeking fame wouldn't dare offend him. Nor would those wanting to maintain their reputation argue with him. Yet, here was Xie Qiao, utterly unfazed. In a fit of anger, Nan Hua flung the car door open again. He opened the back door, fiddled with the camera for a moment, then squeezed himself beside Xie Qiao. Once the door was shut, blocking out the outside noise, he turned to her with a cold expression and stated, I hope you will withdraw from this show. Xie Qiao responded with disbelief. Are you out of your mind? She scrutinized him and shook her head. The sun's still shining. Why are you talking nonsense in broad daylight? Nan Hua maintained his stern demeanor. After staring at her for a moment, he sneered. So you refuse to back down? He threatened. I've been in the entertainment industry for years. I have my ways to deal with you. This morning, he had been taken aback by the production team's defense of Xie Qiao, thinking she might have someone backing her. It was only after spending the day in town that he realized the production team was more concerned about the show than about her. With this realization, he rushed over, eager to intimidate her. Xie Qiao rolled her eyes. Oh, what a grandiose threat, she taunted. I'm curious to see how you plan to handle me. Nan Hua's brow twitched. He couldn't fathom what gave Xie Qiao such audacity. Was it merely because she knew his secret? He chuckled coldly. Don't think that knowing that little secret can intimidate me. Feel free to spill it, and see if any tabloids will pick it up. Xie Qiao was momentarily taken aback, instinctively retorting, What about you? What do I know about you? Nan Hua replied, Stop pretending to be an outsider. It's just that I have a child. Suddenly, a loud banging interrupted their conversation. A staff member flung the car door open, exclaiming, Teacher Xie. Teacher Nan. What is going on with your cameras? He hurriedly turned off the camera and, looking alarmed, added, Why are you both live streaming? Chapter 20. The victim's response. Xiao Yan was an ordinary sophomore student, with hobbies that included following celebrities and shipping couples. The reality show Let's Fall in Love perfectly catered to both her passions, which is why she had been diligently watching it. Last night, she was busy with a course project and didn't have time to catch the latest episode. Thus, after submitting her coursework this afternoon, she hurriedly opened the Taozi app to watch the show. However, as soon as she entered the app and had yet to navigate to the latest episode, a notification popped up. The show you follow is currently live. Xiaoyan was taken aback. What was happening? Wasn't Let's Fall in Love a pre-recorded show? Where did the live stream come from? After a brief pause, she clicked on the live room. After all, she was still within the Taozi app. So it couldn't be a scam link. Perhaps the production team was orchestrating a little surprise? The live stream loaded for a couple seconds, and she was genuinely able to enter. The camera angle was somewhat off, only revealing the backs of two guests, but one of them turned slightly, and Xiaoyan instantly recognized him. Nan Hua. The other girl was unfamiliar. Perhaps she was the new guest. Excitedly, Xiaoyan focused on the screen. Adhering to the principle that good things should not be kept to oneself, she shared the link with her friends who also followed the show. The production team is actually live streaming, she typed, just as she finished her message and was about to send another. A male voice resonated from the live stream. I hope you will withdraw from this show. Xiao Yun gasped. She was shocked as she turned her attention back to the live stream. Initially, she had been pondering whether this was a gimmick from the production team, but the situation increasingly felt off. When Nan Hua mentioned having a child, her mind was flooded with disbelief. Could this be the scandal she had been waiting for? Xiaoyan stared at her phone, eager to catch more details, but the sound of someone knocking on the window abruptly interrupted Nan Hua's words. A staff member burst in, hurriedly turning off the camera, plunging the live stream into darkness. The host will be back shortly, so don't go too far. The notification seemed to have triggered some switch. The viewers, who had been lurking in the depths of the live stream, suddenly emerged, and an array of colorful bullet comments nearly filled the screen. Is this for real? Did Nan Hua force other artists to withdraw from the show? Nan Hua has a child? Hasn't he always cultivated the persona of a single, talented man? There were even complaints that he was all single and no talent. Turns out he isn't even single anymore. Is he secretly married with a child? Why is no one spilling the beans? With so many people sending bullet comments, the discussion felt inadequate, prompting a rush to Weibo. Nan Hua stared blankly at the staff. He resembled a rusty wind-up toy, frozen for several seconds before comprehending what the staff member had said. Almost instantaneously, he sprang up, exclaiming, What did you say? We're live? He abruptly turned to Xie Qiao, fixing her with an intense gaze. Was it you? Did you deliberately switch the camera to live mode? Xia Qiao rolled her eyes in exasperation. If you have early onset dementia, please consider taking your medication. She pointed at the camera. You did this yourself. Nan Hua clenched his jaw. He shot Xia Qiao a glare, but before he could speak, he noticed his agent's call was coming in. He hastily answered, "Hello, Qiao Jia." After listening to a couple of sentences from the other end, his expression changed drastically. What did you say?
I'm trending.
Xia Qiao picked up her phone and glanced at Weibo's trending topics. In less than 5 minutes, since the camera had been turned off, news regarding Nan Hua had already made it to the trending list. Let's fall in love live broadcast incident. Nan Hua has a child. Nan Hua forces others out of the industry. Xia Qiao widened her eyes, unable to suppress her astonishment. Wow, 3 trending topics. The power of gossiping netizens is truly immense. Continuing the call, Nan Hua couldn't help but turn to glare at Xia Qiao once more. Then, lowering his voice, he conferred with his agent. Can we get these trending topics retracted? The price is too high? That's all right. Nan Hua and his agent conversed for nearly half an hour, deliberating one solution after another. After a vigorous back and forth, those posts finally disappeared from the trending list. Only then did Nan Hua breathe a sigh of relief. He quickly exited the vehicle and sought out the director. Xia Qiao did not follow, unaware of their discussion, but about 20 minutes later, Nan Hua's studio released a statement. Nan Hua, together with the Let's Fall in Love program team, has brought you a live performance. Did everyone enjoy our Huahua's acting? This statement merely placated Nan Hua's fans. Passers-by, however, nearly died laughing beneath this announcement. No way, no way. Is this the best PR strategy you could come up with? Quickly fire your PR team. I'm here to help you come up with a better way to clear your name. How about you go reclaim the neighboring island, and we'll call it even. This explanation is as absurd as telling my teacher that my homework was eaten by my dog. Xia Qiao, holding her phone, joined the netizens in laughter. Other guests gradually returned. They had been without their phones for an entire day and were unaware of the online happenings. Lin Shanshan grabbed a bottle of ice water, took a sip, and sat down beside Xia Qiao. What are you looking at? Xia Qiao tilted her phone to show Lin Shanshan. Watching the second scandal of the program team. Lin Shanshan was startled. Another one? Squeezing closer to Xia Qiao, both of them focused on the phone screen. The top comments, which had been among the top 3 just moments ago, had been deleted by Nan Hua's studio, leaving only a few fan comments. Dear Nan Bao, Nan Hua, Heart, single topping the charts for 27 days. Heart, a new generation of old actors. Heart, did wonderfully this time. It appeared all rather harmonious. Lin Shanshan quickly grasped the situation. Shocked, she couldn't help but criticize, is anyone really going to believe this PR tactic? Xia Qiao chuckled. As long as the fans believe it, that's all that matters. Clearly, Nan Hua had completely abandoned his appeal to the general public and was solely focused on appeasing his existing fans. The studio's statement quickly climbed the trending list. The ranking soared, and Xia Qiao scrolled through the comments, noticing they were filled with fan control and hired commenters. This is quite dull, she sighed, exiting the trending topic. Just as she was about to turn off her screen, she suddenly spotted a new entry creeping up the tail end of the trending topics. Nan Hua, return my child. A fan, who had secretly born Nan Hua's child only to have it taken away, had posted a complaint on Weibo. Xia Qiao clicked on the trending topic. Little dear mama, a year and a half ago, I made a grave mistake. At a fan meeting for Nan Hua, I inadvertently had a liaison with Mr. Nan Hua and concealed it from him, giving birth to a child. When the child turned 1 month old, I revealed the situation to Mr. Nan. I envisioned countless scenarios. He might be happy, he might be angry, but I never anticipated that he would simply take away my newborn. Since then, I have not seen my child. I pleaded with Mr. Nan not to separate us, yet he refused. I settled for hoping to see my child once a month, but he still denied me. He concealed the child and even blocked me. I cannot find my child, nor can I get in touch with him. I want to sue him, but without legal ties. My case is futile. I wanted to expose this, but the marketing accounts have accepted Nan Hua's money and remain silent. I'm just a poor mother yearning to see her child. Dear little dear, mommy misses you so much. The tweet was accompanied by a collage of images. The central picture featured a 1-month-old baby, while the remaining 8 were screenshots of chat records. Xia Qiao opened the large image to examine the chat records. 8 full screenshots. Nearly 100 messages revolved entirely around the child. The woman persistently inquired about the child's well-being, yet the man's responses were marked by impatience, laced with profane language. In the final screenshot, the man even uttered the classic words of a scoundrel. If it comes to that, I'll pay you a sum as a surrogacy fee.
How about that?
The woman appeared to be profoundly affected. Instead of responding immediately, she took a long time to craft a message of defense. However, it never reached its destination, as a large red exclamation mark appeared beside it, accompanied by a small line of text. The other party has blocked you. Please add them as a friend to communicate. Nan Hua had blocked her. This Weibo post sent shockwaves through the internet. The comments section erupted in chaos. What a classic scoundrel. I repent for ever listening to his songs. Don't argue with me. The studio just released a denial statement, and the victim has already posted on Weibo. Nan Hua must be feeling the heat. This is hilarious. The studio's denial is as effective as covering one's ears to steal a bell, and they still try to control comments. What fools.
Hey,
Isn't this a legal matter? Shouldn't the court look into it? Nan Hua's fans flocked to the post, attempting to counter the outrage of the general public. But they were unable to outmatch the fury of the netizens. Not only that, but they inadvertently boosted the post's popularity, propelling it to the top of the trending list. Lin Shanshan gasped. She grabbed her phone, scrolling through the comments on the woman's post while commenting, Nan Hua is finished. The clandestine act of bearing a child and the brazen act of abducting one are entirely disparate concepts. The former may at most be deemed a breach of personal ethics, resulting in a slight decline in public favor and a loss of followers. However, the latter is a matter of legal transgression, warranting incarceration. Moreover, Lin Shanshan, upon glancing at the timestamp of the woman's Weibo post, realized that someone was orchestrating this. From Nan Hua's inadvertent live stream to the woman's post, a mere hour had elapsed. A typical civilian would hardly possess such rapid reflexes. This meticulously crafted narrative, complete with screenshots favoring one side, was undoubtedly premeditated. Lin Shanshan pondered. I wonder who it could be. It surely must be someone who has had a falling out with Nan Hua and is well acquainted with him. She instinctively cast a glance at Xie Qiao. Xie Qiao, sensing Lin Shanshan's gaze, looked up in confusion and blinked at her.
What are you staring at?
She doesn't think I'm behind this, does she? Xie Qiao wrinkled her nose in disdain.
Ugh.
I have no interest in causing him trouble. Someone like him doesn't even need interference. He trip himself up. In the original narrative, Nan Hua's reign was short-lived. He was a man driven by lust, possessing just enough self-awareness to only harass lesser-known celebrities. Yet, during the rap party for the show Let Us Fall in Love, emboldened by a couple of drinks, he dared to touch Shin Qianqian's waist. Shin Qianqian was no pushover. She demanded an apology from Nan Hua. But the fool thought it trivial to merely touch her waist, believing Shin Qianqian was overreacting and thus refused to apologize, much to her ire. In retaliation, she took to Weibo to publicly denounce him. Shin Qianqian's fans erupted in outrage, flooding Nan Hua's comment section with accusations of indecency, insisting he should face the consequences. Naturally, Nan Hua's fans were indignant, arguing that it was merely a touch and questioning if the principal could not handle it. As both sides grew increasingly hostile, they began to unearth each other's scandals. Consequently, the revelation of Nan Hua's child came to light, unearthed by Shin Qianqian supporters. The ensuing events bore a striking resemblance to today's turmoil. Initially, Nan Hua's studio issued a statement denying the allegations, even resorting to legal threats against netizens. However, before the statement could gain traction, the victim emerged to post on Weibo. The situation escalated, leading to Nan Hua being shelved. Following his shelving, all of his resources were swiftly absorbed by an artist named Song Sheng. It was only at this juncture that Shin Qianqian realized that the revelation of Nan Hua's child was not the handiwork of her fans, but was rather delivered to them by Song Sheng. Nevertheless, this revelation held little significance for her, and she chose not to dwell on it. As Xie Qiao recalled this, a sudden realization struck her. Back then, it was Song Sheng who was orchestrating Nan Hua's downfall. Why could it not be him again now? I know who is targeting Nan Hua. Lin Shanshan's brow furrowed in surprise. How had Xie Qiao come to this conclusion? Lin Shanshan perked up, eagerly awaiting more gossip. However, after a moment of silence, Xie Qiao's thoughts remained unvoiced. Lin Shanshan, compelled to inquire, asked, Who do you think is targeting Nan Hua? Xie Qiao lifted her chin, her gaze drifting through the window towards the distance, revealing a cryptic expression. She spoke in a low voice. It is the will of heaven. She intertwined her fingers behind her head, reclining back with an air of profound contemplation. The cycle of retribution is inevitable. Who can escape the gaze of the heavens? Lin Shanshan was taken aback. Had she truly just bought into Xie Qiao's musings? What had she been expecting? Chapter 22. How could it not be counted? The sudden upheaval surrounding Nan Hua threw the production team into disarray. His reputation plummeted to unprecedented lows, casting doubt upon all associated with him. The production team of Let Us Fall in Love bore the brunt of the backlash, first with Ji Xiaoyong and now with Nan Hua, prompting netizens to question the criteria by which they selected their guests. Some even speculated that other guests might harbor similar scandals. Nan Hua's fans were equally incensed, demanding to know how the show, which had been running smoothly, had evolved into chaos. It must be the production team's doing. The production team found themselves in a predicament, caught between the two sides, while a multitude of issues awaited resolution. The staff and directors were overwhelmed with tasks, neglecting the guests, and recording was halted. Xia Qiao sat in a van, slowly scrolling through Weibo. The trending topics today resembled a festive occasion, with one headline after another, either concerning Nan Hua or the production team. Nan Hua denied the allegations of child abduction. The production team issued statements. Nan Hua faced legal action. The production team's integrity was questioned. Even she found herself swept into the frenzy, with netizens thrusting her onto a trending topic. Xia Qiao was rumored to be in a relationship. With 2 of the 8 guests already embroiled in scandal, suspicion fell heavily upon the remaining guests. Eager to unearth more dirt, netizens began to dig into their pasts, resurrecting Xia Qiao's old controversies. Exhausted, she glanced at the trending topics. A gossip account reported. Recently, the production team of Let Us Fall in Love has seen 2 guests collapse, prompting an investigation into the remaining guests. Revealing new guests, Xia Qiao may have rumors of being in a relationship. This marketing account's ambiguous claims led to a flurry of comments from both haters and onlookers. I know this sister. She may be obscure, but she has a wealth of scandals. Just recently, she was exposed for being in a relationship and then appeared on the show. So this show is just a gift from her benefactor, huh? What? Is that really the case? I actually liked her straightforward persona on the show. I feel deceived. Didn't he, the benefactor, also secure her a lead role in a drama? Yet the director, under pressure, handed the role to Xin Qianqian instead. What is the name of this drama? I'm not afraid of capital. It must be good. Xia Qiao skimmed through a few comments before returning to her own Weibo page. She hadn't posted in days, so her latest post was from 4 days ago. A clarification from the original owner. The content was succinct, comprising a single sentence. He is not a benefactor. He is my father. There were no accompanying images, rendering the clarification rather unconvincing. Its only purpose seemed to be a platform for haters and bystanders to berate her. Prior to last night, she had faced criticism from Xin Qianqian's fans. Today, she was being targeted by confused netizens. Moreover, the vitriol from the latter was particularly fierce. Within mere minutes, she had accrued nearly 1,000 new comments. Xia Qiao stroked her chin. Isn't this online harassment? With so many people attacking me, isn't it enough to drive one into depression and retire? She contemplated for a moment, then clicked on the app, preparing to post a new Weibo update. The barrage of attacks has filled me with remorse. Thus, I have chosen to retire. However, the mere act of typing retire felt almost magical, as if it were an incantation she could not utter. Fine, if it's not harassment stemming from Xin Qianqian's fans, then it doesn't count, and she cannot retire. Right? Unable to send her retirement declaration, Xia Qiao, in a fit of frustration, raked her fingers through her hair, swiftly deleting the content and re-editing. She refused to accept unwarranted abuse. Xia Qiao decided to liberate herself. Being kept? Well, how could that not be true? After all, I've been supported for 21 years. Without hesitation, she clicked send. In the comment section of her post, a multitude of netizens gathered, their eyes having barely caught the tweet as it was released. This peculiar and sardonic Weibo post incited considerable ire among the online community. The first commentator exclaimed, "Is this the first time encountering such an arrogant celebrity? Boasting about being kept?" Another lamented, "Can Xia Qiao just exit the entertainment industry?" A third remarked, "Is she directly admitting to being kept? Is this the authentic persona she's aiming for?" The netizens initially rushed in with a barrage of insults, only for some to slowly realize the implications. One astute observer noted, "Wait a moment, if she's been kept for 21 years, does that imply this is her father?" Another quipped, "Boasting is she?" While yet another suggested, "But with such a mocking tone, it really feels like that person is indeed her father." The commenters split into 2 factions and Xia Qiao, glancing at the comment section, promptly closed Weibo. She reclined against her chair, idly touching the half-full cup of baked milk beside her. As she lifted the cup, Preparing to take a sip, a tentative voice emerged from her side. Are you feeling depressed? Xiaoqiao responded, bewildered. Huh? She turned her head, meeting Lin Shanshan's gaze in a moment of mutual perplexity. What depression? She inquired further. Lin Shanshan, hesitant to mention Xiaoqiao's inner turmoil directly, gently suggested, I saw your Weibo post and sensed you might be feeling down. Xiaoqiao waved her hand dismissively. I'm perfectly fine. She offered a piece of Su-style pastry. Would you like some? Lin Shanshan pondered, caught between her diet and the temptation of food, before ultimately accepting the treat. Thank you. She selected a lotus flower pastry and began to share it with Xiaoqiao. As dinner time approached, the guests were growing increasingly famished. Though the lotus flower pastry lacked a strong aroma, its delicate, soft exterior produced a satisfying crunch when bitten into. After just 2 bites, Lin Shanshan noticed the other guests glancing in their direction. She swallowed her morsel, hesitating. There's half a piece left. Would you like some? Hearing the commotion, Xiaoqiao lifted her gaze, only to be met with a chorus of eager eyes, momentarily silencing her. She pressed down on Lin Shanshan's hand and offered the bag she was holding. I have 3 more here. Would you like them? She placed the bag onto the small table in the center. The guests, clearly hungry, wasted no time and began to divide the pastries amongst themselves. Just then, the van door emitted a dull thud as the director pulled it open, his face etched with fatigue. Nan Huan has withdrawn from the recording, he announced. A revelation that was not particularly surprising. He continued, the footage recorded today is unusable. We have released a statement on Weibo about halting updates. But the netizens are quite agitated. He sighed. They believe that as long as we edit Nan Huan out of the footage, the show can resume as normal. The program's decision to halt updates was aimed at preserving the remaining guests. Casting a deliberate glance at Xiaoqiao, he added, We need to protect you. Xiaoqiao blinked, raising her head to meet the director's gaze for a brief moment before exhaling slowly. She took it upon herself to accept the blame. Ah, the guest we need to protect is likely referring to me. Cradling her face, she continued, The netizens think I am being kept. The director felt a headache coming on. His afternoon had been consumed by various matters, leaving him utterly drained, and he was not in the mood for any roundabout inquiries. He asked bluntly, So, is it true? Xiaoqiao, lifting her baked milk, replied with equal candor, Of course not. After a moment's thought, she retrieved her phone and opened her photo album. While searching for a picture, she inquired, Do you want to see a photo of me and my dad? Her forthright demeanor certainly suggested a father-daughter relationship. The director, convinced, sat back in the vehicle and rubbed his forehead, weary. What good will that do? He sighed. You need to show it to the netizens. Xiaoqiao turned off her phone screen and tucked it into her pocket, exhaling. That's not possible. My dad finds it embarrassing and won't let me post pictures of him. The director rolled his eyes. Adjusting his old shirt, he turned to Xiaoqiao with a final ultimatum. If you can't clarify this matter, the production team will have to terminate your contract. Xiaoqiao, however, seemed unfazed. If they terminate it, so be it. No job means a lighter burden. The director, sensing her thoughts, maintained his stoic expression. The responsibility for the termination lies with you. According to the contract, you will owe the production team a total of 30 million. Xiaoqiao straightened in her seat. 30 million. The payment for one episode is only several hundred thousand, but the compensation is 30 million? Why not just rob a bank? While she could afford the 30 million, that did not imply she wished to be a fool. Swiftly, she resolved. I can explain. She took out her phone again, just as she was about to illuminate the screen. A thought struck her. Waving her finger at the director, she said, Director, I have an idea. The director, wary, scrutinized her for a moment before leaning in closer. What idea? Xiaoqiao whispered her thoughts to him. The director's brow furrowed initially, and he muttered, Are you out of your mind? However, as he contemplated further, his expression softened. He clapped his hands in appreciation. Brilliant. Let's proceed with your plan. Xiao Yun was among the first netizens to indulge in the juicy gossip. The news was undeniably delectable, and to ensure she didn't miss a morsel, she nearly resided on Weibo throughout the afternoon. Thus, when the Let's Fall in Love production team issued an announcement, she was among the first to see it. Xiao Yun clicked on the post. Another announcement. Let me see what it entails. Upon reading the content, her eyes widened in disbelief. The Let's Fall in Love production team declared, Xiao AI has received everyone's enthusiasm for the program. Although the variety show is on hiatus, we have a delightful surprise for you. Tonight at 8, don't miss our live broadcast. At this hour, this timing, The production team dares to go live. This broadcast is bound to be met with a torrent of abuse from netizens. Xiao Yun felt a surge of excitement. She shared the Weibo post with her friends and eagerly reserved her spot for the live stream. After hastily finishing her dinner, she prepared for the anticipated broadcast, knowing it would be a stormy affair. To enhance her experience, she had stocked up on an array of snacks, spicy squid strips, chicken feet, and sunflower seeds. This was the ultimate treat for a gossip enthusiast. Returning to her dormitory, Xiaoyun settled in front of her tablet. As the clock struck 8, she entered the live stream. The influx of viewers was overwhelming, and it took several seconds for her to successfully log in. The screen remained dark, and only the barrage of comments filled the void. Oh, they dare to go live? I'm here to berate you. Foolish production team. You've set up our Nan Huan. Give us an explanation for Nan Huan. Wait, Nan Huan still has fans? Have you all lost your minds? Where's the footage? Where's the camera? Is the production team too cowardly to show their faces? The comments section erupted in chaos for nearly 2 minutes before the live stream suddenly illuminated. Xie Qiao, seated on the sofa, adjusted the camera to ensure all guests were visible before cheerfully greeting. Hello, everyone. The comments exploded. Oh, isn't this the kept woman? How does she still have the audacity to appear on screen? Is the production team insane? How can they keep such morally bankrupt celebrities? Wait, there's no concrete evidence. Why is everyone assuming she's a sugar baby? Seriously, without a benefactor, how could she compete with Shen Qianqian for the lead role? Amidst the flood of insults, a few loyal fans bravely defended her. Isn't it based on looks? Xie Qiao is truly a vision of beauty. Yet, such sentiments are fleeting, quickly overshadowed by a flurry of other comments. Kept woman, leave the entertainment industry. They shout. Care to explain yourself? Kept woman? Must you insist that he is your father? I understand. A godfather is still a father after all. Xie Qiao remains oblivious to the barrage of comments. However, even with her eyes closed, she knows that few kind words are uttered in the chat. She gently caresses the laptop nestled in her arms and reaches for the milk resting on the coffee table. Recalling the advertisement's tagline, she recites, devoid of expression, savor organic fresh milk, a classic taste, your unparalleled choice. What is this? Are you advertising now? Could this possibly be the endorsement of the kept woman? Which brand is this? Have they lost their minds? Is it possible that this is the product of the kept woman's benefactor? Strangely enough, her endorsement is rather articulate. Xie Qiao sets down the milk and picks up a pain relief patch from the table. She presents it to the camera. The comment section must be fatigued. Apply tomorrow's patch to alleviate arm discomfort. Has the kept woman gone mad? Is this a subtle jab at the netizens? Did you even remember this patch? Goodness. To be live streaming advertisements while riding the wave of controversy, who came up with this genius tactic? This brilliant maneuver was indeed conceived by Xie Qiao herself. The show is currently in the limelight. Once the live stream commences, the influx of viewers will be monumental. Seizing this opportunity to clarify matters not only spreads awareness among netizens, but also secures additional sponsorships, directly converting views into revenue. This live streaming tactic is truly ingenious. Who can distinguish me from a genius? Xie Qiao praised herself. After introducing the 3 products before her, she pushed the limits of her audience's patience and opened her laptop. Clearing her throat, she began 10 days ago. I was photographed by paparazzi having a late-night rendezvous with a balding middle-aged man. Here it comes, the crux of the matter. Xie Qiao pressed play on her laptop. For the truth, please watch the VCR. Chapter 24. Go send your sister 30 million in pocket money. The footage was a surveillance recording. The timestamp appeared in the upper right corner, and due to lighting issues, the quality was less than stellar. Nevertheless, the figures were discernible. The young woman had long, slightly curled hair, clad in a white shirt, appearing to be barefaced, her brow furrowed, exuding discontent. It was unmistakably Xie Qiao. Beside her stood a man with a significantly receding hairline, appearing especially bald under the light. Is this for real? Can anyone analyze whether this balding man matches the one in the photo? The video continued playing. After walking a few steps side by side, the balding man abruptly halted. Qiao Qiao, he exclaimed in frustration. Xie Qiao turned around. It's pointless to say anything to me. Her expression unwavering, she declared, I simply enjoy acting. I will not return. The balding man appeared thoroughly enraged. His face hardened as he coldly stated, Fine, then don't come home. I want to see what you can achieve in the entertainment industry. Xie Qiao turned away. The surveillance footage did not capture her expression, only a momentary pause as she twisted her ankle. The balding man instinctively rushed over to assist her. Xia Qiao paused the recording.
She lifted her laptop,
Thrusting the screen toward the camera. This is the image captured by the paparazzi. She cradled the laptop back to her chest, placing it on the sofa. That is indeed my father. Taking the advertiser's milk, she inserted a straw and took a sip. This milk is rather delightful. The comments section fell silent. How much are they paying you for this enthusiastic promotion? With such blurry footage. Who can confirm that this man isn't just an actor you hired for a fake video? Xia Qiao had already consumed half the bottle of milk. She lifted her gaze and continued, I know. Surely some will ask, how can you prove this video is authentic? Biting the straw twice, she shrugged. Believe it or not. It's up to you. How audacious. Is she genuinely attempting to clarify? It's my fate to be vexed by this sister. No, I have been KTV'd. This sister is so brazen that I find myself inclined to believe her. Ladies, does no one else think this man bears a striking resemblance to Xia Chunshan? I will not allow you to speak ill of Father Xia. He cannot possibly be bald. Middle-aged men all have that physique. They all look alike at a glance. Xia Qiao had finished the milk. She turned to the staff, extending her hand to retrieve her phone, opening the live stream to glance at the comments. Gossiping netizens. Xia Qiao called, urging, do you have any questions? She reminded, the fans of the other guests are still waiting for interaction. The comments surged once more.
Oh.
You're quite considerate. Your father went bald at a young age. Your hairline isn't artificial, is it? Xia Qiao. She noticed this comment and brushed aside her bangs, revealing her hairline. No hair transplant here. It's just hairline powder. The comments erupted in laughter, interspersed with urgent prompts. The fans of the other guests were anxious. Xia Qiao caught sight of these comments, stepped aside from the camera, and made room for the other guests. She settled into a corner, stealing a glance at her Weibo. In a single evening, her follower count skyrocketed from over 400,000 to 2 million. Furthermore, viewers from the live stream were commenting in her section. AAA Building Materials Wholesale Wang Jia. Wow, that truly is your father. I apologize for the misunderstanding, but please take care of your hair. Xia Qiao, I inherited my mother's genes. I genuinely have no risk of baldness. Xia Family Villa. Xia Heng concluded his day's work, bustling through the front door. As the second eldest in the Xia family, he took over part of the family business after completing his postgraduate studies. He has a slight obsessive-compulsive tendency. He cannot be at ease until his work is completed, which often leads him to work overtime. Upon changing his shoes at the entrance, the housekeeper approached to help him hang up his coat. Xia Heng surveyed the living room and spotted his middle-aged, balding father on the sofa. He casually inquired, "Where's my mother?" Xia Chunshan cleared his throat, instinctively glancing at the coffee table. Your mother went for beauty treatments. This was quite normal. Xia Heng nodded and was about to check the kitchen for a late-night snack when he sensed something off about his father's demeanor. Keenly, he turned back to scrutinize Xia Chunshan and noticed the television remote on the coffee table. Xia Heng asked, Dad, what are you watching? Xia Chunshan feigned, nothing much. Xia Heng was not fooled by his father's evasive response. He strode over, seized the remote, and turned on the television. The screen remained on the page it had been before shutting off. It was a live stream page, but the broadcast had concluded, leaving a black screen. Xia Heng suspiciously accessed the replay. Xia Qiao's face appeared on the screen as she recited the advertisement and presented the surveillance VCR. In the footage, Xia Heng saw Xia Qiao alongside his father. His brows furrowed tightly. Xia Heng felt deceived. He paused the television and turned to question Dad. Didn't we agree that no one is to approach my sister? Xia Qiao had a fierce argument with the family when she decided to enter the entertainment industry. Unable to restrain Xia Qiao and unwilling to lose face, Father Xia resolutely issued a stern warning to the family, forbidding anyone from assisting her or even visiting her. At that time, Father Xia was quite arrogant, proclaiming, in no more than 2 or 3 months, she'll surely return home. Little did anyone expect that Xia Qiao would endure for 2 years in the entertainment industry. Feeling a pang of guilt, Father Xia shifted his gaze away. After all, she was his precious daughter, and having not seen her for 2 years, how could he not long for her? He quickly concocted a justification for himself. With a straightened back, he declared, I intend to persuade Qiao Qiao to withdraw from the industry and come home. Xia Qing looked at him coldly. And have you succeeded in convincing her? Father Xia's composure crumbled, and he muttered, No. The old father sighed. What is so good about this entertainment industry that your sister insists on staying there? As he spoke, his frustration grew, and he pointed at the television. Look, These people are criticizing your sister. He grabbed the remote and replayed the broadcast, yes, even endorsing products. He began to count off on his fingers. Milk, ointment, and a mosquito repellent. The more he pondered, the more anxious he became. Is it possible that Xiao Qiao really has no money? He nudged his second son, urging, go. Send your sister 30 million as pocket money. Chapter 25. Is this endorsement fee even comparable to the pocket money I give you? The live broadcast lasted for 2 hours. Xie Qiao's advertising script, along with a video playback, consumed only 10 minutes. The remainder of the time was allocated to other guests. She quietly perched on the corner of the sofa, engrossed in nearly 2 hours of gaming. By the time the live stream concluded, she had just finished her final game. She set down her phone and, alongside the other guests, turned to face the camera, displaying a perfect smile with 8 teeth visible.
Hee hee.
7 consecutive victories. Who's so remarkable? Oh, it's me. If I retire from the industry, I could always become a gaming streamer. Lin Shanshan couldn't help but glance at Xie Qiao. However, Xie Qiao paid no heed to Lin Shanshan's gaze. She watched as the camera light faded, then abruptly sprang from the sofa, saying, since the live broadcast is over, I'll head back to rest. As she reached the staircase, she suddenly remembered something and turned to ask, Director, are we still recording tomorrow as program? The director resolutely replied, of course we are. The program team's popularity was soaring, a result of the backlash they had received, and not recording would be an affront to the criticisms they had endured today. Thus, he not only had to record but also to do so in a creative manner. After contemplating for a moment, the director announced, we'll gather at 9 tomorrow morning, and it will be in live broadcast format. The guests exchanged subtle glances. Xie Qiao, however, was unfazed. A live broadcast was just a live broadcast. She would take it easy. She nodded in agreement, then went upstairs to freshen up before cuddling her plush sheep and lying down to rest. After a long day in town, she was utterly exhausted and fell asleep almost as soon as she touched the bed. While she was sleeping soundly, she vaguely heard her phone vibrate, but the sound was so faint that it failed to rouse her. Xie Qiao slept soundly until dawn. With disheveled hair, she sat up in bed, momentarily dazed before running her fingers through her hair and checking her phone. It was 10 minutes past 8. She had risen quite early. Just as she was about to set her phone down, she suddenly noticed 3 unread messages. These must have been the vibrations from last night. Unlocking her phone, she glanced at the messages. Ping and bank, an amount of 30,000,000 yuan has been credited to your credit card ending in at 2317 last night from the payer, Xie Qiao. She counted the zeros carefully and confirmed that it was indeed a transfer of 30 million. Her second brother had sent her a full 30 million. Confused, she recalled that when she initially entered the entertainment industry, the Xie family had nearly severed ties with her, declaring that as long as she did not return home, they would not provide her with any pocket money. Why the sudden transfer? After pondering for a few seconds, Xie Qiao realized she still had 2 unread messages. She quickly checked the remaining messages, both from her father. Xie Chunshan, I sent you some pocket money. Xie Chunshan, how did you end up endorsing products? Can the meager earnings from the entertainment industry compare to the pocket money I give you? The original owner had diligently toiled in the entertainment industry for 2 years, facing relentless criticism from haters and earning only a few million. While that sum wasn't insignificant, it paled in comparison to the 20 million sent by Father Xie. Pathetically, she hadn't even officially endorsed those products. She merely promoted them on the show, earning barely over 100,000. Gripping her phone, Xie Qiao felt a sharp pang in her nose. She too longed to return home and live a carefree life. She simply felt trapped. Clutching her phone, she read the messages repeatedly, hesitating for a moment before slowly typing a reply. Xie Qiao, Dad, I miss you so much. She must find a way to retire from the industry and live a leisurely life. Setting her phone down, Xie Qiao washed up in the bathroom before heading downstairs to the living room. Breakfast was provided by the production team, featuring a variety of options from steamed buns to dumplings and xiaomai. Xie Qiao poured herself a cup of soy milk and took a plate of soup dumplings, accompanied by garlic cucumbers, and enjoyed a delightful breakfast. As it approached 9 o'clock, the staff adjusted the live broadcast equipment and the director nodded, signaling, "Let us go live." The vast audience waiting in the live room swiftly flooded in, and the bullet comments raced across the screen. Another live stream today? Impressive. After yesterday's chaos, can they really manage a sweet dating show today? The director caught a glimpse of one comment and smirked inwardly, unable to suppress his pride. A sweet dating show?
No, no, no.
Today, he intended to orchestrate something spectacular to entertain the viewers. Raising a megaphone, the director announced, "Good morning, everyone. Today, we will engage in a fun game." He turned to glance at the staff beside him, who understood the cue and retrieved a stack of hard cards from a folder. He placed the cards on the coffee table and briefly displayed them. "These are 20 treasure maps." The director continued, "Each guest can randomly select one." The staff flipped the treasure maps over, placing them face down on the table. Xia Qiao furrowed her brow, sensing something peculiar about these maps. But as the other guests reached for them, she felt compelled to join in. She casually picked a card and flipped it over. The treasure map was crudely drawn, featuring a simple sketch of a house at the center, with a thick black line extending from its door, twisting through several turns before ending at a pentagram. Uniquely, each corner of the line bore different symbols. Just as Xia Qiao prepared to examine the treasure map closely, the director spoke again. "During lunch and dinner today, the production team will not provide any free food. All food must be exchanged for tokens. The only way to earn tokens is by discovering treasures from the maps." With a mysterious smile, the director added, "The treasure maps may also reveal other surprises." Xia Qiao shot a glance at the director. "Oh, so this is the trap. Nonetheless, it matters not. I shall refrain from delving into this treasure map. It is merely lunch. I can easily find a villager and sweet-talk my way into a meal." The guests exchanged furtive glances at Xia Qiao. The director's expression momentarily froze before he quickly broke into a smile. He added a caveat. "To prevent anyone from exploiting loopholes in the program, we have already conversed with the villagers. They will not provide any guest with assistance in any form." Chapter 26. The director. "I shall remain silent until the lawyer arrives." Xia Qiao. She gradually sat up straight. The production team has indeed become clever. Alas, they have been taken advantage of by me so many times. It is only reasonable that they would refine their approach. The director, who had hastily amended the rules, felt as though he had been struck in the chest. He cast a silent glance at Xia Qiao, then waved his hand and announced the final rule. "Off you go to unearth the treasure. There are only 20 treasure maps in total. The first guest to excavate their treasure will earn the next map." Xia Qiao blinked. It was evident that the director was inciting the guests to compete against one another. After all, with such a rule, the first to finish could easily snowball. Unearthing 5 or 6 maps alone. The other guests clearly grasped the director's intention. Wu Qishan was the first to rise, glancing at the map before eagerly dashing out of the villa. Shen Qianqian and Song Jinyan followed closely behind. Within mere seconds, all the guests had departed, leaving only Xia Qiao still in place. Xia Qiao rose slowly. Grasping the treasure map in her hands, she sighed heavily. This treasure map is less comprehensible than a poorly drawn map. Xia Qiao finally exited the villa. The director swiftly shut the door, turning back with urgency. Lowering his voice as he urged, "Hurry, hurry, contact the villagers and instruct them not to assist the guests." The comment section erupted in laughter for the first time since the live broadcast began. It seems the patch they just implemented. No. Why was everyone just now looking at Xia Qiao? You wouldn't know, but this lady exploited 2 loopholes on her first day in the program.
Damn.
Is that so? I need to see what this lady is up to. A flood of viewers surged into Xia Qiao's live stream. Upon entering, they were met with confusion. What is this lady doing? Xia Qiao was attempting to circumvent the treasure map to locate the treasure directly. After scrutinizing the map for a moment, she tucked it into her pocket. The map was far too vague. Rather than spending an inordinate amount of time deciphering its meaning, it would be more efficient to search the fields directly. This activity by the production team must have been hastily arranged, so the locations of treasures would surely stand out from their surroundings. With her hands in her pockets, Xia Qiao strolled around the vicinity for about 200 meters before quickly discovering a patch of loose, fresh soil. Clearly, this indicated treasure. Without hesitation, Xia Qiao crouched down, dug a couple of times into the earth, and unearthed an iron box. The box was a flip-top style, unlatched. Xia Qiao opened it directly, taking a glance at its contents. Inside was a bag of candy and a paper voucher. The voucher was white, inscribed with 3 large characters. 1 token. To prevent any guest from masquerading, it even bore a seal. Xia Qiao rose from the ground. She stuffed the voucher into her pocket and remarked, "That was quite easy." The viewers were astonished. How did this lady find the treasure so effortlessly? It's a sure connection. The director must have revealed the location to her, allowing her to shine. What a stroke of luck, a prodigy persona. It could simply be good fortune. Impossible. This lady stuffed the treasure map into her pocket. She must know where to find the treasure. No way, I need to confront the production team in the main live broadcast. What are they up to? Xia Qiao was oblivious to the chaos in the comments. Clutching her first token voucher, she unwrapped the newly acquired candy, popped one into her mouth, and continued on her way. After a few steps, she suddenly paused. Turning to the side, she scrutinized the straw pile she had just passed. It seemed there hadn't even a straw pile there yesterday, had there? Uncertain, she recalled and approached the straw pile, reaching out to sift through it. She suspected this pile might also conceal a treasure spot. After a couple of attempts to sift through the straw, she heard a thud as something rolled out from the pile and fell to the ground. Circling around, she located the object. It was another iron box. Xia Qiao crouched down, unboxing it while commenting, "What luck. Here it comes." She is starting to build her lucky persona. Damn, I thought this lady was interesting. But it turns out she's just another persona. I'm out, might as well check on our own Shanbao.
Huh?
You all ran away? Am I the only one who thinks this lady actually found it through skill? Don't leave, those in the main live broadcast. Come and stay for the follow-up. What follow-up? Don't hide half the conversation. Xia Qiao had already opened the iron box. Inside, there were no candies, only a paper voucher and a watch. Upon flipping it over, she realized it was not a token voucher. This was a question voucher. The question read, "Please attach the lie detector to your right wrist and answer. Who is the person you like?" Xia Qiao blinked. This question might be slightly malicious for the other guests, but for her, it was a total gimme. She picked up the watch, slightly uncertain. "Is this the lie detector?" Xia Qiao muttered. "Isn't this just a sports watch? The latest model from Xiaomi. What can this thing detect? Schrodinger's lie?" Staring at the watch for a moment, she decided to trust the production team and strapped it onto her wrist, clearing her throat. She was poised to answer the question when the director's voice echoed through the loudspeaker. "Please adhere strictly to the game rules. Do not skip stages. Tokens obtained through improper means will be deemed invalid." The director sprinted over, holding his megaphone. Warning. Treasures obtained through improper means will be considered invalid. He extended his hand towards Xia Qiao. "Hand over the items." Xia Qiao obediently retrieved the candies and token voucher, placing them in the director's palm. Then she held the remaining question voucher. "This one must be invalid too, right, director?" "Damn, I came too early." He should have waited for Xia Qiao to finish her answer before intervening. The director gazed at the question voucher with palpable regret. He truly wished to let Xia Qiao keep this voucher, but given what he had just said, he had to be ruthless. Invalid. Gritting his teeth, the director accepted the question voucher. Xia Qiao smiled. Rising from the ground, she removed the watch from her wrist and handed it to the director as well. Then, brushing off the dirt and grime from her clothes, she casually remarked, I really am quite lucky." Chapter 27, Lucky Indeed. The director's face flushed a deep green. He stared at Xia Qiao for several moments. Unable to restrain himself, he retorted sarcastically, "Lucky indeed." The comment section erupted in laughter. Just one sentence, and the director's heart was racing 1,000 times. Observing the director's pained expression, I am gradually beginning to believe there is no foul play. She truly is just lucky. Xia Qiao blinked. She paid no heed to the director's words, merely pulling out her treasure map to glance at the route inscribed upon it. The route she was taking was markedly inconsistent with her intended direction. It was evident that the two treasures she unearthed were not from her map. Xia Qiao stroked her chin thoughtfully. I wonder which two treasure maps my excavated treasures belong to. Could it be that an unfortunate guest has drawn the short straw and received the one I've dismantled? The director exclaimed in alarm. Oh no, is that the case? He quickly turned to consult a staff member, then raised the megaphone in his hand. Attention! Treasure map number 013 and number 07 have been rendered invalid. Guests holding map number 07 are instructed to return to the starting point to collect a new treasure map. Guests holding map number 07. Please return to the starting point to retrieve a new treasure map. Xia Qiao clicked her tongue in annoyance. She lowered her head, reevaluating her route before changing direction. The director's megaphone continued to blare. After listening for a moment, Xia Qiao whispered curiously, who is so unfortunate as to have drawn map number 07. The cameraman hesitated, shouldering his camera as he pondered for several seconds before quietly revealing a name. It's the golden retriever. Xia Qiao exclaimed, intrigued. I wonder how far he has progressed in the treasure hunt? The treasure maps prepared by the production team contained checkpoints. At the end of each route on the map, a simple drawing represented a checkpoint. Guests needed to overcome these checkpoints to advance to the next segment. The cameraman shook his head. I'm not sure. I know. I specifically went to the neighboring live stream to check. The golden retriever has reached the third checkpoint. The laughter erupted as the golden retriever, initially the fastest among the guests, found himself set back by Xie Qiao's antics. Ha ha ha, I also watched. Upon hearing the unfortunate news, the golden retriever's expression was priceless. The golden retriever's reactions were comical. Ultimately, I bear the burden of it all. The poor pup looks dazed. He's utterly bewildered. And he is in tears. Wait. How do you all know who the golden retriever is? Is this some encrypted conversation? Because the only blonde in the show is Wu Qishan. Isn't it just tragic that Wu Qishan had to start over because of Xie Qiao's interference, yet you all find it amusing? What foolish fans. It's merely a variety show game. Why take it so seriously? Unbeknownst to Xie Qiao, the barrage of comments was rife with chaos. She had already followed the treasure map's guidance to arrive at the first checkpoint. To ensure visibility for the guests, the production team had drawn a circle with white powder. Beside the circle lay a piece of paper and a skipping rope. Xie Qiao picked up the paper and glanced at its contents. Complete 100 skips to proceed. Her expression turned serious. Forcing a lazy individual to exercise felt akin to a death sentence. She stared at the skipping rope for a moment, steeled her resolve, and bent down to pick it up. It's all right. The count can be exaggerated. Xie Qiao stepped into the circle, only to discover that the skipping rope had a built-in counter. A moment of silence enveloped her. Grasping the rope, she perfunctorily skipped a dozen times before coming to a halt. The counter joyfully announced the numbers. 9,
10,
11. The essence of exercise lies in perseverance. Please do not stop. A slight smile graced Xie Qiao's lips.
Hee.
Rules are rigid, but humans are adaptable. I've got a trick up my sleeve. She held the two handles of the skipping rope in one hand and began to whirl it like a propeller. The counter resumed its exuberant tally. 12, 13. In less than half a minute, the counter proclaimed 50. The cameraman stood agape, staring in disbelief before hesitantly saying, Teacher Xie, this isn't permissible, is it? Xie Qiao had already completed the remaining 50 skips in a whirl. She turned her head, tossing the rope to the ground, and inquired, What did you just say? The counter's voice had been too loud for her to hear. The discarded skipping rope continued its task diligently. The counter boisterously declared, Little athletes who love to exercise. You are amazing. The cameraman paused for 2 seconds before slowly shaking his head. Nothing. Ha ha ha, I could laugh until I go mad. The cameraman mused. Silence is tonight's mood at Cambridge. Where on earth did the production team find this skipping rope? It's utterly delightful. I adore it. This skipping rope must have been borrowed from a villager as home. I have one just like it. Understood. The production team borrowed the skipping rope from a sister's house up front. Is it truly possible to cheat the skipping count like this? What was the point of my earnest efforts as a child? Hey, don't say that. When it comes to laziness, Xie Qiao has quite the knack. Xie Qiao tilted her head, casting a curious glance at the cameraman before refocusing on her treasure map. Standing still, she rotated the map 3 times to determine the direction for the next segment. It was to the northeast, a path that would lead her past a villa. As she walked forward, she couldn't help but glance at the villa, and just as she did, Wu Qishan emerged through the door. Sighing while clutching his new treasure map, he lamented, I have to start all over again. The golden retriever, visibly frustrated, exclaimed, I had already reached the 3rd checkpoint. I was supposed to be the first. His luck had been remarkable. The checkpoints on his map were not challenging, and he had been progressing smoothly until the unforeseen setback. Suddenly, Wu Qishan began to question himself. Was it really good luck? He ran a hand through his hair and, upon looking up, spotted Xie Qiao. His eyes brightened, and he called out, Xie Qiao. The golden retriever queried, What checkpoint have you reached with your treasure map? Xie Qiao paused, turning to glance at Wu Qishan before replying. I just passed the 1st checkpoint. Her response seemed to deepen the golden retriever's gloom. Wu Qishan remarked, I had already reached the 3rd checkpoint, but the director said my treasure had been unearthed earlier and the map was invalid. I must return to collect a new one. It seemed he suddenly remembered something and asked, By the way, do you know who dug it up? Xie Qiao flashed a radiant smile, revealing all 8 of her teeth. Chapter 28. Young people are so easily deceived. Xie Qiao hesitated briefly before raising her eyes, speaking earnestly and sincerely, I don't know. This is what one would call a benevolent lie. Not knowing the truth is better for both of us. Wu Qishan scratched his head in confusion. He grasped the essence of Xie Qiao's words. She had lied, but her intentions were for their mutual benefit. Could it be that the director found his progress too swift? The golden retriever responded, bewildered. Ah,
All right.
what a delightful episode. The owner consumed the pup's ribs, and the pup innocently inquired, where have my ribs gone? The owner didn't even bother to wipe the corners of their mouth. Poor, foolish puppy. Wu Qishan's response left Xie Qiao momentarily speechless. She had never anticipated that he would believe her explanation. Suppressing a smirk, she casually remarked, I'm off to hunt for treasures. She swiftly distanced herself from Wu Qishan's sight and made her way to the second checkpoint. The second checkpoint was a throwing game. The production team once again drew a white circle on the ground, alongside a piece of explanatory paper. Please stand within the white circle to throw the arrows. There are 10 short arrows in this quiver. Hitting 6 within a single round constitutes passing. Xie Qiao placed the explanatory paper down and stepped into the white circle, surveying her surroundings. Xie Qiao. Huh? She blinked in confusion and scanned the area once more, then extended her hand toward the camera. Where's the quiver? The cameraman remained silent. Cameraman, I have no idea. Hilarity ensued as the cameraman remarked, I'm merely a lowly videographer. What do I truly know? It was astonishing that such a challenge went unmonitored by any staff members. Was it a matter of budget constraints? If only they had mentioned their financial limitations. Surely. I could endure a few more advertisements. Xie Qiao withdrew her hand, realizing that the cameraman was equally unaware of the location of the arrow tube. Thus, the search for it fell solely upon her shoulders. The production team could not have neglected to prepare the arrow tube. It must have either been taken by local children or accidentally displaced elsewhere. Should it have been the latter, it could not be far from its original spot. Xie Qiao searched near the white circle and eventually spotted the floating arrow tube in the adjacent drainage ditch. Her gaze fixated on it for a moment before she resolutely declared, I shall not retrieve it. Perhaps in an effort to promote a pristine countryside, the ditch appeared relatively clean, devoid of any floating debris. However, one could certainly expect to encounter creatures such as water scorpions or centipedes lurking within. Turning to the camera, she inquired, is there any staff available to assist with retrieving it? Or, perhaps simply hand me a tool. To prevent any unforeseen incidents, it was certain that staff members were monitoring the live broadcast. She posed her question to the lens, confident that the production team would take notice. Xie Qiao waited in place for 2 minutes. Yet, instead of staff arriving, she first spotted Wu Qishan approaching, catching her off guard. Is this task point indeed a reused one? She pondered, only to quickly rationalize it. If there were no repetitions, with 20 treasure maps and each map containing 4 challenges, the team would need to orchestrate 80 tasks, which was utterly impossible. But repetition has its merits, she mused. She glanced at Wu Qishan and offered him a smile. Is your challenge here as well? She picked up the instruction manual and handed it to the golden retriever, stating, this is your task. Stepping out of the white circle, she graciously added, you may take this challenge first. Wu Qishan appeared, quite surprised. Really? He hesitated, stepping into the circle. Shouldn't it be first come, first served? Xie Qiao responded warmly, it's no trouble, your previous treasure map was nullified, so consider this challenge as a gift from me. The golden retriever felt profoundly touched, thinking that there were still kind souls in the world. He opened the instruction manual and read the words within. Pitching arrows? Wu Qishan closed the manual, scanning the surroundings. Echoing Xie Qiao's earlier confusion, but where is the arrow tube? He leaned forward, preparing to step out of the white circle to search. When he heard Xie Qiao's inner thoughts, it's in the drainage ditch nearby. Hurry and retrieve it. The golden retriever paused for a moment, then dashed to the drainage ditch, peering in. Indeed, the arrow tube lay within. Wu Qishan turned back, his expression sorrowful as he asked, Qiao Qiao, did you let me go first because you wanted me to retrieve that arrow tube? The live chat exploded with laughter. Haha, the puppy finally realizes he has been duped. Oh, dear. How could a puppy ever outsmart a cunning human? The viewers lamented, the puppy isn't foolish. He simply loves you wholeheartedly.
Oh.
This is too much for me. How could she be so cruel to our beloved Shanbao? As the spectators expressed their outrage, questions arose. Is it possible that Wu Qishan was tricked twice because he is genuinely naive? Silence. The puppy is not foolish. He is merely innocent. Xie Qiao regarded the innocent puppy, her expression unchanged as she artfully misled him. Not at all, she pointed toward the camera. I just called for the staff to help retrieve the arrow tube. She feigned a glance around, then feigned surprise. Why haven't they arrived yet? Xie Qiao was fully aware that the staff would not come. Nearly 4 minutes had elapsed since she reported the matter to the production team. If the arrow tube's fall had indeed been an accident, they would have dispatched someone by now. The lack of personnel indicated a singular truth. Retrieving the arrow tube was an integral part of the challenge. Wu Qishan, however, hadn't he given it much thought. Clutching the instruction manual, he frowned. How long ago did you report it? Xie Qiao fabricated a response. 2 or 3 minutes, perhaps. Wu Qishan exclaimed in disbelief. Why are the staff so slow? Being young and filled with a competitive spirit, he complained, after such a delay, others must have completed several challenges by now. After a few more seconds passed without staff arrival, he hesitated before resolutely declaring, never mind, I'll go retrieve it. Xie Qiao's expression shifted to one of satisfaction as she observed Wu Qishan approach the drainage ditch, grasping a shrub while leaning forward to grasp the arrow tube. She couldn't help but marvel. The youth are truly easy to mislead. Wu Qishan, who had successfully retrieved the arrow tube, was bewildered. Had he been tricked again? Could he still toss the arrow tube back? Chapter 29. The puppy remained remarkably composed. Returning to the white circle with the damp arrow tube in hand, Wu Qishan found the plastic tube slippery and unpleasant to touch. Almost immediately, he set it down. He flipped open the tube's lid and commenced his arrow pitching. Clearly unpracticed in the technique, he managed to land only 3 out of 10 arrows. Xie Qiao observed with a raised brow, her skepticism evident. At this rate, will it take half an hour to complete? Hearing her thoughts, Wu Qishan bit his lip, stepping out of the white circle to collect the arrows. Returning for another round of pitching. This attempt yielded even worse results, with only 2 arrows finding their target. He blinked rapidly, crouching down to gather the arrows from the ground, anxious about Xie Qiao's thoughts, fearing she might chastise him for his clumsiness. Yet, after a moment of tense silence, all he heard was a sigh.
Alas.
Xie Qiao felt a pang of frustration. Watching Wu Qishan gather the arrows only to miss 2 more targets was unbearable. This challenge was meant for both of them, and Wu Qishan's struggle was effectively wasting her time. Taking a few steps forward, she grasped his forearm, stating, "You cannot pitch like this."
She offered a compromise. Let me teach you.
Xie Qiao explained the pitching technique, guiding his wrist as he threw an arrow that flew straight and landed squarely in the target. Have you learned? She asked, tilting her head. Wu Qishan's arm remained stiff as he nodded awkwardly. His expression appeared unconvincing. Xie Qiao scrutinized his demeanor, then stepped back, gesturing for him to try once more. Wu Qishan gripped the arrows tightly, recalling the posture she demonstrated, and with great effort, pitched another arrow. It plummeted like a meteor, landing a meter behind the target. Xie Qiao sighed softly. The live chat brimmed with merriment. The puppy has truly lost his touch. It's just like when a teacher asks if you understood the lesson, and you say you did, only to falter on the very first step when asked to demonstrate. Goodness, the previous analogy brings back unpleasant memories. There are unsightly matters afoot. Hasten to the fire pit. The arrow veered rather off course, and Wu Qishan lowered his eyelashes, letting his head droop. Xie Qiao. What could she possibly do? All she could manage was to offer words of encouragement to the golden-haired puppy, saying, "It's all right. You're just learning. It's perfectly normal not to master it right away. Just practice a bit more." She urged, "Give it another try." Thus, the puppy nodded and bravely made another attempt. However, it missed the target 3 times in succession. Xie Qiao found herself at a loss for words. She had imparted her skills to Wu Qishan, and now it was merely a matter of talent and practice. Generally speaking, once the technique is grasped, the accuracy tends to improve after just a couple of arrows. 4 consecutive misses. Perhaps the talent just isn't there? As Xie Qiao pondered how long it would take Wu Qishan to overcome this hurdle, she noticed a short arrow appear before her. Wu Qishan muttered, "You go ahead and shoot first." He had to confront the grim reality of life. If he were to shoot, it might take him at least half an hour, which would delay her progress. Xie Qiao glanced at Wu Qishan, unceremoniously accepting the short arrow. She smiled and declared, "Then I shall shoot first." Counting the arrows in her hand, she confirmed there were indeed 10. With narrowed eyes, she assessed the situation. Then, with a swift motion, she released all 10 short arrows at once. The arrows swiftly took flight, all successfully finding their mark in the target. All 10, perfectly aimed. Wu Qishan. True mockery requires no words. He silently stole a glance at Xie Qiao, then approached the target to retrieve the arrows. Watch how Sister Qiao showcases her true skills. I swear, she looks magnificent. This method of throwing far exceeded my expectations. Who could comprehend that at the moment Sister Chiao aimed for the target, I bent over as if I were a coil of incense. Goodness, within less than an hour of the live stream, Xia Qiao had already been elevated from this girl to Sister Chiao. Just tell me, is Sister Chiao not impressive? Damn, is no one attending to the puppy? Surely it won't take the puppy half an hour to throw, will it? Rescue the puppy.
Di distra sa puppy ramay not calm.
The stunning Sister Chiao was now hastening towards the next checkpoint. The third challenge was a simple QA round. When Xia Qiao arrived, Shen Qianqian was answering questions. The staff member was asking her, "Please answer, is a panda a cat or a bear?" This question was exceedingly simple. Shen Qianqian didn't need to think. She replied directly, "A panda is a bear." The staff member set down the question paper and nodded, "Congratulations, you have successfully passed this round." Shen Qianqian smiled, "Thank you." She stepped aside, then pulled out a treasure map to ascertain the direction for the next segment of her journey. Xia Qiao approached the staff member. She glanced at the question paper on the table and inquired, "What is the format for this round?" The staff member remained silent, merely retrieving a small wooden box from beneath the table. The box was not large, featuring a circular opening just big enough for an adult's hand to fit. He presented the box to Xia Qiao. "You'll draw a question at random." Xia Qiao reached into the opening, felt around inside, and extracted a crumpled piece of paper. The staff member took the paper from her and smoothed it out. He explained, "There are a total of 10 questions. You need to answer 7 correctly to pass." This requirement was not overly stringent, and Xia Qiao nodded in agreement. The staff member glanced over the questions before reading aloud. "Please answer. What point is x0 in the function y(x to the 4th power? Xia Qiao. What are you asking? The question you posed to Shen Qianqian was nothing like this. She raised her head, locking eyes with the staff member for a moment, then expressionlessly reminded him. This is university-level calculus. The staff member maintained his calm demeanor. You don't know it? He kindly reminded her, you can choose to skip this question. Xia Qiao, listening to you is tantamount to hearing a death knell. To be confronted with such an intimidating question at the outset, the subsequent ones would likely be no easier. After contemplating for a moment, she provided her answer. It is a stationary point, and also a local extremum. The staff member looked at her with surprise. He continued reading the next question. What is the name of the parrot in the animated series Peppa Pig? Xia Qiao. Are you serious? You're asking questions like this? Chapter 30. The questions you draw are unpredictable. The audience was equally stunned by the absurdity of the questions. I thought the calculus question was the peak. Little did I know there were more surprises in store. I know that the sister is named Peppa and the brother George, but who cares what the parrot is called? It's hilarious. Sister Qiao probably never imagined she'd stumble on such ridiculous questions. Xia Qiao opted for silence. She raised her head, meeting the staff member's gaze for a moment before flashing a smile. I'll skip this question. The staff member continued reading. Imagine you are an office worker at a team-building event. You toast your boss, but the boss replies that you are not qualified to toast him. How do you respond? Xia Qiao. Feeling utterly fatigued, she lifted her eyelids. Locking eyes with the staff member for a moment before expressionlessly stating, I'd smash the cup over his head and offer him incense right there. If you're so proud and want to drink my toast, you're courting death. The staff member. He gazed at Xia Qiao in confusion, then rubbed his earpiece. Quietly seeking help. Director? The director's voice was inaudible through the earpiece. The staff member nodded repeatedly, then turned to Xia Qiao, apologizing, you answered this question incorrectly. The audience erupted in heated discussions. Incorrect? How could Sister Qiao be wrong? If it were me, I'd just smash the wine cup over the boss's head. If you want to drink, then you're asking for it. This set of questions is truly outrageous. When the calculus question came out, I thought it was a warning, but it turned out to be just a warm-up. No one is surprised that Xia Qiao managed to answer the first question, right? That was calculus. Calculus. Although it was calculus, the first question was fundamentally straightforward. What's wrong with a basic question?
Can you answer it?
If I were a freshman, I could definitely recite the answer. But here I am, a junior, and all I can do is stutter. The staff member continued. So, the next question. Xia Qiao raised her hand and snatched the question paper from the staff member. She crumpled the paper into a ball and tossed it into the nearby wastebasket. Let us skip to the next set of questions. Xia Qiao had come to a realization. None of the questions in this set were serious. Continuing to endure them would yield no positive outcome. It was better to cut her losses promptly. She glanced at the table. Where's the wooden box? The staff member retrieved the wooden box once more. Xia Qiao reached inside, rummaged around, and pulled out another question paper, handing it to the staff member. This new set of questions appeared to be much more reasonable. Xia Qiao smoothly answered the questions, successfully passing this round. She glanced at the treasure map, identifying the direction for the next leg of her journey. Folding the treasure map, she tucked it into her pocket. As she walked along the path, she couldn't help but reflect on herself. Must I truly dig for this cursed treasure map? Can I not bear to go without a meal? Xia Qiao. No, she certainly could not endure going hungry. Pinching her nose, she begrudgingly made her way to the next challenge. However, fortune smiled upon her. The fourth and fifth challenges were merely simple posing tasks. She completed the required poses and smoothly passed through. Finally, she could proceed to unearth the treasure. Exhausted, Xia Qiao straightened her posture and turned towards the site of the buried treasure. This treasure was hidden beneath the soil. Xia Qiao crouched before the mound of earth, unearthing an iron box buried by the production team. She opened the box and extracted the paper voucher within, casting a brief glance at it before tossing it back inside. The expression on her face and the motion she made suggested it could very well be a question voucher. Xiao Jia was on the brink of despair, bursting into laughter. When it comes to treasure maps, you carry yourself with such pride, yet with a question voucher, your fate is uncertain. Would Xiao Jia really confront the director directly? After a few moments of composure, Xia Qiao picked up the voucher once more. This particular voucher was unique. It was neither a token voucher nor a question voucher, but rather an adventure voucher. The holder of this voucher could randomly seize an unopened treasure from a fellow contestant. Xia Qiao slipped the adventure voucher into her pocket. She rummaged through the iron box to confirm there was nothing else inside before rising slowly to her feet. So far, she had encountered only two contestants, Shen Qianqian, who appeared to be doing quite well, likely having already obtained her treasure, and then there was Wu Qishan. However, this unfortunate fellow had already been made to start over because of her, and was now trapped in a game of pitching pots. If she were to steal his treasure as well, Xia Qiao sighed. To pick on this poor fellow alone would be utterly cruel. She resolved to wander around a bit more, hoping to find new contestants. After brushing off the dust from her clothes, Xia Qiao strolled through the village and soon spotted Qi Yan, who was busy digging in the earth. Her eyes lit up, and she hurried over, placing her hand on Qi Yan's arm. Qi Yan was a 4th or 5th tier artist, nearing 30, with no notable works to her name, relying solely on supporting roles to maintain her presence. Her participation in Let's Fall in Love was merely to enhance her visibility. Unfortunately, she lacked any standout moments. 6 or 7 episodes in, and she remained rather lukewarm. Xia Qiao crouched down beside Qi Yan, smiling brightly.
Sister Qi.
Qi Yan looked up in confusion. What's up? Xia Qiao produced the adventure voucher from her hand and pressed it into Qi Yan's palm before swiftly digging into the earth and claiming the iron box. It's mine now. The entire sequence unfolded seamlessly, leaving Qi Yan momentarily stunned. It was only when Xia Qiao opened the iron box that she snapped back to reality, asking with a smile, "What's going on?" Xia Qiao explained, "That's a plunder card. I can take your treasure." Qi Yan was taken aback. She instinctively questioned, "Can I use this card to steal from someone else?" Xia Qiao shook her head. "No, the voucher is a one-time use." With a wry smile, Qi Yan replied, "Well, all right then." She stood up from the ground, ready to return to the villa for a new treasure map, when suddenly she remembered something. She turned back and asked, "Can I see what's inside that treasure?" "Of course," Xia Qiao replied without hesitation, nodding as she picked up the voucher from the box. Her smile suddenly froze on her face. Heaven's path turns round. Who can escape fate? It seemed her good fortune had been exhausted from the very start, leaving her to navigate a series of misfortunes with every step she took. Xia Qiao stood up silently and handed the card to Qi Yan. To her astonishment, the card she had just acquired was yet another adventure card, and its challenge read, Chapter 31. I'm starving. Can you lend me 50 million? Choose a contestant you're fond of and, while carrying them, complete 3 squats. Qi Yan, upon reading the text on the voucher, gasped softly. She returned the voucher to Xia Qiao, exclaiming, "Thank goodness you took this card for me." As a quintessential beauty from Jiangnan, she was petite and light. Not only could she not manage squats while carrying someone, she could hardly lift anyone at all. Xia Qiao tucked the adventure voucher into her pocket and smiled gently. "Teacher Qi, do not rejoice too soon."
Huh.
Qi Yan responded, slowly realizing, "You mean you want to carry me?" Xia Qiao nodded affirmatively. She then extended her hand, inquiring, "May I, Teacher Qi?" Qi Yan placed her hand in Xia Qiao's palm. Of course. As Qi Yan watched Xie Qiao crouch down to prepare to wrap her arms around her neck, she hesitated momentarily. Are you sure you can carry me? Xie Qiao dismissed her concerns. You don't even weigh 100 pounds. How could I possibly struggle? Qi Yan was slightly taken aback. Really? Tentatively. She wrapped her arms around Xie Qiao, then reminded her, I'm holding on tight. Xie Qiao affirmed with a sound as she gradually stood up, supporting Qi Yan's legs. She quickly straightened up, completing 3 squats. She set Qi Yan down and turned to ask Sister Qi, do you weigh 80 pounds? Xie Qiao marveled. You're so light. Qi Yan chuckled. Is it really that light? She discreetly covered her microphone and whispered, during my previous drama, the male actor couldn't lift me and even suggested I lose weight. Xie Qiao blinked. Who is it? Which male actor is such a scrawny fellow? If he has the nerve to tell you to lose weight, why can't he bulk up himself? Surely it can't be that skinny dog Shinlin? If it's him, that's understandable. Too much indulgence has left him weak, making it reasonable that he can't lift you. Qi Yan was puzzled. She instinctively glanced at Xie Qiao. The male actor who had advised her to lose weight was indeed Shinlin, but hadn't he been married for several years? Was he still indulging in extramarital affairs? What a scoundrel! Qi Yan didn't doubt Xie Qiao's sources, but she immediately began to disdain Shinlin. A weakling who couldn't lift her was certainly not her fault. Qi Yan instantly felt reassured. She no longer considered her weight an issue, and enthusiastically invited Xie Qiao. Shall we head back to the villa to get a new treasure map together? Xie Qiao nodded. Thus, Qi Yan cheerfully drew closer, linking her arm with Xie Qiao's as they walked back to the villa. Meanwhile, the audience fervently discussed the recent events. I never expected Sister Qi to adopt the full beauty persona. Ha ha ha, she even covered her microphone, but Qiao Qiao's was still on. They heard everything. Both ears caught the conversation. So, who was the male star Qi Yan mentioned? If even she couldn't lift him, what a useless creature. It doesn't matter who the male star is, there are far too many of those scrawny male stars nowadays. No one cares about Qiao Jia's impressive squats just now. They were genuinely cool. Come on. Why isn't the sister coming to praise me? The villa's entrance had already been swung wide open by the production team. Xie Qiao led Qi Yan into the courtyard, randomly stopping a staff member to ask, hello. We'd like to claim a treasure map. The staff member guided them to the area for map collection. Only 9 treasure maps remained, indicating that aside from them, 2 other contestants had already unearthed the first treasure and claimed the second map. Xie Qiao randomly selected a map. It appeared to be more complicated, containing 6 challenges. Standing at the villa's entrance, Xie Qiao examined the direction to proceed. It was southwest. She tucked the treasure map into her pocket and, as she walked ahead, began to lament to Qi Yan, no matter whether or not I receive a token voucher, once this map is completed, I shall not claim another. Not even a donkey from the production team would do such a thing. Qi Yan was taken aback. Huh? She hesitated, casting a glance at Xie Qiao before asking. But what if what we dig up isn't a token voucher? What will you do for lunch? Xie Qiao replied expressionlessly, I'll resort to begging. I'll wail on the street and sit before the director in tears. Qi Yan was bewildered. That method seemed a bit too extreme for her. After several attempts to voice her thoughts, she finally reached out and grabbed Xie Qiao's hand. Let us not. Furrowing her brow in thought for a moment, Qi Yan managed to propose a solution. I have a small appetite. I can share half of my food with you. She whispered, don't go begging. The audience in the live stream burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, give Qi Yan a bit of madness and shock. I must say, I genuinely believe Sister Qiao could pull off something like this. I'm quite looking forward to seeing Xie Qiao cry and wail in front of the director. What a haunting scene. It's so entertaining. I want to see it. How could Xie Qiao have the audacity to take Qi Yan's food? Perhaps influenced by Shenlin's words, Qi Yan now appeared to be nearly emaciated, her ribs almost visibly protruding from her chest. Dressed in tattered clothing, with a slightly disheveled appearance, she could easily blend in with a crowd of refugees. Given Qi Yan's condition, how could she possibly take food from her? That would be utterly beastly. Xie Qiao waved her hand. I was just joking. She spread her palms and said calmly, don't worry, I will manage to get food. Qi Yan, still skeptical, released her grip. Nodding, she produced her treasure map. Then I shall go treasure hunting. Qi Yan headed off in another direction. Xie Qiao paid her no mind and proceeded to her first checkpoint. Perhaps fortune had finally turned in her favor, although this treasure map contained more checkpoints. Each one was relatively easy. Within 20 minutes, Xie Qiao successfully unearthed the treasure. She opened the iron box, took a glance, and abruptly closed the lid. Surely, she had opened it incorrectly. After a moment of calm, Xie Qiao bowed her head and reopened the iron box. Let me see. Our sister Qiao must be having a stroke of bad luck. It seems she has gotten her hands on some worthless paper voucher. Am I about to see Sister Qiao begging and crying to the director? Rubbing my hands in excitement. You dream on. Sister Qiao already said she has a way to get lunch. So, what kind of voucher is this? Surely it isn't another adventure voucher? Xie Qiao retrieved the paper voucher placed by the production team from a pile of raffia grass. She extended her hand and displayed the voucher in front of the camera. Indeed, it was yet another adventure voucher. The content of the adventure was rather malicious. Take out your phone, call your most recent contact, including text and phone calls. And tell them, I am starving, could you lend me 50 million? Chapter 32. I'm your daughter. I'm about to starve to death. The barrage of comments was stunned. What? Will this inquiry really not be reported as fraud? 50 million? Are you kidding me? That seems quite reasonable. Artists are generally affluent, right? If you say 5 million, maybe the other party would actually transfer it, but 50 million is sure to create some showmanship. Speaking of which, who could Sister Qiao's most recent contact be? Perhaps her manager or assistant, or maybe an old crush. Wait, didn't Xie Qiao send her heartfelt text to Nanhua? She won't actually be calling Nanhua, will she? But Nanhua is in the station. He can't take calls, right? Maybe the police will call him to take the line? Oh my, this is getting thrilling. Unbeknownst to Xie Qiao, the netizens were lost in their imaginations. She opened her phone, glanced at her recent calls, and turned the screen off and on again. Her most recent contact was indeed her father, Xie Dad. Although he inexplicably transferred 30 million to her that morning, his tone in the text message remained rather brusque. She mused that Xie Dad probably wouldn't answer her call, and with her eyes slightly downcast, she asked, what if the recent contact's phone is unreachable? The cameraman scratched his head. He was just a photographer. What did he know? The young man patiently waited until the director's voice came through the earpiece. He quickly replied. The director said if the most recent contact is unreachable, then call the second closest contact. Xie Qiao acknowledged with an M. She retrieved her phone again, stared at her father's contact for a moment, and then dialed, counting silently in her mind for a few seconds, bracing herself for the call to be disconnected. She heard a stern voice on the other end. Hello, Xie Qiao. To her surprise, her father actually answered the phone. Startled, she instinctively exclaimed, Dad. Xie Chunshan responded coolly with an M. He stubbornly maintained his dignity as a father and questioned, What do you want to call me for? Have you come to your senses? If you have, then... Xie Qiao interrupted him. Dad, I'm really broke lately. Clutching the adventure card, she read aloud the words on it. I'm starving. Could you lend me 50 million? The comments erupted with laughter. Your father. I'm dying of filial piety. Asking for 50 million right off the bat. Ha, does our family even have 50 million? Don't you know? But wait. Is her father really going to believe Xie Qiao and think she can't afford food? That shouldn't be the case, right? If I told my dad I couldn't afford food, he would just ask if I wanted to buy some grains again. Was her most recent contact actually her father? How unexpected. Though not entirely surprising, given that she had previously been involved in a scandal and likely sought her father's help for clarification. Oh no, she had a share in that scandal. Feeling a bit guilty, perhaps she should send some gifts to express her sentiments.
No, wait.
Wake up. You're sending gifts now. The money will only end up in the production team's hands. The other end of the line fell silent for 2 seconds. Then Xie Dad coldly stated, Is that so? His voice sounded eerily calm. I see. Xie Qiao. What did her father understand? She looked at her phone in confusion, preparing to ask, only to hear the busy signal echoing. Beep, beep, beep. Xie Dad hung up. Okay, I understand now. This is a scam call. What kind of scammer is out of their mind to ask me for 50 million? My country's anti-fraud app just sent me a reminder. Ha ha ha. You can tell he's her real father. Woke up groggy, only to hear my daughter asking for 50 million. Better go back to sleep for a bit. Xie Qiao held her phone, silently staring at the screen for a moment before slipping it into her pocket. She turned to the camera. Does this count as completing the task? The director couldn't immediately provide instructions, and the cameraman remained silent. Xie Qiao waited a minute, not hearing a response, and casually shoved her hands into her pockets. She shrugged. Then I'll assume I've passed. Clutching the iron box, Xiao strolled back to the villa with the cameraman. The courtyard was bustling with staff and an array of equipment scattered about. Xiao carefully navigated around them, preparing to enter the house when she heard a staff member behind her ask, "Teacher Sigh, aren't you coming to collect the treasure map?" Xiao waved her hand, resolutely replying, "No way. This ridiculous treasure map, let whoever loves playing dig for it. I'm off to eat." The director, squatting in front of the monitor, suddenly raised his head to look at Xiao. Food? Where did Sister Qiao get food from? Hadn't he already instructed the staff to negotiate with the villagers? Moreover, he had been keeping an eye on Xiao all morning and hadn't seen her doing anything unusual. Xiao had already entered the villa. Unable to see her figure, the director had no choice but to shift his gaze back to the live stream to observe Xiao. She went straight into her room. Opening her suitcase, she pulled out a package of snail rice noodles. The director? He turned to the staff beside him and asked, "How did you let her bring something so large inside? Aren't we only allowed to bring 5 other items?" The staff member looked quite innocent. This snail rice noodle counts as one of the 5 items. The director sighs in frustration. This item was placed there by them, and it is certainly unacceptable to renege and confiscate it again. He could only watch helplessly as Xiao took the river snail rice noodles and made her way to the kitchen to begin boiling water. Lunchtime was fast approaching, and the other guests gradually returned to the villa. Wu Qishan had the worst luck. He was trapped by the tossing game for far too long, resulting in him uncovering only one treasure throughout the entire morning. However, fortune smiled upon him as that singular treasure happened to yield a token coupon. As for the remaining guests, Shun Qianqian was the luckiest, having unearthed 2 token coupons, while the others generally fared similarly, each securing merely 1 token coupon. They proceeded to the courtyard with their coupons, and Shun Qianqian took the lead, asking, "Director, how do we exchange the token coupons for lunch?" The director, grinning broadly, clapped his hands. As the applause faded, a staff member wheeled out a food cart. The cart was 3-tiered, filled to the brim with delectable dishes, which the director personally unveiled to showcase to the guests. With just 1 token coupon, they could partake in today's sumptuous feast. The director intended to use this opportunity to spur Xiao on, encouraging her to continue her treasure hunting in the afternoon. Thus, he feigned exaggeration, sniffing the air loudly, exclaiming, "Just take a whiff. How fragrant it is." Yet his nose twitched, and his expression suddenly froze. The foul odor of the river snail rice noodles wafting from the kitchen aggressively overshadowed the delightful aroma of the various dishes. Chapter 32. I bend like a mosquito coil for Sister Qiao. All the guests caught a whiff of this unpleasant odor. Following the scent, Wu Qishan made his way to the kitchen. He peered in and inquired, "What is that smell? Is it river snail rice noodles?" He felt a pang of desire. River snail rice noodles, being high in oil and salt, had not graced his palate since he became an artist and had to manage his figure. As for the lavish feast meticulously prepared by the production team, those were the very dishes he consumed regularly, offering him little interest. Xiao spotted Wu Qishan outside the window. She turned off the stove, packaged the river snail rice noodles, and nodded, yes. Xiao had purchased a classic brand of river snail rice noodles with a generous amount of seasoning, and the broth was perfectly colored. Wu Qishan unconsciously swallowed. He turned his head, stealthily glancing at the cameraman who had followed him, then shifted his body to obscure the window. His manager, fearing he would gain weight, had always strictly monitored his diet. However, with his manager absent, he could secretly indulge in a taste. Wu Qishan whispered, "Sister Qiao, could you spare a small bowl for me to try?" Xiao cast him a glance, displaying her generosity. Sure. She had purchased a larger portion, so there was plenty of noodles. Xiao rummaged through the kitchen, retrieved a bowl meant for toddlers, washed it clean, and filled it for Wu Qishan. She even asked, "Would you like pickled bamboo shoots and fried tofu skin?" Wu Qishan eagerly nodded. "Yes, please." He expressed his gratitude. "Sister Qiao, you're truly kind." Meanwhile, the director, standing off to the side, was exasperated. How could their lavish banquet, painstakingly prepared, possibly be outshined by a mere bowl of river snail rice noodles? He was seething with frustration. Unbeknownst to Xiao, she handed the small bowl and chopsticks to Wu Qishan and carried her own bowl to the dining room. The pungent aroma of the river snail rice noodles wafted into the dining area. Staff members were almost all watching her. Xiao paid little heed, even returning to her bedroom first to retrieve her tablet. She tuned into an anime series, slurping the river snail rice noodles as she watched.
Damn, this is the life.
Just missing a fried egg. River snail rice noodles without a fried egg lack sole. However, surely this was not as good as what the other guests were having? It seemed Sister Chiao ought to borrow a token coupon from Shin Qianqian to join everyone for lunch, then return to excavate later to repay her. Just considering Sister Chiao's luck, who could say? Haha, your comment is utterly vicious. With the scent of river snail rice noodles in the air, the other guests collectively found no comfort in their meals compared to Sister Chiao's. This was indeed the case. The villa had but one dining room. The other guests had to enter the house to eat. With that smell lingering, if their meal was not river snail rice noodles, it felt as if they were consuming something foul. The others struggled to swallow. Shun Qianqian even glanced at Xie Qiao each time she took a bite. In the end, a significant portion of the meticulously prepared meals remained untouched, causing the director great distress. He hovered near the dining table, silent, merely glaring at Xie Qiao. Oblivious to the director's mental turmoil, Xie Qiao finished an episode of the anime, relishing the last bite of her noodles, and then looked up. Her gaze collided with the director's intense stare. Xie Qiao asked, "Am I eating too slowly, causing a delay in your dishwashing?" The director's frustration was palpable. How absurd. Your bowls and utensils are your own responsibility. The production team will not wash them for you. Xie Qiao exclaimed. Oh. This reasoning seemed quite reasonable. She nodded and cheerfully gathered her plate to begin washing the bowls in the kitchen. The director was taken aback. Huh? Is she really going to do it? He hesitated for a moment, preparing to chase after her to explain that the production team would handle it, when he heard a notification sound. The director turned to the source of the noise. The camera followed suit, focusing on the origin of the sound. The alert came from the tablet Xie Qiao had left on the table. It seemed to have synced with her phone, as a text message triggered the corresponding alert on the tablet. You have received a new message. The message read, 39 ping in bank. Your credit card ending in the last 4 digits has received a deposit of 50 million at 12:32 today. Please check promptly. What? Did Dad really transfer me 50 million? How could that be? Perhaps the 3 zeros displayed were the entirety of the amount. Damn. Suddenly feeling a bit touched. You tell Dad you're broke and he truly believes you. My dad would believe it too. But he wouldn't send me money. He'd advise me to find my mom. Haha, your dad. You broke? What a coincidence, I'm broke too. Xie Qiao felt her phone vibrating in her pocket. She wiped her hands on a towel, pulled out her phone, and took a glance. It was a bank transfer notification for 50 million. What? Dad actually sent me 50 million. Adding the 30 million transferred earlier that morning, she had already amassed 80 million from her father within half a day. This was a staggering sum. But why on earth did the original owner choose to linger in the entertainment industry rather than return home? Xie Qiao quickly replied to the message. Thank you, Dad. After a moment's thought, she decided to explain the situation to her father. I have money. That statement was a requirement from the production team. Xie Qiao sent that message as well, then set the bowls aside and exited the kitchen. The director and the cameraman were still in the living room. Xie Qiao glanced at them, walked over to retrieve her tablet, and, cradling it in her arms, turned to ascend the stairs. The director, witnessing Xie Qiao halfway up the stairs, suddenly realized, Xie Qiao. He hurriedly followed, asking, What are you going upstairs for, to rest? The director frowned. Aren't you going to excavate the treasure map this afternoon? Xie Qiao tilted her head and nodded resolutely. Of course. Dad just transferred me 50 million. That's 50 million. I might as well lie flat and become a salted fish. The director was taken aback. Did he really transfer 50 million? Is Xie Qiao's family that wealthy? He was astonished. However, now was not the time for shock. He rubbed his nose, feeling somewhat helpless. But if you don't go dig for the treasure map, what will the audience see? Xie Qiao tilted her head. She exchanged a brief gaze with the director before turning to the cameraman and beckoning him over. Come here. The cameraman, perplexed, cast a wary glance at the director and, upon receiving no objection, slowly approached. Xie Qiao raised her hand to grasp the long lens of the camera, leaning forward so that her face filled the frame. She lifted an eyebrow and offered a slight smile to the lens. How about following me this afternoon for some drama binge-watching and chatting? Oh my goodness. Did my sister Qiao just say that? This is unreal. I feel as if I am right there, with Qiao Jia holding my chin and asking me. Yes, yes, yes. Let us see. Qiao Jia, are we watching in bed together? I swear, I could bend over backwards for her on the spot. Goodness. Such stunning beauty. How come I only just now realize how beautiful Qiao Jia is? What do you mean, Sister Qiao? She is my one and only wife. My beloved wife, let us get cozy. Chapter 33. Let us give away a house in the lottery. Xie Qiao, oblivious to the barrage of comments from netizens, released her grip on the camera, straightened her posture, and shrugged at the director. See, the audience agrees. The director, bewildered, asked, agree to what? How did they agree? Xie Qiao raised her eyelashes. Silence is tacit approval. ISNT it? The director chose to remain silent. She circled around him and continued to ascend the stairs to the second floor. As the cameraman could not follow her inside, he switched off the camera and activated the internal lens in her room. Xie Qiao bid him farewell at the door, closed it behind her, rinsed her mouth in the bathroom, drew the curtains, and settled cross-legged on her bed. She had not paused for a moment the entire morning, feeling utterly exhausted, yet not sleepy. Turning her head, she glanced toward the fixed camera positioned at the head of the bed. Adjusting the angles slightly, she greeted the lens. Good afternoon. Xie Qiao powered on the projector in front of her bed, searching for the remote control. As she sifted through the media library, she inquired, what would you like to watch? Anime, variety shows, dramas, or movies? Naturally, the camera offered no response. Before long, she found what she desired. Let us watch something suitable for all ages. She clicked play. With a booming voice, the show commenced. Here comes Old Sun. The comments section erupted in astonishment. Just moments ago, they had been speculating on what could possibly be deemed suitable for all ages. They racked their brains, but could not have anticipated this choice. Is this even appropriate? Haha, you won't believe it. Everyone in my family has seen this. Xie Qiao was playing the classic version of Journey to the West. The Monkey King was born, embarking on a quest across the seas to seek immortality, eventually becoming a disciple of Bodhi, who imparted magical skills to him. With a heavy sigh, Bodhi warned him, in the future, if you cause trouble, do not mention your master. Xie Qiao suddenly felt as though she had been struck by an arrow. Back when the original host insisted on leaving the Xie family to enter the entertainment industry, her father had said something similar. If you enter the entertainment world, do not ever reveal that you are my daughter. She sighed deeply. Retrieving her phone from her pocket, she hesitated for a few seconds before illuminating the screen. Xie Qiao knew that once she sent that explanatory message, her father would undoubtedly be furious. He despised her for entering the entertainment industry. And yet, she had called him due to the program, lamenting her financial struggles. He would likely text her to scold her. Cautiously, she unlocked the screen and glanced at her messages. To her surprise, her father had not sent any new texts. She paused, instinctively wondering, has he blocked me? After a moment of contemplation, she decided to send another message to check if she had indeed been blocked. Just as she began to edit her message, a new notification popped up. The sender was her father. Xie Chunshan, Dad left his phone on the table and hasn't he seen this message? I deleted it for you. Xie Chunshan, he would be upset if he saw this message. Xie Qiao blinked slowly. Given the tone, it must be one of her brothers. Her eldest brother was currently on a business trip overseas, while her third brother was engrossed in his research, having lived in the lab for over half a year. The sender of the message could only be her second brother. Xie Qiao stroked her chin. Based on her second brother's response, it seemed the Xie family still cared for the original host. How could they have ended up in such a standoff? It made sense. One side was silent, while the other spoke but was better off not saying anything at all. A classic case of Sundra dynamics. Xie Qiao lightly clicked her tongue, stowing her phone back into her pocket, her expression easing. No worries, she would just break the stalemate. After the recording session, she planned to take a taxi back to the Xie family home and hug her father while crying. It would be a delightful little surprise for her family. With her phone tucked away, she watched a few more minutes of Journey to the West before suddenly remembering something. She looked into the camera. Do you all enjoy watching this? The comments were filled with confusion. Anyone who doesn't like Journey to the West should be taken out and executed. This must be 100,000. Not so much about liking it, considering I can recite the plot backwards. No, Qiao Jie, if you ask us, we can't see your answers anyway. Xie Qiao pulled out her tablet, found the program's live streaming room, and entered. I can see your comments. She took out some candy from her pocket, unwrapped a hard candy, and popped it into her mouth. How about we chat while we watch? The comments lit up with excitement.
Damn.
I just thought for a while, and couldn't he come up with anything to ask. Look at me. Qiao Jie, look at me. Are you coming back to record this program next time?
Well, yeah.
After this program, do you have any other activities? Any variety shows? Xie Qiao scanned the fast-moving comments. She attempted to respond to what she could catch. Next time? She shook her head. I only signed a contract for 1 episode. The director probably doesn't want me back for the next. The director must have suffered the whole time. Our Xiao Jia has brought immense popularity to the program. Does the director dare to complain? He must be begging her to renew the contract.
Will ya?
Did you know? Your Weibo followers have exceeded 8 million. Are you not going to provide any benefits for your fans? Yes. Fan benefits. Xie Qiao.
Huh?
She paused for 2 seconds. What immense popularity. What 8 million followers. She pulled out her phone, opened Weibo, and quickly checked the situation. In the trending searches, there were 4 topics related to her. Even in historical trends, there were 2 associated entries. Moreover, her follower count had indeed risen to over 8 million. Not only that, but she watched in disbelief as the count soared to 9 million right before her eyes. Xie Qiao. After all this fancy maneuvering, I'm now not only further from quitting the industry, but also thriving. Feeling fatigued, she locked her phone, propped her chin in her hand, and remarked nonchalantly. So many followers, huh? She asked the comments. What kind of fan benefits do you want? How about wearing lingerie and lying in bed calling me wife?
No lingerie.
I want silk pajamas. And big waves. Damn, you guys are too wild. Hee sister, don't mind them. They're all just perverts. Only I am thinking of you. Let us do a pole dance, sister. Xie Qiao briefly scanned the comments before falling deep in thought. What nonsense proposals. After a moment's contemplation, she suggested, how about this? Let us hold a lottery. As for the prize. She pondered for a moment. How about a house? Chapter 34. Let's go and witness the misfortune of the next victim. The barrage of comments was nothing short of astonished. What did you just say? A house? Is it the one I am thinking of? Sister Qiao. Did your father truly give you 50 million? Sister Qiao, if you don't clarify, I might start spreading rumors that your father is Xie Chanshan. Hold on, everyone. Let us remain calm. Is it possible that the house Sister Qiao mentioned is actually a dollhouse? Xie Qiao blinked. The house she referred to was indeed not a dollhouse. Propping her chin on her hand, she smiled brightly, saying, it's for you all to buy a house on Weibo. What a response I never anticipated. I thought Sister Qiao was genuinely preparing to give away houses and had even planned to create 100 alternate accounts to lower the odds of winning. My heart shattered. I performed an act of unfollowing on the spot. So, Sister Qiao, what exactly are the fan benefits? Xie Qiao cast a glance at the comments. Stretching lazily, she leaned against the headboard, saying, let's discuss fan benefits when we reach 10 million followers. She then sketched an imaginary pie in the air. I'll prepare some novel benefits for you all. Cradling a small lamb plushie in her arms, she added, of course. It's unlikely we'll reach that follower count. These fans were merely attracted by the hype from the show's controversies. This fervor wouldn't last long. Especially since she would complete filming tonight. Forget about gaining more followers. The count might even plummet drastically. The barrage of comments dismissed Xie Qiao's words. Sister Qiao is underestimating herself too much, isn't? I'm telling you, by tomorrow we'll hit 10 million followers. I got it. I'll directly buy Sister Qiao 1 million followers. I want to see her fan benefits for 10 million followers tonight. Buying followers? Isn't that quite expensive? Let us start a crowdfunding campaign. I'll sponsor you $2, sis. Sister Qiao. Look at me. What's your schedule after this? Hurry and tell us. Xie Qiao glanced at the comments, skipping over the less significant ones, and replied to the most recent one. No schedule. She lazily reclined, hands folded over her abdomen. I'm preparing to go home and rest for a month. Indeed, Xie Qiao had no schedule. The role of the female lead in the drama she had desperately pursued was ultimately not secured. Moreover, due to the exposure of her benefactor relationship, she lost several cameo roles. This variety show was essentially the last opportunity her manager had managed to secure for her. The audience was in disbelief.
Impossible.
With Sister Qiao's high popularity, there must be a variety show or film crew extending an olive branch to her. Surely there is something lined up, right? Is it just confidential? Feeling a tinge of sorrow, I viewed Sister Qiao as a close wife, but Sister Qiao regarded me as an outsider. Xie Qiao propped her chin in her hand. Without addressing the audience's doubts, she instead focused on the tablet, smiling gently. Do you all enjoy working? The barrage erupted in excitement. How could anyone enjoy working? I go to work every day, and my grievances are greater than the evil sword masteress. Move aside. Your grievances can't compare to mine. I work 6 days a week. I'll blow up the company tomorrow. Stupid company. Stupid colleagues. Stupid boss. If it weren't for a meager salary, who would be a doormat there? The audience's frustrations were indeed immense. Xie Qiao tilted her head, watching them rant for nearly 2 minutes before slowly nodding. Indeed. She empathized. I don't enjoy working either. Xie Qiao revealed a genuine smile. That's why I choose not to. If an artist isn't working, then naturally there are no schedules. The afternoon recording would last until 7 in the evening. Xie Qiao chatted with the audience for a while, then glanced at the projector. Journey to the West had already reached the 3rd episode. Each episode was 45 minutes long, and she had been conversing with the audience for nearly 2 hours. Xie Qiao set down the tablet and stretched. Are you all tired of watching TV? She got off the bed, drew back the curtains, and stepped out onto the balcony. The balcony offered a broad view, allowing her to easily see half the village and the busy guests within. Retracing her steps back inside, she greeted the camera and continued. Let us go observe the other guests. Xie Qiao opened the door. The indoor camera was fixed and could not follow her downstairs. She stepped outside and searched around until she found the cameraman assigned to follow her. Waving to him, Xie Qiao said, I'm heading out for a bit. The cameraman, hastily munching on a sausage, fumbled to turn on the camera, switched the live broadcast equipment, and followed closely behind her. Xie Qiao recalled the positions of the guests and first sought out Wu Qishan. Wu Qishan was currently at a checkpoint, balancing on one leg within a white circle. A timer beside him, his expression fierce, as if he were a malevolent deity. Xie Qiao picked up the task paper from the ground and glanced at the text. Stand on one leg, for a minute. This task wasn't particularly difficult. Xie Qiao cast him a curious look and asked, Why do you look so pained? She placed the task paper back on the ground. Tilting her head in confusion, she inquired, Shouldn't an idol's core strength be quite good? Wu Qishan gritted his teeth. You can give it a try. It feels like every second is an eternity. Xie Qiao blinked. She stood up, watching Wu Qishan grimace for a while before suddenly realizing something was amiss. Why hadn't the timer ended yet? Approaching the timer, she squatted down for a look. 23,937. The timer was stuck at 2 seconds and 37. Yet those 2 seconds seemed frozen in time, the numbers not budging at all. Xie Qiao picked up the timer and shook it in front of Wu Qishan, informing him, This timer is broken. Wu Qishan. He widened his eyes, reaching out to take the timer for a closer look. However, as soon as he extended his hand, his balance faltered. Wu Qishan swayed and began to topple over. He quickly withdrew his hand, awkwardly readjusting his stance and even bouncing lightly on the spot before managing to steady himself. Wu Qishan extended his hand again, demanding, Let me see. Xie Qiao handed him the timer. Upon seeing the frozen 2 seconds and 37, Wu Qishan shook the timer a couple of times, pressed the reset button twice, yet was unable to alter the displayed numbers. The timer was indeed broken. The golden retriever puppy's entire being was frozen. He desperately wanted to smash the timer but restrained himself with great effort. Xie Qiao stood beside him, yawning. She blandly remarked, How unfortunate. The golden retriever puppy. He widened his eyes, instinctively wanting to argue with Xie Qiao. Yet before he could utter a word, Xie Qiao had already waved to the cameraman. Come. She cheerfully declared. Let us go and witness the misfortune of the next victim. Chapter 35. Here's a little surprise for you. Xie Qiao strolled around the village. Lin Shanshan and Qi Yan were still searching for the route to the checkpoints, while only Song Jinyan was crouched down, seemingly digging for treasures. Xie Qiao squatted beside her, inquiring as if conducting an interview. Teacher Song, how many treasures have you unearthed this afternoon? Song Jinyan glanced at her. 2. She opened the iron box in her arms. This is the second one. The box was filled with raffia grass, and after rummaging through, she pulled out a paper coupon. Looking down at it, her expression subtly shifted. Let me see. Let me see. That expression clearly indicated something was amiss, and it elicited laughter.
Wow.
I suddenly feel that Sister Qiao has some sort of magical aura. Every guest she visits seems to encounter bad luck.
Ha ha ha.
Other guests, let us quickly form an anti-Xie Qiao alliance. Reject Sister Qiao's observation. Xie Qiao also noticed Song Jinyan's expression. She tilted her head slightly. Isn't it a token voucher? Song Jinyan replied with a soft nonchalantly. She returned the paper voucher to the box, then turned her gaze towards Xie Qiao. Fixing her stare intently, Xie Qiao felt a shiver down her spine at the intensity of the gaze, instinctively taking a step back. Just as she regained her balance, Song Jinyan abruptly declared, I like you. Xie Qiao stammered. Huh? She locked eyes with Song Jinyen for a fleeting moment before extending her hand. Is this the adventurous content of the voucher? She retrieved the voucher, glancing at the text inscribed upon it. Please randomly find a guest and confess to her. Saying I like you. Xie Qiao let out a soft click of her tongue. She tossed the card back into the box and casually inquired, aren't you going to use this to approach Shen Qianqian? What a splendid opportunity for a confession. You are expressing your affection, yet she may remain oblivious. Perceiving it merely as a requirement from the production team, you will still be friends. Thinking about it this way, it feels a bit sharp-edged. Song Jinyen fell silent for a moment. She shot Xie Qiao an annoyed look and then embraced the treasure box tightly. She was swayed by Xie Qiao's words. After surveying her surroundings, she was about to seek out Shen Qianqian when a thought suddenly struck her. She turned and said, let me recommend a variety show for you. This idea delighted her, and she intended to offer Xie Qiao some form of compensation. Xie Qiao exclaimed, huh? Why are you repaying kindness with malice? She had no desire to participate in a variety show or undertake any more commitments. Her eyes widened in disbelief. She quickly called out, Teacher Song. Xie Qiao wanted to stop Song Jinyen, to convey that she had no need for a variety show. However, Song Jinyen did not look back. She merely turned slightly and waved her hand dismissively at Xie Qiao. No need to thank me. Xie Qiao muttered. Thanks a lot. Thank you, you big-headed ghost. The comments section erupted in laughter.
Ha ha ha, I am dying.
Xiao Jie is out shopping and suddenly has a schedule in the sky. Xiao Jie, I have no plans for the next month. I can just relax. Song Jinyen, not at all. Don't celebrate too soon. What if Xiao Jie declines this job? I choose to trust Xiao Jie's manager. She will definitely push Xiao Jie to film the new variety show. As for the variety show Song Jinyen mentioned, its identity remained a mystery. I can't wait to see it. Are you looking forward to Xiao Jie wreaking havoc on the production team? Haha. Xie Qiao watched helplessly as Song Jinyen walked away. She sighed deeply. I shouldn't have come out this afternoon. Initially, she intended to enjoy others' amusement, but unexpectedly, she had become part of the spectacle herself. This boomerang ultimately struck her back. With a heart heavy with disappointment, Xie Qiao waved at the camera. Let us not focus on the other guests. Let us head back. She led the cameraman back to the villa. In the kitchen, she poured herself a glass of water, but after only a couple of sips, her phone vibrated. It was a message from her manager. Xie Qiao felt a pang of anxiety. No way did Song Jinyen act that swiftly. Had she already handed the variety show opportunity to her manager? Taking a sip of water to calm her nerves, she opened the message. Lin Yan, after you finish recording. Don't wander off. I'll drive to pick you up. It wasn't he about the variety show. Xie Qiao let out a heavy sigh of relief. She replied simply to Lin Jie. Xie Qiao, okay. Cradling the cup, she took another couple of sips when her phone vibrated again. Lin Jie had sent another message. Lin Yan, there's a new variety show that contacted me, expressing interest in inviting you as a guest. Lin Yan, I looked it over and found it quite promising, so I tentatively agreed on your behalf. Xie Qiao. Huh? She nearly choked on the water she had in her mouth. After several coughs, she set the cup down hastily and grabbed her phone to argue with Lin Yan. Xie Qiao, Lin Jie, I don't want to take on any variety shows right now. Lin Yan, don't say something foolish. Lin Yan, I reviewed the variety show. It's well-structured and offers generous compensation. Lin Yan, your popularity is peaking right now. Not participating in variety shows would only waste your momentum. Lin Yan, oh, by the way, your follower count has reached 950,000. What plans do you have for fan benefits? Xie Qiao rubbed her temples. Perhaps the original owner was too deeply enamored with the entertainment industry. For Lin Jie clearly did not believe she wished to take a break. With a deep sigh, Xie Qiao stared at the last line of the message for a moment before replying with a pained expression. Xie Qiao, I'll talk to you tonight. She tucked her phone into her pocket, cradled her cup, and returned upstairs. After wandering around, the remaining time in the afternoon was limited. Xie Qiao opened her phone and opted for a live stream to play games. Just as she achieved her 6th consecutive victory in the game, the staff finally knocked on her door to inform her that recording had concluded. Xie Qiao packed her belongings and followed the staff downstairs. The production team had prepared dinner, but Xie Qiao declined to eat. She dragged her luggage to the village entrance, where she awaited Lin Yan's chauffeur-driven car. Once she boarded the vehicle, she hadn't even opened her mouth when Lin Yan tossed a stack of documents her way. She succinctly stated, contract for the new variety show. Xie Qiao. Huh? Are we already at the stage of signing contracts? Xie Qiao did not examine the document. Confidently, she returned the papers to Lin Yan, waving her hand dismissively. I won T-sign. She leaned back against the sofa. I severed ties with my family to enter the entertainment industry for 2 years. I've come to terms with it now. This month, I wish to refrain from any activities and just lie down at home. Xie Qiao straightened up again. All right. My home is nearby. She provided a string of addresses. Linjia, please take me there. Lin Yan was somewhat taken aback. She adjusted the rear-view mirror to glance at Xie Qiao. The address Xie Qiao had given was in Huamenjingfu. This residential area only had 12 villas for sale. Those who resided here were either wealthy or of high status. Lin Yan couldn't help but wonder. Could it be that Xie Qiao's earlier claims of her family's wealth were indeed true? She refrained from pressuring Xie Qiao to sign the contract and instead started the car, driving towards the address provided by Xie Qiao. The community was situated on a hill, resembling a semi-scenic area, hence there was no prominent entrance. Lin Yan successfully navigated up the hill and parked beside the villa. She then lowered the car window. Turning to Xie Qiao, are you sure this is your home? She pointed towards a villa not far away. It was already 7:30 in the evening, and darkness had enveloped the surroundings. Yet, the villa before them remained shrouded in darkness, devoid of any lights, resembling an abandoned, uninhabited mountain house. Chapter 37. A youth without social death is a waste. Xie Qiao fell into silence. She glanced at Lin Yan, then rolled down the rear window to check the door plate. This is indeed my home. But why was there not a single light? Xie Qiao opened the car door and approached the villa's entrance, pressing the doorbell. The chime echoed across the desolate mountainside, heightening the eerie atmosphere. Waiting in the evening breeze for 3 or 4 minutes, Xie Qiao saw no one come to answer the door. After contemplating, she circled around to the nearby security booth. Peering in on tiptoe, the security booth was completely empty. Xie Qiao, what is going on? Did her family go bankrupt and sell the house? Xie Qiao retraced her steps and re-entered the chauffeur-driven car, pulling out her phone to scroll through her contacts and send a message to her older brother. Xie Qiao, second brother, why is no one home? Xie Heng replied swiftly. Xie Heng, it's been too hot lately. Mom and Dad went to Harbin for a vacation and to escape the heat. Xie Qiao, but there's not even a light on at home. And the nanny and security are missing. Xie Heng, I'm also on a business trip. There's no one at home. Mom and Dad thought it pointless to have the nanny there, so they let her take a break. Xie Heng, why are you suddenly asking this? Are you back home? Xie Qiao. She fell silent for a moment before gently typing her reply. Xie Qiao, no, just passing by. She set her phone down and leaned back against the chair, a sense of tranquility enveloping her. This beautiful return home, intended as a surprise for her parents, unexpectedly turned into a fright for herself. Who could understand such irony? Xie Qiao let out a soft sigh. She possessed the fingerprint access to her home. Yet both her parents were away, and even the housekeeper was absent. What purpose did her return serve? Engaging in idle chatter with a vacuum robot? She might as well go to work. Weary, she extended her hand. Sister Lin, could you please pass me the variety show contract? She straightened her posture. Leaning over the front seat, I've suddenly taken an interest. Lin Yan rolled her eyes. She reached over, retrieved the contract from the passenger seat, and handed it to Xie Qiao while restarting the car. Lin Yan inquired, what is the situation at home? Xie Qiao replied earnestly. My family is traveling and forgot to inform me. Lin Yan glanced at Xie Qiao through the rearview mirror, skeptical of such an explanation. If this apartment truly belonged to Xie Qiao, her family must be quite affluent. A household of such wealth would certainly have several housekeepers. Even if the owners were away, it wouldn't be this quiet. Alas, it was likely that her family resented her, unwilling to see her. No wonder Xie Qiao often expressed her determination to achieve success in the entertainment industry. Perhaps only with accomplishments would her family regard her with esteem.
Today,
She probably came here thinking that having recorded Let Us Fall in Love, she had gained some recognition, but it seemed it was still insufficient. Lin Yan completed her internal monologue. She looked at Xie Qiao with affection and gently asked, are you heading to your rented place? Xie Qiao seemed momentarily perplexed. Where else would she go? She nodded in affirmation, then recalled something and added, there's a food stall nearby. You can just stop there. She hadn't eaten dinner yet. Going to a high-end restaurant at this hour would be pure torture. A casual meal would suffice. Lin Yan acknowledged her with a sound. Xie Qiao picked up the contract and glanced at its contents. The new variety show was titled Thrilling Great Inference. It was a blend of deduction and drama, featuring 12 guests and set to record 10 episodes. Each episode would present a different deduction scenario, while the remaining details remained confidential to the guests. Aside from the recording location, after skimming through the general information, Xiao noted the remuneration. The production team offered her 2 million per episode, for a total of 5 episodes. She was required to participate in the first 3 recordings, while the remaining 2 would be scheduled later by the production team. The recording for the first episode was imminent, just half a week away. Xiao set the contract down and looked out the window. Realizing they had arrived near the food stall, she called for Lin Yan to stop the car, then retrieved a black pen from the vehicle to sign the contract. "Sister Lin, I'll take this variety show." She handed the contract to Lin Yan and opened the car door. Lin Yan gratefully accepted the contract. Just as she was about to offer a few parting words of advice, she heard the car door close and Xiao's cheerful voice. "It's all good. After all, I can just slack off during the show." Lin Yan. She immediately sat up straight, intending to call out to Xiao. However, upon peering around, she found no trace of her. The car behind them honked, impatient with her prolonged stop. Lin Yan reluctantly abandoned her search and drove away. Xiao had already squeezed her way to a stall selling grilled cold noodles. She ordered a double egg and pork tenderloin grilled cold noodle, then moved to the adjacent stall for skewers, picking up 7 or 8 different varieties. With skewers in hand, she returned to her original stall to collect her grilled cold noodles. Upon returning to her residence, Xiao relished a delightful dinner. She had been cooped up at home for nearly a week until she received a friend request on WeChat from a stranger, an employee of thrilling great inference.
Sighing,
Xiao realized her blissful lazy life was about to end. She accepted the friend request and was promptly added to a group chat. The group was bustling with activity. Xiao scrolled through the list and familiarized herself with the guests participating in this episode. Among the 12 guests, 6 were entertainers, including her, while the other 6 were ordinary individuals. The production team had practically secured all the artists from Let Us Fall in Love: Shun Qianqian, Song Jinyan, Wu Qishan, Lin Shanshan, and even Qi Yan were present. As for the 6 ordinary participants, she recognized only 2 names. One was Gu Chunyan, the male lead from the original story, paired with Shun Qianqian. The other was Fu Jingnian, the antagonist of the original narrative. Just from these 2 names, she knew they were pivotal characters. After scanning through the names of the guests, Xiao reclined on her sofa bed, reminiscing about the plot of the original work. In the original narrative, thrilling great inference garnered unimpressive ratings, yet the production quality remained exceptional. This show was financed by the male lead Gu Qinyan in his pursuit of Shun Qianqian. Xiao confidently exited the group chat. Understood. She could comfortably relax in this variety show, as long as she didn't interfere with Shun Qianqian and Gu Qinyan's romantic escapades. Just as she settled in, her phone vibrated once more. A staff member messaged her in the group chat, inquiring, "Teacher Sigh, now that you've just joined the group, do you know the recording guidelines?" Instinctively, Xiao replied, "Yes. If I see Teacher Shen and Mr. Gu smooching, I need to avoid them at all costs." The group fell silent. Xiao suddenly realized her blunder. She hastily retracted her second message, urgently patching it up. "Haha, I meant to say I've seen the guidelines." Still, no one responded in the group. Xiao stared at the chat for a moment before covering her eyes in despair. Damn it. That message she sent wouldn't be seen by Shun Qianqian and Gu Qinyan, would it? Chapter 38. Woman, this cruise is reserved for you. Xiao felt a wave of social embarrassment wash over her. Fortunately, neither Shun Qianqian nor Gu Qinyan had spoken up, so they likely hadn't seen her retracted message. Only the staff member responded.
Correct. Teacher Sigh.
This came with 2 exclamation marks, suggesting the staff member was rather flustered. Xiao replied with a cat nodding emoji. She began to review the recording guidelines, preparing to pack her belongings when her phone vibrated again. Song Jinyan sent her a private message. "What did you mean by what you just said?" Xiao blinked. Song Jinyan harbored feelings for Shun Qianqian, but, due to their gender, could only remain a friend. Upon seeing Xiao's message, she likely felt both anxious and heartbroken. Xiao smirked. She didn't reply immediately. Instead, she set her phone aside and packed her luggage before responding to Song Jinyan. "This variety show was recommended to me by Teacher Song. Does Teacher Song not know who the investors of the program are?" Song Jinyan fell silent. After a brief pause, she slowly replied. "Gu Qinyan is not a good person." Xiao zipped up her suitcase. Having read the original story, she knew exactly what kind of person Gu Qinyan was. But what did that have to do with her? She was merely a laid-back individual. A laid-back person should act like one. She chose not to engage, remained oblivious, and refrained from interfering. Xiaoqiao sent a smiling emoji to Song Jinyan before standing up from the floor. She freshened up and lay down on her luxurious mattress. Alas, tomorrow brings another day of work. At the city port, Xiaoqiao dragged her suitcase and slowly descended from the van. The sun by the seaside was radiant. She raised her hand to shield her eyes and surveyed her surroundings, soon spotting the location of the production team. She made her way over, pulling her suitcase behind her. Only 7 guests had arrived, among whom were a few familiar faces and 3 unfamiliar ones. Xiaoqiao approached them, handing her suitcase to the staff, and smiled at Lin Shanshan, saying, "Teacher Lin, you came so early." Lin Shanshan replied with a grin, "I came with our CEO Gu." She turned to Xiaoqiao and introduced, "This is CEO Gu Chunyun." Xiaoqiao smiled at Gu Chunyun, saying hello. However, Gu Chunyun ignored her, embodying the pride and aloofness of a domineering CEO, with his hands in his pockets and his gaze fixed ahead, seemingly oblivious to Xiaoqiao's greeting. Xiaoqiao was not offended. In fact, she found amusement in the situation. Indeed, he is the quintessential early romance domineering CEO. Is this the palpable chill of his presence? Lin Shanshan caught a glimpse of Xiaoqiao's thoughts and couldn't help but smirk, quickly realizing her reaction. She glanced nervously at Gu Chunyun, wondering if he could hear Xiaoqiao's inner voice. Lin Shanshan felt a twinge of anxiety, as an artist under Gu Chunyun's company. She understood the magnitude of his influence. Xiaoqiao was merely a rising star with little backing. If she angered him, she could easily be blacklisted. Lin Shanshan bit her lip and cautiously observed Gu Chunyun, who remained as unyielding as ever, his demeanor and expression unchanged, resembling an unapproachable iceberg. She breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that Gu Chunyun had not heard Xiaoqiao's thoughts. Lin Shanshan then cast a glance at the other 2 unfamiliar guests, who seemed uncomfortable under the camera's gaze, conversing quietly with their backs turned. They, too, appeared unaware of Xiaoqiao's musings. Lin Shanshan suddenly comprehended. Could it be that only those within the entertainment industry could hear Xiaoqiao's inner thoughts? Just as she was about to speak to Xiaoqiao, the other guests arrived on the scene. The director, holding a loudspeaker, approached, saying, "Good morning, everyone. I believe you have noticed that today's recording location is aboard this cruise ship." He led the guests onto the ship, stopping at the entrance of the grand lobby. The door, adorned in black and gold, soared to 3 meters, intricately carved with elaborate patterns, exuding magnificence and splendor. The director paused, stepping aside. "From here, you shall enter on your own." "Ah, right." He glanced at CEO Gu, receiving a nod of acknowledgement, and added, "This cruise ship is sponsored by CEO Gu." The director clapped his hands awkwardly, announcing, "Let us express our gratitude to CEO Gu." Xiaoqiao joined the other guests in a perfunctory applause. CEO Gu elevated his chin with an air of superiority. He then cast a sidelong glance at Shin Qianqian, his gaze a blend of cool detachment, disdain, and pride. Xiaoqiao pondered. What is he looking at Shin Qianqian for? "Ah, I see. Is he implying, 'Ladies, behold, this splendid cruise ship is my gift to you'?" Lin Shanshan thought to herself, feeling as though all her impressions of CEO Gu had been shattered today. Shin Qianqian also caught wind of Xiaoqiao's thoughts, and her previously raised smile faltered. She instinctively moved away from Song Jinyan, evading Gu Chunyun's gaze. This was utterly cringe-worthy. Gu Chunyun noticed Shin Qianqian's retreat, but paid it little mind, even allowing a smirk to creep onto his lips. He understood. Gu Chunyun thought with unwavering confidence. His woman. She was shy. He took a proud step forward, pushing open the cruise ship's grand door. The lobby was vast, featuring 12 towering white Roman columns, paired with dazzling lights, creating an atmosphere of opulence. A butler clad in a tailcoat stood at the entrance, holding a leather case. Upon seeing them enter, he bowed slightly. "Good evening, dear warriors." He gestured invitingly, welcoming the guests into the lobby. With a hint of a Western accent, he smiled. "Welcome to the arena of life and death." The butler opened his bag. "Please draw your identity cards." Inside were 12 envelopes. Xiaoqiao, along with the other guests, approached to randomly select an envelope. She swiftly tore off the wax seal, preparing to extract its contents when the butler continued, "Please safeguard your identities. There are 3 types: civilians, assassins, and bloodied civilians. Once eliminated, you'll be escorted off the cruise ship and cast into the sea." The butler closed the leather case. "Please return to your rooms according to the room numbers assigned." The night is about to commence. Just as the pivotal words left his lips, the chime of a clock resonated throughout the ship.
Yum.
As the 12th bell tolled, the lights on the cruise ship suddenly extinguished. A mechanical voice echoed, "The hunt begins." Chapter 39. Alas, that useless antagonist. The sudden darkness incited panic. Xie Qiao heard several screams, followed by someone grabbing her arm. She instinctively clenched her hand around the wrist, exclaiming, "Who is it?" Then she heard a voice tinged with tears. "Qiao Qiao."
No, wait.
"It's me, Sister Qiao. It's Lin Shanshan." The hierarchy had suddenly shifted. Xie Qiao chuckled. "All right." She adjusted to the darkness and grasped Lin Shanshan's hand, reassuringly saying, "Don't be afraid." Xie Qiao inquired, "What is your room number? I'll take you there." Lin Shanshan provided a number. As Xie Qiao led Lin Shanshan, she stumbled on the second step, nearly losing her balance. Grabbing the railing, Lin Shanshan managed to steady herself. "I'm sorry, I have night blindness." Xie Qiao was unfazed. She tightened her grip on Lin Shanshan's hand, reminding her, "There are 5 more steps, count them." She even kindly added, "Lift your foot." Lin Shanshan obediently followed the instructions. Xie Qiao successfully guided Lin Shanshan to the second floor. Utilizing the faint light, she scanned the door numbers until she quickly located Lin Shanshan's room. She knocked on the door, saying, "This is yours." Lin Shanshan replied affirmatively, "Okay." She pushed open the door, feeling along the wall until she found the light switch and flipped it on. The room's lights illuminated successfully. Lin Shanshan exhaled in relief, placing a hand over her chest, whispering, "I was terrified just now." She brushed her hair back and turned to Xie Qiao, grinning. "By the way, Qiao Qiao, have you checked that envelope yet?" Xie Qiao shook her head. Lin Shanshan chuckled, leaning closer to Xie Qiao, whispering, "Let me tell you a secret." Lin Shanshan produced her envelope and began to pull out the contents. Just as she was about to extract the entire document, she suddenly raised her hand, swiftly reaching for the miniature camera at Xie Qiao's collar. Xie Qiao reacted instinctively, grabbing Lin Shanshan's wrist and forcefully pressing it down. The sudden motion caused Lin Shanshan's camera to fall off her, and she let out a yelp. The camera landed on the carpet. Realizing her actions, Xie Qiao quickly released her hold, frowning an apology. "I'm sorry, it was a reflex." She checked Lin Shanshan's wrist, asking, "Are you alright?" Lin Shanshan sniffed, expressing her discontent. As she picked up her camera from the ground, intending to tuck it back into her collar, the voice of the director resonated through her earpiece. "You have been eliminated." Lin Shanshan blinked in bewilderment and cast an odd glance at Xie Qiao. "You're a killer too?" she inquired, her brows knitting together as she muttered, "What a turn of events." A staff member approached, first extinguishing the lights in the room and locking the door before collecting the miniature camera from Lin Shanshan's hands. He whispered, "Lin, your recording for this session has come to an end." He gestured for Lin Shanshan to follow him upstairs. "Your new accommodations are now on the 5th floor. Of course, if you wish, you may temporarily leave the cruise and return on the 3rd day for recording." Their figures faded from view on the 2nd floor. Xie Qiao tilted her head, feeling somewhat dazed by the series of events. She made her way to her own room, entered, and flicked on the light. Upon opening the envelope, she glanced at its contents. The back detailed the recording rules. On this cruise, there were 8 civilians and 4 killers. Civilians lacked the ability to eliminate others and could only defend themselves. Each killer must eliminate one individual during the night. Failure to do so would result in elimination. Once a killer successfully completes their first kill, they are unable to assassinate again. However, be warned, killers may also turn against one another. Furthermore, among the civilians, there exists one blood-stained civilian, a madman who indiscriminately hunts every survivor, including both civilians and killers. The hall will offer various props, purchasable with points. Points cannot be traded but can be viewed. Good luck. May you see the sunlight of the 3rd day. After reading the rules, Xie Qiao pieced together the recent occurrences. Lin Shanshan was indeed a killer, attempting to dispose of her camera while she was unguarded to complete her kill. Yet she was not a civilian. Instinctively, Xie Qiao had retaliated against Lin Shanshan, inadvertently causing her camera to fall. Thus, Lin Shanshan was the one eliminated. Xie Qiao sighed, pondering the irony. Why hadn't she just stood still? Had she done so, it would have been her facing elimination, allowing her to comfortably lounge on the 5th floor while the other guests scurried below. Regrettably, she had squandered such an opportunity. With a melancholic glance, Xie Qiao flipped over the letter to check her identity. She was the blood-stained civilian. "Great," she muttered, pausing in silence. The letter also outlined her victory conditions: to survive alone until the daylight of the third day. In other words, to win, she must eliminate everyone else. Fortunately, she had no desire to win. Xiao calmly folded the letter back into its envelope, surveying the spacious room, which seemed to span over 50 square meters, a suite of sorts, equipped with all necessary living amenities. Beside the sofa, she spotted her suitcase. The production team had confiscated nothing. She opened the case, retrieving her snacks. With her tablet in hand, she launched a classic television series, tearing open a bag of snacks. Let the viewing commence. Xiao comfortably reclined. According to the rules for blood-stained civilians, she ought to venture out and hunt the other guests. However, she was not inclined to win. Why should she exert herself to pursue others? Wouldn't it be more delightful to lounge for 2 days and receive her 200,000 salary without effort? Having finished the first episode, as she awaited the next to autoplay, she heard a rustling at the door, as if someone were attempting to force it open. Xiao mused, which killer is so dedicated? The second episode began to play, and she paused it, resting her chin on her hand as she awaited the intruder. Minutes passed, and just as she contemplated continuing her show, there was a sudden click. The would-be killer finally breached the lock and burst through the door. A stranger stood before her, evidently a civilian guest. Xiao arched an eyebrow and greeted him with a smile. Hello. The civilian guest, visibly distressed, locked eyes with her for a moment before slamming the door shut with a loud bang. Xiao was left perplexed. Just as she decided to investigate, the door was forcefully kicked open, and the civilian guest charged in. Chapter 40. He fell and died. Xiao found herself somewhat eager for her own elimination. She stood still, anticipating the civilian guest's approach. He charged forth, but stumbled over her suitcase halfway, tumbling forward. Startled, Xiao realized her suitcase was substantial. With an aluminum frame and open, a fall upon it could potentially cause serious injury. Instinctively, she dashed forward, grasping the guest's shoulder and redirecting his fall. The combined forces altered his trajectory, causing him to crash sideways onto the ground with a resounding thud. Xiao quickly moved the suitcase aside and crouched next to the civilian guest. With a gentle poke to his shoulder, she asked with genuine concern, "Are you all right?"
Dazed.
The civilian guest took a moment to gather himself, glancing down at his chest before suddenly turning his head in alarm to the ground. There. He spotted what he had been searching for. His expression shifted to one of despair as he sank to his knees, visibly pained. Xiao questioned, "What are you doing?" All she had done was lend a small hand. There was no need for such theatrics. She reached out, grasped the man's collar, and urged, "Get up. No need to thank me." Upon hearing her words, the civilian guest abruptly raised his head, his face contorting as if he had heard a grave insult. Finally, with a fierce glare, he snatched up the fallen miniature camera and stormed out of Xiao's room. "Wait, what?" she exclaimed. Had she inadvertently knocked his camera off when she pushed him? Recalling the event, she faced the bitter truth. Indeed, when she grabbed his shoulder, she had unintentionally dislodged his camera. How could the production team's cameras be so poorly secured? Xiao reclined into the sofa with a sense of calm.
Well.
Out of 12 guests, only 4 were killers, and on the very first day of the game, she had managed to eliminate 2. That left only 2 killers remaining. Should any unforeseen incidents occur, this game could be declared over prematurely. With a sigh, Xiao approached the door to check the lock, ensuring it was secure before returning to the sofa. She resumed her viewing of the series. The night stretched on, and after watching 2 more episodes, she heard the chimes, signaling the hour. The lights in her room flickered twice. Understanding the production's ploy, she swiftly moved to the door and flung it open. Almost simultaneously, the lights in her room extinguished, casting the corridor into brightness. She heard several startled cries, followed by the appearance of an NPC dressed in a maid outfit, who dashed into the hallway, exclaiming, "Oh my, oh my." She exclaimed loudly, "I merely went to deliver breakfast. How could this happen?" 4 individuals have vanished. Xiao blinked, realizing that this was a staff member dispatched by the production team to provide updates. Stepping out of the room, she inquired, "Which 4 guests have disappeared?" The maid promptly recited the names of the 4 individuals. Among those eliminated yesterday, 3 were ordinary guests, with the exception of Lin Shanshan. Xiao tilted her head. She had intended to ask further questions, but the maid was already rising. With a hasty bow, the maid exclaimed, "Oh no, my steak is still cooking. I must return to the kitchen." She hurriedly lifted her skirt and disappeared from the second floor in a flash. The corridor fell silent. A slight noise emerged from the doors on either side, and Xin Qianqian was the first to open her door, peering out cautiously. The sudden blackout in the room and the commotion in the corridor left her paralyzed with fear, unsure of the situation outside. Only when the noise subsided did she dare to step out. After surveying her surroundings, Xin Qianqian asked, "What is happening?" Xie Qiao succinctly summarized. The production team came to report that 4 individuals were eliminated last night. Xin Qianqian furrowed her brow. Glancing down the corridor, she pondered and asked, "Are you a civilian?" Xie Qiao replied candidly, "No, I am a blood-stained civilian." Xin Qianqian smiled, her lips pursed. "Is that so?" Xie Qiao thought to herself, "Why doesn't she believe me? I have been so sincere." Xin Qianqian seemed to hear Xie Qiao's inner thoughts, her smile deepening as she became even more convinced of Xie Qiao's identity. She must be a civilian. Misrepresenting her status was merely a means of self-preservation. How transparent her thoughts were. Xin Qianqian grasped Xie Qiao's hand. "Shall we head downstairs to take a look?" Her curiosity piqued. She wondered what props the production team had mentioned. Xie Qiao was pulled downstairs. The lobby appeared unchanged, save for an elegantly designed electronic screen positioned in the center. They approached to take a glance. The screen displayed various items. Disposable defense shield. That night, you will not be eliminated. Value, 20 points. Remaining, 2. Armor-piercing bow can shatter a disposable defense shield. Value, 20 points. Remaining, 2. Disposable counterkill potion, for civilian use only, grants 1 kill opportunity upon use. Value, 30 points. Remaining, 2. Xin Qianqian's eyes sparkled. She attempted to purchase the counterkill potion by tapping it. The screen recognized her face and displayed a prompt. Insufficient points. Disappointed, Xin Qianqian lowered her hand. She glanced around, hesitating. "Where can I earn points?" Xin Qianqian tugged at Xie Qiao, and they circled the lobby, yet saw nothing of interest. Meanwhile, more guests emerged from the second floor, Wu Qishan and Gu Qinyun. They descended together, with Gu Qinyun approaching Xin Qianqian. "Good afternoon." He glanced at his Ferragamo watch. "It's almost mealtime. Shall we dine in the lounge?" Xin Qianqian remained silent. Wu Qishan nodded enthusiastically. "Sure." Like a golden retriever believing all humans are kind, he eagerly suggested, "I'll go call the others." Gu Qinyun's demeanor shifted, his irritation palpable. His invitation was clearly directed at Xin Qianqian, yet this little star insisted on including everyone else. What was his status to lead this group of entertainers? Gu Qinyun emanated an icy aura, as if he were a human refrigeration unit. Xie Qiao could no longer contain herself. She shifted aside, unable to suppress her internal musings. Is this what it's like when a refrigerator comes to life? To pursue someone, one must remain cold. Even if unsuccessful, one must still be frosty. "Oh, my heart is all ice." Xin Qianqian, beside her, felt goosebumps rise on her arms and suddenly found it difficult to meet Mr. Gu's gaze. Chapter 41. Do you like it, woman? Fortunately, Wu Qishan returned swiftly. The golden retriever was blissfully oblivious to the tension in the lobby. Beaming at Gu Qinyun, "Everyone's here." The eager golden retriever urged, "Mr. Gu, please lead the way." Gu Qinyun's expression hardened. He wanted to assert himself as the domineering figure. But with Xin Qianqian nearby, he had to swallow his pride and guide everyone to the elevator. Xie Qiao followed into the elevator, casting an appreciative glance at Wu Qishan. TSK, 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 silly dog versus the refrigerator. The elevator ascended, reaching the restaurant on the 7th floor. It was a buffet, already laden with food. Its design featured an arched glass ceiling, allowing glimpses of the sky and ocean. The midday sun shone brightly, causing the glass to automatically fog, blocking most of the ultraviolet rays. Arriving in his domain, Gu Qinyun's mood brightened. He entered the restaurant first and, as if performing a magic trick, produced a beautifully wrapped bouquet of flowers from the side. He presented the flowers to Xin Qianqian, a smirk gracing his lips. "Do you like it, woman?" Xin Qianqian accepted the bouquet, which was heavily perfumed, nearly causing her to sneeze. She suppressed the urge and looked up, ready to smile at Gu Qinyun, when she suddenly heard Xie Qiao's inner thoughts. "Do you like it, woman? This bouquet is meticulously prepared for you." "Oh no."
Wrong.
"It's a bouquet selected with care by my assistant. Classic red roses paired with baby S breath. Straight men adore this. You must like it, right?" "Oh yes. I even made sure to block the elevator entrance, forcing a crowd to witness our romance." Xin Qianqian could no longer maintain her composure. Clutching the bouquet, She felt the burning gazes from behind, as if they were igniting her. Like a person stepping on hot coals, she hurriedly exited the elevator, creating a clear path. The guests streamed out of the elevator one by one, and Xia Qiao followed suit. Ignoring the original lead still at the elevator entrance, she dashed to the dining area. How ridiculous. What was there to see with the leads? Could they compare to abalone, oysters, and the deliciousness of king crab? Or the delightful chiffon mousse and opera cake? Xia Qiao grabbed her utensils and began selecting her meal. Beef Wellington? Just a bit. King crab? 2 legs, please. Abalone? 1, thanks. As she meticulously curated her meal, she suddenly felt someone squeeze in beside her. Wu Qishan had stealthily approached, holding a plate and whispering, "Sister Qiao, for people died yesterday." Xia Qiao casually picked up a piece of pastry, responding with a nonchalant ahm. The golden retriever failed to notice her disinterest. As he continued to choose his dishes, he earnestly analyzed, there are only 4 killers, and each can only eliminate 1 person. If they don't act, they will be eliminated themselves. This means, on the first night, 4 people are guaranteed to die. However, since only 4 died last night, it means... Wu Qishan lowered his voice. Leaning closer, the blood-stained civilians did not kill anyone last night. Xia Qiao held her plate, glancing at the naive golden retriever. She remained silent, simply pouring herself a glass of freshly squeezed pomegranate juice and seating herself by the window. Xia Qiao beckoned to the golden retriever. Wu Qishan, like a puppy whose name has been called by its owner, rushed over, completely disregarding his half-filled plate. He plopped down across from Xia Qiao, twirling a fork to capture a bit of pasta before wolfing it down. Then, with a mouthful, he mumbled, "Sister Qiao, do you have any insights?" Xia Qiao deftly severed the crab leg, extracting the tender flesh within and dipping it into the sauce. She remarked, "Killers are indeed capable of eliminating one another." Wu Qishan scratched his head in contemplation. He had considered this possibility, yet the golden-haired puppy innocently interjected, "Surely they would prioritize eliminating civilians first, right?" Xia Qiao chuckled softly, "But do they even know who the civilians are?" Wu Qishan fell silent, prodding at his pasta with a fork. He reevaluated, "So, it's plausible that a conflict among the killers occurred yesterday. 1 killer may have taken down another, and then the remaining 2 killers each eliminated a civilian. Subsequently, the remaining death quota was filled by the bloodied civilian?" Xia Qiao nodded approvingly. "That's precisely the implication." The puppy furrowed his brow, rubbing his golden locks. This situation has indeed become quite intricate. The targets of the bloodied civilians are unpredictable. They might have killed a civilian or perhaps even a killer who had already completed a hit. The golden-haired puppy ceased his contemplation, feeling as though his mind was nearing overload. Wu Qishan, twirling a forkful of tomato pasta, lamented, "How are we supposed to deduce anything from this? It's utterly unfathomable." Xia Qiao savored a bite of crab meat. The cruise ship was sponsored by Gu Qinyun, and naturally, the buffet on board reflected this quality. The emperor crab was of exceptional standard. The crab leg meat was truly delectable. She proceeded to cut open another crab leg, reminding them, "This is a deduction game." Extracting more crab meat, she continued, "We can search the contestants' rooms for clues to ascertain the situation." Wu Qishan's eyes lit up with realization.
Ah,
he exclaimed, his excitement palpable. "Sister Qiao, you're absolutely right." The puppy eagerly proposed, "After we finish eating, would you join me in searching for clues, Sister Qiao?" He implicitly accepted Xia Qiao's identity, assuming her to be a civilian. The puppy was completely unsuspecting, even revealing his own identity. "I'm a civilian. You needn't worry about me." Xia Qiao laughed lightly. "I won't be joining you." She lifted her pomegranate juice and took a sip. "I already have a fairly good understanding of last night's events." The puppy was taken aback, staring at Xia Qiao in astonishment, before exclaiming, "Sister Qiao, you're amazing." Wu Qishan leaned over the table, ears perked up, and whispered, "Could you share the details with me, Sister Qiao?" Xia Qiao rested her chin on her hand. "Of course. 2 killers perished yesterday," she smiled, "both at the hands of bloodied civilians." Wu Qishan was taken aback.
Huh.
The golden-haired puppy was momentarily stunned. He exchanged a bewildered glance with Xia Qiao, and slowly his mind began to process the information. This revelation was far too intricate to be deduced merely from clues, unless Xia Qiao herself was one of the bloodied civilians. Those 2 killers had been slain by her own hand. The puppy's demeanor shifted dramatically, almost leaping from his seat. Sister Qiao, he stammered, grasping his plate tightly. He fled the table as if pursued. "I'll go fetch some other dishes." Chapter 42. Why isn't Xia Qiao my target? The golden-haired puppy scurried away with his plate, leaving without a backward glance. Xie Qiao was hardly surprised. Having revealed her identity, it would have been odd for Wu Qishan, as a civilian, to seek her out further. She leisurely finished her lunch and packed a cup of freshly squeezed orange juice. Cradling the juice, she approached the glass-walled observation elevator. Upon entering, just as she was about to press the button for her floor, she noticed a staff member adorned with rabbit ears, leaning against the outer glass. She rapped on the glass, and the staff member promptly affixed a flyer to it. Xie Qiao instinctively glanced at the flyer. It was colorful, embellished with various patterns that seemed to depict event equipment. In the center, 2 lines of bold italics proclaimed, "Welcome to the 3rd floor of the cruise. Embark on your points journey here." Points? The 3rd floor? Xie Qiao subconsciously pressed the button for the 3rd floor. The elevator descended and soon halted at her destination. The 3rd floor appeared to be an activity hall, its dazzling lights nearly blinding. Squinting to adjust to the illumination, Xie Qiao stepped inside. The hall was spacious, divided into 3 distinct zones: a sports area, an arcade, and a VR section. Closest to the entrance was the arcade. Upon entering, Xie Qiao immediately spotted a coin pusher machine. It was already piled high with coins. It seemed that inserting just one more coin would topple the stack, leading to untold riches. It was an obvious temptation. Yet Xie Qiao remained unfazed. With unwavering resolve, she shifted her gaze and approached the service desk. Only one staff member was present, seemingly drowsy during the lunch hour, with her head drooping as she fought off sleep. Xie Qiao tapped the desk. "Is this where we earn points?" The sound jolted the staff awake. She sat up straight, instinctively nodding yes. The staff member flusteredly opened a drawer and handed over a manual. The manual comprised 3 pages, intertwining text and images, exuding an air of sophistication, yet appearing rather complex. Xie Qiao mused, all this embellishment. After a cursory glance at the manual, she returned it to the staff member. The rules of the activity hall were straightforward. Contestants could exchange points for game currency to play games within the hall and earn more game currency. The accrued game currency could then be exchanged back into points. However, it was noteworthy that the exchange rates for game currency and points differed. 1 point could be exchanged for 1 game coin, but it required 2 game coins to redeem a single point. Xie Qiao pondered. Is this to prevent contestants from exploiting loopholes to trade points through game currency? Propping her chin in thought, she declared, "Let us exchange for 10 coins." Xie Qiao possessed 20 points, acquired from her successful eliminations of 2 killers the previous night. Civilians automatically earned 10 points for surviving a night, while killers only received points upon a successful hit. Bloodied civilians had a stricter criterion, earning points only for eliminating killers. The staff member quickly completed the transaction, presenting her with 10 game coins, her rabbit ears bobbing as she smiled. "Enjoy your games." Xie Qiao collected the coins in a small plastic box and perused the game area. In addition to the coin pusher, there were claw machines, shooting games, racing games, and basketball challenges. She opted to try the claw machine first. The machine was stocked with plush toys, predominantly Sanrio characters, Cinnamoroll, Pompompurin, and Hello Kitty, among others. Xie Qiao inserted a game coin, maneuvered the joystick to target the Cinnamoroll in the corner, and pressed the button. The claw descended slowly, grasping the plush toy. As it retracted, the claw seemed to convulse, wildly shaking as it released the toy back into the pile. The claw then returned to its starting position with a calm demeanor. Laughter erupted behind her. It was Shun Qianqian, who squeezed beside Xie Qiao, pointing through the glass. "Those claw machines have very loose claws," she emphasized. "They're virtually impossible to win from." Xie Qiao tilted her head slightly. From the small basket, she retrieved another game coin and inserted it into the claw machine. "I know," she replied, adjusting the joystick once more to align with her desired prize. She nonchalantly pressed the button. The claw descended once more, ensnaring the plush toy of the floppy-eared dog. The machine retracted its claw, then proceeded to sway wildly again. The floppy-eared dog was flung out once more. Shun Qianqian sighed beside her. Oh wow. She had yet to finish her sigh when, unexpectedly, although the claw had released the toy, it landed precisely at the machine's exit. The floppy-eared dog rolled into the collection area. Xie Qiao displayed a triumphant smile. She crouched down and retrieved the floppy-eared dog. Shun Qianqian, feeling a tinge of disappointment, remarked, "Catching a toy doesn't earn any game coins?" She frowned. "This machine is such a ripoff." Xie Qiao, however, was unperturbed. "It's fine. I'm just here for the joy." She had no desire to win. Nor did she wish to exhaust herself hunting for prizes. Her sole purpose in visiting this arcade was to have fun. She cradled the floppy-eared dog in her arms, preparing to select another machine for play when her fingers suddenly froze. On the floppy-eared dog's ears, there were two round, cold objects. Game coins. The magnetic claws had successfully latched onto 2 coins from the floppy-eared dog's ears. Xie Qiao exclaimed, "Is this a thing?" She pulled the coins off and tossed them into the small collection basket. Great. She could now play a few more rounds without needing to conserve her coins. Xie Qiao paused, turning her gaze back to the claw machine. She had the floppy-eared dog, but hadn't yet caught the likes of Hello Kitty or Pudding Dog. She inserted another game coin and began the clawing process anew. In less than 10 minutes, Xie Qiao had amassed an entire set of Sanrio plushies. Not only that, but she also gained 5 additional game coins. Satisfied, she decided to take a break. Shun Qianqian was somewhat astonished. She touched the floppy-eared dog. This set is truly adorable. She too felt the urge to catch a toy, but with limited game coins, she was hesitant to waste them. Shun Qianqian bit her lip, casting one last glance at the claw machine as she prepared to find a suitable machine to earn more coins. Just then, she felt a light tickle in her palm. Xie Qiao gently scratched her palm. Shun Qianqian instinctively turned her head back. Xie Qiao had tied 6 plushies together, presenting them in the form of a bouquet. Here.
For you.
Shun Qianqian blinked in surprise. Wow, this is 1,000 times better than the baby's breath from that jerk. She pondered if it was too late to switch to being with girls. Chapter 43. Teacher Sigh. There's been an incident. The reason Shun Qianqian had come alone to the 3rd floor was that she had just quarreled with Gu Qinyun. Mr. Gu insisted on placing his beautiful red roses alongside baby S breath on the dining table. Consequently, the baby S breath had fallen all over the table, ruining a significant portion of the dishes. Infuriated, she left before finishing her meal. Clutching the plush toys tightly, she looked at Xie Qiao with gratitude. Xie Qiao found the gaze perplexing. They locked eyes for a moment before Xie Qiao tentatively offered her small basket of game coins. Are you thinking of trying to catch one yourself? Xie Qiao tilted her head. I can teach you how to catch. Shun Qianqian was quite eager to give it a try. Yet, after much contemplation, she hesitated. Having already taken Xie Qiao's toy, it felt unfair to waste her time and coins further. Reluctantly, she declined. No, it's fine. Burying her face in the plushies, she was about to express her thanks when she was interrupted. Qianqian. It was Gu Qinyun. He stood at the entrance of the arcade, accompanied by 2 staff members from the buffet. The 2 staff members wheeled in a cart laden with an array of food. Gu Qinyun approached. So, you chose to skip a meal to make me worry? A smirk played on his lips, revealing the tender smile of a doting boss. But your little trick certainly worked. He clapped his hands. The staff members pushed the cart closer, unveiling the dishes while bowing in unison and announcing, Miss Shin, please enjoy your meal. Xie Qiao. Xie Qiao felt a wave of goosebumps wash over her. What an embarrassing scene. If I were Shun Qianqian, I'd be scraping the floor with my toes in a Barbie dream castle. Shun Qianqian was staring at the mobile food cart. Initially touched, she had begun to reach for chopsticks when she overheard Xie Qiao's thoughts. Suddenly, she felt utterly out of sorts. She exchanged glances with Gu Qinyun, then let out a forced laugh.
Haha.
I'm actually full. I'm not hungry. Hugging the plush toys, she turned her head in search of Xie Qiao. However, Xie Qiao had already vacated the vicinity. She was now standing before a shooting game machine, her heart racing as she patted her chest. Phew. Thankfully, she had left quickly. One more second, and she would have been smothered by Mr. Gu. Xie Qiao exhaled softly, eyeing the shooting game machine. It was a semi-enclosed structure resembling a carriage, complete with 2 curtain doors. Xie Qiao lifted the curtain and bent down to enter. The machine appeared to accommodate 2 players, with 2 seats available. However, a warning note was affixed between the seats. Warning. This machine does not yield game coins. The bold red font seemed designed to ensure that no guest would miss it. Nevertheless, Xie Qiao was indifferent. She cared little for game coins. Her sole pursuit was joy. Glancing at the coin insertion price, she cheerfully extracted 2 coins from her basket and fed them into the machine. The game commenced. Xie Qiao grasped the gun before her, unleashing a flurry of shots. She breezed through 4 levels, only to succumb in the 5th level amidst a zombie siege. The screen flashed with the colossal words, "You lost." Xie Qiao stared in disbelief, her eyes wide.
What?
Is this a scripted demise? Her aim had been impeccable.
Not a shot had missed.
After scrutinizing the screen for a moment, she retrieved 2 more coins and inserted them again. She refused to accept defeat. Xia Qiao took up the gun once more. After 2 more attempts, she reluctantly set the gun down. It was indeed a scripted loss. That level was designed for her to fail. Boring. Xia Qiao lifted the curtain and hopped out of the carriage. She clutched her basket of game coins and tried her hand at the remaining machines. Most of them yielded no game coins. Yet, after her efforts, she surprisingly found herself with 2 coins remaining. Clutching these 2 coins, Xia Qiao wandered around the arcade until she finally halted in front of a coin pusher machine. Standing before the coin pusher were 3 or 4 people. Wu Qishan was wedged in the middle, clutching a game coin, his expression uncertain. Xia Qiao leaned in closer. What is everyone up to? Wu Qishan remained silent. It was Qi Yan who spoke up, explaining, he is hoping to win the game coins. She pointed to the eye-catching stack of coins within the pusher machine. Xia Qiao blinked. It was a reasonable aspiration. After all, if that precarious stack of coins toppled, it could easily yield nearly 100 coins, a veritable jackpot. However, the coins piled within the pusher were merely bait, designed to lure players. They appeared on the verge of collapsing, yet could sustain themselves for quite some time. Qi Yan whispered, Wu Qishan has already inserted 9 coins. This is his last one. It's essentially a gamble. At this point, Wu Qishan had no alternative left. As a civilian, he possessed only 10 points, all of which had been converted into game coins. The gaming token, when taken to other machines, may not guarantee any profit. It would be better to wager one final time. Wu Qishan gritted his teeth and inserted the token into the coin pusher. The coin tumbled down from the center, landing softly on the push plate. The central axle of the machine mechanically advanced. The token gently collided with the coin tower. Wu Qishan held his breath in anticipation. Yet, the tower merely swayed slightly before stabilizing once more. The golden-haired puppy shielded its face in despair. He stared blankly at the coin pusher for a moment, then abruptly rubbed his face and squeezed out from the crowd. Song Jinyan stepped up to the machine. She gazed at the coin tower for a moment before stepping aside. I want to play this. She smiled and asked, is there anyone who wishes to participate? The guests exchanged glances, but none replied. Just moments ago, Wu Qishan had inserted 10 tokens, and only the last one had barely disturbed the tower. It was evident that the tower was not likely to topple in the short term. Any further token insertion would merely serve as a gift to those who followed, rendering one a fool. No one was willing to play the role of the fool. Xia Qiao blinked, sensing the thoughts of the others. Then I shall do it. She approached the machine. There were exactly 2 tokens remaining. She placed her 2 tokens, one after the other, into the coin slot. The first coin rolled in, landing on the push plate without causing a ripple. Another 2 tokens wasted. Xia Qiao stood up, adjusted her clothing, and headed straight to the front desk. She handed the empty basket to the staff and was about to leave when a commotion erupted behind her. Someone shouted in alarm. Teacher Xia. Something's wrong. Chapter 44. The antagonist Fu Jingnian. Xia Qiao turned her head. She glanced at the guests and then walked back. What happened? She didn't take it too seriously. It was merely a coin pusher. What could possibly go wrong? At worst, her token might have miraculously toppled the tower. She paused in front of the coin pusher. The tower stood firmly in place, but the machine's push rod had ceased operation. The entire machine emitted a strange creaking sound, as if it were jammed. Her token had gotten stuck in the push rod. Xia Qiao, this can happen? She found herself somewhat speechless. She circled the machine, then returned to the front desk. Xia Qiao tapped the surface, reminding, could you please fix the machine? The staff looked up. Huh? She appeared helpless. I can't repair this. As a member of the production team, she had no idea how to fix arcade machines. The staff rubbed their hands together, suddenly recalling something. They rummaged through a nearby notebook, frantically flipping through pages. I can contact a repair technician for you. Xia Qiao waved her hand dismissively. Forget it. Calling someone and waiting for repairs could take ages. No need for such trouble. She turned away. She tilted her head, scrutinizing the coin pusher, and pushed the guests aside. Then she delivered a swift kick, striking the machine with force. The machine shook violently. The coin tower collapsed, coins clattering and creating a thunderous noise. The stuck token was dislodged, and the push rod resumed its operation with a couple of sounds. A plethora of tokens cascaded into the tray, pushed to the exit. With a clatter, an abundance of tokens spilled forth. The guests were left utterly dumbfounded. Xia Qiao remained remarkably composed. She returned to the front desk. requested a larger basket from the staff, and filled it with all the tokens. Then she adjusted the microphone in front of her and politely inquired, "Are these tokens considered a legitimate acquisition?" The director in the control room, "You must know whether this method of acquisition is normal." The director rolled his eyes. He pressed the talk button about to respond when he suddenly recalled something. This was a survival and deduction variety show. As long as props were not damaged and rules were not broken, any actions were deemed reasonable. The director, "Fine." Xie Qiao tilted her head. She touched her earpiece and generously handed over the basket. "These tokens are considered legally acquired." Xie Qiao asked, "Does anyone want these tokens?" Her intention was to give them directly to other guests. However, the guests interpreted this differently. The game was an individual competition. No one would simply gift points to another. The guests exchanged glances and gradually shook their heads. Xie Qiao was a bit surprised. "You all don't want them?" She scanned her surroundings and noticed Wu Qishan sitting on a low stool, his head drooping. Xie Qiao approached and offered him the basket. "The golden-haired puppy. Is this really a gift for me?" Xie Qiao laughed. "Of course." Having played most of the activities in the hall, the tokens held no value for her. She withdrew her hand. "I'll take my leave now." Xie Qiao walked toward the elevator. The nearby guests looked on with envy. Qi Yin chuckled. "Had I known that Xie Qiao's tokens were free, I would have asked her for some." Wu Qishan was elated. He hugged the basket tightly. Feeling a bit smug, "You arrived too late." The puppy took the basket to the front desk, handing it to the staff with eager anticipation. "How many points can these be exchanged for?" The staff counted the tokens. There were a total of 42 tokens in the basket, which could be exchanged for 21 points. After a simple transaction, the staff took the tokens and the basket. "All done." Wu Qishan nodded. "Thank you." He could hardly contain his excitement as he rushed to the first floor to purchase a disposable shield. Hooray! Safety is guaranteed tonight. He joyfully ascended to the second floor, eager to return to his room for a nap. Wu Qishan's room was at the very end of the second floor. He passed by 4 or 5 rooms when he suddenly realized, didn't he need to check for clues in the rooms? Wu Qishan scratched his head. He approached the door, peered inside, and hesitated before stepping in. This was Lin Shanshan's room. Wu Qishan circled around, beginning to doubt his own intelligence. The room was spotless. Where could any clues possibly be? He exited the room in frustration. In the corridor, 3 doors remained open. Wu Qishan pondered for a moment and decided to take a look. Perhaps the absence of clues was not his fault, but simply that the room held none? The puppy reassured himself. He adjusted his mindset and slowly walked into the next room. This room belonged to an ordinary guest. Wu Qishan stepped inside. It was clear that someone had briefly resided here. A cup of water was placed on the coffee table, with even a small amount still inside. A remote control lay on the sofa. Wu Qishan scratched his head. He had found clues but was unsure of their significance. The puppy felt helpless. After contemplating for a moment, he decided to abandon his thoughts. He would check the bedroom first. The door to the bedroom in this suite was closed. Wu Qishan approached, ready to grasp the doorknob, when a male voice sounded from within. "I am the killer. The golden-haired puppy." Wu Qishan perked up immediately, tiptoeing stealthily to the bedroom door. The male voice continued, "I know you are also a killer. I know who the other 2 killers are. But they have been eliminated today. Now, only the 2 of us remain. To win, collaboration is essential, is it not?" Another voice finally broke the silence. A male voice infused with a calm, yet subtly mocking tone. "I have no desire to cooperate with fools. They are oblivious to the fact that they are being eavesdropped upon." The doorknob emitted a faint sound, as if someone was about to enter. Wu Qishan was taken aback. Instinctively, he sought to conceal himself, but the door swung open too swiftly. Having retreated a mere step, he came face to face with the occupant of the room. It was Fu Jingnian, dressed in a white shirt, his head slightly bowed, his demeanor indifferent. The other individual also approached, a common guest. Appearing somewhat chagrined, "I didn't notice the noise. I had no idea someone was outside." Fu Jingnian, with one hand in his pocket and his gaze half lowered, replied nonchalantly, "Is that so? There's another one inside." He walked to the wardrobe in the bedroom and pulled open the door. Chapter 45. Am I truly expected to attend a masquerade ball dressed like this? Xie Qiao crouched within the wardrobe and found herself staring at Fu Jingnian. She blinked, then slowly stood up and exited the wardrobe. Xie Qiao greeted them nonchalantly, "Hello, everyone." However, no one responded. The golden-haired puppy even regarded her with a look of astonishment. "Look, this is an e-person." Xie Qiao sighed. She approached the door and sincerely stated, "I genuinely did not mean to eavesdrop on your conversation. However, I was already in the wardrobe when you two entered this room." Xie Qiao had been one of the first guests to return to the second floor. She had no intention of searching other rooms for clues and headed straight for her own room upon her return. Yet, serendipitously, this empty room was directly across from hers. An open room filled with various personal items was simply too tempting. Thus, Xie Qiao entered for a glance. Just as she stepped inside, she heard sounds at the door. The noises were suggestive and seemed to indicate that Gu was flirting with Shen Qianqian. The sounds grew ever closer. Xie Qiao's first reaction was to hide in the wardrobe. Little did she anticipate that it was not Gu and Shen Qianqian engaging in romance, but rather two assassins discussing their plans, who had also discovered her presence. Xie Qiao sighed again. She turned her head to glance at the two assassins, both of whom were common guests. One of them was familiar to her, the notorious antagonist from the original story, Fu Jingnian. As for the other, she found him somewhat recognizable. Xie Qiao strained to recall his name. You are called, her recollection faltered. What was it again? The common guest, displaying a rather amiable temperament, introduced himself. I am Wang Shunbin, a pole dancer. Xie Qiao suddenly remembered. Oh, isn't this the male Suqin? An 18-year-old single father encounters a little gay and falls head over heels. To support the little gay, he tearfully takes up pole dancing to earn money. Earning 100 from pole dancing, 50 goes to the child, and 50 to support the little gay. What a mindset. What an attitude. 10 times more elevated than Wang Baochuan. Standing at the door, feeling the awkwardness of the situation, Wu Qishan interjected, Wait a moment. What is going on? He was suddenly invigorated, the embarrassment of being caught eavesdropping forgotten. Wu Qishan stealthily rubbed his hands, casting a hopeful glance at Wang Shunbin. Hey, buddy. Can you hear this heartfelt confession? Are you aware that you've been cuckolded? Wang Shunbin was oblivious. He merely sensed Wu Qishan's peculiar gaze. Assuming he was questioning his identity as a pole dancer, Wang Shunbin attempted to clarify, This dance is quite respectable. I am often hired for weddings. Wu Qishan was momentarily stunned. Wait, what kind of pole dancing can be suitable for weddings? He could not comprehend. Nonetheless, he instinctively nodded, I understand. He understands nothing. This isn't pole dancing, it should be called pole acrobatics. Wu Qishan once again perceived Xie Qiao's unspoken thoughts, and now he truly comprehended. He chuckled. Is it like acrobatics? He exclaimed enthusiastically. That's incredible. Wu Qishan wished to praise him further, but suddenly remembered something and abruptly halted. Wait, Wang Shunbin is an assassin. If Wang Shunbin can perform acrobatics, then he must possess numerous methods to invade the commoners' rooms and eliminate them. Knowing Wang Shunbin's identity as an assassin, he would undoubtedly prioritize eliminating me tonight. Panic surged within Wu Qishan. He cast aside the gossip, hastily declared, I must take my leave. He hurried downstairs to utilize the one-time defensive shield. Xie Qiao was left in the awkward silence. She sighed, contemplating, and made her way to the door. I'm leaving too. Miss Xie, Fu Jingnian suddenly called out, halting her. There are no commoners left. Shall we not have a chat? Xie Qiao slowly turned around. Huh? She firmly rejected the notion. Uncertain, perplexed, uncooperative. She was eager to return to her room for a nap. Who would want to converse with him? Moreover, how could she not be considered a commoner? A bloodied commoner is still a commoner. Xie Qiao asserted, I am a commoner. She waved her hand dismissively. You all continue your conversation. Goodbye. Xie Qiao exited, even kindly closing the door behind her to prevent the antagonist from calling her back. Xie Qiao hurried back to her room. She had spent a considerable amount of time in the activity hall, and it was now 4:30 in the afternoon. Although the hour was late, it did not hinder her from taking a nap. Xie Qiao quickly showered, changed into her pajamas, and collapsed onto her bed. She slept soundly until 5:30. Upon waking, she sat up, dazed for a few seconds, stretched, and then headed to the kitchen, opening the refrigerator. She retrieved some orange juice and inserted a straw. Holding the orange juice, she picked up her tablet and pondered briefly. As mealtime approached, there was little time left for binge-watching, so she decided to browse the news instead. Xie Qiao opened Weibo. Today's feed held no significant gossip, merely an obscure artist buying sensationalist press releases. Quite mundane. Xie Qiao closed Weibo. After taking another sip of orange juice, she considered heading to the dining hall when she heard a faint sound at the door. Someone? Xie Qiao furrowed her brow. She treaded lightly, stealthily approached the door and abruptly yanked it open. A staff member, startled and wearing rabbit ears, tumbled backward onto the floor. They quickly scrambled to their feet, uttering not a word as they hastily exited the second floor, leaving behind an invitation card and a gift box. Xie Qiao crouched down to pick up the invitation. It was an invitation to a ball, elegantly purple, adorned with 2 dancing figures. Beside the figures were the time, location, and important notes for the event. At 8 o'clock this evening, all guests are invited to the first floor hall of the cruise ship to attend the masquerade ball. We have thoughtfully prepared the props for the ball for everyone. Don your mask and come find your dance partner. Xie Qiao tilted her head. This masquerade ball was either a ploy by Gu to flirt with Xin Qianqian or a scheme devised by the production team to stir up trouble. She sighed heavily. How frustrating. The thought of working late into the evening only added to her annoyance. Xie Qiao tucked the invitation into her pocket and opened the adjacent box. Inside were the mask and costume prepared for her by the production team. Xie Qiao glanced at them dispassionately, then furrowed her brow slowly. Wait a moment. What is this? What has your production team prepared for me? Chapter 46. Esteemed guests, go forth and capture your frog princess. Within Xie Qiao's box, there was no mask. Only a single garment. Of course, this one piece was sufficient. After all, it was ample enough to conceal her from head to toe. Serving as a costume for the quilt dance, Xie Qiao silently closed the box, while others donned masks to obscure their true identities. Her masked ball was an unveiling of her authentic self. She cradled the box and carried it into her room, choosing to honor the production team's intentions. She dined at the restaurant on the 7th floor and, upon her descent, encountered Wang Shunbin once more. There was only one elevator. They stood side by side at the entrance, enveloped in silence, as the atmosphere turned somewhat awkward. Wang Shunbin discreetly cast a few glances at Xie Qiao, rubbed his hands together, and finally spoke. Teacher Xie. He awkwardly chuckled. Are you truly a commoner? Xie Qiao regarded him with a sidelong glance. Indeed. What of it? Wang Shunbin murmured. Well, if you are a commoner, I might just hunt you down tonight. Xie Qiao. How did this turn into a threat? She remained silent, locking eyes with Wang Shunbin for a moment. He felt a twinge of guilt under her gaze. Rubbing the tip of his nose, he explained, You know my background. I cannot be too cautious with you. Commoners earn 10 points for each day they survive. If they endure a few more days or accumulate points in the activity hall, they can amass enough for a one-time retaliation potion. The priority for commoners is undoubtedly to eliminate the killers. The elevator arrived. As the doors opened, Wang Shunbin raised his hand to hold it open, gesturing for Xie Qiao to enter first. Following her inside, he added, My apologies, but I intend to win. Wang Shunbin was quite candid. My remuneration is tied to my ranking. He was a guest without a fixed salary. The longer he filmed, the more he earned. And if he triumphed, a bonus awaited him. Altogether, it could amount to nearly 10,000. Wang Shunbin's face lit up with anticipation. My child and partner are waiting for me to return with earnings. Xie Qiao. What a peculiar individual. His intellect seems somewhat lacking. Your partner? She attempted to drop a hint. Doesn't he have a job himself? Wang Shunbin beamed. He has social anxiety and doesn't he enjoy venturing out? No matter. My earnings suffice to support him. Xie Qiao. She offered an awkward yet polite smile. Of course, you can support him. After all, the wealthy woman's funds are substantial. His share is merely pocket money, stringing you along while deceiving a rich woman into marriage. Your partner's time management is impressive. She refrained from furthering the conversation with Wang Shunbin. Yet, he remained enthusiastic. Pulling his phone from his pocket, he attempted to showcase. He truly is adorable, affectionate, and easily shy. Wang Shunbin opened his photo album and flipped to a picture, presenting it to Xie Qiao. Xie Qiao. She had no desire to view it. Merely casting a polite glance at the screen, she quickly averted her gaze in discomfort. Your ancestor must be related to Wang Baochuan. Love-struck brains seem to be your family legacy. Respect, blessings, respect. Fortunately, the elevator had reached its destination. As the door slid open, Xie Qiao hurried out, swiftly returning to her room. The scent of infatuation was suffocating. Pouring herself a glass of water, she took a calming sip. Upon unlocking her phone to check the time, she discovered an unread WeChat message. It was a warm reminder from the production team. The thrilling mystery program team announced, tonight's gala will feature a 2-hour live broadcast. Xie Qiao paid little heed. This gala was evidently designed to stir up chaos.
Now.
It was merely a matter of adding an audience to the spectacle. No matter, She would don the quilt dance costume tonight, and no one would recognize her. Approaching 8 o'clock, Xia Qiao changed into her sneakers and slipped into the costume. She spun around in the garment, locating the zipper and fastening it securely. Yet, Xia Qiao fell into silence. Why was this outfit entirely sealed? Dressed in this attire, who could distinguish her from a blind person? Xia Qiao attempted to move. But as she took her first step, her calf collided with a coffee table ahead. Moreover, the narrow quilt costume restricted her arm movement. Should she stumble, maintaining balance would be impossible. She would simply fall to the ground. Xia Qiao pondered. Had the production team provided her with high insurance? Was this outfit intended for some nefarious scheme? After some contemplation, she resolved to alter the garment. She unzipped the costume, wriggled out, and retrieved a fruit knife from the kitchen. After assessing the placement, she crudely cut 2 triangular openings in the quilt costume. Donning the outfit once more, the triangular cutouts were perfectly positioned to see outside. Xia Qiao exhaled in relief. Dragging the quilt costume behind her, she slowly made her way out of the room and cautiously descended the stairs. The quilt costume was slippery on the stairs. She leaned on the railing, proceeding with caution. Halfway down, she sensed a tap on her shoulder. Irritated, Xia Qiao frowned. Just as she was about to turn, she heard a voice call out from behind. Ribbit. Xia Qiao. What on earth? Leaning against the railing, she slowly turned around. Through the 2 triangular openings, she spotted the individual who had tapped her. The identity of this person eluded her, but the outfit was unmistakable. Dressed as a green-bodied frog with large eyes, it was the recently trendy selling frog character. The frog rushed to her side, pointed downwards, and shouted, Ribbit.
Charge.
The selling frog dashed down the stairs, leaping with fervor. The large frog kicked twice, then raised a hand, giving Xia Qiao the middle finger. Little brat. Xia Qiao maintained her silence. She felt she had already deduced the identity beneath the frog's guise. Continuing her slow descent, a plump, round figure brushed past her. With a round head, a rotund body, a red scarf, and a small crown, it was the Snow King. The Snow King entered the hall, mingling with the other guests. Xia Qiao reached the bottom of the stairs, observing the other guests in the hall, a Kumaman bear, a happy bear, a faceless man, and a Lena Bell. As she approached, contemplating whether to greet everyone, she heard a click. The main lights in the hall dimmed. Welcome to the mysterious masked ball. You have lost your true identities. Only by kissing the frog princess can you regain your original forms. In the center of the hall, a small light illuminated a thermally insulated glass box. Inside were a dozen frogs. A staff member opened the box, and the frogs eagerly leaped out, frolicking in the hall. Esteemed guests, go forth and capture your frog princess. Xia Qiao. Is the production team out of their minds? Chapter 47. What on earth? Whose blind box is this? Xiaolin was a devoted viewer of Let's Fall in Love. She never missed an episode. However, not long ago, due to a series of scandals, the production team was compelled to suspend broadcasting for 2 weeks. Xiaolin, feeling the absence of joy, stumbled upon the program thrilling Big Inference. The original cast of Love, Let Us Go, was involved. The live broadcast was set for 8 o'clock tonight. With a swift motion, she activated the player, eagerly awaiting in the live chat room. As the clock struck 8, the live room indeed opened punctually. Yet, upon observing the frogs that had been released into the hall, hopping about, Xiaolin fell into contemplation. She slowly typed into the chat, joining the discussion. The aesthetic of this program seemed somewhat off. I had initially expected a lavish and extravagant gala, but what is this? Are the guests meant to don cumbersome mascot costumes and catch frogs? Goodness, the production team is truly ingenious. Xiaolin gazed intently at the screen. The camera was fixed at a high angle, capturing every guest. In the center sat the frog seller, squatting on the ground, glancing at others before defiantly raising a middle finger. He proclaimed loudly, Ribbit. The chat erupted with laughter. Frog seller. These are all my offspring.
Mine.
Frog. What princess of frogs? These are my offspring. Ha ha ha. Frog is furious. Frog gives the finger. Frog curses. After raising his middle finger, the frog seller slowly crawled up from the ground. The one in the frog seller costume was Wu Qishan. He adjusted his enormous headpiece and began searching for the live frogs. The golden retriever sighed heavily. Catching frogs was a necessity, yet raising the middle finger was his last act of defiance. This was his stance against the production team. Trashy production team. Wu Qishan glared at a frog. The frog, huddled in a corner, was evidently oblivious to the situation, fixated on a mosquito, preparing to pounce. Wu Qishan stealthily approached the frog and then lunged forward. However, the frog costume was exceedingly cumbersome. Its webbed feet caused Wu Qishan to trip over himself as he stepped on them. He fell with a thud onto the ground. Startled, the frog abandoned its pursuit of the mosquito and hopped away swiftly. By the time Wu Qishan rose from the floor, the frog had long vanished. Wu Qishan, he squatted down, supporting his massive headpiece with one hand. Goodness, this is an inauspicious start. The other guests' attempts to catch frogs were equally unsuccessful. They dashed around the hall, causing the frogs to scatter in chaos. The scene became so disorderly that several individuals collided due to the limited visibility of the mascot costumes. Despite their fervent efforts, they still failed to capture any frogs. The chat was filled with laughter. Goodness, I have never witnessed such a chaotic scene. I told you, one can truly learn something online. Even in collisions, Kumamoto Bear rolls to a stop in one go, while Snow King rolls 3 times on the ground. I wonder who chose round mascot costumes. Frog. Useless. Why is there a guest slacking off? Which guest in the quilt costume is that? Why, isn't she moving at all? Xie Qiao indeed had not moved. She sat on the sofa, propping herself up in the quilt costume, peering through 2 small openings to observe the situation. She was not planning to rely on brute strength to catch a frog. The constriction of the quilt costume was too severe. She wouldn't catch a frog even next year. Xie Qiao lowered one hand. The quilt costume sagged halfway, and the small holes she had made slid down as well, causing her visibility to diminish further. Xie Qiao paid little mind. She rummaged through her pocket and pulled out a folding fruit knife from the kitchen, quietly opening it. Beneath her clothing, she carved another small hole. After securing the folding fruit knife, she took out her phone. Xie Qiao stood up from the sofa, one hand supporting the quilt costume to ensure one opening was aligned with her eyes. In her other hand, she grasped her phone, pressing down on the flashlight shortcut key. Xie Qiao scanned the hall and then locked onto a frog tucked away in a corner. She stealthily approached, and when she was about a meter away from the frog, she quickly pressed the shortcut key. The phone's light flared to life, piercing through the small hole in the quilt costume and illuminating the frog. The sudden brightness would cause the frog to temporarily lose its sight, rendering it immobile. Seizing the opportunity, Xie Qiao lunged forward. Using her weight and the quilt costume to pin the frog beneath her, she fumbled around for the position of the frog through the quilt costume, then pressed down on the frog's legs, giving it a gentle poke as if to plant a light kiss. The lights in the hall brightened. Soothing music began to play as the butler clapped, emerging from a corner. Congratulations, beautiful lady. He approached Xie Qiao, bent down, and helped her unzip the quilt costume. The butler removed the costume, announcing, "You have successfully regained your original identity." Xie Qiao remained still, one hand clutching her phone while the other caressed the fruit knife in her pocket, her expression devoid of emotion as she regarded the butler. She sensed that the production team was up to something. The butler opened a portable case he carried with him and produced a magic wand. As the first person to regain their identity, you will possess a privilege. He handed the magic wand to Xie Qiao with a smile. You may designate one guest to regain their identity. They shall dance with you. The butler extended his hand, firmly placing the magic wand into Xie Qiao's grasp. Go ahead. Beautiful lady. Xie Qiao, she sighed. She understood. This segment must have been arranged by Gu Bazong for himself. He likely wished to regain his identity first, to shine brightly, and then invite Xin Qianqian to dance. A beautiful evening, was it not? However, Gu Bazong not only underestimated the little frog but also overestimated himself. Grasping the magic wand, Xie Qiao glanced at the mascot characters present. She had arrived late and had not interacted with them, rendering her incapable of guessing who was beneath the costumes. The only one she recognized was Wu Qishan, who was dressed as the frog seller. Without hesitation, Xie Qiao turned and walked towards the frog seller. Rather than risk drawing Gu's attention through a blind guess, she would prefer to dance with the golden retriever. In her haste, she failed to notice a frog on the floor and tripped over it. Xie Qiao stumbled a couple of steps, causing the magic wand to inadvertently point at the nearest mascot character. It was a Kumamoto bear. Xie Qiao. She was taken aback. Quickly, she turned her head to look at the butler. This kind of accident doesn't count, right? The butler took the magic wand from her hand. This is not an accident. He smiled. This is the guidance of fate. The butler began assisting the Kumamoto bear in removing its headpiece. Goodness. Xie Qiao pondered in distress. Who did she just draw from this blind box? Chapter 48. Someone is playing with our sister Qiao. The Kumamoto bear's costume was designed to be put on and taken off from the back. Xie Qiao stood aside, watching as the butler helped the Kumamoto bear out of its costume, akin to waiting for a blind box reveal. She rubbed the hem of her clothing, feeling as if she were being slowly tortured. The headpiece and costume of the Kumamoto bear were soon removed. The mascot costume was heavy, and although the cruise hall had air conditioning, the cool air could not penetrate the thick fabric. Moreover, the physical exertion required for catching frogs made it even more stifling. Fu Jingyan's white shirt was drenched in sweat, and his hair clung to his forehead. He nodded subtly at the butler, then lowered his eyelashes and raised his hand to tug at the collar of his shirt. The chat exploded with excitement. Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! He's both stoic and alluring.
I'm absolutely mesmerized.
Who is this artist? 1 minute. I wish to know all his information. How come no one has introduced this handsome fellow? Is he a newly debuted artist, so obscure? Didn't the production team say they invited 6 ordinary people? Surely he cannot be one of them? Baidu image search is back, and I initially thought he was my new crush, only to realize he is my new father figure. How embarrassing. When Yafeng stood in the center during the economic meeting, it was disrespectful. Xie Qiao watched as Fu Jingyan approached her, extending his hand and calling out, Miss Xie. Xie Qiao. She tugged at the corner of her mouth, attempting to refuse. I don't know how to dance. Fu Jingyan did not insist. He cast a fleeting glance at Xie Qiao, conceding, then can you do calisthenics? Xie Qiao? She had an inkling that this was not going to end well, yet she couldn't bring herself to utter the words I can't. What a joke. How could there be a Chinese person who didn't know how to perform calisthenics? It was ingrained in muscle memory. Reluctantly, Xie Qiao nodded. I can. The waltz music had been playing for quite some time, and the butler approached with a magic wand, urging them to get on with it. Dance. Xie Qiao had no choice but to place her hand in Fu Jingyan's palm. She was indeed unfamiliar with partner dancing. As she followed Fu Jingyan into the dance floor, her foot inadvertently stepped on his 3 times. She heard him sigh. He seemed somewhat exasperated, lowering his head to lean closer to her ear, reminding her. The steps of calisthenics, do you remember? Xie Qiao blinked. What steps could calisthenics possibly have? It was merely stepping left and right, wasn't it? Suddenly, Xie Qiao had an epiphany. She quickly adjusted her movements, finally catching the rhythm and avoiding the embarrassment of ruining Fu Jingyan's shoes. She breathed a sigh of relief. Once she matched the beat, she relaxed, even finding time to appreciate the soothing music played by the production team. It was gentle, lovely, and quite pleasant. However, amidst the soothing melodies, there was an unsettling undertone. I know you are a blood-stained commoner.
Fu Jingyan spoke softly.
I will go to eliminate Qi Yan tonight. Another assassin intends to kill you, but has been thwarted by me. He will target another ordinary guest tonight. You can eliminate Gu Qinyan. First, deal with the commoners, and then the assassins can divide the victory, correct? Xie Qiao. She chose not to engage in his conversation. She could understand why Wang Shunbin wanted to win against her, but what was Fu Jingyan's motivation for being so proactive? Was it merely for the meager salary offered by the production team? She recalled Fu Jingyan's identity and background from the original text. He was of mixed German and Chinese descent, the founder and actual controlling shareholder of Jinghua Technology, which specialized in the internet, biomedical fields, and other high-tech industries. His business did not align with that of the male lead, Gu Qinyan. Logically, they should have had no intersecting paths, let alone conflicts. Yet, in the narrative, he consistently made things difficult for Gu Qinyan and attempted to separate him from Shen Qianqian. Actions taken by one are seldom without reason. There is always a motive. The book did not elaborate on Fu Jingyan's motives. Thus, Xie Qiao could only analyze it herself. What could possibly cause these 2 unrelated men to become adversaries? Xie Qiao speculated reasonably. Fu Jingyan must also harbor feelings for Shen Qianqian. The music ceased, and Xie Qiao quickly distanced herself from Fu Jingyan, gesturing a refusal before him. Her stance was resolute. I am just a commoner. Being bloodstained is my identity. Not taking action is my stance. I have no intention of exerting effort to hunt anyone. Xie Qiao sank onto the sofa, retrieving a cup of Sprite from the nearby shelf. She twisted off the cap, her expression fierce. If you continue to persuade me, I will hunt Shen Qianqian instead. Fu Jingyan pondered for a moment. That works too. Xie Qiao. Huh? Wait, isn't she the one you have feelings for? You truly wouldn't mind? She looked up at Fu Jingyan in bewilderment, only to find that he genuinely seemed unfazed by the prospect of her assassinating Shen Qianqian. Xie Qiao took a sip of Sprite. Oh no, It seemed she had misjudged her assumptions. Fu Jingyan's appearance on this show was not for Shen Qianqian. A slight frown creased Xie Qiao's brow. As she reevaluated Fu Jingyan's motives for being on the show, she heard him sigh softly. It's fine. You need not take action. Xie Qiao turned her head. Fu Jingyan stood beside the sofa, half leaning against the backrest, his head bowed as he rolled up his sleeves. He appeared to detest the damp, white shirt he wore, with 2 buttons at the collar torn off and the sleeves rolled to his elbows, revealing his long and slender arms. Fu Jingyan spoke calmly. I will take care of everything. Xie Qiao blinked. The butler, still holding the magic wand, continued speaking. Those guests who have not yet recovered need not panic. Although you have been enchanted, as long as everyone guesses who you are, you will revert to your original appearance. The butler lifted the magic wand. Let us begin the guessing. This should be relatively easy to guess. Considering that only their faces were obscured, their voices remained unchanged. It all depended on how familiar the guests were with one another, right? How ridiculous. Who on earth cares about these puppet figures? No one is paying attention to those 2 in the corner. I've been watching them for ages. President Fu is definitely doing this on purpose, tugging at his collar and rolling up his sleeves. Isn't this a blatant display to tease us? He is deliberately trying to provoke our Qiao Qiao. To the sisters ahead, you are worthy of the temple of heaven. Can you still fangirl over him? Xie Qiao was oblivious to any teasing. Right now, she wished to hang herself on this cruise ship. Grasping the sprite, she painfully stood up from the sofa. Why is there still an activity? How can this 2-hour dinner drag on so long? Determined, Xie Qiao walked towards the guests, cooperating to complete this segment. Next came the ball. Thankfully, this time the ball was not mandatory. Xie Qiao sat back on the sofa, scrolling through her phone while listening to the ball music, until she heard a peculiar creaking sound amidst the music. She abruptly lifted her head. In the center of the hall, the chandelier, for some unknown reason, suddenly broke at its root. Its body tilted downwards, threatening to crash down at any moment. Chapter 49. This is the true essence of a romantic variety show. The butler was still beneath the chandelier. Xie Qiao sat up straight in alarm. Instinctively, she wanted to rush over and push the butler away from the chandelier's path. However, just as she made a dash halfway, someone grabbed her sleeve. Xie Qiao furrowed her brow, struggling vigorously, but she couldn't shake off the person. Then, with a loud crash, the chandelier fell violently. The butler was knocked down by the chandelier. The tremendous sound momentarily drowned out the music, and the guests turned their heads in unison. Someone screamed, and Xie Qiao was the first to rush over, eager to check on the butler's condition. However, as soon as she touched him, the entire hall plunged into darkness. The comments in the live broadcast were filled with panic. What is happening? Should we call the police? No need, right? The production team has so many people. They will call the police themselves, won't they? But wait, this cruise ship is so large. Surely there is a dedicated team for maintenance, right? How could such a situation occur? The guests were equally in a state of alarm. Xie Qiao wanted to assess the butler's injuries, but it was too dark to see anything clearly, and she hesitated to act rashly. If she inadvertently caused him further harm, it would be troublesome. Xie Qiao withdrew her hand, rummaging through her pocket until she found her phone and turned on the flashlight. The light illuminated a small area before her. The butler's half-body was trapped under the chandelier, his waist and abdomen stained with blood. Xie Qiao's heart raced. She swiftly activated her mobile phone, poised to dial 120, when she noticed the butler lying on the ground, his face ashen, opening his eyes. As soon as he did, the beam of a flashlight pierced through the darkness, causing him to urgently shut his eyes and shake his head at her. It was a blood plasma bag. Xie Qiao was taken aback. She turned her head and reached out to touch the chandelier before her. The material was rigid, yet the entire fixture was remarkably lightweight. She could even lift it with one hand. It was merely a mold. Xie Qiao fell silent for a moment. No wonder this chandelier, despite its glass-like appearance, had not shattered when it fell from a height of 4 to 5 meters. Other guests gradually gathered around. Wu Qishan whispered, "What is going on?" Xie Qiao remained silent, but the voice of the broadcast echoed through the hall. "This is your first day aboard the cruise ship. However, the butler who welcomed you and arranged everything for you has inexplicably died in the hall. You feel frightened. Some choose to return to their rooms to rest, while others remain behind, seizing the keys from the butler's waist. That set of keys can unlock all the rooms on the second floor of the cruise." Xie Qiao understood. On the first day, the guests were unfamiliar with the rules, and since they had not yet entered their rooms, the hunting began. Thus, the killer's pursuit would generally proceed smoothly. However, by the second day, the civilians would be more vigilant, likely retreating to their rooms in a bid for survival. At such a time, if the killer lacked the ability to pick locks, they would be unable to lure anyone out and would have to wait for self-elimination. Hence, the production team arranged for the butler's death at this juncture, leaking the room keys to provide the killer with an opportunity. Xie Qiao blinked. She moved the chandelier aside and pointed to the keyring at the butler's waist, inquiring, "Does anyone want to take it?" No one spoke. Taking the keys now would be akin to self-detonation. Xie Qiao was not surprised by this outcome. She detached the keyring and placed it on the nearby coffee table. Xie Qiao shrugged. "Whoever wants it can come and take it. Hee hee. The killer must covet this set of keys, right? The civilians want it too, don't they? Let the brawl begin." Xie Qiao rose, happily making her way to the second floor. The following morning, breakfast was served on the 7th floor. Perhaps to cater to the diverse palates of the guests, with both Western and Chinese options available. After enjoying her meal, Xie Qiao strolled around the deck to aid digestion. Near the deck, seagulls were present, and just as she contemplated feeding them, a staff member called out, "Teacher Xie, what are you doing here? This area is not designated for recording." The staff member ushered her back to the second floor. She had barely arrived when the bell tolled, followed by the production team's announcement. "The hunt begins." The corridor fell into darkness. Once more, Xie Qiao understood. Her lingering on the deck had prevented the production team from commencing the hunt. She stood still for a few seconds, allowing her eyes to adjust to the darkness before she resumed her steps toward her room. She paused at her door, ready to turn the doorknob.
Click.
The sound of the doorknob turning echoed in her ears, and as she turned her head, she saw Wang Shanbin and Fu Jingnian emerging from their rooms almost simultaneously. Xie Qiao remarked, "What a coincidence." She awkwardly greeted them. "Are you two out for some fun?" Fu Jingnian remained silent, while Wang Shanbin responded, "Would you like to join us?" Xie Qiao chuckled, gently declining, "No, I'm going back to rest." She locked her door behind her. Xie Qiao nestled in her room for over 2 hours until the bell tolled again, signaling the end of the hunt. She proactively opened her door and stepped outside. Drawing from her experience from the previous day, the surviving guests had mostly emerged. Xie Qiao counted and was somewhat surprised. 4 guests have been eliminated. Qi Yan, Shen Qianqian, and Gu Qinyan were among those eliminated. Out of the 12 guests, only Shi, Song Jinyan, Wu Qishan, Wang Shanbin, and Fu Jingnian remained. Xie Qiao was astonished. Why are there only 2 civilians left? How could this happen? She was greatly shocked. Xie Qiao glanced at the others with a complex expression before tentatively suggesting, "Shall we have a discussion, or should we head upstairs to eat?" Song Jinyan quickly replied, "Let's talk while we eat." She waved at Xie Qiao, linking her arm with hers as she led her toward the elevator, with the other 3 following suit. Song Jinyan pressed the button for the 7th floor. Turning to the others, she inquired, "I'm not sure what you all want to discuss." With a smile, she candidly declared, "I'm a civilian, but yesterday I spent 30 points to purchase a killing agent." The elevator halted at the 7th floor. Song Jinyan slid her hands into her pockets, walking as she confessed, "I eliminated Gu Qinyan." As if recalling something, she paused. Turning back, "I currently have only 10 points left. I won TB earning points in the activity hall this afternoon." Song Jinyan smiled again. "Feel free to come and kill me." She turned to grab a tray. Wu Qishan was somewhat stunned. "So straightforward?" He scratched his head, then shook his head in denial. "Could it be a trap?" Xie Qiao cast him a glance. "Not likely. You don't understand. She eliminated Gu Qinyan for Shen Qianqian. She likely wishes to be eliminated for Shen Qianqian's sake as well, so she wouldn't set a trap." Ah, such a tormenting love. Who would have thought this show is the true reality dating show? Chapter 50. I will come find you for tomorrow's hunt. Xie Qiao entered the buffet restaurant. Song Jinyan had already self-eliminated, and the remaining few had little left to discuss. They all knew each other's identities. Xie Qiao quickly selected her meal. When a golden-haired young man approached her, a bit anxious, "Sister Qiao, are you planning to kill me tonight?" Xie Qiao felt somewhat speechless. She glanced at Wu Qishan. "I want to kill you, but you're definitely doomed tonight." With only 5 individuals remaining, 2 killers, 2 civilians, and 1 bloodied civilian, who would die tomorrow, was quite evident. Xie Qiao pondered for a moment, feeling that the statement lacked rigor. She added, "Of course, if you have a lot of points, that's another story." Wu Qishan scratched his head, mumbling, "Well, that definitely isn't the case." The game currency Xie Qiao had gifted him had been exchanged for points, which he had spent in one go that day. Now, he had only the 10 points automatically granted for surviving a day. What could he do with 10 points? Nothing could be bought. He could only head to the activity hall in hopes of earning more points. Wu Qishan sighed softly. It's all right. Living another day is already quite wonderful. Xie Qiao did not respond further. She simply held her tray and found a seat by the window. This time, she opted for Chinese cuisine, paired with goji berry and longan tea. After sipping her tea, her gaze unconsciously drifted towards the other guests. The remaining guests were few, and their identities were transparent. The hunting scenario for tomorrow could easily be predicted. However, why exert oneself unnecessarily? She was not counting on victory. Xie Qiao felt at ease. She swiftly finished her lunch, wandered the deck for a couple of laps, then returned to her room to take a nap. She slept until 2 in the afternoon. Pulling back the curtains, she stretched in front of the porthole, contemplating for a moment before deciding to head to the activity hall. The equipment in the activity hall was quite entertaining. Xie Qiao took the elevator to the activity hall, exchanged all her points at the front desk for 20 game coins, and then entered the arcade room. Wu Qishan and Wang Shunbin were both present, huddled together in front of the claw machine, their heads touching as they analyzed its operational mechanics. The golden retriever was adamant. My idea must be correct. He pushed Wang Shunbin aside and inserted a game token into the machine. Wu Qishan grasped the joystick and declared loudly, just wait and see. He maneuvered the control stick to his desired position and then decisively pressed the button. The machine's claw descended, grasping a doll inside, only to violently toss it from the upper right corner to the lower right corner of the machine. The golden retriever was taken aback. What? He clutched his own golden fur, murmuring, this can't be happening. He inserted another token. This time for sure. Xie Qiao silently averted her gaze, sensing that the retriever would likely face failure again. She shook her head and walked past him, stopping in front of a racing game machine, which was shaped like a motorcycle and boasted a massive visual screen. It could even tilt. How exhilarating! Xie Qiao inserted a coin and began her entertainment. With 20 game tokens, she played energetically until 6 in the evening, finally exhausting all her tokens. Stretching her arms, she set down the toy water gun she had been holding. To her surprise, Wu Qishan and Wang Shunbin were still in front of the claw machine. Xie Qiao exclaimed, What's going on with you two? She walked around to take a look, puzzled. Why are you still here? Wang Shunbin remained silent, but the golden retriever spoke up. I've been trying all afternoon. He extended his hand to show Xie Qiao the empty basket where he had placed his coins, devoid of any tokens. Wu Qishan sulked. I managed to grab 2 dolls, but each doll came with 2 game tokens, meaning he effectively earned 4 tokens for catching 2 dolls. However, he had spent 10 tokens in total for those 2 dolls. A loss of 6 tokens was disheartening. Wu Qishan, unwilling to concede defeat, inserted the newly earned 4 tokens back into the machine, leaving him with nothing once again. Upon hearing Wu Qishan's account, Xie Qiao chuckled joyfully. That sounds unfortunate. The golden retriever fluffed up in indignation. Xie Qiao, this machine must be faulty. Xie Qiao glanced at him and smiled. I think the machine works perfectly well. She turned to Wang Shunbin, extending her hand. Could you lend me a token? Wang Shunbin hesitated for a moment, casting a few glances at Xie Qiao before slowly reaching into his pocket. He rummaged for a while before finally producing a token. Wang Shunbin whispered, You must return it. Xie Qiao laughed lightly. Don't worry. She promptly inserted the token, deftly adjusted the claw, and retrieved a Kuromi doll. Squatting down, she took the doll out, removed the 2 tokens attached to it, and returned one to Wang Shunbin. Then, she turned and handed the doll along with the remaining token to Wu Qishan. Xie Qiao raised an eyebrow. Here's another chance for you. The golden retriever's eyes sparkled with excitement. He eagerly accepted the doll and token, his expression resolute. Just wait. I will amaze you. Xie Qiao shrugged off his grandiose declaration. I'm heading upstairs for dinner. She walked towards the door. As she was about to exit the hall, she heard the golden retriever's voice once more. Next time for sure. Xie Qiao thought, this skill level is truly dismal. She shook her head in disbelief and pressed the button for the elevator. The elevator arrived swiftly from below, but it was not empty. Another person was inside, Fu Jingnian. Xie Qiao glanced at him and nodded in acknowledgement. Fu Jingnian returned the gesture with a nod. The elevator doors slowly closed, and they remained silent as it ascended, soon stopping at the 7th floor dining area. Just as Xie Qiao was about to step out of the elevator, she heard a faint sound of clinking nearby. Instinctively, she turned her head. Fu Jingnian stood at the elevator entrance, one hand in his pocket and the other holding a set of keys. There were only 4 keys in total. Xie Qiao halted, furrowing her brow. What do you mean by this? Fu Jingnian approached her. Last night. You left the butler's keys in the hall on the first floor. They were snatched up, and I joined in the frenzy, acquiring 4 keys myself. He slightly bent his fingers, lightly jingling the keychain. In a gentle tone, he added, one of these is the key to room 207. Room 207 was where Xie Qiao resided. She slowly lifted her gaze. Fu Jingnian stepped closer, bending down so that his nose nearly brushed against her ear. He whispered, I will come to find you for tomorrow's hunt. Chapter 51. Have you forgotten? I am your fiancé. After finishing dinner and taking a bath, Xie Qiao lay down in bed, preparing to rest, yet she could not decipher the meaning behind Fu Jingnian's words. Was it a threat? It was merely a variety show. Could it be that serious? Xie Qiao was perplexed. She turned over in bed, clutching the quilt tightly. Pulling the covers over her head, she resolved to sleep. Tomorrow would reveal its mysteries. She slept soundly until dawn. The morning sunlight streamed through the porthole, illuminating the entire room. After breakfast, she returned to her bedroom with a cup of fruit tea, eagerly awaiting the arrival of her dear friend. The hunt commenced punctually. Just as the clock struck 9, the announcement rang out. The hunt has begun. Xie Qiao rested her chin on her hand, seated on the sofa, attentively listening to the sounds outside. Whether it was the external noises being too faint or the house's excellent soundproofing, she heard nothing at all. The so-called antagonist, who claimed he would come for her, did not appear. After sitting in silence for 5 minutes, Xie Qiao began to feel bored. She retrieved her tablet, randomly selected a classic drama, and pressed play, engrossed in the storyline. Just as she witnessed the minister preparing to expose the illicit affair of the Empress Shi, the announcement chimed again. The program team reported, current survivors, 4. Xie Qiao blinked in surprise. Was there a real-time update for the final day's hunt? Such announcements carried a strong sense of pressure, easily heightening anxiety amid the final day as atmosphere. Xie Qiao cradled her fruit tea, taking another sip before resuming her viewing. But how did this concern her? She was simply waiting to be eliminated. After the first announcement, subsequent reports came in rapid succession. Before she could finish the episode, the second announcement sounded, current survivors, 3. Less than 2 minutes later, the third announcement followed, current survivors, 2. Xie Qiao was taken aback. Only 2 remained? Yet here she sat comfortably on the sofa. She propped her chin up, pondering whether the others were embroiled in conflict, allowing her to benefit from their strife. She wondered who the final survivor would be. With a wistful sigh, she finished the last sip of her fruit tea, paused the drama, and rose from the sofa. With only 2 left, there was no need to linger. It was time to confront her fate directly. Xie Qiao opened her bedroom door. The corridor was dimly lit, nearly shrouded in darkness, save for the faint light in front of her door. She patted her pockets. She located her mobile phone and was about to activate the flashlight when she heard the faint sound of footsteps. The sound grew louder as it approached, resonating distinctly in the silent corridor. Xie Qiao instinctively began to speculate about the identity of the person. It could be Fu Jingnian, or perhaps Wang Shunbin. If Song Jinyan had suddenly turned against them, there was a chance it could be her, but it certainly could not be Wu Qishan. She gently brushed her fingers over the camera resting on her shoulder, feeling a twinge of nervousness. The figure soon appeared not far away, halting precisely at the juncture of light and shadow. The indoor lighting illuminated the tip of his nose, casting an ethereal glow that imparted an almost divine tranquility. It was Fu Jingnian. To Xie Qiao's mild surprise, she approached him, deliberately turning her body to the side, and smiled, saying, "Come and kill me." Fu Jingnian slightly bowed his head. The young girl stood half-turned, one side of her face illuminated, revealing a texture akin to jade, with fine hairs clearly visible upon her skin. Fu Jingnian called out, "Xie Qiao, the fact that you are my fiancé." He lowered his gaze and inquired, "Did you truly forget, or are you feigning ignorance?" Xie Qiao replied, "Wait, what?" She lifted her head, locking eyes with Fu Jingnian for a moment before clarifying, "Fiancé? Me?" She pointed at herself incredulously. What a joke. Xie Qiao was utterly speechless. Though she had traversed into this narrative midway, she possessed not only the original owner's memories but also knowledge of the entire plot. She, Xie Qiao, had no connection whatsoever with the arch-villain Fu Jingnian. Rolling her eyes, she decisively yanked the camera from her shoulder and thrust it into Fu Jingnian's hands. "Mr. Fu, young Master Fu," she pushed him lightly, expressing her disdain. If you wish to eliminate me, just do it directly. No need for psychological games. Fu Jingnian's grip tightened around the camera. It briefly rested in his palm before plummeting to the carpet below. The announcement from the production team echoed once more. Survivor won. The killer Fu Jingnian has achieved ultimate victory. Suddenly, the corridor lights illuminated brightly. A staff member approached and called out to her, "Teacher Sigh." Xie Qiao was quick to respond. She turned and walked over, asking, "Shall I accompany you upstairs?" The staff member nodded. Xie Qiao obediently followed, affirming, "All right." On the 5th floor, in the monitoring room, the guests had gathered, huddled around the largest screen, engaging in hushed conversations. Song Jinyan was the third-to-last eliminated contestant. Upon reaching the 5th floor, she sought out Shun Qianqian. However, before she could speak, she was met with Shun Qianqian's complex expression. Shun Qianqian grasped Song Jinyan's arm and whispered, "Gu Qinyan told me it was you who eliminated him." She continued, "At first, I didn't think much of it and comforted him, saying you were the killer, so you had to eliminate other civilians." Shun Qianqian bit her lip. On the 3rd day, she had come to the 5th floor with Gu Qinyan to review the footage, only to discover that Song Jinyan was not the killer, but a civilian. The reason Song Jinyan was able to eliminate Gu Qinyan was that she had spent all her points to purchase an item. Shun Qianqian pulled Song Jinyan aside near the elevator, away from the other guests. "I told Gu Qinyan that you intended to deal with the killer, but mistakenly judged his identity. It was merely a misfire. He shouldn't dwell on it." She lowered her voice. "But I must tell you, Gu Qinyan is a civilian. So, it was definitely not a misfire." Shun Qianqian bit her lip. "Jinyan, do you not like Gu Qinyan?" Just as Xie Qiao followed the staff into the 5th floor, she overheard this question. Instinctively, she glanced into the corner, quickly assessing the situation. In her mind, Xie Qiao mumbled, "Of course Song Jinyan does not like Gu Qinyan. Who would like their rival?" Chapter 52. A million fans benefit. Shun Qianqian asked, "What rival?" Her mind momentarily stalled, leaving her dazed for several seconds before she regained her composure. She struggled to untangle the relationships involved. Song Jinyan and Gu Qinyan were rivals. The one Gu Qinyan liked was her, so what about Song Jinyan? Did Song Jinyan also like her? Shun Qianqian felt completely bewildered. The overwhelming information overloaded her brain, and she slowly turned her head, calling out, "Jinyan?" Song Jinyan's brows twitched. Her palms grew clammy, and she was so anxious that her breathing became irregular. She was acutely aware of Shun Qianqian's orientation. If Shun Qianqian discovered her feelings, it might jeopardize their friendship. Panic surged within Song Jinyan, her thoughts racing uncontrollably, conjuring various disastrous outcomes. Amidst the chaos, a flash of inspiration struck her. "Of course." Song Jinyan quickly asserted, "I must like you to be friends with you. I certainly do not like Gu Qinyan. He wants to steal my friend. How could I possibly like him?" Song Jinyan employed a tactic of clever evasion, twisting the definitions of liking and rivalry. She had no idea whether Shun Qianqian would believe her explanation. Gripping her clothing nervously, Song Jinyan anxiously glanced at Shun Qianqian. Shun Qianqian furrowed her brow. The logic was somewhat tenuous, yet she found herself accepting Song Jinyan's explanation. Is that so? Shun Qianqian still sensed something amiss. However, her intuition urged her not to delve deeper. The fear of losing Song Jinyan outweighed the desire for the truth. Shun Qianqian pressed her lips together, opting to sidestep the topic. She intertwined her fingers with Song Jinyan's, smiling, "Don't worry, he cannot take me away. No man is more important than you." Shun Qianqian accepted her explanation. Song Jinyan felt a slight sense of relief. Although she had successfully deceived Shun Qianqian, she could not shake the feeling of sadness. She exhaled softly. Song Jinyan responded, "That's good." Rising from her corner, she grasped Shun Qianqian's hand and whispered, "Let us head back. Together." They returned to the monitoring area. Song Jinyan intentionally walked next to Xie Qiao and shot her a glare. She had clearly agreed with Xie Qiao not to dwell on this matter.
Wait.
Song Jinyan suddenly realized. The agreement pertained to the previous program, but this was a new variety show. Song Jinyan muttered to herself, "Darn, I miscalculated." Xie Qiao, bewildered by the glare, tilted her head and glanced at Song Jinyan, then leaned closer, asking, "What is wrong, Teacher Song?" Song Jinyan cleared her throat. She was contemplating a plausible excuse to brush it off when she noticed a change on the monitor. Pointing at the screen, she asked, "What is happening there?" Xie Qiao instinctively looked at the monitor. The large screen displayed the corridor on the 2nd floor. All guests had been eliminated, with nearly all the doors to the second-floor rooms wide open. Fu Jingmian stood alone in the corridor, his shadow elongated. Suddenly, a group of staff members in security uniforms appeared at the end of the corridor. They charged forward, apprehending Fu Jingmian with stun batons. The production team began narrating. You remember. 11 years ago, you were impoverished, destitute, and utterly devoid of possessions. By chance, you found your way onto a cruise ship, working there as a service staff. What you witnessed was opulence and extravagance. You entertained ulterior motives. On the first night of the cruise as it sailed into the Pacific, you killed a wealthy man, stealing his wealth and casting his body into the sea. People soon discovered his absence and initiated an investigation. Undeterred, you committed another murder on the second night, targeting another affluent individual. The consecutive deaths of 2 individuals incited widespread panic. The affluent began to harbor fears, retreating into their abodes and securing their doors. For 2 consecutive nights, you found no new developments. Nevertheless, you swiftly devised a novel scheme. You tampered with the chandelier in the hall, resulting in the demise of the butler, from whom you pilfered the keys. Subsequently, the entire cruise ship morphed into your slaughterhouse. As the vessel docked, you made your escape, utilizing the stolen riches to ascend to newfound wealth, gradually erasing this chapter from your memory, until a mysterious invitation beckoned you back aboard the very cruise ship. Little did you anticipate that this was a trap devised solely for your apprehension. The production team concluded the narration, and Fu Jingmian's figure faded from the screen. The guests exchanged bewildered glances. The golden-haired puppy scratched its head in confusion, questioning the meaning behind it all. No one answered. It was the director who emerged from the sidelines, clapping his hands together. Come, come. He gestured for everyone to look this way, urging them to display smiles that were somewhat eerie and somber, hinting at their roles as the masterminds behind the scenes. Wu Qishan finally grasped the situation. It seems that the one who emerged victorious in the end is, in fact, the loser. A grin involuntarily spread across his face. The director waved his hand. Wu Laosher, please refrain from flashing that big front tooth. Wu Qishan attempted to suppress his grin, yet the delight on his face was unmistakable. The director, with a forced gesture, signaled to the crew to capture the moment. This will suffice. The camera faithfully documented the scene. The director raised his megaphone. The recording of this episode comes to a temporary halt here. However, the cruise ship remains open. Guests may choose to stay or depart at their discretion. Xia Qiao stretched languidly. Was there any need for contemplation? The cruise ship was splendid. But what could surpass the comfort of home? Nothing. It was non-existent. Without hesitation, Xia Qiao returned to her room, called her agent to arrange for her pickup, and began to pack her belongings. Time to clock out. She swiftly departed the cruise ship, wheeling her suitcase towards the dock and boarding the van. Upon removing her sun hat and preparing to greet her agent, something was thrust into her hand. Lin Yan handed her a contract. Starting the vehicle, she explained, the producers of the Let's Fall in Love program wish to invite you as a permanent guest. Xia Qiao. Huh? She was somewhat bewildered. Isn't that program a joke? Do they enjoy being bullied so much? I only appeared once, and they halted the show for 2 weeks. Her agent cleared her throat, refraining from addressing Xia Qiao as remarks, instead reminding her, you've hit 10 million fans. Have you considered what benefits to offer them? Xia Qiao leaned back in her seat. Grasping the contract, she revealed a mysterious yet confident smile. Of course. Just wait and see. Chapter 53. Do you like my frog princess? Lin Yan caught a glimpse of Xia Qiao's smile in the rearview mirror. Lin Yan, I don't know why, but I suddenly feel a bit uneasy. Xia Qiao won't pull some trick, will she? Lin Yan furrowed her brow but ultimately said, as long as you know what you're doing. Xia Qiao replied affirmatively, naturally. She set the contract aside, opened her phone, and glanced at her Weibo account. Indeed, her follower count had surpassed 10 million. The influx of new fans stemmed from the thrilling live stream from a few days prior, where they admired Xia Qiao's prowess in catching frogs. They flocked to her comment section, affectionately dubbing her the Frog Princess. Xia Qiao. Thanks, but suddenly I've lost my enthusiasm. She painfully shut down her comments section and retrieved the contract. Xia Qiao skimmed the document. The Let's Fall in Love program invited her to be a permanent guest for the remaining 5 episodes. Likely due to her recent surge in fans, the producers offered a generous sum of 3 million per episode. However, the contract included some peculiar stipulations. It prohibited exploiting loopholes in the program and mandated strict adherence to the show's rules. Any violations would require compensation for psychological damages to the director and production team. Xiao, are you all out of your minds? She tossed the contract onto the passenger seat, calling out to Lin Yan. Sister Lin, have you seen this contract? I refuse to sign it. 3 million in salary? With all these demands and stipulations. And they expect me not to exploit loopholes. Or else I owe them compensation. Are they crazy? Blaming others for their own incompetence. For all I know, the compensation could exceed my salary. Lin Yan's brow twitched. She heard Xiao's grievances and intended to argue, but upon reflection, she found her reasoning oddly valid. Given Xiao's propensity for mischief, she could drive 10 directors to their wits' end in 3 days. Lin Yan relented. If you're dissatisfied with the terms, I'll discuss it further with the director. Xiao blinked. What else there to negotiate? With that petty mentality of the director, I'm afraid he'll end up in the ICU if I join the program. Forget it. If Sister Lin wants to negotiate, let her. She'll undoubtedly hit a wall. Xiao offered no rebuttal, turning her gaze to the window. The vehicle passed a large shopping center. Suddenly, Xiao sat up straight. Sister Lin, stop.
Stop.
Lin Yan was startled. She instinctively slammed the brakes and turned to ask, "What's wrong?" Xiao had already donned her mask, grabbed her phone, and dashed out of the car. "I'm going to buy something at the store." Lin Yan, the parking spot isn't ideal, the back is. After maneuvering the vehicle, Lin Yan caught sight of Xiao emerging from the store with a large bag. She was taken aback. That was quick. Lin Yan glanced at the bag. "What did you buy?" Xiao set the bag down at her feet. With a beaming smile, she replied, "A gift for my 10 million fans." Lin Yan exclaimed, "Oh." Without further thought, she restarted the engine and drove Xiao to her residence. Only after watching Xiao enter the building did Lin Yan feel relieved enough to turn the car around. Then it struck her. Wait, there aren't many items one can buy at a shopping center, and the plastic bag isn't very large. What on earth did Xiao buy as a fan gift? Back inside her home, Xiao switched on the living room lights and leaped onto her comfy sofa. She called out to her smart home assistant. "Turn on the air conditioning." The central air system activated, adjusting to a pleasant temperature and swiftly cooling the room. Nestled in her lazy sofa, Xiao pulled out her phone and checked her comment section once more. "All right, so I'm the frog princess, am I?" She swiftly revised her fanned gift announcement. Xiao composed a brief Weibo post and sent it out. "The promised gift for my 10 million fans is on its way. Just a sneak peek. It's a cosplay, and the character is quite classic. I'm sure everyone will love it." As soon as the post went live, comments flooded in. "What? Cosplay? Classic character? Is it that black silk maid outfit, Sister Qiao? I have a feeling Sister Qiao will pull off something spectacular. So I'm betting on Ultraman. Placing my bet on Ultraman. Why is everyone guessing Ultraman? Can't it be Pleasant Goat? What about Barney? Peppa Pig might have a shot too. Alas, am I the only one still yearning for that apartment? Sister Qiao, shall we still draw for a set of rooms?" Xiao refrained from glancing at the comments section. She lingered on the lazy sofa for a while longer before sluggishly rising. She unwrapped a plastic bag, retrieving a freshly purchased floor-standing phone holder. Once she set up her phone, she aimed the lens at herself. Then, she rummaged through the bag once more and pulled out a frog plush toy. With a rough motion, Xiao tore apart the seams of the toy, extracting the cotton stuffing within. Subsequently, she placed the frog plush atop her head. A twinge of regret washed over her. Had she seen the comments sooner, she wouldn't have needed to spend money at all. She could have simply swiped the frog headpiece from the production team. With a sigh, Xiao activated the recording on her phone, stepping into the frame and exclaiming, "Loneliness." She recorded a 5-minute video, performed a brief edit, and then posted it on her Weibo. "Laid back Qiao, a gift for 10 million fans. My sincerest blessings to everyone." Fans flocked to the scene, eager to view the video. In it, Xiao donned the frog headpiece, wishing everyone well just in time for the Qixi festival. Loneliness, 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 loneliness. For 3 long minutes, she repeated the word. The comments section erupted in chaos. "What the heck? Fan benefits are meant for you to please me, not to attack me. Thanks for the invitation. I feel like a dog just minding my own business when someone kicked me. Ugh, unfollowing. Will refollow tomorrow." The comments escalated rapidly. Within less than 10 minutes, related keywords began to climb toward the trending searches. Only then did Xiao click on her account. She leisurely crafted a second Weibo post and clicked send. "Laid back Qiao. Did everyone enjoy the previous cosplay? That was merely an appetizer. To participate in the lottery, simply retweet that post while tagging Frog Princess along with her froggy fans to send blessings. First prize consisted of 110G pure gold frogs. Second prize, 1010G pure silver frogs. Third prize, 10,100 yuan frog red envelopes. Xia Qiao smiled, awaiting the reaction in the comments. Do you like my frog princess? Chapter 54. I excel in human affairs. Xia Qiao did not wait 2 minutes before witnessing an outpour of comments. What a revenge. This is absolute revenge. Is this what it means to be called frog princess? No worries, if I win the pure gold frog, I shall forgive you.
Oh.
So this is how you want to play? You think I'll retweet just because of this? I will. Not only will I retweet, but I will also rally my entire family to retweet. Who would dare oppose gold? Today, I am a loyal subject of the Frog Princess. Alas, this boomerang has inevitably struck back at me. While you all focus on the frog, I'm the only one calculating how much these benefits will cost. Holy cow. Sis, you're truly wealthy. Gold prices are currently 500 per gram. 10 grams equates to 5,000. For 100, that's 500,000. These prizes combined could indeed purchase a whole apartment. Sis, you're genuinely giving away a set of rooms. This lottery is indeed generous. Xia Qiao's Weibo had barely been up for half an hour when it soared to the top of the trending list, regardless of whether they were fans or not. Upon seeing this trending topic, everyone unhesitatingly retweeted the post. Are you kidding? This is gold. 10 grams of gold. Xia Qiao's follower count skyrocketed, adding over 2 million in less than half a day, primarily from onlookers eager to participate in the lottery. They even began spontaneously offering prayers in her comments. The messages echoed a similar sentiment. May Frog Princess bestow blessings upon me, let the golden frog descend, and I shall be eternally grateful. Xia Qiao mused, what a peculiar ritual has emerged. After a moment of reflection, she closed Weibo. She ordered a portion of her favorite private dish and was about to contact the gold shop to prepare gifts when she noticed a phone call coming in. It was her manager's call. Hello, Sister Lin. Xia Qiao answered, inquiring, what's up? Lin Yan's voice was laced with frustration. You're asking me what's wrong? After I dropped you home, I drove back to the company. In half an hour, my phone buzzed incessantly. I ignored it until I entered the office and finished discussing matters with the higher-ups, only to check my phone and see my blood pressure skyrocket. Suppressing her anger, Lin Yan continued, what on earth is this 10 million fan benefit you've concocted? First, it's the Lonely Frog, then the Golden Frog Lottery. It's all so flashy. It's a grand spectacle. You've even made it onto the trending searches 3 times. Your 10 million fan benefit is more raucous than those with 5,000 followers. Such a display is highly frowned upon in the entertainment industry. Xia Qiao felt a bit bewildered, unable to grasp the issue, but I think it's quite good. Upon further reflection, she quickly identified the root of the problem. I understand now, Sister Lin. I was wrong. Lin Yan had tirelessly driven her back and forth, yet she had neglected to gift her a golden frog. Determined to make amends, she said, once the golden frog is ready, you shall be the first to receive it. Lin Yan retorted, who would want your lonely frog? Feeling a bit heart-stricken, she lamented, it's not about the golden frog. Lin Yan wearily rubbed her temples and began explaining the underlying rules of the entertainment industry to Xia Qiao. However, after several minutes, she realized she hadn't received any response from Xia Qiao. Lin Yan frowned, tentatively calling out, Xia Qiao? Silence echoed on the other end of the line, indicating that while Xia Qiao had answered the call, she was not near the phone. Lin Yan, in a fit of anger, hung up. She stared at the call log, growing increasingly irate, before picking up her phone and sending a text. Don't forget the golden frog for me. Just as Xia Qiao returned from pouring herself a glass of water, she wondered aloud, why did Sister Lin hang up? Tilting her head, she picked up her phone, contemplating whether to call back, when she noticed a new message. I knew it. Sister Lin's call was indeed about the golden frog. Clearly, she excelled in the intricacies of social relations. Xia Qiao refrained from dialing back. Instead, she contacted a gold shop. Hello, do you offer custom gold services? The shop responded politely, yes, we do. However, there is a service fee, which varies depending on the complexity of the design. A sweet voice inquired, what kind of design are you looking to customize? Xia Qiao candidly replied, a frog. The shop momentarily faltered. The customer service representative couldn't help but doubt if she had misheard. She instinctively confirmed. What did you say? Xia Qiao reiterated. I need a frog design. A golden frog.
Correct?
The representative pondered for a moment and made a valiant attempt to justify. You mean a golden toad, right? The golden toad symbolizes wealth and prosperity, which is indeed a wonderful sentiment. The processing fee for such a golden toad would be. Not a golden toad, interrupted Xiao. I want a lonely frog. Customer service. Huh? My goodness. Today, I've encountered a lunatic. The representative composed herself. After reciting the company's guidelines twice, she managed to force a smile. All right. We are indeed very familiar with the lonely frog design. To avoid any errors in customization, could you please send a picture? Xiao promptly sent a multimedia message. Upon seeing the hideous frog, the representative's eyes widened in shock. She initially averted her gaze, then took a moment to collect herself before recalling her professional integrity. The customer service representative inquired resolutely, how many grams of the finished product would you like? This item possesses a unique design, and the processing fee is currently uncertain. But it will likely be around 200 yuan. Is that acceptable to you? Xiao tilted her head slightly. The processing fee is rather inexpensive. Yes, she replied. I need 10 grams of the frog, and I would like to place an order for 100. The customer service representative nodded. All right. I will assist you in registering your order. Suddenly, the representative exclaimed, Wait. 100 solitary frogs weighing 10 grams each. She was mistaken. This was no madness, but rather her beloved benefactor. The representative's voice grew sweeter. Very well, esteemed patron.
No.
The representative quickly corrected, I apologize for the slip of the tongue, honored guest. Xiao paid little mind to it. She cooperated in registering her information, paid the deposit, and then ended the call. Just then, the delivery from her private chef arrived. Xiao opened the door and received the order. She had ordered 6 dishes and a soup, though the portions were modest, suitable for a solitary meal. After savoring her delightful dinner, Xiao took a bath, changed into her pajamas, and lay down on her bed. Hooray! A week off from work. She joyfully turned on the projector and began searching for a television series to watch. At the forefront were several newly released shows, featuring themes such as domineering CEOs and forced love, as well as runaway brides encountering their fiancés. Xiao paused. She slowly sat up, recalling some rather unpleasant matters, and urgently sent a text to her second brother. Second brother, do I have a fiancé? Chapter 55. Is it you, Frog Princess? Xia was working overtime. He was on a business trip, and his schedule was fixed. He was not supposed to work late today. However, in the afternoon, his assistant informed him that Xiao had trended on social media. Not only that, but the comment section was inciting a frenzy. Xiao's recent rise to fame had irked some individuals. Xia had no choice but to temporarily interrupt his itinerary to assist his dear sister in managing the trending topic, just as he had coordinated with his team. The trending content took an unexpected turn. Although he couldn't assist Xiao, it still consumed a significant amount of his time, forcing him to work overtime to handle his responsibilities. Damn sister, Xia gritted his teeth. Alone in his office, the president was filled with resentment. He glanced at the message Xiao had sent him and coldly typed on his keyboard. You do have a frog prince fiancé, don't you? Xiao sat on her bed, stunned by Xia response. How could her 36-year-old brother utter such chilling words? Second brother, have you seen my Weibo? Xia was rather indifferent. He pondered for a moment before sending another message, questioning, is it truly necessary for you to remain in the entertainment industry? The notion of her being entrenched in the entertainment world seemed a bit excessive. Xiao tilted her head. She saw the message from her second brother and couldn't help but sigh. Some matters were indeed beyond one's control. She wished to exit the industry, but with Shun Qianqian's fans persistently attacking her online, she was on the verge of abandoning that thought. Xiao melancholically replied, it is indeed necessary. Xia did not respond immediately. He stared at the text on his phone, his expression grave, as if facing a formidable adversary. Xiao was still to remain in the entertainment industry. Did that mean such occurrences would need to repeat themselves periodically?
Xia felt a headache coming on.
Previously, he had been ordered by their father not to contact or keep track of Xiao, leaving him unaware of her situation. However, the circumstances had changed. Now that he had re-established contact with Xiao, he could not ignore her. Xia was a person of meticulous planning, and he detested having his plans disrupted. Yet, in the entertainment industry, Xiao was never short of unforeseen events. He pressed his lips together. He tapped the table, deciding to summon his assistant. He needed to address the issue at its core. Xia dialed a number. Xiao Wang, Please look into any entertainment companies on the brink of collapse. I intend to acquire one. Meanwhile, Xie Qiao sat cross-legged on her bed, clutching her phone. After waiting for a while without receiving a reply from her dear second brother, she felt compelled to inquire once more. Do I have a fiancé, second brother? This time, Xie Heng responded promptly.
No.
If I must say, when you were a child, you played in the mud and made a lifelong promise with the neighbor's child. Is that true? She questioned. I don't recall such a thing. Surely, it couldn't be from her childish babble before the age of 3? Xie Qiao rested her chin on her hand. Nevertheless, Xie Heng's words offered her some reassurance. It seemed the words spoken by the villain in the show were indeed a ruse. Who would have thought that a villain would go to such lengths for victory in a game? Xie Qiao cast her phone aside and contentedly resumed watching her series. She lost track of time and eventually began her nightly self-care routine. Xie Qiao was awakened by the sound of her phone ringing. The sky had darkened slightly, and she struggled to extend her hand and answer the call. Hello? Lin Yan's voice came through. There's a business opportunity for you. It's a brand endorsement for Frog Princess, specializing in children's bathing products. Xie Qiao was still a bit dazed. Huh? She forced her eyes open and sat up. Lin Yan paid no heed to Xie Qiao's reaction and continued. It's a full brand endorsement for 1 year, with a price of 8 million. For a full endorsement, this price is somewhat low. However, given Xie Qiao's currently inflated fame, it is still quite a reasonable figure. Lin Yan inquired, will you accept it? Xie Qiao was still not fully awake. She only caught a few keywords. Frog Princess, 8 million, accept. Was it time for her golden frog sample to be picked up? Xie Qiao instinctively responded, sure. Lin Yan felt a sense of relief. Good, my artist is indeed ambitious. Perhaps her previous lackadaisicalness was merely a necessity. Lin Yan quickly replied, all right, I've already informed the brand. You need to come in to sign the contract, and then we will proceed with the shoot this afternoon. Xie Qiao exclaimed, huh?
Shoot?
What shoot? She finally snapped to attention, sitting up straight. Gripping her phone tightly, she quickly said, Sister Lin. But the line went dead with a series of beeping tones. Lin Yan had already hung up. Xie Qiao felt utterly dumbfounded. She stared blankly at her phone screen for a while before struggling to open the call recording. After listening to the entire recording, she fell into silence. Work had been thrust upon her from a rather unexpected angle. Xie Qiao was engulfed in despair. She reluctantly got out of bed, drew back the curtains, and glanced outside. It was drizzling, and the weather seemed dreary. Such lovely weather ought to be spent at home, lounging on a soft bed. Xie Qiao sighed. She went to the bathroom to freshen up, and upon returning, noticed several new messages on WeChat. They were from Lin Yan, detailing the time and location for signing the contract, along with a draft of the electronic contract. The timeline was rather urgent. Xie Qiao scrolled through the contract, grabbed her umbrella, and stepped outside. She purchased breakfast at a convenience store downstairs, then donned a mask and a hat as she squeezed onto the subway during the morning rush hour. In the bustling crowd, even the king of heaven would be stuck in traffic. The subway was truly preferable. Xie Qiao pressed down her cap, wedged into a corner by the throng of people. She furtively glanced around, ensuring no one was paying her any mind, before discreetly turning her back. Xie Qiao had purchased milk and a ready-to-eat sandwich. She removed the straw, inserted it into the carton, then pulled down her mask to take a clandestine sip of the milk. Biting the straw, she hesitated over whether to unwrap the sandwich, but soon abandoned the thought. Eating on the subway seemed an act of incivility. After indulging in another couple of sips of milk to ease her hunger, she was about to pull her mask back up when a timid voice called out from behind her. Is that you, Princess Frog? Chapter 56. What an absurd look. Xie Qiao's thoughts momentarily froze. An involuntary phrase flitted through her mind. You are truly famous now. Gradually regaining her composure, she adjusted her mask, slightly turned to face the source of the voice. The speaker was a young girl, her eyes sparkling with the innocence and folly of a college student, clutching a sealed bag of spicy strips. Upon recognizing Xie Qiao's features, the girl covered her mouth and let out a small squeal. It's really you. Xie Qiao felt somewhat helpless. This was her first experience as an artist, her first taste of fame, and her first encounter being recognized by a fan. How was she supposed to handle this? Her teachers had never prepared her for such moments. They exchanged wide-eyed stares for a moment, and then she hesitantly extended her hand. Would you like some? She offered her sandwich. The girl was taken aback for 2 seconds. Instinctively, she accepted the sandwich, and adhering to the principle of reciprocity, she thrust her bag of spicy strips towards Xie Qiao. Here, take this. The brand of the spicy strips was quite classic, with a sweet and spicy flavor. Xia Qiao blinked in surprise, clutching the spicy strips, uncertainly uttering, "Thank you." A vague sense of something amiss lingered in her mind. However, the train's arrival announcement interrupted her thoughts, and she realized her destination had arrived. Without further contemplation, she grasped the spicy strips and squeezed through the crowd toward the exit, exclaiming, "I'm off." Following the flow of passengers, Xia Qiao quickly exited the subway station. She lowered her hat, glanced at her navigation map, and then briskly walked into the adjacent building. A rush of cool air greeted her. Spotting her manager, she approached and called out, "Sister Lin." Lin Yan remained silent, her gaze fixated on the spicy strips in Xia Qiao's hand, sternly questioning, "You're eating spicy strips? Are you trying to gain weight, break out, and face online harassment?" Xia Qiao, taken aback by the reprimand, stammered, "Huh?" It wasn't he until Lin Yan snatched the spicy strips from her grip that she realized, "That's not mine." Xia Qiao explained, "I met a fan on the subway, and she gave this to me. Besides," she added defiantly, "What's wrong with eating some spicy strips? I've had instant noodles and snail noodles. Am I really lacking a bag of spicy strips? If they criticize me, I'll just lie flat. If they harass me online, I'll just withdraw from the industry. Wherever they attack me, I'll simply lie down there." Lin Yan was momentarily speechless. There were so many points in Xia Qiao's words that she didn't know where to begin. She settled on the most immediate concern. "You encountered a fan on the subway?" Lin Yan asked, visibly anxious. "Were you photographed? Did you interact?" Xia Qiao nodded. "Yes. We interacted." Following Lin Yan into the elevator, she continued, "I gave her my sandwich." Lin Yan was incredulous. "Wait, which artist interacts like that?" She pressed the elevator button and turned to Xia Qiao with a complex expression. Lin Yan sighed. Just as she was about to speak, Xia Qiao slapped her thigh in dismay. "Oh no, I gave away my sandwich. What about my breakfast? People are iron and meals are steel. Working is already tough. Skipping breakfast will only make it worse. My dear sandwich." Lin Yan could no longer tolerate this. She pressed another floor button and urged, "Go buy something." This building housed commercial establishments, and there was a dedicated floor for dining. Xia Qiao purchased a multigrain pancake and ordered a cup of coffee. She contemplated ordering a mango milfai, but Lin Yan approached her, grasping her wrist, smiling slightly, and called, "Xia Qiao." Xia Qiao jolted. She was reminded of the dread she felt when her mother called her full name. Resigned, she withdrew her hand, abandoning the mango milfai. She sat in the cafe, devouring the multigrain pancake, and then followed Lin Yan to the 15th floor. The company manager was a middle-aged woman. Miss Song, sporting a short haircut, exuded confidence. She introduced, "Here's the contract. If there are no issues, we can proceed with the signing." The contract held no hidden traps. Xia Qiao swiftly signed, then was led by Ms. Song on a brief tour of the company, which was an integrated entity of research, production, and sales. After the introduction to the company and its products, they proceeded to the 15th floor, the filming location. The set was still being arranged, and its final appearance was yet to be discerned. Xia Qiao picked up a frog plush toy from the floor and expressed her confusion. "Are we filming this afternoon?" Ms. Song chuckled, beckoning an employee over to discuss a few details. Turning back, she explained, "We need to do makeup first." She gestured toward the employee. "You can go with her." Xia Qiao was taken to the makeup room. The process was lengthy. Sitting in the chair, she couldn't resist reaching into her pocket to check her phone. She first glanced at the trending topics on Weibo. The list appeared rather benign, featuring a few trending dramas, celebrity gossip, and behind-the-scenes tidbits. As she perused the entire trending list, her finger hesitated over a new entry slowly climbing the ranks, Princess Frog's breakfast. A jolt of unease coursed through her. Xia Qiao bit her lip, cautiously clicking on the trending topic. The post read, "Today, while taking the subway to meet my boyfriend, I ran into Princess Frog and took her sandwich. I hope I didn't steal her breakfast." The accompanying image depicted a rather plain convenience store sandwich. 2 slices of bread containing a slice of ham, half a boiled egg, and 2 pieces of lettuce, priced at 8 yuan. The comment section was filled with laughter, as people seemed skeptical of the original poster's claims. Do celebrities really eat fast food? Do they also take the subway? Initially, I didn't believe it. But considering it's Princess Frog, it somehow seems plausible. Didn't the princess gift you a golden frog? How stingy. Does your boyfriend have an 8-pack? Xia Qiao exhaled a discreet sigh of relief. Although the original poster spoke truthfully, the disbelief of the commenters was reassuring. What well-bred artist would exchange food with a fan on the subway? Comforted, she switched off her phone and glanced at her reflection in the mirror. Suddenly, a wave of silence enveloped her. Xie Qiao trembled, asking, "Is this image really acceptable?" She wore a frog headband, her upper face painted green while the lower half was stark white. It was difficult to discern what she resembled, perhaps more akin to a water ghost. The makeup artist was diligently applying finishing touches. "Of course it's acceptable," the artist explained. "We deliberated over this look for quite some time. It's primarily to complement the filming." Xie Qiao felt a shiver of fear. Given her current appearance, she dreaded to think what the actual filming would entail. A children's horror film? Chapter 57. The episode most feared by straight men. Summoning her courage, Xie Qiao endured as the makeup artist completed her entire look. Once finished, the makeup wasn't as outrageous as she had imagined. In fact, it even possessed a hint of adorably foolish charm. A staff member arrived to deliver lunch, and Xie Qiao went to collect her portion. The meal was quite sumptuous. With her head bowed, Xie Qiao immersed herself in her food until someone gently tapped the top of her head. It was Lin Yan, accompanied by a man sporting a wolf-tail braid. She introduced him, saying, "This is the director of this advertisement." Xie Qiao raised her head, swallowing a mouthful of Yangzhou fried rice before taking a moment to scrutinize the director. With a narrow, elongated face and clad in a floral shirt, he unmistakably exuded an artistic flair. Xie Qiao smiled and greeted, "Hello, I am Xie Qiao." The director nodded and squatted beside her, introducing himself. "You might not know me, but I am Shun Xian." A flicker of recognition ignited in Xie Qiao's memory as she tilted her head to observe Director Shun. "If you say that's your name, then I certainly recognize you. Shun Xian, a straight man who bears a striking resemblance to a gay man. An artist, yet exceedingly blunt, oblivious to the fact that, even among friends, some harbor desires for him. Later, he was drugged by a friend and forcefully taken advantage of, leading him to withdraw from the entertainment industry due to depression." Xie Qiao mused silently. What a misfortunate man.
Shenxin.
He felt as though he had heard something peculiar. Was he imagining things? Shun Xian looked around in bewilderment before turning to Lin Yan and inquiring, "Did you hear something?" Lin Yan coughed heavily, interrupting Shun Xian's question. Grabbing his ponytail, she led him to a nearby dressing room, shutting the door behind them. Given their amicable relationship, she advised, "You aren't imagining things." That was Xie Qiao's inner voice.
Shenxin Ziplit, who?
Frowning in disbelief, he asked, "What do you mean?" Inner voice? Shun Xian began to question Lin Yan's sanity. Surely, it couldn't be that both of them had lost their minds? Lin Yan paid no heed to Shun Xian's skepticism. After all, she had initially been equally suspicious when she first heard Xie Qiao's inner voice. She cast a sympathetic glance at Shun Xian, saying, "You do well to believe it." Lin Yan patted Shun Xian's shoulder, feeling sorry for him. She exited the dressing room, leaving Shun Xian to contemplate. He adjusted the handkerchief in his pocket and, after a moment's thought, decided to follow her out. He quickly spotted Xie Qiao, who was still holding her lunchbox. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Shun Xian suddenly felt a pang of apprehension. He hesitated for a couple of seconds before his professional demeanor prevailed over his personal emotions. Approaching her, he said, "Let me explain the concept and storyboard for the advertisement." The afternoon's filming proceeded smoothly. The brand, Frog Princess, primarily targeted children. Thus the advertisement was infused with a charming aesthetic. Xie Qiao, adorned in her exaggerated styling, executed some propless performances under Shun Xian's guidance. She completed the advertisement within 3 hours. After heading to the restroom to remove her makeup, Shun Xian reviewed the footage repeatedly, feeling quite satisfied with her performance. Lin Yan beamed with pride, exclaiming, "Of course. Just look at who trained this artist." Shun Xian laughed heartily. "You truly have a thick skin." As Lin Yan grabbed her small bag, she proposed, "It has been a while since we last met. Shall we share a meal?" Shun Xian waved his hand dismissively, declining her offer. "I had already arranged to go karaoke with friends last week. I need to leave soon." As he spoke, Shun Xian paused, locking eyes with Lin Yan. She cautiously asked, "Which friend are you going with? It wouldn't happen to be that gay friend who drugged you, would it?" Shun Xian refrained from responding. Despite his verbal disbelief, seeds of doubt began to sprout in his mind. He swallowed hard. "It's a friend I've known for several years. We often hang out together." Shun Xian gritted his teeth. "Regardless, I must keep the appointment. I have plenty of friends. I can't let one remark from Xie Qiao deter me from associating with my friends." Lin Yan patted his shoulder. Best of luck to you. Shin Xian remained silent, grabbing his bag before heading to the company cafeteria for a meal, then driving to the reserved KTV room. Arriving early, he found that his friend had yet to arrive. He ordered drinks and a fruit platter, along with some snacks, before activating the karaoke system. Sitting on the sofa, he munched on sunflower seeds while reflecting on all his friends. First, those who were already married were definitely out of the question. Next, those in relationships were likely excluded as well. This left him with 7 or 8 potential candidates, including the friend he was meeting tonight. Shin Xian bit into a slice of watermelon, just as the door swung open with a click. For reasons he couldn't quite comprehend, a wave of anxiety washed over him. Instinctively, he stood up, smiling. You made it. He offered the watermelon slice. You must be sweltering out there. Here, have a piece. His friend looked a bit taken aback as he accepted the piece from Shin Xian's hand. After gulping down the watermelon, he glanced at Shin Xian and playfully asked, Why the days? Shin Xian remained silent, withdrawing the toothpick and succumbing to contemplation. Shouldn't the normal person have taken the toothpick? Suppressing his mounting anxiety, Shin Xian grabbed the bottle opener, uncorked 2 beers, and selected a familiar song at the karaoke machine. Handing both the beer and microphone to his friend, he encouraged, Come on, let's sing. He had chosen a classic square dance tune, cheerful and simple enough for anyone to sing. Shin Xian took the microphone and passionately belted out the lyrics, completely oblivious to how far off-key he had strayed. His friend lounged on the sofa, beer in hand, a smile gracing his face as he watched Shin Xian. After finishing a song, Shin Xian approached, asking, Are you going to drink? He clinked his beer bottle against his friend's, declaring, Cheers. He coaxed his friend into downing 2 bottles of beer, after which his friend reclined against the sofa, overwhelmed by the alcohol. Shin Xian rubbed his face in contemplation, casting a hesitant glance at his friend's phone resting on the sofa. Torn between his conscience and the need for reassurance, he ultimately reached for the device. Carefully, Shin Xian grasped his friend's hand, pressing his finger against the phone's screen. The fingerprint unlocked it with ease. Just as he was about to delve into the contents, he felt a hand grip his wrist from behind. Startled, Shin Xian turned his head. His friend, casually leaning against the sofa, held his wrist, chin slightly raised, and nonchalantly asked, You know I like you, right? Chapter 58. What can be tolerated cannot be borne. Shin Xian was drenched in sweat. He discreetly set the phone down, managing to feign surprise. What are you talking about? Shin Xian was in a state of panic, instinctively curling his fingers as he chuckled nervously. What a joke. My good buddy. His friend remained unamused, still gripping Shin Xian's hand, and called out, Shin Xian. With a slight pressure from his fingertips, he effortlessly drew Shin Xian closer, demanding, Then why were you going through my phone? Shin Xian dared not speak the truth. His gaze darted around before he concocted an excuse. Did you not mention some project earlier? I wanted to take a look. Shin Xian reassured himself and spoke with increasing confidence. You did say I could look at your phone, right? His friend's eyelashes lowered as he scrutinized Shin Xian for a moment before pinching his chin, softly affirming right.
Shin.
Shin Xian felt his heart race. A friend. This action rendered him utterly unsettled. Shin Xian swiftly extricated himself from his friend's grasp, retreating several steps in fright, exclaiming, What are you doing? He took a deep breath, rubbed his chin repeatedly, and finally regained his composure, cursing, Don't make such disgusting gestures. His friend chuckled at the reprimand. Rather than feeling offended, he picked up the phone from the sofa, unlocked the screen, and handed it over, saying, Take a look. Shin Xian dared not gaze at it. He pushed his friend's hand away forcefully, stating, I have something to attend to. I must leave. Shin Xian hurriedly fled the KTV private room, leaning against the railing on the 2nd floor, wiping his forehead, only to discover he was drenched in cold sweat. He pulled out the handkerchief from his chest pocket and roughly wiped away the perspiration, then retrieved his phone to find Lin Yan's number. As he walked outside the KTV, he dialed the number. Lin Yan answered the call promptly. Hello. She seemed somewhat puzzled. Shin Xian? After glancing at the name displayed on her phone, she confirmed she had not dialed incorrectly. Aren't you out singing karaoke with friends? She inquired. What brings you to call me? Shin Xian wiped his face. It's a long story. He grasped the phone, intending to describe the night's events to Lin Yan, but after much mental organization, he found himself unable to articulate a single word.
Damn.
This was utterly humiliating. Shin Xian could only respond vaguely. Don't ask. Lin Yan fell silent for a moment, recalling Xie Qiao's heartfelt sentiments and combining them with Shin Xian's current demeanor. Gradually, she began to comprehend everything. With a sigh, she said, I understand. She inquired with concern, are you feeling depressed now, considering withdrawing from the circle? I wish you a pleasant withdrawal. By the way, don't let the project in your hands go to waste. Send it my way for me to inherit.
Damn.
Shin Xian cursed. What nonsense are you thinking? I'm perfectly fine right now. He entered a 24-hour convenience store and bought a bottle of soda. After twisting off the cap, he settled on the steps outside the store. The soda was chilled. He took several gulps until the sticky fog in his mind began to clear. Shin Xian initiated. That artist of yours, Xie Qiao, does she have any upcoming schedules? He flipped through his notes. I have some resources here that I'd like to recommend to her. Earlier that day, he had been skeptical of Xie Qiao's heartfelt sentiments. Now, he felt immensely grateful for them. Had it not been for his benefactor, he might not have emerged unscathed today. Lin Yan exclaimed, oh. Without probing into Shin Xian's sudden offer of resources, she straightforwardly replied, Xie Qiao currently has only one variety show in her schedule. Shin Xian glanced at the resources in his possession, contemplated for a moment, then asked, does she wish to act in a drama? I have a supporting role in a major production that could be offered to her. Lin Yan did not hesitate. Sounds good. She reminisced. My artist has been eager to act in dramas. Shin Xian acknowledged with an then hung up the call. He communicated through WeChat and swiftly arranged the role. After finishing the last sip of soda, he stood up and tossed the empty can into a nearby trash bin. Shin Xian rose from the ground. Having consumed alcohol, he could not drive and had to call for a chauffeur. He booked a driver through an app, ready to wait in his car for him. Just as he left the convenience store, he felt raindrops falling upon him. The overcast clouds that had lingered all day finally unleashed a fine drizzle.
Shenxin fell when.
Quickening his pace and veering into a nearby public parking lot. However, as he turned a corner, he spotted a tall figure. The person held a black umbrella, slightly askew, failing to shield him, and the shoes were already wet. It was his friend. Shin Xian's hair stood on end. He instinctively took a step back, horrified. What are you doing here? You can't possibly be thinking of forcing something in the parking lot, can you? The darkness had descended, and the area was sparsely populated. Despite the presence of surveillance cameras, there were numerous blind spots in the parking lot. If his friend truly intended to do something, he could potentially leave no trace. He watched as his friend folded the black umbrella. Shin Xian's internal alarm bells rang loudly. Just as he pondered whether to flee, his phone rang. It was the chauffeur calling. Shin Xian seized the moment like a lifeline and quickly answered, hello. Yes, it's me, the one who ordered the chauffeur. I'm at the west side of the parking lot. Hurry. Clutching the phone, he dared not glance at his friend, exclaiming, I have to go. He dashed to his car. The driver arrived just in time. Shin Xian handed over the keys and provided an address. Take me here. He climbed into the car as the chauffeur pulled away from the public parking lot. While paying for the parking fee, Shin Xian caught sight of the black umbrella again. It stood silently at the parking lot's exit, resembling a black mushroom. Shin Xian felt an inexplicable pang of guilt about the events of the night. After all, everything stemmed from Xie Qiao's heartfelt sentiments, and his friend had done nothing wrong. However, he thought, while it was bearable, certain boundaries were not to be crossed. Shin Xian gritted his teeth and pulled out his phone, blocking his friend's WeChat and phone number. Later that evening, within the confines of his home, Xie Qiao was comfortably nestled on the sofa, engrossed in a movie projected on the screen while peeling a pomegranate. The film was a horror flick. Just as a disheveled ghost appeared on the screen, Xie Qiao's phone rang. She paused the movie and answered the call. Hello, Sister Lin. Lin Yan's voice brimmed with excitement. Xie Qiao, I have some good news for you. Xie Qiao responded. Oh? Lin Yan continued joyfully. I've secured you a supporting role in a major production. Xie Qiao exclaimed.
Huh?
Wait, how did work come knocking when I was just at home? Chapter 59. Who taught you to advertise like this? Xie Qiao felt as though she had been struck by lightning. She sat upright, placing the pomegranate into the fruit bowl, and tentatively asked, Sister Lin, are you joking? Lin Yan laughed. You seem to be overjoyed. Why would I jest about something like this? Lin Yan flipped through the script she had acquired. It was a fantasy drama, and the supporting role was quite charming, characterized as the younger sister of the protagonist, innocent and solely focused on enjoying delicious food, with her own romantic subplot. Such a straightforward and easy role, Shin Xian must have procured it from somewhere remarkable. But now it belonged to her. I know you love acting and want to star in dramas. Lin Yan exaggeratedly declared, so I specifically fought to secure this role for you. You must perform well. Xie Qiao replied. Huh? She furrowed her brow. When did I ever say I enjoyed acting? She doubted herself for a moment. Lin Yan sighed. If you didn't want to act in dramas, why did you compete with Shen Qianqian last time? She murmured, and endured so much online harassment from her fans. Lin Yan reflected, although you never explicitly stated it, I understand. Xie Qiao remained silent. She peacefully closed her eyes. She had suspected all along that she had never conveyed such sentiments to Lin Yan. It turned out it was all Lin Yan's own assumptions. Sister Lin, please refrain from making strange interpretations. Xie Qiao crossed her legs, attempting to correct Lin Yan's perception. I do not enjoy acting. She then asked Sister Lin, can I decline this role? Lin Yan snorted derisively. She disregarded Xie Qiao's comments and bluntly stated, I'm hanging up. The call ended with a beep. Almost immediately, a WeChat notification sounded. Lin Yan sent the electronic version of the script. She even inquired, do you want me to hire an acting coach for you? Xie Qiao replied,
Ugh.
I'm already exhausted from work. Do I really need to add learning on top of that? Xie Qiao hastily declined Lin Yan's proposal and cast a glance at the script. The production team had already commenced filming, yet her role was minor, requiring only 3 or 4 days of guest appearances to complete. The guest appearance was scheduled for the following week. Xie Qiao sank into the lazy sofa, relishing the prospect of indulging in a few more days of idleness. She remained at home for 3 days until the jewelry store called, informing her that the gold frog had been crafted and inquiring if she wished to see photographs. Xie Qiao perked up. After all, this was her beloved frog. Merely viewing pictures would not suffice. She had to see it in person. After notifying the jewelry store, she grabbed her bag and drove straight to the shop. The jewelry store, located in the city center, was expansive and part of a well-known chain. Upon entering, a sales assistant promptly approached her. She waved her hand dismissively and stated her name. I'm here to see the gold frog. The sales assistant reacted swiftly, leading her to a display case where she unlocked the safe and carefully retrieved the gold frog, placing it gently on the display table. Xie Qiao leaned in for a closer look. With its prominent eyes, peculiar head, and unique body, it exuded the essence of a solitary frog. Delightfully satisfied, she took her phone and snapped several photos of the gold frog, subsequently posting them on her Weibo. Lazy Qiao Qiao, the gold frog has been crafted. Her fans quickly flocked to the comment section. Is it just me, or does this solitary frog look remarkably pleasing? Quick, say thank you to the princess. Unless I win, I won't say a word. Pouts. Wait, why do I see Sister Qiao's name next to the frog princess? What frog princess? Besides Sister Qiao, is there another frog princess? Just a second after Xie Qiao posted on Weibo, the brand associated with the Frog Princess also released their promotional video. Frog Princess official account. We are thrilled to have our Frog Princess, Lazy Qiao Qiao, as our product spokesperson video. Retweet this Weibo to participate in the lottery, with a set of bath products as the prize. The comments section buzzed with excitement. Who is the spokesperson? No way, it's our Sister Qiao. This is outrageous. While Xie Qiao is winning gold in her lottery, we're stuck with bath products. Such a small prize. Sister Qiao, why didn't you announce your endorsement? You've made it big, Sister Qiao. ISN artist's first endorsement supposed to boost sales? Of course. Let us boost it. Sister Qiao. Once I get my gold frog, I'll help boost those sales. 10 sets. It's not about boosting sales. It's about adjusting the boost. Let us win first. Has no one seen this ad? In just a few seconds, I almost died laughing. I don't even know how to critique this ad. When you ask for innovation, this ISN, what I meant. Xie Qiao, what in the world is going on with this advertisement? Shen Xian had explained the ad concept to her, and it had seemed quite normal. Frowning, Xie Qiao cautiously clicked on the advertisement. The ad was brief, lasting only a few seconds. It began with a refreshing scene of blue skies, white clouds, and a verdant field, alongside a pond. Suddenly, a gigantic cartoon frog leaped into the frame. The frog grasped something in its front paws, but as it passed by the pond, the item accidentally fell into the water. The frog leaned over the water's edge and began to wail. At that moment, Xie Qiao, adorned with special effects makeup, emerged from the water. Her face was painted like a frog, her hair styled to resemble frog eyes, crowned with a tiara. This appearance readily evoked the term frog princess. In her left hand, she held a golden frog, and in her right, a silver one, tilting her head down to gaze at the distressed frog. With kindness, she inquired, Did you drop this golden frog or this silver frog? The frog sorrowfully replied, neither of those is mine. It declared emphatically. What I dropped was Frog Princess brand shower gel. Xie Xiao on screen beamed with satisfaction as she retrieved the shower gel from the pond, cradling it in her hands as she approached the camera. The shot transitioned to a close-up, prominently showcasing the bottle of shower gel. Then, Xie Xiao proclaimed the advertisement's tagline, Frog Princess brand shower gel, gentle on the skin, hypoallergenic, the best choice for children. The advertisement concluded. Xie Xiao fell into a contemplative silence. What the hell?
Who taught you to make ads like this?
Chapter 60. Besides that person who drugged him, there's actually someone else who likes him. With a serious expression, Xie Xiao closed the advertisement. She took a moment to regain her composure before revisiting the comment section. Several minutes passed. Most viewers had finished watching the advertisement, and the comments tone had shifted. Interesting, now my mind is flooded with golden frogs, silver frogs, and your princess frog. Some who were less discerning continued to mock, while those who understood were already compiling parody videos. Xie Xiao, this unfortunate advertisement might just become my cyber blemish. She painfully closed Weibo. Standing before the jewelry store counter for too long, her expressions had shifted too noticeably, causing the nearby sales assistant to grow anxious. Miss Xie, the assistant called out, inquiring, is there anything about the gold frog-esque design that you find unsatisfactory? Xie Xiao wearily waved her hand. It's satisfactory. She mustered a brave smile. Just proceed with making it according to this design. Xie Xiao exited the jewelry store and wandered into a nearby shop. Since she was already there, it would be remiss not to browse a bit, especially given her current cyber predicament. This store was a clothing shop. Its brand name quite obscure, but with boldly designed styles. Upon entering, Xie Xiao was taken aback by the clothing's audacity. Garments that left knees, ankles, and thighs completely exposed. Each piece of fabric seemed to cover only the most unnecessary areas of the long pants. Wouldn't this lead to frostbite? It was too trendy, almost to the point of inducing rheumatism. Disheartened, Xie Xiao departed that store and entered the next one. This was a blind box store, featuring a variety of styles, including animal shapes, chibi figures, and traditional designs. Essentially, they had all the commonly found blind boxes on the market. Xie Xiao's eye was caught by a traditional blind box featuring a figure lounging on a lotus leaf, holding a fan. This set comprised 12 boxes, each priced at 88 yuan. She was particularly interested in the hidden version, with a drop rate of only 3%. Tilting her head, she hesitated not a moment before placing all the boxes of this particular blind box into her cart. She pushed it to the checkout. The store had only her as a customer. After paying, she took her time and began unboxing the packages right there at the counter. After opening a total of 20 blind boxes, she still did not find the hidden version she sought. Xie Xiao fell silent for 2 seconds before quickly regaining her spirits. It's only a 3% drop rate. Statistically, one would need to open 33 blind boxes to find one. Having purchased only 20, it was reasonable not to find it. She inquired, do you have any more of this blind box in stock? The cashier picked up an empty box, scanned the code, and checked the inventory. Nodding, she replied, we have 30 left. Without hesitation, Xie Xiao declared, I'll take them all. Please fetch them for me. The staff promptly brought over the 30 blind boxes. After paying, she unboxed them once more. Yet, she still failed to uncover the hidden version. Xie Xiao, all right. No wife in the wife cake and no hidden version in the blind box. Fatigue washed over her. What brand is this blind box? With such poor design, it's surely one tea lasts long. Xie Xiao emerged from the store, her grip tight on a large bag of blind boxes. Her heart brimming with indignation as she glanced at the store's name, hers. A veil of silence enveloped her. With the bag in tow, she took a few steps forward, her anger intensifying with each stride. Resolutely, she retrieved her phone and crafted a message. Xie Xiao, second brother. I've taken a liking to the hidden variant of our ancient-style lady blind box. Please have your secretary procure it for me. What on earth do you intend to do? A voice, laced with suppressed fury, suddenly echoed from a short distance away. It continued, I believed my blocking you conveyed my feelings clearly enough. Must you persist in harassing me? Xie Xiao. In an instant, her spirit soared. The message was forgotten, the blind boxes rendered inconsequential. She feigned calm as she approached the source of the voice. At the emergency exit, she beheld the speaker, none other than a familiar face, Shen Xian. This time, he donned a decidedly more straightforward attire, eschewing his usual flamboyant shirts. The pocket square was absent, replaced instead by a pen hanging from his collar. Before him stood a man of impressive stature, towering at nearly 6'3", resembling a double-door refrigerator. Neither seemed to notice Xie Qiao's approach, while Shun Xian continued to berate the man opposite him. "Speak, Song Nanqi." The man's demeanor remained tranquil.
No.
He extended a hand, adjusting Shun Xian's collar with an air of nonchalance. "Your decision to block me reflects your stance. My choice to pursue you is mine alone." Shun Xian erupted in indignation, stepping back and shaking off the man's grasp. "Do not lay a hand on me. I do not like men. I cannot accept men, especially not a homosexual friend harboring feelings for me. Do you comprehend?" Xie Qiao settled onto a nearby bench, clutching her bag as her eyes widened in astonishment. Goodness! What a melodramatic scene worthy of a primetime soap. Can it be that this straight man, Shun Xian, is so appealing to gay men? And aside from the one who drugged him, there's yet another who fancies him. In the midst of his turmoil, Shun Xian paused, as if sensing something amiss. His anger faltered, giving way to confusion. What is this? Another who drugged me? He instinctively scanned his surroundings and caught sight of a corner of fabric peeking out. He approached cautiously, tentatively calling, "Xie Qiao?" Startled, Xie Qiao jolted upright. She had never anticipated that her eavesdropping would lead to her discovery. A smile tugged at her lips. "Director Shun, good day. Is he not embroiled in a quarrel? How could he notice me? Could it be that the argument has concluded, and he is preparing to leave? No matter, I shall pretend I heard nothing." She lifted her bag. "What a coincidence. I came to purchase blind boxes, and am merely seated here unboxing them." Shun Xian cast a glance at the bag in her possession, seemingly uninterested in her fabricated excuse. He brushed back a stray lock of hair and inquired, "Do I appear to you as a homosexual?" Xie Qiao. Huh? She was taken aback by Shun Xian's unexpected question. Was he perhaps grappling with doubts due to his gay friend's advances? She pondered briefly before offering, "One cannot discern such things from appearances. Some men may seem entirely conventional, yet may very well be deceitful in their intentions. After all, the one who drugged you is indeed a married, deceitful gay. How unfortunate for you, Director Shun." Shun Xian. Unbeknownst to him, his initial analysis had been misguided. He maintained a stoic facade. As a staunch advocate of singlehood, he had few married friends. Xie Qiao's words swiftly led him to suspect potential candidates. With a soft exhale, he regarded Xie Qiao and nodded, "Thank you." He touched his phone, recalling something else. "By the way, would you be interested in acting in a film? I have a role for a female lead to offer you." Xie Qiao. Xie Qiao. Huh? Chapter 61. The Blind Box Princess. Xie Qiao felt utterly flabbergasted. She managed a strained laugh. "Director Shun, what brings this on so suddenly?" She declined the offer, stating, "I am not equipped for such a significant role. Acting is not my forte." Shun Xian was unfazed. He offered the role as a token of gratitude, not because he believed in her acting prowess. He waved dismissively. "It matters not. If you find acting beyond your capabilities, I can request the screenwriter to alter the character." Xie Qiao. Xie Qiao, wide-eyed in disbelief, exclaimed, No, that won't be necessary." She never anticipated her polite refusal would be misconstrued. She promptly clarified, "It is not a matter of skill. I simply do not enjoy acting. I prefer a more laid-back existence." Shun Xian regarded her with skepticism. Her assertions seemed implausible in the entertainment industry, where ambition to ascend the ladder was ubiquitous. Just days prior, Lin Yan had mentioned that Xie Qiao was indeed eager to pursue acting. After some contemplation, Shun Xian reached a conclusion. Xie Qiao might not feel comfortable accepting his offer due to their lack of familiarity, as nothing comes without a price. He waved his hand dismissively. "Suit yourself." He would shortly pass the opportunity to Lin Yan for her to relay to Xie Qiao. His intentions were what mattered. Unaware of Shun Xian's plan, Xie Qiao exhaled in relief, her spirits lifting as she clutched her blind boxes. "Thank you, Director Shun." She stood, bag in hand, and hastily departed from the scene of drama. Shun Xian observed her retreating figure, slipping his hands into his pockets, preparing to leave as well. However, after only a few steps, the sound of leather shoes echoed behind him. His friend had followed him once more. Shun Xian's expression tightened. He yearned to chastise the man but swallowed his words. He had just heard Xie Qiao's innermost thoughts. The one who drugged him was not this friend at all. With this realization, a pang of guilt washed over him. Humans are emotional beings. Harboring feelings for someone of the same sex is hardly a crime. If the one he liked were not this friend, it might have been easier to bear. Ultimately, Shin Xian refrained from voicing his irritation. Instead, he turned and frowned. "Stop following me." His friend said nothing. Shin Xian frowned deeper, glanced back at his companion, and resumed walking. Yet, mere moments later, the sound of shoes followed him again. Exasperated, Shin Xian snapped. "What do you want?" His friend finally spoke. "Why did you block me?" Shin Xian. For a fleeting moment, Shin Xian felt a twinge of guilt. The reason he had blocked this friend stemmed from a misjudgment. However, he would never admit that. With defiance, Shin Xian replied, "Because I dislike you." His friend's eyes flickered with hurt. Shin Xian felt another wave of guilt wash over him. Just as he was about to speak, his friend approached, grasped his chin, and said slowly, "Then you should dislike me even more." He leaned down, kissing Shin Xian. Xie Qiao intended to continue her shopping, but the weight of the blind boxes was becoming burdensome. Though each box weighed a mere 200 grams, the sheer quantity, 50 boxes, amounted to a staggering 20 pounds. After a moment of contemplation, she devised a plan. She headed to a nearby store, purchasing a small bedside table and a whiteboard set. Then, carrying the table and her blind boxes, she made her way to the entrance of the supermarket. There, she set the table outside and arranged the blind boxes neatly atop it. Then, Xie Qiao retrieved a whiteboard, disassembled the accompanying markers, and inscribed 2 lines upon its surface. "Blind box benefits, please help yourselves. The small table and whiteboard are also available for take." With great care, she positioned the whiteboard and stepped back to admire her handiwork. It wasn't that the blind boxes were too cumbersome to carry. Rather, giving them away proved to be a more cost-effective choice. What a genius she was to conceive of such a scheme. Satisfied, Xie Qiao set down the marker and returned to the supermarket. She resumed her shopping spree, acquiring 4 sets of clothing, 2 new bags, and a colossal plush toy, a pink and white rabbit, nearly 4 meters long if you excluded its ears. All the stores she visited were luxury boutiques, offering direct delivery services. Having purchased an array of items, she left the supermarket contentedly empty-handed. As she exited, she deliberately glanced back at her blind boxes, only to find them completely taken. With the small table also gone, leaving behind only the whiteboard and black pen, now discarded together in a nearby trash bin. It seemed the supermarket security had cleared them away. Xie Qiao shrugged and drove off. Upon returning home, she found her purchases had just arrived. She accepted the items, placed the enormous rabbit in the living room, and then reclined barefoot upon it. The rabbit was made of long plush fabric, soft to the touch, with a dense feel that was resistant to tangling. Aside from its expense, it had no notable drawbacks. Nestling into the embrace of the rabbit, Xie Qiao blissfully retrieved her phone. She first checked WeChat and, seeing no messages, felt assured enough to delve into Weibo. Let us see what gossip today brings. To her surprise, she encountered a trending topic ranked 3rd, Blind Box Princess. An ominous premonition gripped her. Slowly, she clicked on the topic, peering cautiously at the content. The post described a university student engaging in a special forces style of shopping, adhering to the principle of window shopping despite financial constraints, and unexpectedly stumbling upon a blind box event at a downtown supermarket, resulting in the acquisition of 2 decorative items. The blogger seemed to have had quite the stroke of luck. The first image depicted Xie Qiao, masked and wearing a cap, crouched on the ground doodling on the whiteboard. The second showcased an entire small table filled with blind boxes, while the third featured the blogger's hand holding one of the boxes for display. The comment section was abuzz with enthusiasm. "Oh my gosh! A free giveaway! Where is it? I'm heading over now." Some foolishly inquired about the address, while the astute had already deduced the blogger's location and rushed to claim their blind boxes. These blind boxes are priced at 88 each. How generous to give them away for free. Yet upon arrival, the boxes were all gone, and inquiries with the shopkeeper revealed no such event was organized by them. Wait. Was it that young lady in the first photo who bought a pile of blind boxes? Didn't he get what she wanted, and just decided to give them away? The thought of giving away thousands of yuan worth of blind boxes was shocking. There are plenty of wealthy people in this world. What difference does it make if I'm one more? This speculation deeply wounded her. Heavens! I will never call you grandfather again. You clearly have never regarded me as your grandchild. The comments and shares on this post were lively, with some praising the young lady in the first image for her kind appearance, even though her face was obscured. Xie Qiao touched the hat she had carelessly cast aside. "Good buddy. Thank goodness for you." Chapter 62. Younger sister, your thoughts are truly inscrutable. Xia Qiao felt a wave of relief wash over her. She was fortunate to have worn a hat and mask, otherwise, if recognized, the comments might have taken a different turn. She exhaled deeply, closed Weibo, leaned against the large rabbit, and initiated a game. Timmy, let us go. Xia Qiao joyfully engaged in her game, achieving 5 consecutive victories until the 6th match, where the matchmaking system imposed its judgment. With 2 teammates inactive, even divine intervention could not save her. Disappointed, she shook her head, set her phone aside, and went to the kitchen for a cup of hot water. Upon returning and picking up her phone again, she discovered an unread message on WeChat, sent 40 minutes prior, because she had been in gaming mode. The notification had been intercepted. The message was from her agent. Lin Yan, did you distribute blind boxes? Xia Qiao. Huh? How did she find out? Suddenly, she lost the mood to start a new match. Sitting up quickly, she opened WeChat and typed a response. Lin Jia, how did you know? After a moment of silence, Lin Yan replied, you should check your Weibo trending topics. Furrowing her brows, Xia Qiao reopened Weibo, searched for her trending topics and clicked in. The first thing she saw was the very thing she dreaded. Xia Qiao's trending topic. Dudu. Has anyone seen the trending topic about the blind box princess? I suspect I'm going mad, but this individual resembles our Qiao Jia quite a bit. The post contained 2 images. One was her face. The other the first image posted by the blogger, enlarged to focus solely on the facial features. Initially, no one paid much attention to this tweet, and some even mocked Dudu for making such connections. Come on, our Qiao Jia would never distribute blind boxes at a supermarket. However, it didn't take long for others to notice the details. Wait a minute, the blogger's location is indeed the same city as Qiao Jia. Didn't Qiao Jia post a picture of the golden frog today? Underneath it was a glass display case. She must have visited the gold shop. After that, it makes perfect sense she would stop by the nearby supermarket. Xia Qiao, the ability to dissect details and theorize is truly wasted if not applied to detective work. Grasping the plush rabbit's ears, she pulled the enormous toy closer. Composing herself, she continued scrolling. Xia Qiao's trending topic, Su Tang. I enlarged the images and compared them, discovering both photos feature identical eyes. This is indeed Qiao Jia. The first image was a comparison of their eyes. Su Tang had captured her eyes from the high-definition photo and juxtaposed it with a candid shot. The second image conveyed a simpler message, overlaying the 2 photos directly on top of one another, revealing an uncanny resemblance. Up until now, it had all been speculation, but Su Tang's post decisively unmasked her. Xia Qiao calmly closed her eyes. She lay on the large rabbit for a moment before mustering the energy to rise again. Rubbing her face, she glanced at the reactions in the trending topics. Her fans seemed rather composed. Such antics indeed seemed like something Qiao Jia would pull off. You must admit, achieving so much in a single day is truly a feat only she could manage. Some even addressed her directly. That blind box princess is you, right? Lying low. Qiao, giving away blind boxes to strangers, but not offering a set to your fans? Xia Qiao. Giveaway? Absolutely. Just don't make a trending topic out of it. After pondering for a moment, she composed a tweet and sent it into the trending topic. Trending topic, lying low Qiao. I'm giving away blind boxes, a total of 100, consisting of 30 ancient-style ladies, 30 free pig series, and 40 office rabbits. The giveaway is limited to the trending topic participants. Simply like to join. The internal trending heat 1T affect the main trending list. This giveaway served as a form of hush money, hoping her fans would discuss it internally without escalating it to trending status again. She had no desire to acquire yet another inexplicable title. The fans had all seen her post on Weibo. They quickly flocked to it, both liking and participating in the lottery while mocking her in the comments. Sister Qiao, why are you only hosting a lottery in the super topic? Are you afraid of trending, Sister Qiao? Sister Qiao, do you not fancy the title of Blind Box Princess? Why the mask? Indeed, our Frog Princess is the true top influencer. The Blind Box Princess is only fit to carry her shoes. Xia Qiao remained composed, choosing to ignore the fans' jests. She opened WeChat to update her manager on the situation. Sister Lin, I've handled the matter regarding the blind boxes. The response from her manager was swift. What have you dealt with? Sister Lin inquired. I ask you this because a blind box brand wishes to seek your endorsement. Xia Qiao was taken aback. Are these merchants out of their minds? The previous Frog Princess was somewhat understandable. She inadvertently gained popularity. and her namesake endorsement could aid in promoting the brand. But what does this blind box brand hope to achieve? The hype is insufficient, and they seek her endorsement with no benefit whatsoever. Moreover, she had no intention of taking on any endorsements again. The advertising for the Frog Princess brand nearly exhausted her. One must learn from past lessons. Nestled within the embrace of her plush rabbit, Xiaoqiao decisively declined. Sister Lin, I will not accept this endorsement. Please cancel it swiftly. Meanwhile, Xia Heng sat in his study, having noticed the trending topic of the blind box princess that afternoon. He was all too familiar with Xiaoqiao. Despite the photo being as blurred as a mosaic, he recognized her instantly. Wasn't that Xiaoqiao? She had gone to the blind box store under her own company and stirred up this trending topic. What was her intention? After a moment's contemplation, he recalled the previous frog princess. Once Xiaoqiao finished her trending topic, she endorsed the corresponding brand. By analogous reasoning, Xiaoqiao's creation of this trending topic must also be aimed at securing an endorsement. Why couldn't she simply text him instead of being so oblique? Xia Heng summoned his assistant, instructing him to notify the blind box brand to approach Xiaoqiao for endorsement. The notification was promptly executed. However, he did not anticipate the blind box brand's reply, in which Xiaoqiao politely declined their endorsement offer. Xia Heng sat in silence, pondering. This troublesome sister of mine is genuinely difficult to decipher. Unbeknownst to Xiaoqiao, her elder brother's melancholy stemmed from this situation. She felt a sense of joy at having turned down yet another job opportunity. She spent the day at home until the premiere of the first episode of Thrilling Great Inference. This variety show consists of 10 episodes, each divided into 2 parts. The episode airing today was the first part of the initial episode. With nothing else to do, Xiaoqiao decided to give the show a glance. She skipped the opening advertisements and went straight to the main feature. The show commenced with a lavish close-up of a cruise ship, and the drone's perspective gradually zoomed in to showcase the participating guests. The voiceover from the production team began. Due to a conspiracy, 12 guests found themselves aboard this cruise ship simultaneously. The camera swept across each guest's face before pausing at the entrance of the grand hall. The doors slowly swung open, revealing the butler carrying a suitcase. He bowed slightly and announced, "Dear brave souls, welcome to the arena of life and death." Thus concluded the introduction of the variety show. Bold characters appeared on the screen, proclaiming, "Arena of Life and Death, Part 1. Xiaoqiao exclaimed, "Wow. The cinematography, the special effects, the editing. No wonder President Gu invested so heavily in this show to pursue love." The audience's reactions were equally enthusiastic. When I watched the live stream that day, I thought this was a set created by the production team, but it turns out it's a real cruise ship. It's here. Watching this variety show after the live stream feels exhilarating. For those watching for the first time, let me spoil it for you. This dating show is absolutely captivating. New viewers were puzzled. Huh? A dating show? Isn't this a suspenseful horror variety show? The show continued. The guests drew their identity cards, and the production team zoomed in on Lin Shanshan, who sneaked a glance at her card, revealing the word killer. The audience was thrilled. Is something about to happen? Yet. They had not seen Lin Shanshan during the live stream, leading them to speculate that she might not survive the first day. Shut up, no spoilers. As the banter unfolded, the show pressed on. The guests ascended the stairs and the lights suddenly extinguished, with the production team announcing, "The hunt begins." The camera shifted to night vision, clearly capturing Lin Shanshan tripping on the stairs, only to be steadied by Xiaoqiao. Xiaoqiao guided her up the stairs, helping her find a room. Lin Shanshan turned on the light and smiled, leaning in to say, "Let me tell you a secret." Suddenly, she made a move to snatch the miniature camera from Xiaoqiao's shoulder. Xiaoqiao felt somewhat foolish. This game was called the Arena of Life and Death. Yet here she was lending a helping hand. Shut up. That's called kindness. It's the unique purity and foolishness of us university students. Our sister Qiao is merely concerned that Lin Shanshan might genuinely be unable to see. As the mocking comments surged, Xiaoqiao instinctively seized Lin Shanshan's hand, inadvertently knocking her camera to the ground. Lin Shanshan was immediately eliminated. The production team provided Xiaoqiao with a close-up of her identity, innocent with blood. Xiaoqiao's fans straightened up, exclaiming, "Yes, we shall shout." Our sister Qiao's kindness stems from her overwhelming strength. This was true power. The show progressed steadily. Although Lin Shanshan met her demise, the other 2 killers successfully eliminated guests before they could enter their rooms and lock the doors, leaving only one ordinary killer. He naively followed the production team's advice, checking his identity after entering a room. When he hurriedly exited, the hallway was empty, as everyone had returned to their rooms and locked their doors. The ordinary killer, at a loss, pondered for a moment before devising a clumsy plan to pry open a door with a wire. He chose Xiao's room. Straining to force the door open, he stumbled over a suitcase on his way to Xiao. Startled by the noise, Xiao stood up to push the ordinary guest away from the suitcase. She succeeded in pushing him away, but also knocked his miniature camera off his shoulder. The audience fell silent for 2 seconds. What an unexpected demise. Who would have thought that the two killers would be eliminated like this on the first night? This killer is pathetic. If it were me, I would just rush up and hug Sister Chiao, planting kisses on her face. The comments were lively. The edited footage omitted unnecessary segments, allowing the show to swiftly transition through the events between dawn and lunch. The next scene unfolded in the activity hall, where Xiao showcased her skills in the claw machine, crafting a bouquet from a series of toys and presenting it directly to Shen Qianqian. The scene transitions, halting before a coin pusher machine. Wu Qishan stands in front of the machine, delicately grasping a gaming coin and cautiously inserts it into the slot. The machine nudges slightly, but the tower of coins remains unmoved. The camera shifts once more. Xiao is seated at a shooting arcade game, unhesitatingly inserting 2 coins and joyfully commencing her play. The focus returns to Wu Qishan, who feeds another coin into the pusher, yet the coin tower still stands firm. The lens shifts back to the exuberant Xiao. Ha ha ha. Why does this evoke such a comedic essence? Why is it so amusing? Is this what they call visual storytelling? The critique is worthy of a million cuts. If I were Wu Qishan, witnessing this editing, I would surely faint from frustration. The official mockery is most lethal. Wait a moment. Could this editing imply that Sister Chiao joyfully completed her games and then approached the coin pusher, only to strike gold on her first attempt? Indeed, Xiao did approach the coin pusher. She used a single gaming coin, effortlessly jamming the entire machine. The device emitted a deafening noise, akin to a malfunction. Thus concludes the previous episode. What? Is that all? You mean to tell me that it ends here? You filmed for 3 days, and yet the entirety of this episode doesn't even span a single day?
Ah.
Don't leave me hanging. Quickly, let us watch the preview. I'm dying to see it. The preview lasts merely 3 minutes, and the segments related to Xiao consist of only 3 or 4 shots.
Yet,
none of these shots are solo. Chapter 63, Encountering Difficulties, Sleeping Soundly. The first shot reveals Fu Jingnian opening a cabinet, with Xiao hiding inside, slowly raising her head. The second shot shows Fu Jingnian calling out to Xiao, "There are no civilians left. Shall we have a chat?" The third shot depicts a ball where Xiao trips over a frog, her magic wand pointing directly at Fu Jingnian. The fourth shot captures the hunting phase on the 3rd day, with Fu Jingnian standing at Xiao's door, softly saying, "Have you forgotten? My fiancé." The comments section erupts with disbelief. What? A fiancé? Is this part of the background setting?
Ah.
The first 3 shots exude a sense of destiny. Yet the final shot shatters this feeling, as if it were all premeditated.
Ah.
My dear friends, you truly have a knack for shipping. Why is this so captivating? This pairing is ethereal. Report it. The editing is clearly biased. Why not include our Qiaogo couple? Our Qiaogo is quite delightful to ship as well. Wait, what on earth is Qiaogo? For reference, see episode 6 of Let Us Fall in Love, where the Qiaogo interactions had me utterly captivated. The Qiao Shan faction sheds tears of insignificance. Xiao gazes at the chaotic barrage of comments, lost in contemplation. Where did all these pairings come from? After pondering for a moment, she shuts off the variety show and opens Weibo. She attempts to search for the names of these couples and discovers the corresponding fan clubs. Several fan clubs appear to be quite new, seemingly just established, yet they possess a considerable level of activity. Moreover, the one with the highest engagement is the fan club for her and Wu Qishan. The club description reads, "Come watch the scheming sister teach the golden retriever. Xiao, reproductive isolation. Do not ship." She solemnly closes Weibo. Xiao tosses her phone onto the sofa, stretches, and decides to wash up first. It's nearly 10 o'clock. She must prepare for bed, as she has work in the morning. With a sigh of melancholy, she heads to the bathroom, showers, brushes her teeth, washes her face, and then lies down on her soft bed. It's not yet 10:30. Xiao turns on the bedside lamp, resolving to scroll through her phone for a bit longer. Just as she unlocks her phone, she notices unread messages on WeChat. It's a message from her agent. "Linyan, Xiao, is Fu your fiancé?" Xiao, Huh? Bewildered, she replies to Lin Yan with a questioning emoji before answering her agent. Xie Qiao. Of course not. She feels somewhat speechless. Xie Qiao scrolls through her phone, locating the message she had sent to Xie Heng, asking if she had a fiancé. She screenshots it and sends it to Lin Yan. Lin Yan, then you should clarify on Weibo. Lin Yan, your shippers are too invested. Lin Yan, since it's not the case, let us try to avoid any association with Fu. Lin Yan continues to analyze the pros and cons. Lin Yan, Fu is from a prominent wealthy family. He probably looks down on entertainers like us. Lin Yan, while shipping couples is a fan activity, Fu might still be displeased if he sees it. Lin Yan, if this capitalist gets upset, there are numerous ways to suppress and sideline us. WeChat messages flood in like a barrage, overwhelming her. Xie Qiao glances at the screen, automatically dismissing the advice. She briefly responds to Lin Yan. Xie Qiao, okay. Xie Qiao logs onto Weibo and posts a clarification. Lying flat Qiao Qiao, my current status. The image is a meme of a lonely frog. Fans swarmin'. Ha ha ha. CP shippers. This is Sister Qiao, S fiancé. Sister Qiao. Lonely frog face, single. Please don't cue me. Shrimp talk. Our Sister Qiao is clearly hinting at us. The golden frog is about to be revealed. Heavenly spirits, please bless. Frog princess, reveal your magic. Oh, frog princess above. What I dropped wasn't that shower gel, but the golden and silver frogs. Draw me, let me win. Xie Qiao. What in the world is this comment trend? She dims her phone, turns off the lights in the room, and snuggles under the covers. When faced with problems, sleeps soundly. Lin Yan is intently monitoring Weibo. CP fan clubs, trending topics, and Xie Qiao as comment section. She has been glued to her phone screen for nearly half an hour. Only when she confirms that the terms fiancé and fiancé have not reappeared does she feel at ease enough to close Weibo. Lin Yan rises to grab a bathrobe. Just stepping into the bathroom to prepare for her routine when her phone rings. Someone is calling her. Lin Yan, at this late hour, which lunatic is calling? Is there something else that requires her attention? Lin Yan takes a deep breath. She suppresses her emotions, sets down the bathrobe, and with a diligent work ethic, walks over to answer the call. It's Shun Xian. Lin Yan answers the phone. Hello. She cuts to the chase. What's the matter? Shun Xian doesn't respond immediately. After a brief pause, he sighs. Do you have time? I'd like to find someone to have a drink with. Lin Yan. What? She scolds. Are you out of your mind? Asking me to drink at this hour? Not to mention their incompatible genders. The timing is utterly unsuitable. Is drinking more important than her sleep? She intends to disregard Shun Xian. I'm hanging up. Shun Xian urgently calls out to her. Wait. He exhales deeply. You could just come over and chat with me. Shun Xian sounds distressed. I don't want to reach out to you either, but this matter. You're the only one who knows. He had just scrolled through his contacts and realized that Lin Yan was the only person he could discuss this with. Lin Yan furrows her brow. What could possibly trouble Shun Xian late at night? Something only she could know. Recalling Xie Qiao as heartfelt words, Lin Yan's spirit suddenly brightens. Could it be that Shun Xian has not escaped the situation? With newfound energy, she grabs her phone, puts on a jacket, and strides toward the door. Wait for me, I'm coming to find you right now. Chapter 64, Lin Yan, the devious stinky male companion. Shun Xian hangs up the call. He cradled his phone, sitting helplessly on the sofa. Shun Xian cast a glance at his liquor cabinet, yearning to drown his sorrows in alcohol. Yet he refrained from doing so. For the source of his collapse today stemmed from a midday gathering with friends where he had indulged in a few too many drinks. Clutching his phone, he anxiously checked the time repeatedly until the sound of a knock jolted him from the sofa. Shun Xian sprang to the door, first peering through the peephole to confirm it was Lin Yan before he opened the door. Why are you so slow?
Shen xin com lai.
Lin Yan rolled her eyes. There's a speed limit in the city. I've come quite quickly. She shut the door behind her, showing no courtesy as she opened the fridge and grabbed a bottle of ice-cold cola, turning to ask, what is going on? Shun Xian sighed heavily, confessing in anguish. A few days ago, at the mall, one of my friends forcefully kissed me. Lin Yan exclaimed. Goodness. Shun Xian released a breath, continuing, I was utterly devastated. Two grown men kissing in the corner. It was outrageous. I immediately elbowed him. He raised his arm, roughly wiping his mouth, and cursed. Are you out of your mind? To his astonishment, his friend replied, Yes, I must be. Otherwise, why would I like you? His hair almost stood on end in fury. He spat in disdain. Don't say such disgusting things. Shin Xian pulled out a black pen clipped to his pocket, pressing the tip down twice in a futile attempt to relieve his stress. The mechanical motion somewhat eased his agitation. He barely regained his composure and called out his friend's name, Song Nanchi. We've been friends for so many years. I don't want to make this too ugly. He endeavored to remain calm as he stated, I'll block you. Don't contact me again. Let us leave it at that. Shin Xian wished to sever ties with his friend. He shoved his hands into his pockets and turned to leave. However, after just a couple of steps, he sensed something amiss. Shin Xian abruptly turned around. His friend was still trailing behind him, seemingly trying to avoid detection by softening his footsteps. Shin Xian felt a wave of frustration and warned, I'll report you for stalking. His friend remained unfazed. The police want to intervene in this. Shin Xian flared up. The police want to arrest you, right? Go ahead, arrest me for causing a disturbance in public. He pressed the shortcut key on his phone, preparing to dial as he walked back to face his friend. The so-called disturbance referred to unilateral provocation and fighting. Shin Xian lifted his foot and kicked his friend's shin. Ultimately, he was a law-abiding citizen, and he didn't dare kick too hard. Thus, the kick not only failed to move his friend but caused him to stumble back instead. His friend caught him, wrapping an arm around his shoulder with a sigh.
Shen Xin.
Releasing his grip, his friend lowered his head and said, I always thought you preferred the same sex. I've observed you closely, and you've never shown any affection toward the opposite sex. Shin Xian exclaimed, What the hell? Just because I haven't expressed affection for women doesn't mean I'm attracted to men. I simply have a passion for art. Shin Xian cursed. That's called a passion for art. Song Nanchi nodded, reaching out to touch Shin Xian's cheek. He apologized. I acted out of line earlier, when I was emotional. Please don't take it to heart. Or if you're truly angry, you can report me. His friend added, such matters can't lead to detention. But I can voluntarily file a request. Shin Xian couldn't help but glare at him. Are you out of your mind? His friend chuckled. He nodded again, saying, I won't come looking for you anymore. Song Nanchi cautioned, the group of people you often go to the bar with have ulterior motives. He had seen that crowd when he accompanied Shin Xian. Having his own dubious intentions, he could easily discern their thoughts upon seeing them. He hadn't mentioned this to Shin Xian before, believing that as long as he was around, they wouldn't dare act out. But now, things were different. He could no longer accompany Shin Xian, so he felt the need to warn him. Shin Xian had already deduced from Xie Qiao's sentiments who those people were. So he merely nodded, I understand. He didn't want to linger any longer, and hastily declared, I'm leaving. He returned home directly. Shin Xian meticulously examined his contacts. He was tempted to blacklist the friend who had drugged him. However, that troublesome friend was part of his social circle, and blocking him outright would lead to too many complications. After much contemplation, he decided to orchestrate a scheme. At noon, he had invited several friends for a meal, coaxing them into having a few drinks together. Under the influence of alcohol, he managed to embarrass that troublesome friend a bit. The friend, feeling irked, had exchanged a few heated words with him before storming off in anger. This incident allowed Shin Xian to conveniently oust him from his circle of friends. The atmosphere had naturally become somewhat stifled after such an event at the gathering. Shin Xian picked up his glass, actively trying to lighten the mood. His tolerance for alcohol was decent. In any case, he remained relatively clear-headed until the end of the gathering. After bidding farewell to his friends and settling the bill, he encountered Song Nanchi at the door. He wasn't sure if it was due to a brain fog from the alcohol or sheer folly, but he rushed over and blocked Song Nanchi's path, demanding, Song Nanchi, why are you ignoring me? His friend appeared visibly taken aback. Several individuals, all clad in suits, accompanied him, suggesting a business gathering. His friend sighed helplessly, turned back to apologize to the others, and then returned to console Shin Xian. He could no longer recall what his friend said, only that he was led to an empty private room and handed a bottle of milk. His friend assured him he would return in an hour. Surprisingly, he sat in the room, patiently waiting, gradually sobering up after consuming half the bottle of milk. Shin Xian felt utterly miserable. He couldn't face anyone. Ashamed, he quickly snuck back home while no one was watching. After recounting his predicament, Shin Xian sighed deeply. That friend of mine just texted me from a stranger's number, asking what I meant. He was at a loss for how to respond. Should he tell his friend he was being foolish and not to take it seriously? Lin Yan remained silent. She scrutinized Shin Xian with the cola in her hand, then scoffed. Placing the cola on the coffee table, she remarked. I think Xiao's earlier sentiments might have been somewhat misguided. Shen Xian looked up at her, puzzled. What do you mean? Lin Yan stood up, looking down at him. She actually said you're a straight man, she exclaimed. Pfft. Devious men flaunting their affection while wasting her sleep time. Lin Yan strode to the door. Just as she was about to leave, she suddenly remembered something and turned back. I've wasted so much time with you tonight. Hand over another resource. Chapter 65. Are you alright? Xie Qiao had just awakened when she noticed a WeChat message from her manager. The message timestamp read 1 a.m. Lin Yan, I've secured a role for you in a movie. Xie Qiao. Huh, that is too good to be true. I must be dreaming. She calmly closed her eyes and lay back down. Xie Qiao lay in bed for several minutes, gathering her courage. She reached for her phone and took another look at the WeChat message. The words of Lin Yan lingered on WeChat, neither fading away nor disappearing. Xie Qiao let out a painful sigh. She sat up from her bed, drew open the curtains, and settled into the single sofa by the floor-to-ceiling window. She attempted to decline. Xie Qiao. Sister Lin, I believe my capabilities are limited. I cannot portray a film role. Xie Qiao paused. Wait a moment. This excuse sounds eerily familiar. Memories of some unfortunate past events flooded back to her. Xie Qiao quickly added, therefore, I do not wish to take on a film role at this time. Perhaps still groggy from sleep, Lin Yan did not respond. Xie Qiao sighed again. Xin Qianqian made it impossible for her to step back from the industry, while Lin Yan prevented her from lying idle. All right, having you all is indeed a blessing. Xie Qiao made a call to the community's concierge center to order breakfast. After placing the order, she turned off her screen and headed to the bathroom to wash up. Just as she finished her routine, a knock echoed at the door. The concierge delivered her breakfast. The meal had a slightly Cantonese flair, a bowl of boat porridge, a steamer of shrimp dumplings, a plate of smashed cucumber salad, a tea egg, and a small dish of water chestnut cake. Xie Qiao began to eat. While enjoying her breakfast, she scrolled through the morning's trending news. Just as she perused 2 or 3 articles, her WeChat notifications began to pop up incessantly. A pang of anxiety gripped her heart. She hesitated for 2 seconds before reluctantly switching to the app to check the messages. Lin Yan had sent 4 new messages in quick succession. Lin Yan, I hardly slept last night for your role. Lin Yan, and now you tell me you don't want to take it? Lin Yan, it's fine if you can't act. I can hire a coach for you. Lin Yan, 2 renowned instructors, alternating sessions for 10 hours a day. Will that suffice? Xie Qiao. Sufficient? More than enough. Thank you, dear agent. I might as well jump into the river tonight. Xie Qiao placed her spoon down, finding the porridge unappetizing, the shrimp dumplings tasteless, and the water chestnut cake devoid of sweetness. The bitterness of life had overshadowed the flavors of her breakfast. With resolve, Xie Qiao replied to the messages. Xie Yao, no. Thank you, Sister Lin. Xie Qiao, I suddenly feel that my acting skills are adequate. I do not require a coach. Lin Yan was pleased with Xie Qiao's response and quickly replied. Lin Yan, I knew you could do it. Lin Yan, the lead role and filming schedule for this movie have yet to be determined. The script remains confidential for now. Lin Yan, once the script is in hand, I will provide you with all the details. Xie Qiao sighed. She read Lin Yan's messages and tried to persuade herself to remain optimistic. Although Sister Lin had secured her a new job, it was not yet finalized, which meant there was no job at all. Xie Qiao reassured herself and typed a response to Lin Yan. Xie Qiao, all right. She set her phone aside and resumed her breakfast. However, it seemed that her meal was destined to be disturbed. Before she could finish, her phone chimed again. Xie Qiao. She ignored it, resolutely finishing her breakfast before picking up her phone to check the unread messages. It was from the production team of Thriller Grand Deduction. Production team, the second episode of the variety show will commence recording tomorrow morning at 8. Production team, the recording location is now unlocked. Location, please check promptly. The location was a church in Ao City. Xie Qiao furrowed her brow. Ao City is situated in the southernmost part of Huagua, nearly 1,000 kilometers from her residence. Even by plane, it would take 2 to 3 hours. Including boarding and transfer times, it would take even longer. This meant that if she wished to avoid a pre-dawn departure, she would need to fly there today. Xie Qiao remained silent for 2 seconds before opening the ticketing app, tears welling as she booked a flight for that afternoon. Her delightful holiday had come to an end. In Ao City, at the hotel, Xie Qiao wearily pushed open the door. The hotel staff assisted her in bringing her suitcase inside before quietly exiting and closing the door. Alone in the room, Xia Qiao removed her shoes and padded barefoot across the carpet, hastily making her way to the sofa. She collapsed onto the couch, feeling exhausted and unwilling to move. Although traveling in business class had its perks, it did not alleviate her physical and mental fatigue. After lying like a fish out of water for a while, she gradually regained some energy. She approached the bathtub, donned a disposable cover for it, and began filling it with water. Then she grabbed a small side table, placing her tablet, fruits, and milk upon it. The bathtub was soon filled with water. Xia Qiao stepped into the tub, began to soak, and turned on her tablet. Today, the next episode of Thriller Grand Deduction was set to air. She opened the video app and selected the variety show. The second half of the episode was exclusive to members. Generally, such member-only content receives less viewership and fewer comments. However, as soon as Xia Qiao accessed this episode, she was bombarded by a flood of comments. Pink and purple messages nearly filled the screen. There were even spiral-style comments, twisting and unfurling. Xia Qiao strained to discern the content of the comments. The most abstract episode.
I'm dying.
Isn't this more captivating than the romance next door? Song Jinyan's sacrifice for love, the frog princess for love, sobbing. The entire love story unfolds in one episode, and it ends tragically. Xia Qiao, are you all right? If not, just eat some dried plums. Chapter 66. Xia Qiao and Fu Jingnian, have you forgotten that I still love you? Fortunately, this frenzy of comments did not last long. Xia Qiao skipped the recap and directly dove into the main episode. The episode began with the coin pusher machine, which was twitching uncontrollably, the sound of mechanical friction resembling a dying gasp. Xia Qiao delivered a swift kick, saving the machine and knocking over the coin tower. Coins clattered to the ground. Viewers were left stunned. This works. I never anticipated this scenario. Sister Qiao, just tell us if it got fixed. Just tell us if it dispensed coins.
Wait.
Is Sister Qiao a bloodied commoner? With all these coins, isn't she invincible? Able to defeat anyone? Is Sister Qiao going to end the game? She won to eliminate everyone by tomorrow. Will she? The audience watched in astonishment as Xia Qiao gifted all her amassed coins to Wu Qishan. The golden retriever joyfully dashed to the cruise hall to purchase a shield for himself. I suddenly understand why you all ship Qiao and the dog. The dynamic between the doting big sister and the innocent little fool is truly delightful. The CP super topic was named The Qiao Family Has a Dog, welcoming newcomers to the fandom. Seriously, is this CP name for real? The comments erupted with enthusiasm as they discussed the pairing of Xia Qiao and Wu Qishan. The excitement continued until Wu Qishan purchased the shield, ascended to the second floor, and began searching the vacant room. He overheard a conversation between two assassins and was caught in the act. Little dog is in danger. Will the little dog be eliminated by the assassins tonight? But the little dog has a shield, with the protection of our sister Qiao. I can't help but ship them. In times of danger, I will protect you. However, the viewers could only ship for so long. For Fu Jingnian, with his hands in his pockets, spoke up again. There's still one more in the room. He entered and pulled open the cabinet door. The scene shifted abruptly. The first thing that graced the screen was a slender, distinctly knuckled hand. This hand pulled open a cabinet door. As the camera zoomed out, it momentarily blurred before gradually coming into focus. Xia Qiao's face emerged within the frame. The sound of the cabinet opening was quite pronounced, prompting Xia Qiao to instinctively tilt her head upwards, gazing at the camera. Perhaps she had been hiding in the cabinet for too long, as her hair appeared slightly disheveled, exuding an aura of both panic and innocence. Ah, the sense of fate. This is indeed a sense of destiny. My goodness. This high-definition beauty. Those innocent eyes. Who could possibly resist such allure? Who understands? The production team must have done this on purpose. With slow motion and close-ups. It's just a shame they didn't add a background score. This shot. It has utterly captivated me with its beauty. Wait a moment. Sisters. I've uncovered a blind spot. In such a place, the production team would certainly not have set up a camera. Thus, this shot was actually captured by a miniature camera perched on President Fu's shoulder. My goodness. So this is President Fu's perspective? If I were him, I would have pressed Xiao Mei on the spot. I would have immediately grown wings. Xia Qiao. She chose to sip some milk to calm her nerves. She was still too reserved. She couldn't bring herself to strip down in the comments like the netizens. That would be far too uninhibited. After finishing half a bottle of milk, she turned her attention back to the tablet. The variety show had progressed to a later segment. Fu Jingnian called out to her. There are no commoners left. Shall we have a chat? However, Xie Xiao resolutely declined his offer of collaboration. I am a commoner. She even made a beeline for the exit. I'm leaving, goodbye. The comment section erupted with laughter. Sister Qiao, not interested in chatting, don't cue me. Our Sister Qiao is all about being utterly unromantic. She declared that she could slay solo, without the need for collaboration.
Huh?
Is that how you all interpret it? As a 2-week-old fan, I believe Sister Qiao simply wishes to take it easy.
What?
2 weeks makes me an old fan? There's no helping it. Our Sister Qiao has risen to fame too swiftly. Xie Qiao truly just yearned to take it easy. This was vividly illustrated the following day during the hunt. While others engaged in fierce competition, Xie Qiao remained comfortably seated indoors, watching several episodes of a television drama. Moreover, she hardly participated in the afternoon activities. She was baffled. The commoners had already emerged. Wait a moment, what about the highly anticipated ball segment? They're not including it in the main footage, are they? There was a brief narration earlier. But what good is narration? I want to see that fateful moment. That part is incredibly delectable. Really, the bathwater had turned slightly cool. Xie Qiao stifled a yawn and dragged the progress bar to the end of the variety show. Fu Jingnian had already emerged victorious, and in a dim corridor, staff dressed as police approached to place handcuffs on him. The production team began to narrate. As the commentary resounded, the camera swiftly adjusted to the 5th floor. All the guests stood before the surveillance monitor on the 5th floor, turning in unison towards the camera, revealing enigmatic smiles. The comments section exploded. Wait. Are you kidding me? I've been anticipating this mystery story, pondering through all the love-hate entanglements, only to find out it's not that at all. It's merely a straightforward legal narrative. My heart is shattered. On the bright side, perhaps what President Fu said about having a fiancé is genuine. But oh no, Qiao Qiao has clarified on Weibo that she is single. She has no fiancé. You fools. If you want to ship a couple, you must rely on your own diligent hands. Xie Qiao. What diligent hands? She glanced at the tablet in confusion, but the variety show had concluded, and the comments had vanished. Xie Qiao turned off the tablet screen. She moved the small table aside, stood up from the bathtub, and finished her entire bath. After donning her bathrobe and drying her hair, she picked up her phone and tablet, settling down on the bed. It was now nearly 10 o'clock. This limited time was insufficient for watching a drama, but scrolling through videos was still feasible. Xie Qiao opened a pink app. There, on the homepage, she caught sight of her own figure. Xie Qiao Fu Jingnian. You forgot that I still love you. Xie Qiao furrowed her brow. She and Fu Jingnian had only shared the screen a handful of times. What could possibly be edited from that? Doubting the absurdity, she clicked on the video. At first, the video played without music. The screen remained dark, and the background sound was Fu Jingnian's voice. Have you forgotten? My fiancé. The camera gradually brightened, accompanied by a classic BGM typically reserved for tragic endings. Iconic moments from the show were edited together. Furthermore, the uploader had pieced together additional shots. Although the clips featured only solo shots, when combined, they conveyed a sense of Xie Qiao passing by, with Fu Jingnian gazing at her intently. The BGM soon reached its final 2 lines. The accompanying shot depicted Xie Qiao removing the camera from her shoulder and forcefully placing it into Fu Jingnian's hands, capturing the moment of her elimination. May you find salvation. The camera slipped from Fu Jingnian's grasp and fell to the ground. The video concluded, returning to pure darkness. Xie Qiao, alright, so that's how it's going to be edited? Just wait. Tomorrow, during the recording, I'll directly tear apart the ship and make sure the fans understand what tragic ending truly means. Chapter 67. A Puppy-S Trust JPG. Xie Qiao arrived punctually at the church. The church was predominantly white, with a pointed roof, and through the stained glass windows, one could catch glimpses of the colorful paintings and sculptures inside. It was unmistakably in the Baroque style. Xie Qiao approached the entrance. The other guests had already arrived. She scanned them briefly. The number of guests this time was evidently fewer than the last. The celebrity guests remained the same. But only 3 ordinary guests had come. Aside from the usual Gu and Fu, Wang Shunbin was also present. After praising everyone, Xie Qiao stifled a yawn, and the director spoke up. Everyone is here. He raised the microphone. Let us officially begin the recording. The director cleared his throat, adjusting his tone to a more serious demeanor. Yesterday, you received an invitation to attend a wedding. He paused for 2 seconds, glancing at the guests. And seeing no one move, he grew anxious. Why is everyone just standing there? He urged. Push the door open. Wu Qishan was the first to react. He stepped forward, bracing his arm against the door, and forcefully pushed it open. The interior of the church was bright, bathed in natural light, which illuminated the murals, creating a grand, antiquated beauty. A priest stood before the statue of Jesus. Holding a cross, he wore a gentle expression. So many have come to witness the wedding of these lovers? The priest displayed a look of concern. However, the guests have arrived, yet the newlyweds are absent. What should we do? After all, the wedding must proceed. The priest stepped down, smiling. So, who will be today's newlyweds? The guests were momentarily taken aback. Wu Qishan leaned toward Xie Qiao and whispered, Sister Qiao, what is going on? Xie Qiao fell silent for a second. Then, she turned her head and patted the golden retriever puppy that had approached her. It's just the production team's routine. It's merely the tricks of President Gu in pursuing his beloved. Listen well, this is not something a puppy should be aware of. Wu Qishan looked somewhat bewildered. He straightened up, shook his golden retriever, and saw the priest standing in front of Shun Qianqian. He bent down and inquired, Will you be today's leading lady? Shun Qianqian was equally bewildered, instinctively responding, I am not. The priest asserted with certainty, No, you are. Shun Qianqian exclaimed, Huh? She was then pulled aside by the priest, who released her hand and continued forward. He was not a genuine priest, but rather a staff member hired by the director. The priest had a clear objective. He approached Gu Qinyan directly, but just as he was 2 steps away, he was intercepted. Song Jinyan stood in front of the priest, declaring, I am willing to be another newcomer. The priest momentarily faltered.
Huh?
2 girls? The production team had not briefed him on this. He paused for a couple of seconds, then attempted to rectify his mistake, saying, No, you cannot. However, Song Jinyan did not budge. She blinked and asked playfully, Are you discriminating against same-sex love? Her question rendered the priest speechless. It was rather pointed and not easy to answer. He instinctively turned his head towards the director, who appeared somewhat exasperated. This program was designed for Gu Chunyan to pursue love, and he naturally had to devise ways to create opportunities for him. Opportunities had been created, but Gu Chunyan was proving to be uncooperative. The director pinched the bridge of his nose in frustration. He reluctantly raised his hand and gestured an okay sign to the priest. The priest understood the director's stance, donned a renewed smile, and replied, Of course not. Love is sacred. It transcends age, gender, and species. Now, may our 2 newlyweds come forth to the altar. Song Jinyan took Shin Qianqian's hand and led her to the statue of Jesus. The priest recited the vows. Do you vow to care for your beloved with gentleness and patience, loving her exclusively for a lifetime? Song Jinyan lifted her head, aye. Before she could finish, the curtain at the altar was suddenly drawn up. The deep purple fabric enveloped the entire altar tightly. The 3 individuals on the altar fell silent in unison. Xie Qiao blinked. What trick is the production team playing now? What is that rustling sound? She stealthily moved a couple of steps into the corner and reached out to grasp the curtain. Let me take a look. The director, while directing the staff, suddenly heard this thought. He turned around abruptly. Upon seeing Xie Qiao's restless hand, he shouted loudly, Xie Qiao.
No peeking.
Xie Qiao. She regretfully withdrew her hand. However, the curtain did not remain closed for long. In just 3 to 5 minutes, it was drawn open once more. Yet the priest, Shin Qianqian, and Song Jinyan had all vanished. The director raised a loudspeaker and announced, While attending the wedding, you encountered some peculiar occurrences. Not only did you fail to see the newlyweds, but 2 guests attending the wedding have also gone missing. You are filled with suspicion and have resolved to investigate the matter. You have 48 hours to rescue the missing guests and uncover the truth of the wedding. Staff members approached to equip the guests with multifunctional watches and miniature cameras. Xie Qiao examined the watch. It resembled a standard sports watch, but the production team had added a countdown timer and a tracking function. She did not pay much attention to the watch. Meanwhile, the golden retriever puppy trotted over, exclaiming, Sister Qiao, are we going to search for clues? After participating in 2 episodes, the puppy had developed a significant level of trust in Xie Qiao. He firmly believed that Sister Qiao could solve the case in 12 hours for the sake of a salted fish. Xie Qiao was oblivious to the puppy's thoughts. She approached the altar and glanced around. Let's investigate. Standing still, she observed Wu Qishan bustling about on the altar. The director was also watching them. In truth, there was only one key clue within the entire church. The priest and the altar were mere distractions. That crucial clue was hidden in the most perilous location. However, the more dangerous the place, the safer it was. The director felt confident that no guests would notice that clue. He wore a self-assured smile. The puppy had already circled the altar twice. Xie Qiao began to feel drowsy. She yawned a right. She turned to the director and inquired. The narration mentioned an invitation earlier. Can I see the invitation? The director. He had meticulously concealed the clue, and it was not supposed to be noticed from the outset. He responded evasively. During filming, the production team will not comment on anything related to the recorded content. Xie Qiao raised an eyebrow. She glanced at the director and nodded. I understand. The director's words imply that this invitation is indeed one of the clues. It's likely quite significant. The puppy, who was investigating the altar, perked up. He straightened his back, fully alert. Good. As expected of my sister Qiao. She has pinpointed the key information immediately. Wu Qishan promptly abandoned his search. He dashed over to Xie Qiao's side, eagerly asking Sister Qiao. Shall we go find the invitation now? Xie Qiao. Why are you so enthusiastic? She shot a disdainful glance at the golden retriever puppy, then waved her hand. Not just yet. Xie Qiao concocted a flimsy excuse to placate Wu Qishan. I'll take another look around the hall first. The puppy, trusting her, nodded, then I'll check somewhere else. He headed to the nearby prayer room. The nave now had only a few guests left. Xie Qiao surveyed her surroundings and then sat down on a white bench to rest against the backrest. The church was not large. It could only be considered a small chapel. With 8 or 9 guests, they could thoroughly search the place in no time. Time was more than sufficient. Xie Qiao comfortably reclined against the backrest. She yawned, shielding her eyes from the light, hoping to take a brief nap. However, after adjusting her sitting position a couple of times, she still could not find a suitable angle. The church's chairs were exceedingly uncomfortable, with a straight backrest and no lumbar support, making it impossible to find a comfortable position. Xie Qiao despondently lowered her hand. Forget it. She would not sleep after all. Standing up, she stretched, preparing to leave when she accidentally kicked the adjacent chair. The chair wobbled, producing a sound akin to paper scraping against metal. Xie Qiao frowned. What was that sound? She knelt down slightly and peered at the chair beside her. Beneath the seat, a piece of stiff cardstock was wedged between a screw and the metal. Ah! What a stroke of luck. Xie Qiao extracted the card. It was a blue-white gradient with a rose pattern, exuding a fine texture. One side bore handwritten thin gold characters. To my dear friend Fu Jingnian, my wedding will be held on August 13th at the St. Laurent Church in Aoshi. I trust you will attend, won't you? It appeared unremarkable. Xie Qiao flipped the card over. The reverse side was adorned with elegant English script, beautifully penned. No. Don't come here. No. You are the devil. Xie Qiao furrowed her brow. The reverse side of this invitation indeed provides a modicum of information. However, this information is rather futile. Xie Qiao casually placed the invitation on a chair and then crouched down to inspect the other chairs. The inner hall was not particularly spacious, containing only 8 chairs, yet beneath each chair lay a hidden invitation. Xie Qiao mused. The production team's method of concealment is rather audacious. It's either impossible to find anything or one uncovers everything all at once. She gathered the invitations together and scrutinized the information inscribed upon them. Aside from the differing names, the Chinese characters on the front were largely identical. Yet, the English on the reverse side of the invitations was markedly distinct. Remove all traces. Please. This is very important. None of the 8 invitations contained a repeated English phrase. The breakthrough lay within these English words. Crouching on the ground, cradling her chin, Xie Qiao lined up all the invitations and noticed a peculiar detail. With 9 guests, shouldn't there be 9 invitations? Where had the missing one gone? Glancing at the names on the front of the invitations, she realized the absent invitation belonged to Song Jinyan. Tilting her head, Xie Qiao pondered. Without that invitation, the information remains incomplete, making deductions exceedingly challenging. Moreover, that particular invitation was placed separately, suggesting its information was likely crucial. Xie Qiao carefully stored the invitations and took a seat on the chair. Resting her elbows on the armrests and supporting her chin, she began to admire the murals adorning the walls. The mural's content was quite conventional, depicting several of the most classic scenes from the Bible. Nevertheless, the artist's technique was commendable. The grandeur of the scenes and the expressions of each individual were rendered with remarkable precision. However, before Xie Qiao could take in more, a staff member approached her. He whispered, Teacher Xie, aren't you going to search for clues? Xie Qiao sighed. She turned her head to glance at the staff member and replied with conviction, I am simply too exceptional. Displaying the invitations in her hand, she added, one must allow the other guests some room to shine. The staff member fell silent for 2 seconds. He gazed at the invitations in Xiao's hand for a moment before being convinced. He made an okay gesture and retreated sheepishly. Propping her chin up, Xiao resumed her daydreaming. However, her reverie was short-lived, as there was a commotion at the entrance. Wu Qishan pushed open the door to the prayer room. Bustling and like an exuberant golden retriever, Sister Qiao. He pointed toward the prayer room, exclaiming, President Fu has discovered an invitation. Xiao sprang to her feet. Following Wu Qishan, she navigated through several small rooms and halted at the entrance of a sacristy. The door stood ajar, and Fu Jingnian was standing before a wooden rack. A priest's robe hung on the rack. Hearing the commotion at the door, he turned slightly and said, the invitation is here. Fu Jingnian tugged at the priest's robe and added, it's sewn into the garment. I am currently devising a way to extract it. Xiao tilted her head. She approached him, stating, allow me. Taking the robe from him, she found the loose thread and, with a decisive tug, the rudimentary stitching snapped, causing the invitation to tumble from the garment's layered fabric and fall to the ground. Xiao crouched down to retrieve the invitation, skillfully flipping it over. She glanced at the English on the back. He always needs so much money. Xiao's eyelids twitched. So much money? In what circumstances would one perpetually require a substantial amount of money? Debt, investment, outstanding payments, or perhaps gambling? She pulled out the invitations from her pocket and laid them out on the ground. The English phrases on these invitations were not standard written language. Rather than being composed in a moment of emotional fervor, it seemed the production team was attempting to piece together an acrostic. The initial letters of the English phrases on the backs of these invitations spelled out, the casino. Fu Jingnian quietly read aloud, the casino. Xiao's golden retriever companion leaned in closer, asking, what's this about? He crouched before the invitations, eagerly inquiring, is the next clue at the casino? Wu Qishan looked up, shall we head there now? Xiao turned her head to meet his gaze, exclaiming, ah! She collected the invitations, astonished. Do you have any idea how many casinos there are in Aoshi? Xiao quickly searched and replied, 39. The information provided by the production team was insufficient to pinpoint a specific casino location. She questioned, do you intend to explore each one? The golden retriever fell silent. Ruffling his hair, he candidly confessed, not really. Wu Qishan stood up, looking dejected. Then, do we continue searching for clues? He had nearly turned the church upside down. It was genuinely impossible to find any leads. With a forlorn expression, he looked to Xiao for assistance. Sister Qiao.
Suddenly, Fu Jingxian interjected.
Let's first seek out the other guests. He calmly approached Wu Qishan, placing a hand on his shoulder. The other guests might have made some discoveries. You could inquire with them. The golden retriever's face lit up with realization. He harbored no doubts regarding Fu Jingnian's intentions and cheerfully dashed out. All right, I'll go ask around. The sacristy fell silent. Fu Jingnian turned slightly and called out Miss Xia. Xiao glanced at him. She recalled the edited video from last night, along with her own bold declarations. She was determined to afford the production team no opportunities for matchmaking. Rising from the ground, Xiao brushed off the dust from her pants and silently nodded in response. Approaching the entrance of the sacristy, she didn't look back but tossed over her shoulder. I'm going with Wu Qishan. She quickly caught up with Wu Qishan. Together, they made 2 laps around the small church and, near the altar, found the other guests. However, the other guests had also failed to uncover any useful clues. Wu Qishan wore a crestfallen expression. So what do we do now? He looked pained. Should we keep searching? The golden retriever rubbed his face and muttered quietly to himself. Soon he encouraged himself, bent down, and began to prepare for a thorough search of the place. Statues were placed on the ground, crucifixes stuffed into pockets, cabinets turned upside down. Wu Qishan rummaged through the place chaotically, creating a cacophony reminiscent of a clumsy dog tearing apart a house. Xiao felt a headache coming on. Stop searching. She called to Wu Qishan, let's go have lunch first. They had arrived at 8 o'clock for recording, and it was now 11:30, making it nearly mealtime. The guests voiced no objections. Lin Shanshan approached, linking her arm with Xiao's. Where shall we eat? She glanced at the staff members nearby and asked, does the production team provide working meals? The staff member did not respond, merely waving his hand dismissively from a distance. It was a clear indication that no meals were provided. Lin Shanshan perked up. Resting her chin on Xiao's shoulder, she whispered, we can eat wherever we like. She leaned in closer to Xie Qiao. On my way here, I spotted a Cantonese restaurant. Lin Shanshan tilted her head, winking at Xie Qiao. Shall we go? Xie Qiao had no objections. She glanced at the others and, out of courtesy, asked, would you like to join us? The guests all followed suit. Leading a group of guests, Xie Qiao made her way outside the church. After taking a few steps, she suddenly remembered that there seemed to be another person left in the sacristy. Hesitating, she turned back to glance. Then she spotted Fu Jingyan at the back of the group. Xie Qiao felt a wave of relief wash over her. She led everyone to the Cantonese restaurant that Lin Shanshan had mentioned. The establishment was not overly crowded. The guests had reserved a private room, placed their orders, and then sat at the table, exchanging glances. It was the golden retriever puppy who first shattered the silence. With a dejected expression, he lamented, after this meal, do we still have to go back and search for clues? We're not going back to the church? Xie Qiao rested her chin on her hand and replied, we'll head straight to the casino. The golden retriever puppy was taken aback. Huh? Xie Qiao nodded with certainty. Aoshi is the only place in the country where gambling is legal. The numerous casinos here are also a significant contributor to Aoshi's GDP. These casinos vary in size. Some large ones can even earn several small targets in a single day. The production team lacks the clout to collaborate with such major casinos. Xie Qiao explained, the casinos that the production team can partner with can only be smaller ones. She pulled out her phone, searched for the locations of nearby small casinos, and quickly identified a target. She pointed to a small casino 5 kilometers away. This should be the one. The golden retriever puppy looked bewildered. How did you determine that? Xie Qiao elucidated. The licensing companies are different. Wu Qishan didn't fully grasp it, but nodded nonetheless. It was Lin Shanshan who interjected, is it definitely a real casino? She speculated. Could it be that the production team set up their own tent to create a casino set? Xie Qiao shook her head. That's unlikely. If that were the case, the production team would need to establish the filming location in Aoshi. This reasoning was quite persuasive. Lin Shanshan nodded in agreement. Just as she was about to express her admiration, she caught Xie Qiao's inner thoughts. Sigh. All these reasons are merely fabrications to deceive others. There is only one truth. The legal entity of this casino's licensing company is none other than Mr. Gu. Why would the production team seek another partner when they have free resources available? That's inconceivable. Lin Shanshan. Lin Shanshan swallowed her words of praise back down. The room fell silent for 2 seconds. Xie Qiao tilted her head, sensing something amiss, when the sound of the door opening interrupted her thoughts. The waiter began serving the dishes. The dishes at this restaurant appeared quite exquisite. Xie Qiao picked up her chopsticks and took a bite. Xie Qiao, she slowly set down her chopsticks. Damn it! How could there be so few restaurants in a place like Aoshi? Xie Qiao forced a smile. She gestured towards the dishes. Everyone, please give it a try. The guests noticed her expression. Only the golden retriever puppy, without any reservations, picked up a piece of preserved chicken. He took a bite, then grabbed a napkin and spat the piece of chicken out. The guests exchanged glances. Lin Shanshan, skeptical, took a bite as well and promptly set down her chopsticks. No one managed to eat a single bite during this meal. They settled the bill, went to a nearby fast food restaurant for lunch, and then took a taxi to the casino. The casino was a 4-story building. Even before they approached, they could hear the cacophony of voices. Just as Xie Qiao was about to enter, someone grabbed her wrist. The golden retriever puppy pointed upwards. Look. The 4th-floor window had been opened at some point. Shin Qianqian poked her head out of the window, holding up a whiteboard. 2 black words were written on it. Run away. Treasure your life. Steer clear of gambling and drugs. Chapter 70. 1 Xie Laosher. Please calm down, Xie Laosher. Xie Qiao blinked. Escaping was out of the question. The clues from the production team were still inside the casino. They had to enter. Xie Qiao waved her hand and walked into the casino. Upon entering, they found themselves in a corridor. Though it was still daytime, the lights inside were fully illuminated, and the walls were almost entirely golden, with extravagant paintings adorning the arched ceiling. Xie Qiao walked through the corridor for several minutes before following the signs to enter the main area of the casino. The casino was operating normally. Inside, it was bustling with noise. It was a small casino, yet there were nearly 100 gambling tables and slot machines, with hardly a single table unoccupied. The guests huddled at the entrance, feeling somewhat lost. Wu Qishan leaned against the doorframe, a hint of trepidation in his voice. Is this a place we can go in? Although gambling is legal in Aoshi, they were artists, and being on camera could easily lead to negative influences. Gu Qinyan let out a cold laugh. Of course you can. He straightened his shirt, raised his chin slightly, and spoke haughtily, yet icily, "Make way." Xie Qiao, this chilling demeanor truly resonated with the familiar essence of the original male protagonist. The guests were momentarily taken aback, whether out of compulsion or courtesy. They all moved aside, creating space for Gu the Dominator. Gu Chunyan strode into the hall, approached the exchange window, and exchanged for a basket of chips. He abandoned all the guests and walked straight to a slot machine, starting to feed it his chips. The guests remained motionless. Xie Qiao tugged at Lin Shanshan, whispering, "Let us go in too. We need to find clues." Generally, photography is prohibited inside casinos. However, since this casino belonged to Gu Qinyan, if he allowed it, taking pictures would be a trivial matter. Xie Qiao pulled Lin Shanshan into the main area. The inner hall was chaotic yet lively. Xie Qiao cautiously maneuvered around others, exploring the entire inner area before stopping in a relatively secluded spot. She pulled out an empty chair, sat down, and leaned against the backrest. "I don't want to search anymore." Xie Qiao tilted her head. "I want to take a break." Her intention was for the other guests to move about on their own. However, no sooner had she spoken than Wu Qishan sat down beside her. "All right." The golden retriever puppy, filled with trust, remarked, "Sister Qiao must have her reasons for doing this." He reasonably speculated based on past experiences that perhaps a clue would emerge from this very spot. "Xie Qiao, what blind faith is this?" She waved her hand, just as she was about to refute this mystical notion, when a male voice reached her from nearby the colorful window. "Baby, can you lend me some money again?"
No.
"I swear I won't use it for gambling. My dad had a car accident, and I urgently need medical fees." Xie Qiao blinked. She lifted her head to see the source of the voice. It was a man crouched in a corner, holding a phone, speaking to his partner. "Yes, it's serious. The hospital wants me to pay up front." After pondering for a moment, he gritted his teeth. "I'll cover 50,000 yuan.
Huh?
You don't have that much? Baby, how much do you have? This is a matter of life and death. I'm begging you, baby." "All right, 47,550 yuan. That's fine. Thank you, baby." The man hung up the phone, looking as if he had grasped a lifeline, and rushed to the exchange window, returning with a pile of chips. He stacked the chips on the gambling table and bet a third of them. "I bet big." The dice rolled, and the outcome was indeed high. The man's chips doubled. He instantly became elated, his courage swelling. On the next bet, he wagered half of his chips. Perhaps fortune was smiling upon him. This time, he won again. The chips in his hand had nearly tripled from the beginning, forming a substantial stack. The man, tasting success, decided for his third bet to push all his chips into the pot. But this time, luck did not favor him, and he lost every last chip. The man stood there, stunned. He stared blankly at the gambling table, then, in despair, clutched his head and exclaimed, "Impossible." Raising his voice, he accused, "Are you cheating?"
You.
The security guard, who had been lingering nearby, approached with a taser in hand, sporting a disingenuous smile. The man fell silent immediately. He dared not utter another word, instead retrieving his phone to call his partner. "Hey, babe." He had prepared a fabricated excuse. He hurriedly said, "Babe, I don't have enough money. My dad needs to go on ECMO, and it costs 100,000 just to start the machine. What should I do, babe?" Lin Shanshan could no longer contain herself. She raised her voice. "He-s not in the hospital. He-s at the casino." The man turned his head sharply. His expression quickly morphed into one of rage, as if he wanted to rush over but hesitated. He opted instead to placate his partner. "Babe, you didn't hear anything just now." However, it was evident that his partner had heard Lin Shanshan's words. She hung up the phone. The man stood there, stunned, as though he had been awakened from a blissful dream at its peak. He turned to glare at Lin Shanshan. With one hand in his pocket, he fumbled around before producing a fruit knife. Gripping the knife, he lunged directly at Lin Shanshan. She let out a scream. Fu Jingnian noticed the commotion and instinctively stepped forward, intending to intercept the man. However, Xie Qiao reacted more swiftly. She executed a powerful kick, disarming the man of the fruit knife, and then delivered a forceful blow to his abdomen. Xie Qiao raised her hand, deftly catching the falling knife's handle. She stepped forward, placing her foot on the man's shoulder, and slammed the fruit knife onto the gambling table. Turning her head, she shouted, "Gu Qingyun, someone's causing a scene here." Half of the casino fell silent for a moment as security rushed over, tasers in hand. Simultaneously, Xie Qiao's earpiece crackled with the director's panicked voice. "Teacher Xie. Teacher Xie. Please remain calm. That's our staff." We arranged for that NPC. The knife is a specially made plastic one. Xie Qiao. What? Xie Qiao. Huh. Chapter 72. You hold my hand. Who could have anticipated this? Xie Qiao froze for a couple of seconds. Instinctively, she brushed her fingers against the blade, feeling the material of the fruit knife. It was indeed made of plastic. Xie Qiao discarded the knife and quickly removed her foot from the shoulder of the staff member. She crouched down and gently pressed on his shoulder and abdomen, quietly asking, "Are you all right?" The staff member lay on the ground, his face pale. He weakly nodded.
I'm okay.
Xie Qiao felt a pang of guilt. In her moment of urgency, she had applied no restraint in her kick. The abdomen is inherently vulnerable. Had it not been for the excess fat on this staff member, he might have found himself in the ICU. Xie Qiao made an emergency call. "I've called for an ambulance. Do you need me to accompany you to the hospital?" In just a few moments, casino security had arrived nearby. They approached with their tasers ready, flicking the switch to electrify the ends. Xie Qiao quickly intervened. "I'm sorry. It's a misunderstanding." She gestured to the golden retriever, signaling him to explain to the casino security. However, the golden retriever merely exclaimed, failing to comprehend the situation. Instead, Fu Jingnian stepped over. Xie Qiao felt reassured and shifted her focus back to the staff member. She asked again, "Do you want us to accompany you?" Lin Shanshan also crouched down beside them. She nodded. "Yes, I can accompany you too. We can get a full checkup. Don't worry about the medical expenses. I will cover it." The staff member waved his hand dismissively. No need. He gradually regained his composure, slowly sitting up. Other staff members had indeed rushed over. 2 male staff members arrived, one on each side, supporting the gambler. Medical personnel also arrived, bringing a stretcher, and quickly approached the gambler. They placed him on the stretcher, and the other 2 staff members followed suit. As they walked, they reassured, "Teacher Xie, Teacher Lin, we'll handle it from here. You can continue filming." Lin Shanshan walked alongside the stretcher for a few steps. "Make sure to get a full checkup. I'll pay." After a moment's thought, she added, "Your acting was quite good." The staff member on the stretcher. "Thanks for the compliment, but I'm not fond of it."
Who understands?
Because the acting was too good. He got injured on the job. Who would believe that if he said it out loud? The medical personnel soon departed from the casino, and the area finally fell silent. The director's voice crackled in the earpiece. "Teacher Xie, we can continue filming." Xie Qiao stood up, adjusting her earpiece. "Director Song." She interrupted the director's speech. Lowering her voice, she questioned, "How could you dare to stage such a scene in a place like this without prior notice?" Xie Qiao pressed. "Do you know where this is? This is not a set, it's a real casino. A gambler deep in debt may truly become a desperate man." Director Song appeared nervous. He refrained from urging Xie Qiao further and instead offered an apology. "We didn't consider this adequately." Leaning against the gambling table, Xie Qiao retorted, "Is that all you can do, apologize?" She pinched the earpiece, her eyelashes lowered. "We were startled, and someone got injured. Do you not have a plan for handling this?" The director wiped the sweat from his forehead. This situation was indeed their oversight, and they deserved the scolding. He turned to consult with someone nearby, then quickly stated, "There will be compensation. For the injured staff member and all the guests, we will provide compensation." Xie Qiao was somewhat satisfied with this resolution. While she didn't need the compensation herself, the staff member did. Tilting her head, she said, "Then let us resume recording." She picked up the dice cup from the gambling table, giving it a shake. The dice clinked inside, producing a crisp sound. Xie Qiao suddenly remembered. "Isn't that staff member's scene still unfinished?" The director. "Damn, it really is." There was indeed a small segment of the script remaining, but it had been abruptly interrupted by Xie Qiao's kick. The director scratched his head. What should they do now? Should he narrate the script to Xie Qiao? After contemplating for a couple of seconds, he quickly made up his mind. "Please wait a few minutes." Silence fell over the earpiece. Xie Qiao sat down in a chair, waiting for a few minutes until she saw the dealer from the gambling table approach. He first pulled out a badge from his clothing, declaring, "I'm also a staff member." Then he stammered through his performance, "It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, Babe wouldn't have hung up on me." The staff member squatted on the ground, placing his hands behind his back, feigning an arrest. "On what grounds are you detaining me?" He struggled dramatically. "I want to escape upstairs." Xie Qiao. She silently pressed down on the staff member's shoulder. "Stop acting. You want to go upstairs, right? Let us go now." The casino, 4th floor. Shun Qianqian retracted the raised whiteboard. She returned to the sofa, took a sip of water, and turned to Song Jinyan. "Will they believe my message?" Song Jinyan shook her head. "Probably not." Shen Qianqian sighed regretfully. It's okay. She quickly regained her spirits. Even a 2-minute delay would be good. Shen Qianqian rested her chin on her hand. When they were in the church, after the curtain was drawn, the production team had taken them to the vehicle and blindfolded them. When the eye masks were finally removed, they found themselves in an unfamiliar setting, reminiscent of a luxurious hotel suite. The room they occupied was the living area, adorned with opulent decorations, and even the vase positioned at the entrance exuded an antique charm. The production team had left a letter on the coffee table outlining their mission. The task assigned to her and Song Jinyan was entirely distinct from that of the other guests. Within 24 hours, they must evade capture by the other participants. Shen Qianqian rose from the sofa, a frown creasing her brow. They had already been found. It was only a matter of time before the others would arrive on the 4th floor, wasn't it? She reached for the doorknob. Could they escape and hide? The door was locked from the outside, rendering it impossible to open from within. Shen Qianqian's brows knitted together. Was the production team merely expecting them to sit and wait for their fate? After a moment's contemplation, she mused, surely there must be other places to conceal themselves in this room. Together with Song Jinyan, she began to search the premises, bathroom, beneath the bed, inside the wardrobe. None were suitable hiding spots. It was not until she accidentally brushed against the antique vase that she noticed something unusual. The base shifted slightly. Shen Qianqian sensed something amiss. She examined the vase closely and tentatively twisted it. A faint noise emanated from the wardrobe in the bedroom. Song Jinyan was there. She opened the wardrobe door, peered inside, and exclaimed, Qianqian, there's a secret passage. Shen Qianqian hurried over. Song Jinyan had already crouched down and slipped into the hidden passage. She advanced a few steps, assessed the situation, then turned back to Shen Qianqian and said, the path is clear. I'll go first. Song Jinyan extended her hand. Hold on to me. Chapter 73. Rabbit-eared Qiao Qiao. The passage sloped downward. Song Jinyan steadied herself against the wall with one hand while holding Shen Qianqian with the other, cautiously moving forward. Shen Qianqian followed closely behind, glancing around and softly commenting on the passage. It feels like we're descending. Is this a real structure? She mused, bewildered. Do buildings like this actually exist? She murmured. I wonder where the production team found this place. Song Jinyan, while continuing onward, responded. It must be authentic. She understood that Shen Qianqian was anxious. When nervous, Shen Qianqian tended to ramble. The length of the passage, combined with their ignorance of its end, fostered a palpable sense of pressure and mental strain. Song Jinyan reassured her. It's all arranged by the production team. Shen Qianqian nodded. She pressed closely against Song Jinyan, inching forward together. The passage felt interminably long, and when silence enveloped them, it became eerily quiet. The sounds of their footsteps and breaths were amplified in the stillness. Shen Qianqian even thought she could hear the rhythm of her own heartbeat. She bit her lip and suddenly called out, Jinyan. Shen Qianqian shook their clasped hands and joked, Don't we look like we're eloping? Song Jinyan's steps faltered momentarily. She tightened her grip, but did not directly respond, merely chuckling. Is that so? She deflected the question. Unaware of Song Jinyan's subtle shift in demeanor, Shen Qianqian continued to laugh. Jinyan, why are you holding on so tightly? Afraid I'll fall behind? Shen Qianqian reciprocated the grip. Your palms are sweaty. Song Jinyan momentarily found herself at a loss for words. A headache began to form, but thankfully, the lengthy passage finally came to an end. Song Jinyan halted. We reached the end. She glanced at the obstruction before her. It was a door. The door was a reinforced one, icy to the touch. After searching around, she discovered an inconspicuous keypad on the right side. It's a keypad, Song Jinyan said, tilting her head. Do you want to take a look? She pressed herself against the wall of the passage, trying to make room. Shen Qianqian attempted to step forward but retreated. It was too narrow. She shook her head. You go ahead and try the code. I'll stay back. After pondering for a moment, Shen Qianqian suggested, what about 8/8? She loves to use that for codes. Song Jinyan input the sequence, but upon reaching the 6th 8, the keypad emitted an error alert. She withdrew her hand. It's a 6-digit code. Shen Qianqian proposed. How about 6 6s? Song Jinyan tried entering that as well, but the keypad beeped again, signaling another error. Shen Qianqian frowned. Song Jinyan remained silent, her brow furrowing as she contemplated various simple combinations, but none yielded success. Song Jinyan's expression tightened. If it were a complex code, mere guessing would not suffice. Surely the production team had left clues. Recalling her interactions within the room, she wondered, could it be related to that letter? The letter contained not only their mission, but also a date. She had not paid attention to that date at the time. Turning to Shun Qianqian, she whispered, "Do you remember the date mentioned in the letter?" Shun Qianqian pondered for a moment before uncertainly replying, "I think it was today." Song Jinyan entered the date. The keypad emitted another error beep. Biting her lip, Song Jinyan was racking her brain for any overlooked detail when she heard a dull thud. The reinforced door swung open before them. Shun Qianqian jumped in surprise, instinctively gripping Song Jinyan's hand and pressing close. The door creaked open, revealing a dark electric baton held across the threshold. 3 or 4 security personnel clad in riot gear blocked the entrance, effectively sealing off every potential escape route. The lead security officer scrutinized the two of them for a moment before speaking into his radio. They must have wandered in by mistake. "Let's take them away for now." Xie Qiao had searched through the hall several times before finally locating the entrance to the second floor. That unfortunate entrance was as elusive as a restroom in a shopping mall. The second floor was also a casino, albeit appearing more upscale. Xie Qiao wandered through, but found no new clues, only a few lovely ladies adorned with rabbit ears and dressed lightly. Unable to resist, she stole a few glances. How beautiful, she thought. Does President Gu dine this well? Her gaze was rather unabashed, and one of the rabbit-eared ladies noticed her, approaching with a bright smile. The lady inquired, "Do you need any assistance?" Xie Qiao contemplated for a moment. "We'd like to go to the 3rd and 4th floors." She had found no clues on the 2nd floor, and Shun Qianqian and the others were still on the 4th floor. Thus, it was essential to venture upstairs. The rabbit-eared lady tossed a flirtatious glance. "Are you VIPs?" Xie Qiao blinked. "Not exactly." She pointed to the camera perched on her shoulder. "But we are here to film a program." The rabbit-eared lady laughed, covering her mouth. "What kind of program?" "I'm not familiar." She adjusted her rabbit ears. "No one informed me about this." Xie Qiao exclaimed. "Oh?" The lady removed her plush ears and placed them atop Xie Qiao's head. Then, with a playful flick of her finger, she tapped the dangling ear. Stepping back, she admired her handiwork and commented, "Adorable." She blew a kiss to Xie Qiao. "I must be off now." Xie Qiao stood there, utterly flabbergasted. She absent-mindedly touched the rabbit ears atop her head, feeling a twinge of existential doubt. Had she just been flirted with? Xie Qiao was momentarily taken aback for 2 seconds before noticing Lin Shanshan, also raising her hand. She seized Xie Qiao's ear and gave it a vigorous rub, then, in a pinched voice mimicked, "So cute." Xie Qiao. Damn, social demise. She grasped the bunny ears, intending to rip them off, only to feel a firm pressure. Fu Jingnian held the bunny ear headband in place. Xie Qiao glared at him, but Fu Jingnian did not return her gaze. His expression was solemn, devoid of any personal agenda. The bunny ears were part of their work attire. That lady would not be giving away the bunny ears. Fu Jingnian lowered his eyelashes slightly. Perhaps it was a clue, or possibly an essential prop. His tone adopted a conciliatory note. "Maybe we shouldn't take them off?" Xie Qiao mused. "I splurged on the cover, but it turned out a bit off. I won't change it, but since it's done, I might as well let everyone take a look." Lying on the cold floor, she wiped her tears, sobbing. Chapter 74. The production team didn't arrange anything. Xie Qiao tilted her head. She found Fu Jingnian's reasoning quite persuasive. Thus, she beckoned Wu Qishan, "Come." Wu Qishan was puzzled. However, like a trusting puppy, he approached without hesitation. "Sister Qiao, what's up?" Xie Qiao yanked off the bunny ear headband from her own head and placed it atop Wu Qishan's. She managed it one-handed. But the headband sat askew, with one side awkwardly caught on Wu Qishan's ear. "Wu Qishan. Huh?" He stared blankly for 2 seconds before realizing and attempting to pull the bunny ears off. Yet, as soon as he raised his hand, Xie Qiao flicked the bunny ear. "It might be a clue," she cautioned. "Wear it properly." Wu Qishan hesitated, halting his movements. He and Xie Qiao exchanged glances for a moment before he mustered a brave smile. The golden retriever lamented, "All right." Gritting his teeth, he adjusted the bunny ears with a tear in his eye. "Wah-ah." I volunteered. The bunny ears were feminine and somewhat small, so Wu Qishan had to shift several times before finding a suitable position, on the back of his head. The bunny ear headband hung pitifully at the back of his head, the ears flopping down, looking both tragic and comical. Lin Shanshan burst into laughter. Wu Qishan was infuriated by the laughter. He covered the floppy ears with his hands and urged, "Sister Qiao, let's hurry and continue searching for clues." However, the second floor revealed no clues. They walked and searched, finally halting at the stairway leading to the third floor. Two security guards stood watch at the stairs. Xie Xiao attempted to communicate. Can we go upstairs? She gestured towards the camera. The crew is filming. The two guards remained expressionless, unmoving. No. Xie Xiao, perhaps there are some crucial clues they haven't found. Yet. She was not particularly keen on searching for this clue. After pondering briefly, she quickly remembered that even without obtaining clues, they could still leverage Gu Qinyun's presence to ascend. Was there any place in this casino that General Manager Gu could not access? Xie Xiao turned her head to glance back. To her surprise, she discovered that Gu Qinyun was not among the guests. She felt a bit perplexed. Where is General Manager Gu? Lin Shanshan whispered. He might still be on the first floor. Gu Qinyun had separated from them from the very beginning, so they had naturally forgotten about him during their subsequent actions. Xie Xiao, sigh. She sighed. Let's go find General Manager Gu. She turned back, prepared to head downstairs, when she heard the golden retriever exclaim. I'll go. I'll go. Wu Qishan volunteered. We don't need that many people. I can handle it. He tugged at the bunny ears and dashed towards the stairwell. Xie Xiao turned around, barely catching a glimpse of his retreating figure. Wu Qishan was remarkably efficient. After waiting for no more than 2 minutes, Xie Xiao saw him dragging Gu Qinyun back up from the stairwell. It was evident that Gu Qinyun had been forcibly brought along. The chill emanating from him was akin to that of a freezer. Yet Wu Qishan seemed entirely unfazed. He even rushed over to bask in the glory. Sister Qiao. I brought General Manager Gu. Xie Xiao. TSK. She cast a glance at Wu Qishan, then admired Gu Qinyun's grim expression, mentally commenting, the silly dog really does have a knack for annoying the boss. Look how vexed our general manager is. Wu Qishan sensed Xie Xiao's silent thoughts. He turned to glance at Gu Qinyun, oblivious to any issues. He eagerly pushed Gu Qinyun towards the two security guards, urging, General Manager, come and show your face. Indeed, Gu Qinyun's face proved to be quite effective. They proceeded directly from the second floor to the fourth. The fourth floor resembled a hotel. Along the corridor, the rooms on either side looked nearly identical apart from their room numbers. Wu Qishan scratched his head. Should we search room by room? He approached the nearest door. And just as he grasped the doorknob, Gu Qinyun called out, That's a guest room. Wu Qishan quickly withdrew his hand. He tugged at his golden locks. Slightly puzzled. Then, how do we search for clues? Could the clues be in the corridor? Lin Shanshan shot him a disdainful look. Are you foolish? When we arrived, didn't Shen Qianqian hold up a sign? Logically, the clues must be in their room. The golden retriever wholeheartedly endorsed her deduction. Hence he inquired, so, which room are they in? Lin Shanshan. Well, I don't know. She turned her head, along with Wu Qishan, gazing expectantly at Xie Xiao. Xie Xiao, what are you all looking at me for? She was not particularly keen on moving, but under the weight of two eager gazes, she instinctively began to think. When they entered, Shen Qianqian had raised the sign in this vicinity. She stepped forward a few paces and halted before a door. It should be this room. Xie Xiao attempted to turn the doorknob, but it wouldn't budge. The door was locked. Xie Xiao extended her hand. Bunny ears. Wu Qishan exclaimed in surprise. He paused for 2 seconds before realizing Xie Xiao was addressing him. He hastily yanked off the bunny ears and handed them to Xie Xiao. Wu Qishan whispered, Sister Qiao, there's no key on it. Having worn it for a while, he was well aware that the key was not concealed within. Xie Xiao shot him a glance. Without speaking, she forcefully pulled apart the bunny ears and extracted a thin wire from inside. This wire was meant for shaping the bunny ears and was quite flexible. Xie Xiao inserted the wire into the door lock, announcing, Director, I'm going to pick the lock. No response came through the earpiece. It seemed this action was permissible. Xie Xiao felt relieved. She wiggled the wire a few times and then withdrew it, casually bending it slightly. The wire formed an unusual arc. Xie Xiao reinserted the piece of wire into the door lock. Click. The lock clicked open. Wu Qishan was in awe. Sister Qiao. He exclaimed, You actually have such skills. Xie Xiao returned the wire to Wu Qishan, modestly replying, Life's demands. The guests entered the room. The decor of this room mirrored that of the lobby downstairs. Xie Xiao scanned the room, failing to spot Shen Qianqian and Song Zhenyan, only seeing a whiteboard that read Run Fast. She found it odd. Where are they? Approaching the bedroom door, she pushed it open for a glance.
Still no one.
No one in the living room, no one in the bedroom, and not even in the bathroom. Xie Xiao even crouched down to peek beneath the bed. Not a soul there either. She stood up from the floor. Wu Qishan squatted beside her, utterly perplexed. Where could they be? The director mirrored their confusion. He scrutinized the main monitor screen, stepping back 2 paces, and tilted his head to ask, "Where are Xin Qianqian and the others?" The staff member responsible for monitoring the 2 of them replied, "They took the secret passage." The director nodded, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. Oh. He took a couple of steps towards the main surveillance screen, only to suddenly realize, wait a moment.
Secret passage?
What secret passage? The props team never arranged for any such thing. Chapter 75. Handsome boy, are you dating? The director's expression grew grave. When he initially set up this episode, he had organized 2 groups, one for pursuit and one for evasion. The evasion group had already been predetermined, consisting of Gu Zong and Xin Qianqian. Therefore, per Gu Zong's request, they had devised a limited activity space to facilitate his pursuit of his wife. There was absolutely no such thing as a secret passage. The director dashed towards the surveillance screen. Where are they now? The staff pointed at the screen, ready to speak, when suddenly the camera began to spin wildly. Within seconds, the monitor went completely black. The director gasped. The miniature cameras carried by Xin Qianqian and her companion had been forcibly removed and shut off. When Xin Qianqian first spotted the security personnel, she had thought they were from the production team sent to escort them. It was only when the leading security guard reached out to remove the cameras from her and Song Jinyan's shoulders that a wave of fear washed over her. Sweat beaded on her palms as she longed to inquire about the situation, but the moment she opened her mouth, she caught sight of the security guard pressing the taser, which compelled her to clamp her mouth shut in terror. Xin Qianqian felt utterly at a loss. Having lived her entire life in a lawful society as a model citizen, she had never encountered a situation like this. Song Jinyan, attempting to maintain her composure, demanded, "What do you intend to do?" She warned, "We are part of the production team, and if you turn off the cameras, they will immediately call the police." The security guard merely stared at Xin Qianqian in silence before signaling to his colleagues. They restrained the 2 women and covered their eyes with cloth. Xin Qianqian felt a surge of anxiety. Unconsciously, she moved closer to Song Jinyan, intertwining her fingers with hers. In a hushed tone, she whispered, "Jinyan." Song Jinyan responded softly, "I'm here." She squeezed Xin Qianqian's hand reassuringly. Xin Qianqian felt slightly more at ease. She wished to say a few more words to alleviate their tension. But then she heard the sound of a door opening. The group pushed them into a room and shut the door with a heavy thud. The cloth covering their faces was ripped away. The leading security guard, clutching the taser, pointed forward, commanding, "Sit." Before them stood a row of small stools. Xin Qianqian and Song Jinyan sat side by side, their knees pressed together, hands resting obediently on their laps, necks drawn in, resembling 2 quails that had fallen into water. Opposite them were 3 or 4 security guards clad in black bodysuits. The guard holding the taser, with a stern expression, coldly inquired, "Names?" The 2 women lowered their heads, their voices barely audible. "Xin Qianqian. Song Jinyan." The guard scrutinized them for a moment, then pulled out a stack of printed papers from his pocket. After comparing their names and faces, his expression darkened as he continued, "How did you discover the secret passage?" Xin Qianqian whispered, "We accidentally bumped into a vase and then found it." She hung her head, feeling dejected. "We thought it was part of the production team's arrangements." The guard was somewhat at a loss for words. Although gambling was legal in Australia, those who frequented such places did not always engage in innocent activities. Thus, they had constructed secret passages on the 4th floor to allow high-profile clients to depart discreetly. The security door was equipped with alarms. If the lock was illegally tampered with or the password was incorrectly entered 3 times, the security room would be alerted. When they received the alarm and rushed over, they considered various possibilities, but never anticipated this scenario. The security guard switched off the taser and leaned over to whisper to his colleagues, "It's probably those production team members who mistakenly wandered in." His companion nodded. Furrowing his brow, the man asked, "So what now? Should we let them go?" The guard shot him a glare. "Do you even realize where we are? We can't just let them go." He removed his gloves and tossed the taser aside. "We'll wait for the production team to come and collect them." The guard led his team out of the room and locked the door behind them. Xin Qianqian heard the sound of the lock clicking into place. She let out a deep breath of relief, leaning her head against Song Jinyan's shoulder, whispering, "You scared me to death." At the moment her eyes were covered, she had even thought of writing her will. She wrapped her arms around Song Jinyan's waist, feeling a twinge of guilt. "I shouldn't have touched that vase." Song Jinyan pressed her forehead against Xin Qianqian's. "It's all right, I share the blame too." I shouldn't have gone straight into the secret passage without asking the production team first. Shun Qianqian gently pinched Song Jinyan's mouth shut. All right, let's not blame each other anymore. She released her hand and sighed. I wonder when the production team will come to get us. Song Jinyan pondered for a moment. It should be soon. Their camera positions are monitored by dedicated staff. Once the recording is interrupted, they will certainly notice immediately and report it to the director. A disappearance at the casino is no small matter. They will definitely come looking for us right away. Indeed, the production team arrived swiftly. Shun Qianqian. The security guard opened the door and tossed 2 strips of cloth over to them. Cover your eyes. Your director has come to collect you. Shun Qianqian approached to take the strips. She shared one with Song Jinyan and then voluntarily covered her eyes, even though she was the one who blindfolded herself. The moment her vision vanished, she felt a wave of unease. Shun Qianqian bit her lip and then, feeling her way, grasped Song Jinyan's hand. The security guard came over and firmly placed his hands on their shoulders. Follow me. He led them outside. As they walked, the security guard couldn't help but glance at the 2 of them holding hands. Clearing his throat, he asked in a thick Cantonese accent, Are you 2 dating? Song Jinyan was taken aback. She quickly retorted, No, don't say that. The security guard let out a dismissive sound. He didn't press further but escorted them to the gambling hall on the 1st floor. You can take off the blindfolds now. Shun Qianqian removed her blindfold. The director was already standing beside them. Upon seeing them, he immediately apologized. I am so sorry. It was my oversight in not monitoring the cameras closely enough. Are you both unharmed? The director wiped the sweat from his brow. Who could understand? Today, he had done nothing but apologize. Sighing, he thought that if given another chance, he would never volunteer for such on-site duties again. The director continued, The secret passage belongs to the casino itself. Our program was designed for you 2 to be trapped in a room. He quietly requested, Due to this unforeseen error, we'll need to go back and reshoot some scenes. Shun Qianqian glanced at the director. It was difficult to attribute blame regarding the secret passage. Ultimately, no one had been harmed, so there was no need to dwell on it. She nodded, all right. She took Song Jinyan's hand and followed the director upstairs. Shun Qianqian leaned closer to Song Jinyan and whispered, I can't believe you understand Cantonese. Song Jinyan lowered her eyelashes. Shun Qianqian was from a Cantonese-speaking region, so she had specifically learned the language. However, this was not something she could disclose. Song Jinyan explained, that phrase is easy to understand. Shun Qianqian responded with an O. She elbowed Song Jinyan playfully, tilting her head slightly, raising her eyes to glance at her with a smile. Handsome boy, are you dating? Chapter 76, a cold storage that has been out of service for 2 years. Song Jinyan felt as if her heart had stopped beating. She stood frozen for several seconds before whispering, What? Shun Qianqian released her hand and burst into laughter. She cheerfully climbed 2 steps at a time, standing above, bending down to smile at Song Jinyan. Handsome boy. She called out, Why aren't you speaking, handsome boy? Song Jinyan finally grasped the situation. Shun Qianqian was merely joking. She pressed her lips together. She longed to simply laugh it off, yet after 2 attempts to lift the corners of her mouth, no smile emerged. Song Jinyan rubbed her cheek and inquired, What is the matter? She approached the step where Shun Qianqian stood, taking her hand. Let us go upstairs. Together, they ascended to the 4th floor. The director commanded, Just sit inside. He gestured for the cameraman to come over, capture a shot of the other guests entering the room. The camera then pivoted to focus on their faces. The cameraman swiftly positioned himself. Xia Qiao rose from the sofa, making room for Shun Qianqian and Song Jinyan. As she walked towards the door, she couldn't help but glance back at the 2 of them. Xia Qiao mused inwardly. Why is their atmosphere so peculiar? Could it be that Song Jinyan has confessed? Song Jinyan felt a twitch in her eyelids. Almost instinctively, she interrupted Xia Qiao's thoughts. Teacher Xia. Xia Qiao responded. Huh? She instinctively halted her train of thought, perplexed. What's wrong? Song Jinyan concocted an excuse. Your collar is flipped. Xia Qiao touched her collar, adjusting it as she stepped out the door. The director called out, Action. Reshooting was quite straightforward. Xia Qiao pushed the door open, and the cameraman thrust the camera inside. Shun Qianqian and Song Jinyan sat side by side on the sofa, resembling 2 elementary school students. The director exclaimed, Cut. He felt a slight headache. Teachers Shun and Song. Could you please relax a bit? They sat upright, as if posing for wedding photos. The director approached, gesturing with his fingers, Yes, just like that, but with a more relaxed demeanor. He exited the room, signaling the cameraman to reshoot. This time, the footage turned out quite well. The director glanced at the result. Satisfied. No issues here. Let us proceed with the normal recording. He briefly summarized the situation. You have arrived at the 4th floor of the casino, where you will find the missing guests. Just continue based on the scenario. Xie Qiao remarked. We're still recording? After this reshoot, she was unsure what to do next. Entering the room, she exchanged glances with the other guests before pulling out her phone. Surprised at the time, she noted, it's almost 6 o'clock. The casino's constant bright lights truly distorted one's perception of time. Tilting her head, she suggested, let's not search for clues just yet. Shall we go have dinner? There were restaurants within the casino. The 1st floor housed 2 eateries, a casual dining spot and a fast food joint. The 2nd and 3rd floors offered a wider array of dining options, including 6 of the 8 major Chinese cuisines. Ultimately, they settled on a Cantonese restaurant. The dishes arrived promptly and Xie Qiao, wielding her chopsticks, wasted no time digging in. However, the Cantonese cuisine's subtle flavors soon failed to captivate her. And after a few bites, her interest waned. Having merely satisfied her hunger, she leaned back in her chair, fiddling with her earpiece. Director, she inquired, are there any clues left in the casino? The director remained silent. Xie Qiao lifted a bowl of chestnut lotus root soup, took a sip, and urged, don't keep it from us. If there are no clues, we want tea linger here. The flavor was again not to her liking. Setting the soup down, she stated, the casino may become more tumultuous at night. The director replied, is that a threat? Is that a threat? Yet, Xie Qiao's statement bore a kernel of truth. The influx of visitors at night often led to a more chaotic atmosphere. Although this was Gu's territory, it did not guarantee absolute safety. He had already apologized twice today. A 3rd apology was out of the question. Reluctantly, the director chose to swallow his pride. After a few moments of silence, he finally revealed, there are clues in that room. Xie Qiao beamed, thank you, director. Propping her chin on her hand, she added, when we head over, we'll concoct a suitable excuse, pretending it was our own decision to investigate. The director thought, she's rather nice. Rolling his eyes, he muttered, I want to come to such places again. With all these troubles, it would be far better to construct a set. The guests soon finished their dinner. And Xie Qiao stretched, we still haven't found any clues. Rising from her seat, she declared, let us head back to the room and search again. The director thought, what a forced transition. However, given that today was a day of penance for him, he chose not to complain. He bore with it. The director grudgingly accepted the transition. He watched the screen as the guests ascended the stairs, entering the 4th floor room and dispersing to search for clues. The guests seemed to be rummaging about haphazardly. Xie Qiao even settled herself on the sofa. The director thought, at this rate, they'll be searching until the year of the monkey. If it dragged on too long, trouble could easily arise again. After struggling for a couple of seconds, he reminded, check under the sofa, feel around. The guests heard the voice through their earpieces. Xie Qiao turned her head to exchange glances with the others, but had yet to move when a golden retriever beside her let out a bark. I got it. Wu Qishan scampered over to the sofa. He pulled out his phone, switched on the flashlight, and crouched down to illuminate beneath the sofa. From there, he retrieved a photograph. Clambering back up, he held the picture aloft. I found it. The guests gathered around. It was a scenic photo. The backdrop featured a sea, with a warehouse visible on the right side. The warehouse had a pointed roof, devoid of any text, and bore a rather ordinary design. The golden retriever scratched its head. How do we find it? He placed the photo on the coffee table and began searching on his phone for warehouse by the seaside in Aoshi. However, he only unearthed a slew of irrelevant information, mostly advertisements. Wu Qishan fell silent, turning off his phone screen and picking up the photo. Sister Qiao. He presented the photo to Xie Qiao. What do you think? Xie Qiao raised her head, meeting 3 or 4 expectant gazes. She replied, what is going on? The main characters are right here, yet you're asking her, someone so unremarkable? Just as she prepared to shake her head, the golden retriever eagerly thrust the photo into her hands. Xie Qiao hesitated. After a brief silence, she scanned the photo. Then, pointing to the lower left corner, she noted, there's a manhole cover here. Manhole covers have serial numbers. She searched for Aoshi's manhole cover management platform, inputting the serial number. Information regarding the material and geographical details of the cover promptly appeared. After researching the location, she discovered a nearby warehouse, Ruacing Cold Storage, a private ice house that had been out of service for 2 years. Chapter 77. President Gu. The proud and aloof President Gu has retreated. The next clue leads to an abandoned ice house. Xie Qiao returned the photo to Wu Qishan and adjusted her earpiece. Director, are there any other clues? The director thought. Why are they asking him directly now? Does he not care about his image?
He responded, none.
Xiao rose from the sofa. Then shall we go? The guests voiced no objections. Despite the casino's opulent splendor, they were here to record, not for leisure. Who would wish to linger in their workplace? The guests exited in succession, followed by the production crew heading downstairs. The director blended into the crowd. Lin Shanshan peeked in, asking, "Does the production team provide accommodations?" The director suddenly brimmed with confidence. "Of course." He elaborated, "We are staying at the Intercontinental Hotel, one of only 2 six-star hotels in Aoshi." He cast a deliberate glance at Gu Qinyun, adding, "Of course, we owe this to President Gu's sponsorship." He attempted to elevate Gu Qinyun's image, hoping to assist him in winning back his love. Gu Qinyun heard the director's flattery. He held a slight tension at the corners of his lips, his chin slightly raised, revealing a blend of 2 parts confidence, 3 parts arrogance, and 5 parts aloofness. Then, he cast a furtive glance at Shen Qianqian. However, she was oblivious to his gaze. Engrossed in a quiet conversation with Song Jinyan, the tension in Gu Zong's mouth slackened. Xiao, catching a glimpse of Gu Qinyun's change in demeanor, thought to herself, "How amusing. Gu Zong, like a peacock displaying its feathers, finds no one to admire him. Let's not let Gu Zong fall into a state of melancholy. If he withdraws his sponsorship, we shall all have to reside in a thatched cottage." The artist guests heard Xiao's inner musings. Wu Qishan paused momentarily before being the first to speak. "We ought to express our gratitude to Gu Zong." He clapped his hands twice. His response felt somewhat awkward. Yet thankfully, the other guests joined in applause. Gu Zong's lips involuntarily curled upwards, but in an effort to maintain the image of a cold, domineering leader, he struggled to suppress his smile, appearing rather indifferent. Xiao shook her head gently. "Gu Zong, your tsundere demeanor has outlived its charm. At this rate, you stand no chance of winning over our teacher Shen. Moreover, your family is soon to arrange a blind date for you. You would typically argue with teacher Shen over this matter. Yet, Gu Zong, you have yet to pursue Shen Qianqian." Meanwhile, Shen Qianqian, caught in the conversation, coughed lightly, attempting to interrupt Xiao's thoughts. "Please, being discussed about being pursued in front of a crowd is truly mortifying." Moreover, for some inexplicable reason, she found that the thrill she once felt in Gu Qinyun's presence had dissipated. Xiao was oblivious to Shen Qianqian's intentions. She turned her head, looking concerned. "Teacher Shen, have you caught a chill? Should we purchase some cold remedy?" Shen Qianqian, "Let it perish." She forced a smile, replying, "It's nothing really." She gestured toward a nearby building. "Let us head into the hotel." The experience at the 6-star hotel was indeed splendid. Xiao was awakened by the sunlight. She arose comfortably, refreshed herself, ordered breakfast, and then proceeded to the lobby to meet with the other guests. The staff equipped them with miniature cameras. They took a taxi to the Ruisheng ice storage, located merely a few hundred meters from the pier. However, this pier was rather small, having been rendered obsolete after a larger dock was established nearby. Wu Qishan was the first to alight from the vehicle. He dashed to the warehouse, circling the building. This warehouse spanned approximately 100 square meters, featuring only 2 high, narrow windows. Access was solely through the front door. Wu Qishan paused at the entrance. The door, rather antiquated and manual, was secured with a massive iron lock. He examined the lock, confirming it was indeed fastened. Turning back, he cheerfully called out, "Sister Qiao, Sister Qiao. Come unlock it, Sister Qiao." Xiao followed the other guests to the warehouse entrance. Wu Qishan approached, rummaging through his pockets, retrieving a bent piece of wire. The golden-haired pup eagerly presented the wire. "Sister Qiao, a tool." "Xiao, why on earth did you bring wire?" She accepted it with a sigh and approached the door, fiddling with the lock. Then, she fell silent. Turning back, she tossed the wire back to Wu Qishan. The golden-haired pup clumsily caught it, stuffing it back into his pocket. Puzzled. "Isn't this needed?" Xiao nodded. She raised her hand, grasped the door lock, and with a firm pull, wrenched the door open. The sliding door of the ice storage creaked, revealing the interior of the warehouse. It appeared neglected, with a thick layer of dust accumulated over time. Xiao covered her mouth and nose, stepping back slightly. She explained to Wu Qishan, "The lock is indeed fastened. However, it's merely hung on the door, and doesn't secure both doors." Wu Qishan was taken aback. He approached the door, fiddling with the lock once more, his expression contorting in dismay. He murmured to himself. Am I a fool? Xie Qiao reassured him. Not at all. You've done splendidly. Wu Qishan. He sensed something was off about her consolation. Scratching his head, he dismissed the thought and stepped inside the warehouse. The interior was dim. Wu Qishan fumbled at the entrance, locating the light switch, but nothing illuminated. The warehouse had long been abandoned and was without power. Frowning, he muttered, I suppose we'll have to search for clues in the dark. He inquired, Is anyone joining me in the search? The golden-haired pup, ever considerate, suggested, It's too filthy inside. Perhaps the ladies should refrain from entering. This was hardly different from naming them directly. Several male guests ventured into the warehouse, beginning their search. Xie Qiao stretched lazily. Hooray, I can take it easy during this segment. I should have brought a folding chair. The director caught wind of Xie Qiao's thoughts. A folding chair? He glanced at her, then raised a megaphone announcing, All guests, please enter the warehouse for the investigation. Xie Qiao. Taking it easy might lead to an early demise. She turned her head, incredulous at the director. He, still clutching the megaphone, reiterated, All guests, please enter the warehouse for the investigation. Xie Qiao tilted her head, casting a wary glance at the director. I have a dreadful premonition. Silently, she retrieved her phone, gripping it tightly, and followed the other guests into the warehouse. Almost as soon as she stepped inside, she heard the sound of the door being drawn shut. She spun around abruptly, only to find the light dimming. The warehouse door had closed. Xie Qiao swiftly pressed the shortcut on her phone. The flashlight illuminated the way ahead. The director's voice echoed from outside the warehouse. The guests have uncovered new clues. They enter the warehouse, only to encounter unforeseen circumstances. Task updated. Escape the warehouse within 4 hours. Xie Qiao. She knew it.